8 billion people around the world have been deceived by the general time travel settings. Everyone thinks that the time travelers either have a golden finger or have a special background to travel through time. But on the first day of my time travel, I was taken to the police station, and the handcuffs made a crisp sound when they collided with the stainless steel table. The female police officer waived Article 108 of the Public Security Administration Law and questioned me about the crime of setting up a stall without a license. I was so wrong that I could be Dou E's master. I just helped the uncle selling stinky tofu to watch the stall for 3 minutes, and the urban management took me away as an illegal resident. Before leaving, the uncle swore that he would be back in 3 minutes. But where was he? Not even a hair was seen. Sister Police, I'm really innocent. I tried to impress her with my beauty, but was almost shocked by the word gender. When I said male, the air in the entire interrogation room froze. Is this sex discrimination? After being released from the police station, I never expected that the world I traveled back to was actually revived. Tigers can grow to 10 meters tall, and monsters and awakened people fight every day. The original owner's parents died and left him with the obsession of killing all the monsters for revenge, but I haven't even awakened my superpowers. Where's the system? Where's the golden finger? The novels I read before crossing over are all lies. It was not until the day of the awakening ceremony that I knew what system resurrection meant. When I put my hand on the awakening instrument, the whole playground suddenly became so quiet that I could hear an ant sneeze. The next second, the instrument issued a piercing alarm, and 2 lines of blinding words popped up on the screen. SSS-Level space power, SSS-Level firepower. The principal, Wang Fujian's dentures flew 3 meters away on the spot. Double superpowers, double S-level and above. This is a monster that will be recorded in history. The pupils of all teachers and students in the school trembled, and even the crows in the trees were frightened and lost their feathers. I looked at the livid-faced school hunkly Feiyu in the crowd, and suddenly an idea came to me. Classmate Li Wang, can I pursue you? The whole playground was boiling instantly. The boys who had a crush on the school beauty grabbed their stools and rushed to the stage, and several girls screamed and fainted. Li Wang himself was struck by lightning, and the thermos cup in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. The system notification sounded like crazy. Ding. Li Wang blushed, and her heart beat fast plus 999. Ding. Wang Fujian had a myocardial infarction plus 999. It turns out that this dog system is an invincible emotion collection system that specializes in collecting other people's emotions to exchange for rewards. I immediately realized that this is just a humanoid, self-propelled emoji generator. But the system's reward mechanism is absolutely hilarious. The novice gift pack gave me SpongeBob SquarePants. The lucky draw gave me Patrick Star socks, and even the marrow cleansing pills were printed with SpongeBob's smiling face. System, come out. I promise not to stuff you into the monster's mouth. My daily routine now is using my space ability to secretly hide spicy strips during class, using my fire ability to roast mutant beast meat after school, and using the secret recipe for crab roe burgers drawn in the system lottery as a birthday present for my sister. The best part is the system mall. Can you draw SSS-level skills by using your emotion points? Sorry, all I got were SpongeBob's belly dance tutorial and Patrick's secret to daydreaming. System mall, you are forcing me to conquer the world with my underwear. However, the system mall recently prompted that the emotion value of over 1 million can be exchanged for world-destroying skills. Chapter 5, Backstabbed. I stared at these things, feeling a surge of anger in my heart, and almost smashed my phone in anger. 10 consecutive draws actually gave me 2 marrow cleansing pills. It's really a ripoff. System, give me another chance to draw. I don't believe that I won't be able to draw anything good today. I pressed the button again in frustration. A flash of white light, and the turntable stopped. I was speechless. Patrick's underwear? I was really impressed. System, what exactly is this magic potion? I couldn't help but ask. Ding. Magic potion, as the name suggests, is a very magical potion. Drinking it will give you magical abilities that last for half an hour. What? Are you serious? What can this potion do? I immediately doubted my life. Ding. The magical abilities roughly include invisibility, burrowing underground, flying, avoiding water, etc. After the host drinks it, he will randomly gain one of these abilities. So it's random? What you get after drinking it depends entirely on luck. I asked with a frown. Ding. Yes, and you can only drink 1 bottle at a time. Drinking more than that will have no effect. I I was a little speechless. What a useless system. With a helpless sigh, I decided to keep it for now. At least it's better than nothing. What if it comes in handy someday? System, help me open that golden treasure chest. I suddenly thought. Ding. Host request detected. Golden treasure chest is opening. The system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-Level Long Yuan sword. This sword can cut iron like mud. It is extremely sharp whether it's chopping wood or killing monsters. It is a must-have artifact for home and travel. Listening to this introduction, I felt like laughing. Does the system think I'm some kind of hero who always carries a Long Yuan sword with me when I travel? Never mind. It's good enough as long as I have it. System, can this marrow cleansing pill cleanse one's essence and marrow? I asked again. Ding. Yes, the main function of the marrow cleansing pill is to temper the body. It is recommended that the host wait until he returns home before taking it. I looked around and found that many classmates were walking around. Although I was in the woods, in order not to attract attention, I decided to wait until I got home to eat. Alas, I guess I can't go back to the classroom today. Oh, by the way, ask Fatty. I thought about it and decided to send a text message to Zhou Pongzi. Fatty, are you there? Brother, you finally contacted me. You don't know that Li Hanzhuang just went to the class to look for you, and her eyes looked like she wanted to eat you. You didn't betray me, did you? How could that be possible? I don't even know where you are. How could I betray you? By the way, brother, where are you now? I'll go find you. I saw the message and became a little alert. Li Hanzhuang? That cold-faced queen? I don't want to run into her. If she's next to Fatty, I guarantee that the next person who comes won't be Fatty as soon as I speak. A few seconds later, Zhou Pongzi sent another message. Brother, you are my best brother. How could I betray you? Even if you give me 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare. I saw this message and was a little hesitant, but after thinking about it, I sent him the address. I'm in the woods. Come over quickly. Remember to be sneaky. Okay, got it. I breathed a sigh of relief, but I didn't expect that Zhou Pongzi had sold me out. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Zhou Pongzi's emotional value plus 666. Ding! Li Hanzhuang's emotional value plus 999. I understood instantly that Zhou Pongzi must have betrayed me. No, I had to leave the school. I quickly looked around and left the school immediately when there were not many people around. Meanwhile, the post on the internet had caused a huge stir. Some students who were not afraid of making trouble posted about my awakening of dual superpowers. A passerby saw a post titled Shocked. My classmate is a dual power awakener, and clicked on it out of curiosity. Oh my god, is this true? Manhwa has actually awakened dual system superpowers. As soon as the post was published, it spread rapidly on major online platforms, and all netizens who saw it were shocked. Especially when everyone learned that I had awakened space-related abilities, they simply couldn't believe it, and said it was as shocking as a sow climbing a tree. I left school quickly and went straight home, planning to give Tang Xinyan a surprise and try out the effect of the marrow cleansing pill. 10 minutes later, I finally arrived at my door. Holding back my excitement, I pushed open the door. Tang Xinyan was lying on the sofa watching TV, and when she saw me coming back, she stood up excitedly. Brother, why are you back? Didn't you awaken today? She looked curious. Hey, the awakening ceremony is over, so I ran back. I grinned. Brother, did you fail to awaken and come back sadly? She asked mischievously. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I fail to awaken? Don't get excited later. I deliberately kept her in suspense. Tisk, what's there to be excited about? Did you awaken dual powers? She rolled her eyes and didn't care about what I said. But what I said next under. Brother, I have awakened dual superpowers, and one of them is space-related. Are you excited? I couldn't help but say proudly. What? You're not the dual power awakener mentioned on the internet. She was shocked. What do you mean on the internet? I pretended not to understand. Tang Xinyan handed me the post she had just seen. After reading it, I breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, my name was not mentioned in the post, otherwise I would have been completely exposed. I held the phone and said seriously, don't spread rumors about me online, okay? Ding! Tang Xinyan's mood value plus 999. At this time, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Why are you showing off? It's just a dual system ability. When I turn 18, I will also awaken it. Tang Xinyan looked so cute with her arrogant look. I smiled helplessly. Okay, calm down. I'm going back to my room. After that, I flashed into the room. Tang Xinyan shouted from behind. Me, you bastard, it's just awakening dual system abilities. What's the big deal? I was speechless and closed the door. System, give me my marrow cleansing pill. Ding! The marrow cleansing pill has been issued. Please check it out. As soon as I finished speaking, a golden marrow cleansing pill fell from the sky and hit me on the head. Oh my God, system. Did you do this on purpose? I was a little furious, but I could only swallow my anger. Chapter 6, Is this pill expired? I stared at the marrow cleansing pill in my hand, feeling a little confused. After swallowing it, there was no reaction. Could it be that this pill has expired? There's no reaction at all. Is this pill expired? I frowned and then shouted angrily, System, come out and tell me quickly, is the pill you gave me expired? Why don't I have any reaction at all? Ding, this is a system product. It is honest and trustworthy. Please wait patiently. Listening to the system's reply, I could only take a deep breath, put aside my doubts, sit down quietly, and wait for the drug to take effect. After a while, I vaguely felt my stomach getting a little hot, and then my limbs started to feel weak. Fuck, system, why does it hurt so much? I felt like I was hit by a truck, and the pain all over my body almost made me unable to stand. Fuck, system, are you kidding me? Why does it hurt so much? I really couldn't help but curse. The pain was so severe that I almost fainted. Ding! Forgot to tell the host that only half a marrow cleansing pill is needed for the first time. The system's voice suddenly sounded, and I was immediately furious. Damn, system, you are fucking misleading me, poof. I almost spurted out a mouthful of blood, but I tried hard not to spit it out. Eturt. Then, the effect of the marrow cleansing pill suddenly took effect. I curled up into a ball, clenched my fists tightly, and felt the pain beyond words. Outside the house, Tang Xinyan heard my painful wail and ran to the door and knocked. Knock, 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 knock. Brother, what's wrong with you? What happened? There was a hint of anxiety in her voice. It's okay. I was just trying out the power of space and accidentally bumped into it. I'm okay now. I quickly lowered my voice, trying not to sound so miserable. Oh, I'm glad you're okay. Take it easy and don't cripple yourself. Tang Xinyan finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what I said and didn't say anything more. She thought a bad guy had entered the house and was about to beat me up. Inside the room, I was still enduring the extremely intense pain and didn't notice that Tang Xinyan had walked away. System, open the personal information panel. I endured the severe pain and wanted to see my current condition. Ding, personal information panel is opening. Soon, a panel recording my personal information appeared in front of me. Host, Lin Yu, age, 19. Level, bronze 3 stars, personal items. S-level Long Yuan sword, magic potion, marrow cleansing pill, SpongeBob SquarePants, Patrick Star underwear. Powers, SSS-level space power, SS-level fire power. Skills, none. Weapons, none. Pet, none. Emotion value, 333,222. When I saw this panel, I was immediately happy. I didn't expect that after taking a marrow cleansing pill, I could even break through 2 stars. I was so happy. However, my eyes were soon attracted by one thing. There was an extra question mark after the level. System, why is there a question mark after this level? What is it for? I pointed at the screen and asked. Ding, the host can click to view it by himself. The system's voice sounded again, making me so angry that I almost spit out a breath. Okay, system, you can do it. I angrily pressed the question mark. The next second, a pop-up window appeared on the screen. Strength, 80, ordinary people, 50, physical fitness, 88, ordinary people, 50, wisdom, 53, ordinary people, 50, mental strength, 98, ordinary people, 50, speed, 56, ordinary people, 50. Is this my attribute value? Why is my intelligence only 3 points higher than that of an ordinary person? Am I not smart enough? I couldn't help but complain. System, can this attribute point be improved? Ding. It can be improved. The host can improve his own attributes by taking marrow cleansing pills or exercising. After hearing the answer, I felt a little relieved. At least I could improve my abilities in some way. Suddenly, I seemed to smell something bad. Damn, is someone's toilet clogged? The stench has spread to my house. I was stunned, and then I realized that the stench was coming from me. Fuck, it stinks. I immediately took some clean clothes from the closet, hurried out of the room, and ran to the bathroom. At the same time, Tang Xinyan was watching TV in the living room. When she saw me coming out of the room, she was about to call me, but a foul smell hit her in the face. Hickey! Did you fall into the pit of feces, Hickey? Tang Xinyan immediately covered her nose and almost vomited everything she had eaten last night. I ignored her and went straight to the bathroom. In the bathroom, the water washed away the stench on my body and finally cleaned it up. Standing in front of the mirror, looking at my solid muscles, I couldn't help but laugh. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect a marrow cleansing pill to have such a good effect. The system really didn't trick me. Ha ha ha. I couldn't help but sigh that I had become so perfect. Alas, it's a pity that such a perfect figure is only appreciated by myself. I sighed while admiring myself in the mirror. After a while, when I was getting ready to dress and go out, I realized that I didn't bring any underwear, which made me feel a little embarrassed. Suddenly, I remembered that I seemed to have won a few pairs of underwear in the lottery. System, give me Patrick's underwear. Ding! Patrick's underwear is being distributed. Please check it. As soon as I finished speaking, a pair of underwear with Patrick Starr's pattern hit me on the head. System, can't you just put it in my hand? Ding! The host did not specify the distribution location. The system can only distribute it on the host's head. I stared at the system prompt box. Damn, why didn't you say it earlier, really? However, the system was completely indifferent, so I could only shake my head and said nothing more. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Li Hanchuang's emotional value plus 999-inch ding. Zhou Pengzi's emotional value plus 999-inch. I was stunned, looking at this inexplicable emotional value, and I was confused. Is it because Li Hanchuang couldn't find me, so she took it out on Fatty? At this time, Li Hanchuang came to the grove according to the address I sent, but she couldn't find me after searching for a long time. She found out that I had quietly left the school after asking around. She gritted her teeth in anger and guessed that it must be Zhou Pengzi who was telling tales behind her back. So she returned to class 15 in anger. Zhou Pengzi, who was bragging to his classmates in class, saw Li Hanchuang coming back alone and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Hey, school beauty Li, didn't you find brother you?" He left the school. Li Hanchuang responded coldly, staring at Zhou Pengzi. Zhou Pengzi instantly felt a chill all over his body. Li. School beauty? Why? Are you looking at me like that? Is it you? What, was it me? Miss Li, just tell me whatever you want to ask me. Did you secretly tell me after I left and let him leave the school? Li Hanchuang stared at Zhou Pengzi coldly. Zhou Pengzi waved his hands quickly, his expression aggrieved. School beauty Li, you can't wrongly accuse me. Although I like to peek at girls, no, I like to be unrefined, but I am definitely not the kind of person who would betray my brothers. As he explained, he handed the phone to Li Hanchuang. Look, there is no evidence that I told you. Li Hanchuang took the phone, quickly checked the messages, and when he saw the text message I sent, he finally believed what Zhou Pengzi said and turned and left. Phew, that was a close call. I don't know why brother you provoked Li Xiaohua. Now it's all right. Forget it. This is between them. I'd better not interfere. Chapter 7, I won't drink it, even if I kill myself. In the evening, Lin Yushan hurried back from work. She wanted to know if I had awakened my supernatural powers today. The moment she opened the door, she saw Tang Xinyan and I laughing and playing, and the scene was so warm that she couldn't help but cry. Hey, Aunt Lin, you're back. I suddenly caught a glimpse of Lin Yushan, standing at the door, and exclaimed softly. Hearing the voice, Tang Xinyan turned around and saw Lin Yushan. A smile appeared on her face, and she asked shyly, Mom, why are you back so early? What? Did I disturb your and Xiaoyu's good time? Lin Yushan teased with a smile. Tang Xinyan blushed after hearing this, lowered her head, and did not dare to look at me, then quickly ran back to her room. Lin Yushan was not surprised by this. After smiling slightly, she turned to me and asked softly, Xiaoyu, how is it? Have you awakened? Well, I awakened an SS-level space type and an SS-level fire type. I answered calmly and told what happened today. However, Lin Yushan's reaction was not calm. What? Xiaoyu, you're not kidding Aunt Lin, are you? Seeing that she seemed a little unbelievable, I had to show her. Aunt Lin, how could I lie to you? Look. As I spoke, a flame the size of a pigeon egg appeared in the palm of my hand, burning quietly and emitting dazzling light. Lin Yushan stared at the flames and was silent for a moment. Suddenly, a picture appeared in her mind. My father was a fire awakener, and it seems that Lin Yu inherited his father's fire ability. Aunt Lin, do you believe it now? I proudly played with the flames in front of her. Lin Yushan asked curiously, what about your space ability? Can you show it to Auntie? Well, I can't use space ability now. Lin Yu scratched his head awkwardly. Seeing that he couldn't use the space-related ability, Lin Yushan wasn't too disappointed. After all, the space-related ability was universally recognized as the most powerful ability. Only the time-related ability was more powerful, and no one had awakened the time-related ability so far. Okay, Annie got it. You should be hungry now, right? Annie will go cook for you. Lin Yushan gently comforted Lin Yu and walked towards the kitchen. Auntie Lin, make more later. Lin Yu shouted towards the kitchen. Lin Yushan smiled and replied, I understand. She knew that after awakening, one would eat more than a normal person, so she was not surprised by my request. Just as Lin Yushan went to the kitchen, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in my mind. Ding. Lin Yushan's mood value plus 666. Ding. Lin Yushan's mood value plus 999. System draw. Lin Yu was in no mood to care about his mood and shouted hurriedly. Ding. Host request detected, starting the turntable. Ding. The draw is over. Congratulations to the host for drawing. Thank you for participating. Congratulations to the host for drawing 2 marrow cleansing pills. Congratulations to the host for drawing 2 magic potion. Congratulations to the host for drawing 1 SpongeBob SquarePants socks. Congratulations to the host for drawing 2 strength pills. When I saw the lottery results, I was suddenly curious and decided to check out my newly acquired Dolly Dan. System, what is the use of this Dolly pill? I asked. Ding. Dolly pill, as the name suggests, makes people extremely strong after taking it, and the duration lasts for 1 hour, and then they will fall into a weak state. The system explained. Damn, there are side effects? I frowned. No, system, does that magic potion also have side effects? After listening to the system's explanation, I immediately felt uneasy. It turns out that this thing actually has side effects, so doesn't the magic potion have the same side effects? Ding. Yes, after using the magic potion, corresponding sequelae will occur according to the abilities gained. For example, after gaining the ability of invisibility, your hair will fall out. After gaining the ability of luck, you will experience a period of bad luck. For example, the system continued to explain. My heart sank when I heard it, and I immediately interrupted it. Okay, stop talking. Anyway, I will never drink this thing even if I die. Bah! I spat at the system in my mind fiercely and cursed in anger. What a rubbish system. A pitfall, the output, is all useless. He originally thought that he could do whatever he wanted with the system, but he didn't expect that he would end up doing whatever he wanted. Just as I was getting angry, Lin Yushan's voice came over. Xiao Yu, it's time to eat. Go call Xinyan. Oh, okay, Aunt Lin. I responded, and then got up and walked towards Tang Xinyan's room. He knocked on the door, gently. Who is it? What are you doing? Tang Xinyan's pleasant voice came from the room. Your brother, come out to eat soon, or I will eat all the food. I joked. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened, and Tang Xinyan walked out with a pout. Humph, she snorted. I looked at her somewhat dissatisfied expression and was immediately confused. No, why are you humming? Did I provoke you? Is it puberty? No, it shouldn't be that. Is it love? Impossible. No matter what, it seems I have to run away quickly. So I left without looking back, leaving Tang Xinyan standing there at a loss. Tang Xinyan originally wanted to ask me why I confessed my love to Li Hanzhuang in public. She had just read in her room about what happened today at Jiangnan Middle School. In addition to my awakening of dual powers, there was another thing that was widely spread. That is, I confessed my love to Li Hanzhuang in public. However, Tang Xinyan didn't know that Lin Yu did all this deliberately in order to increase the system's emotional value. Tang Xinyan stood there for a while, then walked to the living room with an unhappy look on her face. She saw me eating, and Lin Yushan saw her coming and hurriedly urged, Xinyan, come and eat. I know, Mom. Tang Xinyan responded and sat down immediately. But she looked at me from time to time, as if she noticed something. I noticed her gaze and asked, Xinyan, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Is there rice on my face? No, Tang Xinyan replied. Then why are you looking at me? Can I look at you if there's nothing wrong? Tang Xinyan asked back. I don't know how to answer what you said. I felt a headache for a moment. Suddenly, Tang Xinyan asked, Brother, did you do something at school today? Why are so many people scolding you? What the hell? Someone scolded me. Who is it? Isn't this asking for a fight? After hearing this, I frowned angrily. Lin Yushan was about to comfort me, but Tang Xinyan spoke again. Brother, I heard that you confessed your love for Li Hanzhuang in front of all the teachers and students in school today. I was suddenly embarrassed and ashamed. He couldn't explain this matter. After all, it involved the content of the system. Just as he was trying to explain, Lin Yushan broke the awkwardness. Well, I didn't expect that our Xiao Yu has someone he loves. I've been worried that you can't find a girlfriend. Don't worry, go after her. Annie won't stop you. I think your parents will be happy to see you get married and have children. I quickly cleared my throat. Ahem. Aunt Lynn, this is not what you think. Oh, it's not what I thought. Well, at that time, Fatty Joe and I made a bet that whoever awakened a higher talent would go and confess to Li Hanzhuang. In the end, that guy didn't awaken, and only I awakened 2 superpowers, so I went on stage to confess. Lin Yu took the opportunity to push Zhou Pengzi out. After all, he was the one who betrayed him first. After listening to my explanation, the expressions of Lin Yushan and her daughter changed. Tang Xinyan changed from being unhappy to being happy and was obviously satisfied with my explanation. Chapter 8. It's so damn dark. After dinner, I returned to my room. I wanted to help Lin Yushan wash the dishes, but she refused directly, saying that I didn't need to help and she would do it herself. Sighing helplessly, I decided to ignore these trivial matters and directly call up the system panel. System, call up the system panel. I shouted. Ding! The system panel is loading. Loading successfully. The panel in front of me was displayed as expected. I glanced at it, and my eyes fell on the System All module. Curiosity drove me to click in. A second later, a brand new interface appeared in front of me, showing many products. System, do you have any superpowers to sell? I couldn't help but ask. Ding! Yes, this system not only has superpowers, but also weapons, elixirs, skills, etc. The system's voice sounded again, coldly. Hearing this, I couldn't help but raise the corner of my mouth and reveal a lewd smile. Well, system, do you have that thing? Ding! The host's thoughts are detected to be impure. This system refuses to answer. Oh, system, you are quite smart, and you actually peeped into my thoughts without permission. Give me a reasonable explanation. I was a little surprised. I didn't expect the system to be able to read my thoughts. Ding! The system refuses to answer. I was stunned when I heard the system's answer. What is the purpose of this system? Is it really artificial intelligence? No. How could it be possible? This system does not look like it is operated by a human. I shook my head and put these questions aside for the time being. System, help me find some products related to superpowers. I continued. Ding! Host needs detected. The system all is querying all superpowers. Query successful. Please pay attention and check. As the system's voice fell, the originally messy product interface instantly turned into a sea of pure supernatural products. I was stunned for a moment, and then I saw the dazzling array of superpowers on it, including ice, earth, space, fire, summoning, beast transformation, almost 100 kinds of superpowers. Oh my god, system, are you planning to rob me? The price is so high. One power requires 9999999999999 points of emotion points. When can I afford it? I was completely shocked by the high price in front of me. It was so shady. Even if I earn 500,000 emotion points a day, at this rate, it will take hundreds of years to save enough emotion points to buy the power. Ding! The host is detected to be a little depressed. The system specially rewards the host with a 20 off coupon from the mall. Using this coupon, you can enjoy a 20 discount when purchasing any goods. Please note that this coupon is a one-time item. Please use it with caution. The system suddenly gave me a glimmer of hope. I felt a little better now. Although it was only a 20 discount, at least I could save some emotional points. That's good enough. I breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Forget it. I'll give up on superpowers for now. By the way, system, can I draw superpowers from this lottery pool? Ding! You can draw anything from the lottery pool, but it requires the host's luck. The system's tone seemed a little mysterious. Hearing this, my eyes lit up. System, I want to draw a lottery. I said excitedly. Ding! The host's request is detected, and the big turntable starts to spin. Along with the system prompt, a turntable spinning sound was heard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning Ultraman Zero's underwear X3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning Ultraman Tiga's underwear X2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 magical potions. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the basic cooking skill book, which has been automatically learned by the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the basic driving skill, which has been automatically learned by the host. The system's notifications continued, and I slumped down on the bed. Is this a superpower or a collection of underwear? How the hell did I draw so many weird things? I was about to collapse. But there's also good news. That is, I have obtained several skills, basic kitchen god skill book and basic driving skills, which is finally a little gain. Looking at the remaining 200,000 emotion points, I made up my mind and decided to continue drawing. System, draw all my remaining 200,000. Ding. Detected the host request. Drawing for you. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SpongeBob SquarePants full bodysuit ×1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Patrick Star full bodysuit ×1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the elementary massage skill book, which has been automatically learned by the host. My mood hit rock bottom, and when I saw these new things, I almost wanted to flip the table. System, what is the use of this speed pill? I asked desperately, hoping to find something useful. Ding. Speed pill. As the name suggests, the host will gain extremely fast speed after taking it. Please note that after use, the thighs will fall into a short-term paralyzed state. The system responded coldly. I was so shocked, it was so black. What the hell is this? It makes me faster and my thighs numb after eating it? Even dogs won't eat it. But you can try it on that guy Zhou Pongzi. When I thought about how Zhou Pongzi had betrayed me, I suddenly had an idea for a prank. As for today's harvest, an SSS-Level space power, an S-Level Long Yuan sword, some miscellaneous elixirs, and inexplicable underwear. Overall, today's harvest is still acceptable. Finally, I put aside the things I didn't want to think about anymore, lay down and fell asleep. At the same time, in a vast mountain range, an old man with a ruddy complexion and gray hair was checking the messages on his mobile phone, and the expression on his face gradually became solemn. Interesting. I didn't expect that Dragon Country would have another Space Awakener and an Awakener with dual superpowers. He muttered to himself, I'm going to get this kid. No one can help him. I say it. He jumped suddenly and disappeared into the air. This old man is the only Space Awakener in Dragon Country. Lu Hongba. Oh no. Now, there should be only 2 of them, because I have also awakened the space ability. Moreover, my talent is stronger than Lu Hongba's. It is SSS level, which is unimaginably strong. Although there's only a difference of 1 level, the difference is not small. This can be seen from the examples of Zhou Pongzi and Li Hanzhuang. One is an S-level earth element, and the other is an SS-level ice element. Obviously, everyone is more optimistic about Li Hanzhuang. In addition to her talent, of course her beautiful appearance also accounts for a lot of points. After the revival of spiritual energy, various countries began to conduct research. After years of exploration, they finally determined the level of supernatural powers: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king, extraordinary realm, and destiny realm. Each major realm is divided into 1 to 9 stars, and at 3, 6, and 9 stars, the awakened person needs to absorb a beast core to comprehend new abilities. Those with high talent can break through bottlenecks faster. Chapter 9. Hitting Fatty Zhou. The next day, I packed up and headed out to school. He felt a little complicated today, wondering if he would run into Li Hanzhuang. To be honest, he felt a little guilty. In order to earn emotional points, he confessed his feelings in public, which resulted in Li Hanzhuang being subjected to unnecessary criticism. Oh, forget it. I'll find a chance to apologize to her some other day. If that doesn't work, give her a marrow cleansing pill to help her improve her health. I talked to myself as I walked, and before I knew it, I arrived at the school gate. At this moment, Zhou Pongzi's voice sounded from behind. Brother Yu, wait for me. Hearing the voice, Lin Yu subconsciously stopped and turned to look at Zhou Pongzi. He was immediately furious. Fatty, you still have the nerve to appear in front of me. I used to be your brother, but you actually betrayed me behind my back. When Zhou Pongzi heard this, he was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Yu already knew about this. So he quickly explained with a smile, Brother Yu, please listen to my explanation. Okay, you explain it. If I'm not satisfied, we'll break up. Lin Yu looked at Zhou Pongzi condescendingly. Although the breakup was fake, he still had to teach this fat man a lesson. Otherwise, he would be sold out by him again next time. When Zhou Pongzi heard that he was going to break up, he immediately became anxious. He thought, how could he not take the opportunity to get close to the future boss? So, he ran to my side and began to explain in a low voice. Brother Yu, I really don't want to betray you. It's mainly because the school beautily threatened me, and I dare not disobey. Besides, isn't this your own fault, Brother Yu? How can you blame me? Don't you agree? As I finished speaking, a system notification sounded in my mind. Ding, Zhou Pongzi's emotion value plus 999. Hearing the system's prompt, my eyes changed instantly. He found that Zhou Pongzi was simply a living emotion-generating machine, and a little stimulation could generate a lot of emotion points. I smiled and patted Zhou Pengzi on the shoulder, comforting him. Okay, I know about this. Don't worry, we are still good brothers. When Zhou Pengzi heard me say this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! Zhou Pengzi's emotional value plus 666. After hearing this prompt tone, I felt much happier. It seems that I need to frequently stimulate this fat guy's mood and earn enough emotional points for myself. Let's go back to the classroom. By the way, fatty, what should we awakeners do now? I continued to ask. Well, according to previous years, the school will gather all the awakeners together and start teaching them some knowledge about superpowers. Zhou Pengzi answered after thinking for a while. I asked Zhou Pengzi mainly because his memory of his original body was a little vague. After all, this world was similar to the Earth he was on before, with systems such as the college entrance examination. But after the spiritual energy was revived 20 years ago, the country made a big adjustment. All awakened people, especially those who were 18 years old, had to enter the 9 universities to study. After that, those who were interested in joining the army could join the army, and those who wanted to be police officers could become police officers. In general, the treatment of awakened people was more favorable than that of ordinary people. However, if there was a treasonous heart, the awakened people would be hunted down by the whole country. Over the years, many people have attempted to flee abroad for selfish reasons, but ended up with tragic results, with the grass on their graves now more than 3 meters high. When Zhou Pengzi and I walked into the classroom, we immediately attracted everyone's attention. Today's eyes were completely different from yesterday's. They were no longer full of contempt, but envy and excitement. It was as if they were looking at a beautiful girl who had taken off all her clothes. Ding! Wang Wu's emotional value plus 666. I listened to the system notification sound, and my mouth almost broke into a smile. Sure enough, I could earn emotional points the fastest at school. Good morning, classmates. I took the initiative to greet them, and Zhou Pengzi's eyes suddenly opened wide, with an expression of disbelief. The other students also looked at him in surprise. I never greet them normally. What happened today? Did the sun rise from the west? Or is he hiding something from everyone? Ding! Wang Wu's emotion value plus 999. As the system prompt sounded again, I just felt that the emotion value came too easily. I secretly decided in my heart that I would cause some trouble later to earn more emotion value. He walked to his seat. Zhou Pengzi looked at him and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Fatty, what's wrong with you? I think there's something wrong with you. I asked curiously. Zhou Pengzi looked at me with a bewildered look on his face. Brother, you have changed. My heart skipped a beat. Did this fat guy discover something? Impossible. With his intelligence, he shouldn't be able to see it. Is he trying to trick me? Just as I was thinking about it, Zhou Pengzi spoke again. Brother, don't you usually ignore them? Why are you so kind as to say hello to them today? I breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Fatty only noticed this. He couldn't help but laugh. Okay, Fatty, why are you worrying about it? I have awakened my superpowers, so of course I have to show them off in front of them. Huh, you are worthy of being brother you. You are so thoughtful. If I had known earlier, I would have shown off as well. After hearing this, Zhou Pengzi suddenly realized and showed an obscene smile. At this time, the head teacher Ouyang Qian walked into the classroom. As soon as she entered, the students all sat up straight, and no one dared to speak loudly. Everyone knew that Ouyang Qian was an awakener, and her strength was quite impressive. Is Lin Yu here? Ouyang Qian suddenly called out. I was stunned for a moment, then raised my hand and responded, I'm here. Seeing me raise my hand, Ouyang Qian nodded and said, Lin Yu, come out with me for a while. The rest of the students stay in the classroom study, and the students who have awakened their superpowers, get ready and follow me later. After that, Ouyang Qian left the classroom without looking back. I was a little confused, but I followed her out. The students in the classroom began to talk about it. Hey, do you know why the teacher asked Lin Yu to go? I don't know. I guess it's to my awakened superpowers. Have you heard? Now the whole network knows that our Jiangnan Middle School has produced an unparalleled monster. I heard that even Mr. Liu Hongba of our dragon country knows about it. Really? That's a transcendent 9-star existence, just one step away from entering the realm of destiny. The surroundings began to talk, and Zhou Pengzi, who was sitting in the back row, had a look of disdain on his face, thinking in his heart, a bunch of little scum, how dare you talk about my brother you, who didn't isolate him in the beginning. Now you're indifferent to my brother you before, but now you know who is too high to reach. Chapter 10. Classmate Lin, the unfilial student. At the same time, Lin Yu followed Ouyang Qian to a corner of the corridor and stopped. She looked him up and down with a little admiration in her eyes, and then slowly said, "Classmate Lin Yu, congratulations, you have awakened the dual abilities of space and fire." Lin Yu smiled and waved his hand. "Well, this is all luck." As soon as he finished speaking, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Ouyang Qian's emotional value plus 666-inch ding. Ouyang Qian's emotional value plus 888-inch Lin. You listened to the system's prompt sound and couldn't help feeling happy. It seemed that the routine of going crazy first before success really worked. He thought to himself that he had got enough of the wool, so he quickly smiled awkwardly. Just kidding. Ouyang Qian glared at him, and then her face turned serious. "Student Lin Yu, teacher wants to ask, which school do you plan to go to?" Well, I haven't thought about it yet. How about you recommend one to me?" I looked at her with my eyes wide open and a smile on my face. Seeing my sincerity, Ouyang Qian was delighted. She had only been testing me casually, but she had never expected him to ask her to recommend someone. As a graduate of one of the 9 universities, she naturally had to promote her alma mater. After a moment's silence, Ouyang Qian said, "Let me introduce these 9 universities to you one by one. First is the Imperial Academy. Although it accepts people with any ability, most of them are children of officials and are not easy to mess with. The second is the Demon Sea Academy, which also accepts people with any ability, but the students here are mostly talented and wicked." I suddenly interrupted her. "Sister Qian, which school are you from?" "As for me, I'm from the Demon Sea Academy." "Oh, I see, go ahead," I said with a smile. "Well, the next one is the Beast Taming Academy. They mainly recruit students from the Summoning Department and the Beast Transformation Department. Of course, they also recruit students from other departments, but these 2 departments are more popular there." I pondered for a while. Seeing that he had calmed down, Ouyang Qian did not continue to speak, but waited quietly for his response. After a while, I said, "Sister Qian, I'm sorry, I was distracted." "It's okay. Shall I continue? Go ahead." "Okay. The rest of Itsong Yin Academy, Tianlang Academy, Jinshi Academy, Jinshan Academy, and Qingling Academy belong to the Elemental Academy. As you can tell from the name, they mainly accept people with 5 elements attributes. Of course, they also accept students from other departments. There are already 8 of them. Where's the last academy?" I counted on my fingers and realized that one was missing. The last one is the Lingji Academy. They accept everyone, even ordinary students. Ouyang Qian replied. When I heard this, I became interested. "Sister Qian, you said that the Spiritual Machinery Academy even accepts ordinary people. I know what you're thinking, but it is not so easy for ordinary students to enter the Spiritual Machinery Academy. One must be talented enough. Moreover, the Spiritual Machinery Academy does not focus on cultivation, but mainly on weapons research and development." Ouyang Qian explained. After listening to this, I immediately became more interested in the Spiritual Machinery Academy. Although this kind of academy is not mainly focused on cultivation, since there's a chance to get involved in advanced weapon research and development, perhaps there will be some different gains. After hearing all this, I couldn't help but ask, "Sister Qian, which school do you think is best for me to go to?" Ouyang Qian gave her suggestion without hesitation. "I suggest you go to the Magic Sea School." "Oh, what?" I was a little confused. First, the Magic Sea Academy is the second-ranked academy in Dragon Country, with abundant resources. You can have a better development here. Secondly, there is Master Lu in the Magic Sea Academy, which will be very helpful for you to develop your space-related abilities. Mr. Lu, oh, I forgot to tell you, Mr. Lu is Grandpa Lu Hongba. He is the first Space Awakener in Dragon Country and also a SS-level talent. His current strength has reached the extraordinary 9 stars, and he is only 1 step away from the Destiny Realm. Ouyang Qian explained. An old man's appearance instantly appeared in my mind. He had looked up this person's information on the internet last night. Lu Hongba, a legendary figure in the Dragon Kingdom Space Department, was indeed a person worth approaching. "Sister Qian, I understand. I plan to choose the Magic Sea Academy. Then, can you introduce Mr. Lu to me?" I asked seriously. Ouyang Qian smiled and nodded. "Don't worry. Even if you don't go to him, Mr. Lu will come to you." Okay. I had an idea in my mind. Although I had the system, it would be helpful to have a senior leading the way to avoid many detours. Seeing that he stopped talking, Ouyang Qian nodded with satisfaction and led me to class 15. As soon as I arrived at the classroom door, the students inside suddenly burst into various discussions. almost all of which were about me. When Ouyang Qian appeared at the door of the classroom again, all the students immediately shut up and the atmosphere froze. What are you arguing about? You don't study all the time, you just talk nonsense. If you work hard, maybe you can enter the Lingji Academy. Ouyang Qian scolded them seriously. Okay, that's all I have to say. All awakened students follow me. After she finished speaking, she left the classroom without looking back. The students who had awakened their special powers immediately followed her. There were about 7 or 8 of them, including Zhou Pongzi. Although Zhou Pongzi awakened an S-level Earth ability, no one paid much attention to him. After all, my dual ability was the focus of everyone. No matter how talented others were, they would eventually be overshadowed by my brilliance. Even the SS-level Li Hanzhuang has received less attention recently. If she wasn't so beautiful, she would probably be ignored like Zhou Pongzi. Soon, awakened people from other classes began to appear one after another, and everyone walked towards the gymnasium and started the discussion. Hello, classmate. Are you from class 15? Am I from your class? Hello, classmate. I'm Li Si from class 7. Can we be friends? Classmate. A group of students who have awakened their special abilities are marching towards the gymnasium. I quietly follow Ouyang Qian, constantly asking her about cultivation. Although she is a water awakener, as a teacher, she has a very broad range of knowledge. However, some students behind me felt a little annoyed when they saw me and Ouyang Qian talking and laughing. But they could do nothing about it. After all, she was a dual system awakener, especially the space system. Ding! Zhongsan's emotion value plus 555-inch ding. Li Si's emotion value plus 555-inch ding. Wang Wu's emotion value plus 555-inch. Dozens of system notification sounds rang in my mind, making him a little confused. He laughed to himself. What's going on? These idiots actually have so many emotions towards me? Could it be that they are jealous of me chatting with Sister Qian? This is a rare opportunity. I must grab it. Thinking of this, I suddenly put my arm on Ouyang Qian's shoulder. What are you doing? Ouyang Qian almost screamed out in surprise at his action, but she quickly suppressed her reaction. It's okay, Sister Qian. Thank you for explaining so much to me today. How about I treat you to dinner some other day? Seeing her reaction, I quickly changed the subject, trying to make the atmosphere less awkward. Chapter 11. Stab a brother twice for a woman. Let go of your hand first. What's the point of this? Ouyang Qian saw that I was reluctant to let go. Her face changed slightly, and she urged me. However, in order to earn more emotional points, I was desperate and hopelessly shameless. Well, what's the big deal? Our teacher-student relationship. Doesn't this make us seem closer? Get close to the devil. Take it away quickly. Don't force me to do it. Ouyang Qian said in a bad tone. Okay, I was going to visit Sister Qian's alma mater, but now I pretended to sigh. You? Forget it. Do whatever you want, but don't touch the teacher or I'll break your hands. Ouyang Qian was instantly forced back by my threat and had no choice but to compromise. Seeing this, I felt proud and patted her on the shoulder. At this time, the system prompt sounded in my mind again. Ding. Zhou Pongzi's emotion value plus 666. Ding. Li Hanzhuang's emotion value plus 999. Hearing these system prompts, I was stunned. What the hell? Is Li Hanzhuang's cold ice cube here too? Why is her mood fluctuating so much? Isn't it obvious that she's going to die? No, Li Hanzhuang cannot be provoked. I quickly took my hand off Ouyang Qian's shoulder, then turned my head and looked behind me and saw that hundreds of people were looking at me. There was surprise, confusion, jealousy, and all kinds of complicated emotions intertwined in their eyes. I was so scared that I turned my head back and didn't dare to look any further. Ouyang Qian almost laughed out loud when she saw him like this, but she didn't say anything more and continued to lead me towards the gymnasium. Soon after, the group arrived at the gymnasium. At this time, the principal Wang Fujuan was watching them with a smile on his face. When he saw me in the front, his eyes suddenly lit up. He had planned to talk to me alone yesterday, but this guy left the school directly, and Wang Fujuan almost ran to his house to find him. Ding, Wang Fujuan's emotional value plus 999. The system prompt sounded again, and I was immediately confused. Then he glanced at Wang Fujuan in the distance and found that he was smiling at him, but his expression looked a little vulgar. I felt goosebumps and quickly looked away, not daring to look at him anymore. He had no choice but to turn his head and look at Ouyang Qian beside him, and Ouyang Qian also noticed my unusual reaction and felt puzzled. Soon, Everyone arrived at the entrance of the gymnasium. Wang Fujian showed a self-proclaimed amiable look and said to everyone, "Welcome all students here. You are the hope and future of Jiangnan Middle School." I believe everyone has understood this, so I will not explain it in detail. I will call out the names later. Please line up and prepare to be divided into classes. There are more students awakening this time than in previous years, a total of 225 people. I have decided to divide everyone into 5 awakened classes, and now I will start calling a roll. Lin Yu, Lian Shuang. I was stunned when I heard my name being called, but soon I was relieved. He understood that this was based on the awakened talents. I awakened SSS-Level space and SS-Level fire abilities, so I was naturally ranked to the front, while Li Hanzhuang was ranked behind because he awakened SS-Level ice abilities. I didn't hesitate and walked out. Then Zhou Pengzi walked up to him and asked in a low voice, "Brother Yu, what are you going to do about school, Beauty Li?" "What do you mean by what? Just leave it alone." I rolled my eyes at him and said indifferently, "Ding, Zhou Pengzi's emotion value plus 666. At this moment, Li Hanzhuang seemed to have noticed their whispers and turned to look at the two of them. She stared at them for a moment, a sneer on her face, and her eyes were a bit murderous. Ding, Li Hanzhuang's emotional value plus 999. Ding, Li Hanzhuang's emotional value plus 1,000. I heard the system's prompt sound and was stunned. This was the first time he received a prompt that his emotional value exceeded 1,000. Then, he couldn't help but look at Li Hanzhuang, and he was shocked when he saw her. She was looking at him with murderous eyes. Seeing that I hadn't replied, Zhou Pengzi followed his gaze and almost cried out, Brother Yu, why don't we run away?" The look in Li Xiaohua's eyes clearly shows that she wants to chop us into pieces. Fatty, look at how timid you are. How could she dare to attack us? Just don't worry." I comforted him casually. Although I said this, I was not sure in my heart. I should have known not to provoke this cold ice cube. Li Hanzhuang saw that the two people kept avoiding her gaze, and she knew in her heart that they were obviously talking about her. She smiled coldly, and her heart was burning with anger. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded in my mind again. Ding, Li Hanzhuang's emotional value plus 555. Ding, Li Hanzhuang's emotional value plus 666. Listening to these life-threatening reminder sounds, I suddenly felt a headache. Although he wanted emotional points, he didn't want to always provoke others, especially Li Hanzhuang, who was as cold as ice. Damn it, if this goes on, she'll be targeting me. I thought to myself, and decided to find an opportunity to apologize to Li Hanzhuang as soon as possible. At this time, Wang Fujian finally spoke. "Dear students, I just called out your names. As students of the Awakener Class 1, Teacher Ouyang Qian will be your homeroom teacher. The students whose names have been called out should go with Teacher Ouyang to choose a venue now." Ouyang Qian took the lead and walked towards the gymnasium. Zhou Pengzi and I looked at each other and quickly followed. After the other students realized what was happening, they followed. Zhou Pengzi walked away, thankingly saying, "Brother Yu, the look in Li Xiaohua's eyes just now was really scary." Fortunately what? I glared at him coldly. At this time, a cold voice came from behind Zhou Pengzi. "What are you talking about?" Zhou Pengzi turned around, and his face changed drastically. He saw Li Hanzhuang standing behind them coldly, with a look like a knife. The look was full of murderous intent, as if he wanted to chop them alive. Zhou Pengzi hurriedly smiled cautiously and said, "Good morning, Principal Li. Li Hanzhuang, have you had breakfast? If not, how about I treat you?" Li Hanzhuang just snorted coldly and did not answer. Instead, he shifted his gaze to me. Instantly, I felt a chill all over my body, as if all the blood in my body had frozen. Ding, Li Hanzhuang's emotion value plus 999. The system prompt sounded again, and I had no choice but to quicken my pace, walk to Ouyang Qian's side, and quickly distance myself from her. Zhou Pengzi was left alone, facing Li Hanzhuang's cold eyes. Zhou Pengzi complained his heart. "Fuck, Brother Yu, this can't be so tricky, right? You obviously provoked this. Why should I take the responsibility? However, I don't care about this." He understands that it is normal to stick a knife in the back for a brother and a knife in the back for a woman. Chapter 12. Draw a treasure chest. After a while, Ouyang Qian led the group to an open space and then ordered, "Students, sit down." Seeing this, everyone sat down one after another, not caring whether the floor was clean or not. However, I, the sixth one, did not sit down immediately. Instead, I looked around and found 2 small stools not far away. while Ouyang Qian was not paying attention. He took them over and gave one to Ouyang Qian. Ouyang Qian did not say much and sat down directly. However, the other students who saw this scene suddenly felt uncomfortable. Why didn't they dare to take the initiative to get it? Ding! Zhang San's emotion value plus 999. Ding! Li Si's emotion value plus 999. The system notification sounded in my mind, which immediately made him feel good. But when he saw that Li Hanchuan's emotion value only increased by 1, he couldn't help but feel curious. System, what the hell is this Li Hanchuan's emotion value increased by 1? Is there a bug in your system? Ding! There is no bug in this system. It's just because Li Hanchuan's emotions are not big, so it only adds 1. The system responded coldly. After listening to the system's explanation, I was a little skeptical, but there was nothing I could do. So he decided to continue. Okay, I'll just have to believe you. By the way, help me open the personal information panel. Ding! The personal information panel is starting. As soon as the words fell, a transparent blue panel appeared in front of me. Host. Lin Yu, age. 19. Level. Bronze 3 stars. Personal items. S-Level Long Yuan Sword. Magic Potion. Marrow Cleansing Pill. Strength Pill. Speed Pill. SpongeBob SquarePants. Patrick Underwear. Ultraman Zero Underwear. Power. SSS-Level Space Power. SS-Level Fire Power. Skills. Primary Kitchen God. Primary Driving. Primary Massage. Weapon. S-Level Long Yuan Sword. Pet. None emotion value. 666,666. My emotion value has reached 600,000, and I immediately said to the system, System, I want to draw a lottery. Let's draw 10 times in a row first. Ding! Host request is detected, and the lottery is starting. When I saw the treasure chest was drawn, I was so happy that I couldn't close my mouth. The gold treasure chest rewarded by the system before opened the S-Level Long Yuan Sword. Now there are 2 bronze treasure chests and 1 silver treasure chest. I guess this time I can open some good things. At the same time, Ouyang Qian saw me smiling foolishly, and her mind was full of question marks. Was what I just said very funny? This is impossible. Lin Yu, was what I just said funny? Ouyang Qian finally couldn't help asking. However, I was immersed in joy and didn't hear her voice at all. Zhou Pengzi, who was standing by, saw this and hurriedly pulled my clothes. I came to my senses when I felt someone pulling me. I looked at Zhou Pengzi, who was pulling me, and said, Fatty, why are you pulling me? Brother Yu, Teacher Ouyang is calling you. Zhou Pengzi said hurriedly. What? What the hell? When did it happen? I was surprised. Teacher Ouyang is looking at you. Zhou Pengzi replied. I quickly looked at Ouyang Qian not far away and found that she was staring at me. I immediately coughed twice. Cough, cough, Sister Qian, what did you call me for? Is what I just said funny? Ouyang Qian asked coldly. It suddenly dawned on me that Ouyang Qian had just seen me laughing because I had drawn the treasure chest. He didn't know how to answer for a moment, but suddenly an idea flashed in his mind, and he seemed to have an idea, so he said, No, it's just that what you said just now is so good, Sister Qian. I was fascinated by it. I couldn't help laughing. Sister Qian, you can't blame me, right? Although Ouyang Qian knew that I was flattering her, she couldn't say it directly because there were so many people present, so she could only give up. Okay, listen carefully. Don't be distracted all the time. There will be an assessment later. If you can't pass the assessment, the 9 universities will not care about your talent. Although she said this to me, she actually wanted to remind other students. After all, how could the 9 universities not accept an SSS-level genius like me? She just wanted to remind everyone that assessment is indeed important. Some students were indeed worried about their mediocre talents. After all, they were not as talented as I was. Hearing this, their inner anxiety deepened. Ouyang Qian noticed the students' reactions and smiled slightly. But I saw through her thoughts at a glance. After all, he had lived 2 lives, so how could he not see what she was doing? But he didn't expose Ouyang Qian's intention. After all, she was doing it for everyone's good, wasn't she? Student Lin Yu, sit down. Be more serious next time and don't get lost in it again. Ouyang Qian glanced around and called out to me, who was still standing. I reluctantly sat on the small bench and finally quieted down. Ouyang Qian continued to explain. Classmates, let's continue today. First of all, every time you cultivate to 3 stars, 6 stars, and 9 stars, you need to absorb a beast core and feel the energy contained in it, so as to further comprehend your own abilities and gain new abilities. At this point, Ouyang Qian condensed a ball of water in her hand, and then the ball of water turned into an ice cone under her control. She then threw the ice cone into the air, muttering, Ice and snow. The ice cones shattered instantly, turning into ice cubes as thin as silver needles, falling to the ground. In just a moment, the ground was covered with frost. The frost quickly melted into water. Seeing this, all the students were so shocked that they were speechless. At this time, Ouyang Qian's voice reached everyone's ears again. This is an ability I realized when I was at Silver 9 stars. I can control water to turn into ice. As my strength increases, this ability will gradually increase. Currently, I am at Gold 2 stars, and my range is only 10 square meters, but when I break through to Gold 9 stars, the range can be expanded to 30 square meters. As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar at the scene. Oh my God, is Teacher Ouyang so powerful? The temperature, just now I thought it was snowing. This is the power of the awakened. It's so terrifying. The top of the immortals, proud of the world. As long as I'm Zhang San, there will be heaven. If heaven hadn't given birth to me, Zhao Laolu, the cheap way would be as dark as a long night. I listened to these pretentious words and smiled disdainfully. What the hell? There is not even a system, and yet you are talking nonsense here. It's like looking for shit with a light in the toilet. Seeing that everyone was in high spirits, Ouyang Qian couldn't help but shout loudly. Everyone be quiet. Let's continue the explanation. When everyone saw that Ouyang Qian had spoken, they immediately quieted down, their eyes focused on her, and they were ready to continue listening. Ouyang Qian cleared her throat and continued. Next, we will discuss the different development directions of superpowers. Everyone has different talents, so it is also crucial to choose a training path that suits you. Chapter 13 S-Level Breathing Technique, Han Yuan Gong. The atmosphere around them gradually became quiet, but everyone was still excited. After all, Jiangsheng was a small county, and most students didn't have much experience. Therefore, what Ouyang Qian showed was enough to shock them for the whole year. However, 3 people were not so surprised. Li Hanshuang came from the Li family in Jiangsheng. She had a strong family background and had seen many awakened people's abilities since she was a child. Therefore, she was not particularly shocked by Ouyang Qian's move. As for Zhou Pongzi, his father was a real estate developer. He grew up in a big city and had seen more than others. As for Lin Yu, as a time traveler, he had seen far more than these supernatural power displays. This small scene was not worth mentioning to him. Dear students, I will now teach you a set of cultivation formulas. I hope you can practice well. As Ouyang Qian's voice came out, everyone was excited. The opportunity to practice has come. Soon, Ouyang Qian began to dictate a breathing technique, and everyone quickly followed her instructions and began to practice on the spot. Lin Yu also closed his eyes, but he did not start practicing immediately. System, what is my current emotional value? Lin Yu asked, with some anticipation in his heart. Ding! The host's current emotional value has reached 750,000. Do you want to draw the lottery? The system's voice sounded. Fuck me hard. Lin Yu said impatiently. Ding! The lottery is being drawn. Please wait. The turntable started to turn, then stopped after a moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gold treasure chest x 1 inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 marrow cleansing pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magic potion x 6 inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ultraman Tiga suit x 1 inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 powerful pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 8 speed pills. Lin Yu looked at the reward in the gold treasure chest and almost cried out in surprise. Last time, the gold treasure chest opened an S-level Long Yuan sword. I wonder if I can get anything good this time. System, open the golden treasure chest. Ding! The treasure chest is opening. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an S-level breathing technique, Han Yuan Gong. This technique can quickly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and can also temper the body. After hearing this explanation, Lin Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't expect the system to be so considerate, and actually took the initiative to give him a book of exercises. It obviously knew the exercises he needed to practice. Oh my God, is it so awesome? System, I want to practice this Han Yuan Gong. Lin Yu said excitedly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for his successful cultivation. After a while, the system's voice sounded in Lin Yu's mind again, and then Lin Yu felt that there was an extra memory in his mind, which was the method of practicing Han Yuan Gong. He began to breathe in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth according to the records above. In an instant, The spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him rushed towards him, and then was absorbed into Lin Yu's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Ouyang Qian was stunned for a moment as she watched his terrifying absorption speed. She had never seen such a fast absorption ability before. She knew that even at her current gold 2-star level, she could not achieve such a speed. Could this be the SSS-level monstrous talent? It's really terrifying. Ouyang Qian whispered in her heart. Her surprise was obvious. The students around were also awakened by Lin Yu's actions. They turned their eyes to him and talked about him. Fuck, is this the talent of an SSS-level monster? Fuck, is this guy still human? I don't know if Lin Yu has a girlfriend. He could be my mistress. Just give up on this idea. Didn't you hear that Mr. Lin Yu was planning to pursue Miss Li yesterday? That's right. Why don't you look in the mirror? Can you compare with the beautiful schoolgirl Li? You guys, stop arguing. Take a good look at how the big boss practices. We can learn from him. Ah, yes. Everyone began to observe Lin Yu, wanted to learn a thing or two. Ding, Li Hanshuang's emotional value plus 666. Ding, Zhou Pengzi's emotion value plus 666. Ding, Ouyang Qian's emotional value plus 666. The system's prompt sound kept echoing in Lin Yu's mind, but it did not affect his practice at all. He seemed to be isolated from everything around him, entering a state of complete perception and completely immersed in the practice of Hunyuan Gong. Dear students, please do not disturb Lin Yu's practice. Hurry up and find a free place to practice. Ouyang Qian urged when she saw everyone stopped. Everyone reacted and found an open space to continue practicing. At this moment, they were like chicken blood, full of fighting spirit. After all, Lin Yu's practice performance gave them a lot of pressure and motivation. As expected of Brother Yu, he's really awesome at pretending. No, I have to practice quickly and can't fall behind. Zhou Pengzi couldn't help but sigh as he watched this scene, then closed his eyes and frantically practiced the spiritual energy breathing technique. Li Hanshuang, who was not far away, felt the pressure. She thought that her talent was similar to Lin Yu's, and her family provided her with a good enough cultivation method to be on par with him. Unexpectedly, the other party's first practice caused such a big commotion, which made her originally competitive nature even more difficult to control. She didn't hesitate, closed her eyes, and continued practicing. However, Lin Yu was still immersed in the strange feeling brought by Hunyuan Gong, secretly praising the power of this S-level technique. At this moment, Lin Yu's original bronze 3-star realm began to show signs of breakthrough, and he was only one step away from breaking through to bronze 4-star. However, when he was about to break through, he got stuck. Lin Yu then remembered what Ouyang Qian had said before, that breaking through to 3 stars required absorbing the beast core. For a moment, Lin Yu was at a loss. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and thought of something. He quickly opened his eyes, looked at Ouyang Qian, who was not far away, and hurriedly shouted, Sister Qian, do you have a beast core? Ouyang Qian's pupils suddenly shrank, her face full of disbelief. Lin Yu broke through to bronze 3 stars in such a short time? It's only been over an hour. No matter how evil he is, it's impossible for him to break through to 3 stars in such a short time. Student Lin Yu, why are you asking this? Have you broken through to 3 stars? Ouyang Qian asked in disbelief. Yes, otherwise why would I ask you for beast cores? Logically, Dragon Country should have distributed some resources, right? Lin Yu explained. According to his experience in his previous life, the country will provide students with some cultivation resources within a certain period of time. After all, most awakened people are from the lower class, so the country will provide some support resources. Ouyang Qian nodded silently, then said, You are right, the higher-ups did allocate some cultivation resources. But, have you really broken through to bronze 3 stars? Facing Ouyang Qian's question, Lin Yu did not hesitate to condense an egg-sized fireball in his hand. Feeling the energy fluctuations coming from it, Ouyang Qian was finally convinced that he had broken through to bronze 3 stars, and there were vague signs of breaking through to 4 stars. The classmates who were awakened by Lin Yu's breakthrough were stunned. Most of them had just broken through to 1 star, and some did not even have 1 star. Li Hanshuang had just broken through to 2 stars, and she still had to rely on the cultivation method given to her by her family. They witnessed Lin Yu's breakthrough to 3 stars at a speed that shocked them. Chapter 14. Comprehending Skills. At this time, the system's prompt sound kept ringing in Lin Yu's mind. Ding, Li Hanchuan's emotion value plus 999. Ding, Ouyang Qian's mood value plus 999. Ding, Zhou Pengzi's emotion value plus 666. This series of warning sounds lasted for about 100 times before gradually stopping. System, can you please lower your voice a little? My head is about to explode. Lin Yu complained with a frown. Ding, host request detected. System prompt sound has been adjusted to the minimum. The system's voice became gentler. Lin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Ouyang Qian. Sister Qian, can you give me a fire beast core? Okay, please wait a moment. I'll go find the principal to explain. Ouyang Qian replied, and then ran towards Wang Fujuan. After Ouyang Qian left, Zhou Pengzi came over licking his lips and asked with a lewd look on his face, Brother Yu, have you really broken through to bronze 3 stars? Of course, why would I lie to you? If I didn't have a beast core, I might have broken through to 4 stars. Lin Yu said with ease. As soon as he finished speaking, a classmate who was eavesdropping next to him almost choked to death on his own saliva. He originally thought that Lin Yu's breakthrough to 3 stars was already the limit, but he didn't expect that this was just the beginning. Zhou Pengzi saw the man's expression and rolled his eyes at him, but did not drive him away. In fact, he liked others watching him and Lin Yu pretending to be cool. However, Lin Yu didn't care. He hoped that the other party would create emotional values for him crazily. 3 minutes have passed. 10 minutes passed. Just when Lin Yu was getting a little impatient, Ouyang Qian finally came over with a fiery red stone. Wait, stone? No, this thing is the beast core. Lin Yu was surprised, and Ouyang Qian had already walked over. Here, the fire beast core you asked for. She handed Lin Yu something that looked like a stone. By the way, classmate Lin Yu, we don't have space beast cores yet. You know, space beast cores are already very rare, and they're also relatively rare among monsters. I understand, but it doesn't matter. Take your time. We'll meet sooner or later. Lin Yu waved his hand and didn't care. With the system, this kind of thing is not a problem at all. If it really doesn't work, he can go to the mall and buy one, although it's a bit expensive. Ouyang Qian nodded with satisfaction. You are right. Some resources have indeed been allocated, but have you really broken through to bronze 3 stars? Lin Yu nodded without hesitation. Yes, otherwise why would I ask you for the beast core logically? Dragon Country should release some resources. He answered confidently. It seems that his experience in his previous life was not wrong. The country will provide students with cultivation resources. After all, most awakened people are from the lower class, so the country will provide certain support. Ouyang Qian nodded silently, and then continued. You are right. Some resources have indeed been distributed. Have you really broken through to bronze 3 stars? Lin Yu condensed a ball of fire, which danced in his hand and quickly generated energy fluctuations. Feeling this fluctuation, Ouyang Qian was finally convinced that Lin Yu had indeed broken through to bronze 3 stars, and it seemed that he had the potential to break through to 4 stars. Seeing this scene, the students around were also shocked. Most of them had just broken through to the 1st star, and some did not even have 1 star. Li Hanzhuang had just broken through to the 2nd star, which was entirely due to the cultivation resources provided by the family. Ouyang Qian looked at the students' reactions and smiled softly. It was obvious that she was used to such talents. However, Lin Yu's breakthrough speed still surprised her. The atmosphere that Lin Yu originally felt was a little uncomfortable suddenly became relaxed. He nodded with satisfaction and prepared to continue practicing. However, at this moment, Lin Yu suddenly felt a strong energy fluctuation, and his vision refocused on his surroundings. He began to cultivate the energy brought by the fire beast core with some curiosity, and the power of fire began to surge in his body. As the energy was absorbed, the fire within him grew stronger and stronger, and he became completely absorbed in the process, oblivious to his surroundings. Suddenly, a huge flame exploded in his body, instantly activating his fire ability. Lin Yu's heart was shocked, and he felt that his flame ability had reached a new level, and his confidence surged. It turned out that the process of absorbing the beast core was not only the absorption of energy, but also the improvement and comprehension of ability. He opened his eyes, and the classmates around him were staring at him with shock in their eyes. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Why? Are you all fascinated by my handsome appearance? Hearing this, almost all the students rolled their eyes at him, and then the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Zhang San's emotion value plus 999. Ding! Li Si's mood value plus 999. Ding! Wang Wu's emotion value plus 999. Ding. Zhao Lu's mood value plus 999. Listening to the system's continuous reporting, Lin Yu smiled secretly in his heart. Classmates, you are all great. Let the storm come even more violently. Just as Lin Yu was immersed in his own thoughts, a voice suddenly came from the crowd, interrupting his fantasy. Student Lin Yu, did you feel anything just now? Or what kind of experience do you have? Can you share it with us? Lin Yu stretched his neck, thought for a moment, and said, Just now I inexplicably entered a strange world, and then a flaming tiger appeared in front of me. As soon as the words fell, the whole scene fell into a strange silence. Although Ouyang Qian had expected this, she still found Lin Yu's experience quite interesting. That fire tiger is indeed an extremely powerful fire-type monster. Ouyang Qian added, her voice carrying a hint of interest. Yes. Next, I have learned a fire skill. Lin Yu looked proud, and then turned to look at Ouyang Qian. Sister Qian, do you want to try this trick of mine? Ouyang Qian did not refuse, but agreed with a smile. Okay, go ahead and attack. The rest of the students spread out so that you won't be hit. The students who were watching immediately scattered, fearing that they would be drawn into this fiery practice. After seeing everyone disperse, Lin Yu began to mobilize the spiritual energy in his body and quickly condensed a watermelon-sized fireball in his hand. Fireball, he shouted, and the fireball flew straight towards Ouyang Qian. At the same time, the fireball transformed into a flaming tiger in the air and pounced on Ouyang Qian. Okay, watch me, the water barrier, Ouyang Qian said calmly, and then formed a barrier made of water around her, easily blocking Lin Yu's fireball outside. Seeing this scene, the students watching were not surprised, because they knew that Ouyang Qian's strength was far superior to Lin Yu's, so how could she be defeated by him so easily? Chapter 15. Disloyal Fatty Zhou. Yes, your flaming fireball move is very powerful. It will surely become your ultimate move in time. Ouyang Qian felt the power of the fireball, with admiration in her eyes. Although her realm was 2 realms higher than Lin Yu's fireball could actually shake her water barrier, which was enough to prove that the fireball was extraordinary. If Lin Yu's realm could be raised to the same level as hers, the power would definitely be stronger. After hearing this, Lin Yu sighed softly. Alas, I thought this move of mine could break Sister Qian's defense. It seems that I was just daydreaming. Don't sigh. After all, I'm 2 realms higher than you. It's normal that you can't break it. If you really break it, it will make you look a little abnormal. Seeing this, Ouyang Qian immediately comforted her. However, Lin Yu did not listen to her, but was thinking about a question. If he could use his space ability to flash in front of Ouyang Qian and then hit her in the face with a fireball, would he be able to kill her in one move? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this idea was feasible. When Lin Yu was about to try it, he suddenly remembered that he did not have the skill of flash. Sister Qian, can you find the Space Beast core? Lin Yu turned around and asked. Ouyang Qian shook her head, obviously helpless. Space monsters are very rare. If there was a monster tide 10 years ago, we might have encountered one, but we can't find them now. After all, space monsters can teleport, so there is little chance of even finding them, let alone catching them. Although Lin Yu was a little disappointed, he was not discouraged. He thought to himself, if there is no one, then go to the system mall and buy one, even though the price is a bit expensive. Okay, I understand. Lin Yu nodded, and then prepared to continue practicing. At this time, Zhou Pengzi came over with a wretched expression on his face. Brother Yu, that move you just made was so cool. Well, that's just how it is. I couldn't even break Sister Qian's defense. Lin Yu said helplessly. Okay. By the way, Brother Yu, do you think that school beauty will cause you trouble again? Zhou Pengzi suddenly changed the subject and started talking about Li Hanzhuang. Lin Yu smiled calmly. Come if you want, it's no big deal. Why? Do you think I'm afraid of her now? As soon as he finished speaking, a cold and murderous voice suddenly sounded. Oh, really? The two turned around instantly and saw Li Hanzhuang standing behind them. Her eyes were cold and ruthless, like an ice sculpture, standing there quietly, as if she had no emotion at all. Seeing this, Zhou Pengzi immediately swallowed, slowly backed away, and slipped away while the two were not paying attention. Lin Yu came back to his senses and found that Zhou Pengzi had disappeared. Seeing this, he cursed in his heart. Fuck, this fat guy is really disloyal. He left me and ran away. Next time I will definitely kill you. Then, Lin Yu turned to look at Li Hanzhuang and smiled. Is there anything wrong, Li Hanzhuang? Li Hanzhuang did not answer immediately, still staring at Lin Yu coldly. The two looked at each other for several minutes. The atmosphere became extremely awkward, and Lin Yu felt a little overwhelmed. Finally, Lin Yu couldn't help it and said, "Student Li Hanzhuang, I'm deeply sorry for what happened yesterday. I really didn't mean it. It was mainly because that fat guy made a bet with me, saying that whoever has better talent would confess to you in public. So if you want to blame someone, blame that fat guy. I had no choice but to do it." Lin Yu did not hesitate to put the blame on Zhou Pengzi, trying hard to make himself look like a victim. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Ding, Li Hanzhuang's emotion value plus 999. Ding, Li Hanzhuang's emotion value plus 999. Oh my god, why do you still have emotions towards me? Didn't I move the fat guy out? Why is she still having feelings for me? Could it be that this girl doesn't believe what I say? What should I do? Lin Yu kept guessing in his mind, but he could not find a reasonable explanation, so he finally gave up guessing. So he decided to turn around and prepare to leave, but at this moment, Li Hanzhuang suddenly called him. Stop! Lin Yu stopped walking wisely, turned to look at her, and asked in confusion. What's wrong, classmate Li Hanzhuang? Do you have anything else to say? Why did you break through so quickly? Li Hanzhuang finally asked the biggest question in his heart. Lin Yu was stunned and instantly understood her confusion. Li Hanzhuang had started practicing the skills provided by her family since she awakened. After a day of practice, she broke through to Bronze 2. But Lin Yu broke through to Bronze 3 in just over an hour, which made her doubtful. Could it be that a one-level difference in talent can leave me so far behind? Li Hanzhuang thought to himself. Seeing her question, Lin Yu heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that she didn't take it to heart. He answered easily. After I went home yesterday, I felt the spiritual energy entering my body. I practiced all night, and this morning I broke through to Bronze 2 without realizing it. Lin Yu looked at her with an expression that showed that this was the truth, but after listening to him, Li Hanzhuang frowned. Lin Yu's heart tightened, worried that this excuse would not be convincing enough for her, but he did not expect Li Hanzhuang to unexpectedly reveal an expression of sudden enlightenment. So that's how it is. Li Hanzhuang nodded slightly. Thank you, Lin, for clearing up my confusion. I have something else to do, so I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, Li Hanzhuang actually bowed slightly, then turned and walked away. Phew, that was a close call. I finally got over this matter. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Li Hanzhuang walking away, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Zhou Pengzi, who was far away, quietly watched Li Hanzhuang leave, then ran over happily with a lewd smile on his face. Brother Yu, how is it? Is the problem resolved? Will school beauty Li cause us trouble again? Lin Yu rolled his eyes at him and couldn't help cursing in his heart. This fat guy always stabs me in the back. I really want to beat him up. Seeing this, Zhou Pengzi hurriedly explained with a smile. Hey, Brother Yu, you misunderstood me. I went to help you call the teacher. I left because I was afraid that you couldn't beat Li Xiaohua. Okay, fatty, don't I know what kind of person you are? Lin Yu interrupted him unhappily. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat first. I'm a little hungry. Oh, then let's go. Brother Yu, I'll treat you this time to celebrate your successful breakthrough to 3 stars. Zhou Pengzi said with a smile. Lin Yu nodded and acquiesced, and the two walked towards the cafeteria. Chapter 16, Opening the Treasure Chest. Oh my god, Brother Yu, you eat so much. Are you sure you can finish it? How about sharing some with me? Zhou Pengzi exclaimed when he saw the food piled in front of Lin Yu. Go ahead, this is not enough to fill my teeth. If I wasn't worried that you couldn't pay, I would definitely give more than this. Lin Yu glared at fatty Zhou unhappily. Since taking the marrow-cleansing pill yesterday, Lin Yu's physical fitness has been greatly improved. Compared with other awakened people, his appetite has increased dramatically. The original appetite of one person is now enough to match that of 5 adult men. Lin Yu didn't care at all about the food in front of him. Ding! Zhou Pengzi's emotion value plus 666. The system's voice sounded, but Lin Yu ignored it and continued to concentrate on eating the food in front of him. Brother Yu, you are such a big eater. Will your family go bankrupt? Zhou Pengzi joked as he watched Lin Yu's appetite. If I go broke, I'll go to your house to eat. I believe Uncle Zhou won't despise me. Lin Yu responded while eating, appearing fearless. This is true. Yesterday, Zhou Pengzi went home and told Zhou Dafu about Lin Yu's awakening. So Zhou Dafu grabbed his ears and asked him to hold Lin Yu's thigh tightly. Otherwise, he would not have such a son. Okay, no problem. Brother Yu, Let me tell you, my dad told me yesterday that I must hold on to your thigh in the future. Zhou Pengzi said proudly. Lin Yu was stunned, thinking to himself, is this guy planning to rely on me for his entire family? Hey, fatty, since your dad told you to hold on to me, why did you run away by yourself when facing Li Hanzhuang before? Lin Yu raised his lips with a sly smile. Zhou Pengzi was a little at a loss and looked around. Brother Yu, didn't I tell you before that I wasn't running away? I was going to call the teacher. You must believe me. Zhou Pengzi hurried to explain. Do you think I will believe it? Lin Yu interrupted him directly, his tone full of teasing. This. Okay, if you want me to stop worrying about this, you know what to do, okay? Lin Yu glanced at the plate in front of him, and Zhou Pengzi realized that Lin Yu must not be full. Understood, brother Yu. Please sit here for a while. I'll be back soon. After saying that, Zhou Pengzi immediately picked up Lin Yu's plate and went to line up. Hey, isn't this Li Feiyu? Lin Yu suddenly noticed a familiar figure in the distance, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Isn't this another good opportunity to get some money? At that moment, he stood up and walked towards Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu was still concentrating on chewing a chicken leg before he realized that he was about to get into trouble. Suddenly, a big hand pressed on his shoulder, and he was so scared that he almost dropped the big chicken leg on the ground. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Who am I? Li Feiyu turned around and prepared to curse, but when he saw that it was Lin Yu, his mouth suddenly felt like it had eaten a dead rat, and he couldn't say a word. Ding! Li Feiyu's mood value plus 555. Ding! Li Feiyu's mood value plus 999. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Yu's mouth curled up. Sure enough, this sheep had a lot of hair. If you make 10,000 every day, wouldn't that be more than 3 million emotion points a year? Seeing Lin Yu staring at him without saying anything, Li Feiyu thought that he was going to cause trouble for him. Lin Yu, why are you here? You're not here to cause trouble for me, are you? Yes, I admit it. I was the one who asked someone to isolate you. I apologize to you. Li Feiyu lowered his head and sincerely apologized to Lin Yu. Ding! Li Feiyu's emotion value plus 1,000. The system prompt sounded, and Lin Yu was stunned. When he saw Li Feiyu's emotional value exceeded 1,000, he realized that the last emotional value that exceeded 1,000 was Li Hanzhuang. Both of them were surnamed Li. Are they relatives? Just as Lin Yu was thinking about it, Li Feiyu said again, Lin Yu, no, it's brother Yu. You are a magnanimous person. Let me go. Okay, don't make a fuss. I'm not here to cause you any trouble. I just saw you eating alone, so I came over to say hello. Okay, go ahead and eat. I won't bother you anymore. Lin Yu patted Li Feiyu on the shoulder, then turned and walked back to his original position. Li Feiyu was stunned and stood there, complaining in his heart. Who is this person? Just say hello. Why scare me? TSK, you are crazy. Ding! Li Feiyu's mood value plus 999. Hearing the system's prompt again, Lin Yu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a smug expression. In this short period of time, Lin Yu had extracted nearly 6,000 emotion points from Li Feiyu. He was simply an emotion-generating machine. He would continue to extract more next time. Brother Yu, your food is here. At this time, Zhou Pengzi's voice came from not far away. Lin Yu took a closer look and thought, wow, this fat guy is trying to starve himself to death, right? Zhou Pengzi came over with a large plate of food, which contained at least 10 kinds of food, including chicken legs, lobsters, etc. The key point was that there were no vegetables, only meat. Fatty, are you planning to starve me to death so that you can inherit my supernatural powers? Brother Yu, look at what you said. Am I that kind of person? Huh, don't you know what you are like? Forehead. Zhou Pengzi was immediately speechless by Lin Yu. Ding! Zhou Pengzi's emotion value plus 666. Okay, I'm just kidding. Don't take it seriously. This little bit of food is barely enough to fill me up. Lin Yu patted his shoulder and said with a smile. Ding! Zhou Pengzi's emotion value plus 555. 10 minutes later, the two patted their stomachs and left the cafeteria with satisfaction. Brother Yu, are we going back to the classroom or to the gymnasium to continue training? Zhou Pengzi looked at Lin Yu and asked. Classroom. Lin Yu answered without hesitation. Oh. The two quickly returned to the classroom, where there were almost no students. Lin Yu walked straight to his seat, followed closely by Zhou Pengzi. Fatty, I'm going to take a nap first. Call me if you need anything. Lin Yu sat down while giving instructions. Brother Yu, just go to sleep peacefully. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Zhou Pengzi smiled, showing his big white teeth. Lin Yu stopped talking nonsense and lay down on the table, although he had no intention of actually sleeping. System, Do I still have a few treasure chests that I haven't opened yet? Lin Yu suddenly remembered. Ding! Yes, the host has previously drawn 2 bronze treasure chests and 1 silver treasure chest. Then open it for me. Ding! Host request detected. The treasure chest is opening. Please wait. Ding! The treasure chest was opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a B-level weapon, Crossbow X1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the C-level weapon, Wind-Breaking Arrows X20. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Space-type monster, Phantom Civet Core X1. After hearing the prompt about obtaining the Space Beast Core, Lin Yu suddenly stood up from his seat. When Zhou Pongzi saw this scene, he was shocked, and the booger in his hand suddenly stopped in midair. Brother Yu, what's wrong? Ahem. I'm sorry. I had a nightmare. It's okay, just keep picking. Lin Yu coughed lightly, then laid back down again. Zhou Pongzi's mind was full of questions. Chapter 17 Flirting with Ouyang Qian? Lin Yu looked at the Phantom Civet Beast Core displayed on the system panel excitedly, and for a moment he felt something was not real. But the facts were before him, and he had to believe it. He did not expect that he would actually get a Space Beast Core. Shit, I'm afraid I'm possessed by the Emperor of Europe. System, did you arrange this? Ding! The system does not understand what the host is saying. This is all random, and the system cannot intervene. It's really not you. Ding! The host doesn't trust the system, which makes the system very sad. Fuck you, are you even human? Why are you doing this to me? Ding! Host, don't be suspicious. Hearing the system's answer, Lin Yu was shocked. Is this system so smart? Aren't the systems in the system articles he read in his previous life all mentally retarded? Unable to figure out for a while, Lin Yu simply didn't bother to think about it, firmly believing that the truth would come out one day. Then, Lin Yu closed his eyes and fell asleep. He had consumed a lot of mental energy when he was comprehending his abilities, and then he consumed a lot of physical energy when he fought against Ouyang Qian. He was very tired at the moment, otherwise he would not have chosen to sleep in the classroom. An hour passed, and gradually many students began to enter the classroom. Of course, most of them were students who had not awakened their superpowers. They could only take another path. Although there were relatively many awakened people in Dragon Country, many of them were of low quality. Most of them were only B-level superpowers, and many were stuck at the gold and platinum levels. Although the countries had formed a federal government, there were still frictions between them. Brother Yu, get up, Sister Qian is here. Zhou Pongzi whispered into Lin Yu's ear. Lin Yu was sleeping soundly when Zhou Pongzi suddenly called him. He immediately got angry and said, "Why are you yelling she's here? What can she do to me?" As soon as the words fell, Ouyang Qian's voice rang out beside the two of them. "Really, classmate Lin Yu, it seems that you don't take me seriously." When Lin Yu heard Ouyang Qian's voice, he couldn't open his eyes and stood up from his seat. I was just kidding you, Sister Qian. Although I don't take you seriously, I do care about you in my heart. Ding! Ouyang Qian's emotion value plus 1,000. Wow, it broke 1,000 again. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. Did he say something wrong? Damn, I seem to have said put her in your heart just now. Could this girl have misunderstood that I was interested in her? Please, this will get me banned. I have to explain it clearly, otherwise this girl will misunderstand me. Ahem. Sister Qian, don't get me wrong. I mean, you are very important to me. Ugh. I mean, you're like a mother to me. Ding. Ouyang Qian's emotional value plus 999. Ding. Zhou Pongzi's emotion value plus 666. Zhou Pongzi, who was standing aside, looked at Lin Yu's helpless look and immediately laughed. At the same time, he secretly praised in his heart. Tisk tiske, as expected of Brother Yu. He even dares to tease Sister Qian. I admit defeat. At the same time, Ouyang Qian blushed for a while before suppressing the restlessness in her heart, and then said coldly, "Okay, classmate Lin Yu, go to the gymnasium to practice quickly, and don't disturb other student studies here." "Yes, let's go now." As he said that, Lin Yu, feeling guilty, walked towards the door. Seeing this, Zhou Pongzi followed him happily. "Fuck, fatty, why didn't you wake me up?" Lin Yu complained to Zhou Pongzi, who was standing beside him. I called out. Zhou Pongzi blinked innocently at Lin Yu. Hearing this, Lin Yu was a little embarrassed, but he still said nonsense seriously. "You shouted too softly. I didn't hear you. Shout louder next time." Seeing this, Zhou Pongzi couldn't help but mutter, "I know. It's obviously you didn't get up, and you said Sister Qian came. So what can she do to you?" Hearing him muttering, Lin Yu asked suspiciously, "What did you just say?" Nothing. Zhou Pengzi almost blurted out the words, but fortunately he swallowed them back. Okay, let's go. Lin Yu stopped hesitating and started to urge. Oh. Soon, the two of them came to the gym again, but it was already full of people, and they were like chicken blood, constantly breathing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Of course, the reason why they were so crazy was mainly because of Lin Yu's attack. After all, he was the first to break through to 3 stars, and he also realized an ability, which made those who felt that they had extraordinary destiny feel pressured. They all wanted to be the second person to break through to 3 stars, but in Lin Yu's view, it was just a small fight, and he was mainly earning emotional points now. Brother Yu, do you have any way to help me quickly break through to 3 stars? Zhou Pengzi looked at Lin Yu with hope. Lin Yu thought about it and shrugged helplessly. No. In fact, he really wanted to give the fat man a marrow cleansing pill, but he was also worried that this guy would sell him out again. This is a product of the system, and I don't know if there's any marrow cleansing pill for sale in this world. If I give it to this fat guy, given his character, I estimate that within a day, someone from above will come to investigate me. Just wait a few days and find a suitable excuse. Zhou Pengzi heard that Lin Yu had no other options and sighed dejectedly. Then he pulled Lin Yu to sit down, and he closed his eyes and continued to practice. Brother Yu, I'm going to start practicing. Lin Yu hummed, and immediately started to practice Han Yuan Ju and breathe in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Time passed little by little, and I didn't know how much time had passed. Suddenly, Lin Yu opened his eyes abruptly. He successfully broke through to bronze 4 stars. I finally broke through to the 4-star level. This Han Yuan Ju is really amazing. I don't know if I can give Xin Yan that girl some training. Forget it. Let's wait until she awakens. It's still early anyway. System, open the personal information panel. Ding. Host request detected. Personal information panel is loading. After a while, a blue panel appeared in front of Lin Yu. Host, Lin Yu. Age, 19. Level, bronze 4 stars. Personal items, magic potion, marrow cleansing pill, strength pill, speed pill, kidney strengthening pill, SpongeBob SquarePants, Patrick Star underwear, Ultraman Zero underwear. Superpowers, SSS-Level space power, SS-Level fire power, flaming fireball. Skills, primary cooking god, primary driving, primary massage. Kung Fu, S-Level Han Yuan Gong. Weapons, S-Level Lan Yuan sword, B-Level crossbow, C-Level wind-breaking arrow. Pet none. Emotional value, 521,413. System, I want 30 consecutive draws. I don't believe that I won't get something good this time. Ding. Host request detected. Lottery in progress. Please wait. Chapter 18. Can I also brush up my mood points? Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 5 SpongeBob socks. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 marrow cleansing pills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 powerful pills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 bronze treasure chests. After 30 draws, Lin Yu almost vomited blood. This is too damn shady. I seriously suspect the system is playing tricks behind the scenes. Did the system do anything? Ding. Host, please do not slander the system. The system is definitely not doing anything behind the scenes. Look, you're already anxious, and you still say no. Ding. The host has been detected slandering the system. The system will automatically lower the chances of winning the lottery. Hearing this, Lin Yu immediately became anxious. Fuck. Come on, Master System. I'm wrong. It's not okay if I'm wrong. I'm just joking with you. Don't take it seriously, System Master. However, after waiting for a while, the system still did not respond. Just when Lin Yu was frustrated, a voice once again refreshed his 3 views. Ding. Lin Yu's mood value +1. Ding. Lin Yu's mood value +1. Fuck, can this help me improve my mood? For a moment, Lin Yu felt that his brain was not enough. Could he still have emotions towards himself? Wasn't this a complete bug? Doesn't the system care about this? Hey, System Master, come out quickly. There's a bug. Why don't you come out and fix it? Lin Yu shouted in his mind, but the system's voice still did not appear. Suddenly, Lin Yu began to panic. Could it be that the system was irritated by him and left? If I leave, will my SSS-level space ability be taken away with me? How can I become the king in the future? Damn it, I shouldn't have been so rude and slandered other people's good systems. Now it's okay, right? Are you happy? Ding. It is detected that the host has deeply realized his mistakes. The system will cancel this punishment. The system's voice sounded again. Lin Yu couldn't help but be stunned, and then he danced with excitement. A few students who had just finished practicing nearby saw this scene. Their minds were full of confusion, and they immediately started discussing in a low voice. Oh my God, could it be that this guy has made another breakthrough? That's impossible. He just broke through to 3 stars this morning. How long has it been since he broke through again? Maybe this is the world of genius. Well, ding, Wang Wu's emotion value plus 999. Ding, Zhao Lu's mood value plus 999. Ding, Wang Danyu's emotion value plus 999. Suddenly, several prompt sounds rang in Lin Yu's mind. He was originally happy, but he was stunned again, and then several big question marks appeared in his mind. What have I done? Why is someone giving me emotional points for no reason? I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out, so forget it. System, open the bronze treasure chest. Ding, the treasure chest is opening. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 9-turn blood recovery pill. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS-Level weapon, Red Snake Fong X 1-inch. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Super Compass X 1-inch. System, what is this 9 revolutions blood recovery pill used for? Ding, 9-turn blood recovery pill, as the name suggests, is a pill that can restore blood after taking it. No matter how serious the injury is, it can save the person. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Yu was a little puzzled. System, is it appropriate for you to put such an awesome elixir in a bronze treasure chest? There won't be any side effects, right? Let me make it clear, if there are any side effects, I will never take it even if I die. Ding, 9-turn blood recovery pill. Although it can save your life, you will be unable to move for 3 days after taking it. Damn, there are indeed side effects. Fortunately, I asked about it in advance. This system is such a ripoff. Lin Yu was speechless. I thought this thing could save my life, and I could go out and have fun, but I didn't expect to lie down directly after eating it. Although he wanted to just lie down and do nothing in his previous life, now that he had the system, he decided not to give up. Then, Lin Yu turned his gaze to another object. System, what is the function of this super compass? Ding, a super compass, as the name suggests, is better, more accurate, and stronger than an ordinary compass. It can also be used in places with strong magnetic fields. After hearing this, Lin Yu exclaimed, Wow, is he afraid that he will get lost? Forget it, it's better to have it than not, just in case it comes in handy someday. Lin Yu calmed down and stopped paying attention to the system, then turned his gaze to Zhou Pongzi, standing beside him. At this moment, Zhou Pongzi was surrounded by spiritual energy, and there were vague signs of a breakthrough. Judging from the energy fluctuations, he should be a bronze 2-star. In fact, this is already quite good. You have to know that most of the people present are only bronze 1-star, and only Li Hanzhuang has barely broken through to 3 stars. Now the level of talent is undoubtedly revealed. Bang bang. Suddenly, several muffled groans came from Zhou Pongzi's body, and then the surrounding spiritual energy quickly rushed towards him. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes later, the spiritual energy around him stopped flowing towards him, and then Zhou Pongzi slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Lin Yu looking at him, he was stunned at first, then said excitedly, Brother Yu, I made a breakthrough. Haha, I'm 1 step closer to you. Hearing this, Lin Yu said indifferently, Oh, really? That's great. I just successfully broke through to bronze 4 stars. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Pongzi's jaw dropped in shock, his face full of disbelief. He thought that Lin Yu might break through to 4 stars today, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. You know, the higher the realm, the slower the improvement. Ding, Zhou Pongzi's emotion value plus 555. Ding, Zhou Pongzi's emotion value plus 666. Okay, fatty, don't be sad. You're not the only one who can't compare to me. Lin Yu patted his shoulder and comforted him. It would have been fine if there was no comfort, but after this comfort, Zhou Pongzi suddenly felt numb. It's so frustrating. Just when Zhou Pongzi wanted to say something else, Lin Yu walked straight forward. At this moment, the distance was already full of people, and I didn't know what had happened. Classmate, what happened in front? Why are you all rushing there? Lin Yu grabbed a male classmate and asked. When the male student saw that it was Lin Yu, he immediately smiled and said, So it's classmate Lin. It seems that the school beauty, Li Hanzhuang in front, has successfully broken through to 3 stars and is now absorbing the beast core. Oh, so that's how it is. I understand. Thank you, classmate. After receiving the information, Lin Yu immediately walked away. Some people who knew Lin Yu, when they saw him coming, made way for him. After all, he was a super evildoer. Even if they couldn't have a good relationship with him, they couldn't provoke him. Seeing that they were so tactful, Lin Yu walked straight inside. When he came to the first row, he saw Li Hanzhuang with his eyes closed and beads of sweat dripping from his face. It seems like he has encountered a problem. Could it be that he cannot defeat the monster that appeared in the illusion? Just as he was thinking this, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Student Li Hanzhuang is being entangled by the demon beast spirit. What should we do? Lin Yu turned his head and found that it was Ouyang Qian who was muttering beside him. Chapter 19, Li Hanzhuang breaks through. Sister Qian, you said that student Li was entangled by the demon beast spirit? Lin Yu asked curiously. Ouyang Qian, who was standing by, nodded after hearing what Lin Yu said, and then began to explain. It's the flaming tiger you saw when you were comprehending before. When each monster is killed, a trace of its spirit merges into the beast's core. When the beast's core is absorbed, it will be sucked into a gray world by the spirit, and then comprehend the monster's ability in it. These were things Lin Yu had never come into contact with before. After all, what he had learned before had nothing to do with cultivation. After listening to Ouyang Qian's explanation, Lin Yu had a new understanding of the world of awakeners. Then, Sister Qian, is there any way you can help classmate Li? Lin Yu looked at Ouyang Qian curiously. Seeing this, Ouyang Qian shook her head helplessly. It's useless. Li Hanzhuang's consciousness is unable to perceive the sounds from the outside world at the moment. Even if I have a way, I can't pass it to her. For a moment, Lin Yu fell into deep thought. He wanted to help Li Hanzhuang and apologize for what happened yesterday. Suddenly, Lin Yu seemed to think of something. Didn't he still have the system? System, is there any way to contact Li Hanzhuang's consciousness? Ding, yes. Tell me quickly, what's the solution? Ding. The host can buy a super long-distance transmitter. As long as the host silently recites a person's name, the host can accurately convey what he wants to say. When Lin Yu heard this, he immediately became interested. System, what are you waiting for? I want it. Ding. It costs 200,000 emotion points to buy the ultra-long-distance transmitter. Does the host want to buy it? Fuck. System, are you raising the price intentionally because my emotional value is still over 200,000? Lin Yu became a little uneasy after hearing the system's offer. What kind of thing costs 200,000? Why not grab it? Ding. System product, no deception, absolutely worth the money. TSK, only a fool would buy it. Lin Yu's face was full of sarcasm. At this moment, Ouyang Qian's voice became a little hurried. Oh no, classmate Li Hanzhuang may not be able to hold on. Hearing this, Lin Yu was a little puzzled and asked, Sister Qian, what will happen if this fails? If it fails, either the consciousness will be damaged, and it will take several months to recuperate. In more serious cases, the consciousness will be shattered and the person will become demented. Ouyang Qian explained to Lin Yu. Lin Yu was shocked immediately. He didn't expect that there would be such a big hidden danger. Fortunately, my mental strength was stronger than others at that time, so I was able to comprehend it smoothly without any danger. But Li Hanzhuang was different. Her mental power was not as strong as Lin Yu's, and the beast core she chose to absorb was several levels higher than hers. The reason why she chose to take the risk was mainly because of the blow she received from Lin Yu. Of course, Lin Yu didn't know about this. Seeing Li Hanzhuang's painful expression, Lin Yu made up his mind and decided to buy the ultra-long-distance transmitter. Then he asked Ouyang Qian, who was standing beside him, Sister Qian, what was the method you mentioned before? Well, there are two ways. One is to find a monster's weakness and kill it with one strike. The other is to allow Li Hanzhuang's mental strength to be further enhanced, so as to completely suppress the monster. After getting the solution, Lin Yu no longer hesitated. He said hello to Ouyang Qian, squeezed out of the crowd, and walked toward the toilet. He wanted to tell Li Hanzhuang the solution before she failed. System, I want to buy the ultra-long-distance transmitter. Ding. Host needs detected. Ultra-long-distance transmitter purchased successfully. Please check it. After a while, Lin Yu came to the toilet and immediately asked the system to issue the ultra-long-distance transmitter. The next second, a super long-distance transmitter that looked a bit like a pistol appeared in Lin Yu's hand. System, how do I use this? Ding. The host presses the button, silently recites the recipient's name, and waits for 3 seconds. Then, speak the content you want to send, and it will be sent. So, Lin Yu followed the system's instructions and successfully passed the solution to Li Hanzhuang. At the same time, Li Hanchuang's consciousness appeared in the gray world, and above her head was a huge blue bird floating. A stream of energy was condensing in the mouth of the big blue bird, but at this moment Li Hanchuang could hardly hold on any longer and was somewhat shaky. She had been fighting with the big blue bird for half an hour, and every time she tried to attack it, it dodged. However, the big blue bird's attacks always hit Li Hanchuang accurately. However, just when she was in despair, Lin Yu's voice suddenly rang out. "Student Li Hanchuang, can you hear me? The situation is urgent. Listen to me. There are currently 2 ways to solve your current predicament." Lin Yu was afraid that Li Hanchuang didn't hear it, so he simply sent a few more to her. After hearing Lin Yu's voice, Li Hanchuang was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes focused, and he looked at the big blue bird. At this time, the big blue bird was still accumulating strength, preparing to kill her with one blow. So Li Hanchuang took this opportunity to run behind the big blue bird. When he saw that it didn't react for a while, he condensed a 1-meter-long ice cone in the palm of his hand, and then shot it hard at the belly of the big blue bird. "Call out." Then a mournful cry was heard from the big blue bird. Immediately afterwards, the big blue bird staggered down from the sky and landed directly in front of Li Hanchuang. She did not hesitate at all. Her face darkened, and she gathered another ice cone in her hand and stabbed it straight at the blue bird's head. Swoosh, swoosh. The big blue bird wailed a few times, and finally turned into a ball of light and disappeared. Li Hanchuang also broke away from the gray space and slowly opened his eyes. The next second, she stood there in a daze because she was surrounded by people. At this time, Ouyang Qian, who was among the crowd, seemed to see her helplessness, so she hurriedly shouted at the crowd. "What are you doing? Hurry up and practice. Look, 2 students have successfully broken through to 3 stars today. Look at you." After hearing Ouyang Qian's words, the students who were watching left the scene out of shame. It was so discouraging. They were practicing together, so why were they advancing so fast while they were still stuck at 1 star? For a moment, everyone started to blame Lin Yu for being such a wicked guy. Lin Yu, who had just come out of the toilet, inexplicably received a large amount of emotional points. Ding. Zhang San's emotion value plus 999. Ding. Li Si's mood value plus 999. Ding. Wang Wu's emotion value plus 999. Ding. Li Hanchuang's emotion value plus 1,000. Fuck. Why is Fatty C so emotional? I don't think I did anything. System, there is no bug here, right? Ding. The system is running normally. After hearing the system's answer, Lin Yu became even more confused. Since this was not a system bug, what was going on with this inexplicable emotional value? System, what is my current emotional value? Ding. The host's current emotional value is 250,940 points. Wow, I just spent 200,000 yuan, and now I made it back for no apparent reason. It's so cool. Chapter 20. The pressure was on Lin Yu. When Lin Yu came to the place where everyone had gathered before, it was already empty, and Li Hanchuang had also followed Ouyang Qian to an unknown place. Suddenly, Zhou Pengzi's voice came out from nowhere. "Brother Yu, where did you go just now? I looked for you for a long time, but couldn't find you." I just went to the bathroom. What's wrong? Did anything happen?" Lin Yu coughed dryly and then asked about his condition. Zhou Pengzi heard this and didn't care what he was doing. Instead, he urged him, "Brother Yu, it's getting late. Let's go back to the classroom to get our things and prepare to run away." Hearing him say this, Lin Yu realized that school was almost over, so he nodded. "Okay, let's go." As he said this, he walked towards the gymnasium gate. Seeing this, Zhou Pengzi hurriedly followed him. "Brother Yu, you didn't know just now that Li Hanchuang, the school beauty, has successfully broken through to 3 stars and has also comprehended an extremely powerful ability." Zhou Pengzi walked while recounting what happened before. Hearing this, Lin Yu immediately became interested. "Oh, really? Fatty, can you tell me what abilities she has realized?" Let me tell you, that extremely cold ice thorns that Princess Li used before was super powerful. It's not inferior to your flaming fireball at all, and even Sister Qian's water barrier almost couldn't block it. Zhou Pengzi narrated what had happened before with great interest. After saying this, Lin Yu exclaimed, "Damn, is this girl really that fierce? She can even shake Sister Qian's water barrier?" All of a sudden, the pressure was given to Lin Yu. His fireball had no effect on Ouyang Qian's water barrier at all. It was just a tickle, and it was a full-strength attack from him. However, what Lin Yu didn't know was that his fireball was completely restrained when facing Ouyang Qian's water barrier. On the other hand, although Li Hanchuang's extreme ice thorn cannot achieve a restraining effect, its damage is much stronger than Lin Yu's. The two chatted as they walked and unknowingly arrived at the teaching building. Although the school bell had already rung, many students were still studying. They were unable to awaken their special powers and could only study hard in an effort to gain admission into the Spiritual Machinery Academy. This is their chance to change their destiny. In this world where strength is paramount, only those with a certain level of strength can survive. Otherwise, if the monsters start another beast tide one day, then only death will be waiting for them. When Lin Yu and his friend walked into the classroom, they immediately attracted a lot of discussion, and the originally quiet classroom suddenly became lively. I just got the news that classmate Lin Yu has broken through to bronze 3 stars. Really? Of course it's true, and it is said that he even had a fight with teacher Ouyang. Damn, is classmate Lin Yu so fierce? That's right. It is said that Li Hanchuang, the school beauty, originally wanted to cause trouble for him, but he beat her so hard that she was hospitalized. Is this true? How dare he lay his hands on such a beautiful schoolgirl like Li? That's right. Lin Yu confessed his love to Li Xiaohua in public yesterday. How could he hit someone? You don't know this, right? It is said that school beauty Li wanted Lin Yu to take responsibility, but Lin Yu didn't want to. Then school beauty Li pestered him, and finally Lin Yu beat up school beauty Li. Fuck, isn't this a complete scumbag? Lin Yu listened to his classmates' discussions, and his face suddenly turned as black as coal. When did I hit Li Hanchuang? And why didn't I take responsibility? No, I didn't do anything to Li Hanchuang. So why should I take responsibility? Zhou Pengzi, who was standing by, noticed her embarrassment and immediately shouted to the whole class. All right, stop arguing. When has Brother Yu ever done anything to let down Li Xiaohua? Brother Yu is a clean person. As soon as the words fell, the whole classroom fell into silence. Everyone looked at each other, feeling so embarrassed. Is it really okay to discuss someone in front of them? However, Lin Yu ignored them and walked out of the classroom on his own. Seeing this, Zhou Pengzi, who was standing beside him, immediately followed him and shouted loudly before leaving. Okay, you bunch of scum, why don't you study hard instead of gossiping about it? After saying this, Zhou Pengzi chased after Lin Yu without looking back. All the students were left with confused looks on their faces. On this side, Zhou Pengzi chased out and quickly caught up with Lin Yu. Brother Yu, you don't have to pay attention to their nonsense. They are just jealous of your talent. I don't care. Lin Yu shrugged helplessly. And why do you look so worried? I thought. He was interrupted by Lin Yu halfway through his words. Don't think so. Hurry up and leave, fatty. If you don't leave now, don't blame me if it rains later. Hearing this, Zhou Pengzi looked up at the sky, which was already covered with dark clouds. So the two of them quickened their pace and headed straight home. The two separated when they passed a fork in the road. Brother Yu, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Zhou Pengzi's home was several streets away from Lin Yu's home, and the distance between them when they were on the same road was not very far. 10 minutes later, Lin Yu arrived at the door of his house and skillfully prepared to take out the key from his pocket. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. You didn't have to guess to know that it was Tang Xinyan who opened the door. Sure enough, after the door opened, a petite and cute figure appeared from inside. It was Tang Xinyan. Brother, you are finally back. What's wrong? You look like something's wrong. It's okay. I just missed you. You've been gone for a whole day, and I'm bored to death. Tang Xinyan pouted with an unhappy look on her face. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu burst into laughter. Who told you to drop out of school? You chose to stay at home instead of staying in a good school. Snort. Tang Xinyan snorted angrily. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but pinch her chubby little face a few times. All of a sudden, Tang Xinyan's face turned from milky white to red. She was so angry that she stomped her feet on the spot. She also wanted to pinch Lin Yu's face, but she couldn't reach it. With her small body of 1.6 meters, how could she reach Lin Yu, who was 1.8 meters tall? Lin Yu just held her head with one hand, so she could hardly get close to him. The two fought for a while, and Tang Xinyan was really no match for Lin Yu, so she sat down on the ground helplessly, gasping for breath. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Oof. Lin Yu, I'm going to tell Mom that you bullied me. Haha, do you think Aunt Lin will believe you? I will make Mom believe me. But Lin Yu ignored her and walked towards his bedroom. Ding, Tang Xinyan's emotional value plus 555. Ding, Tang Xinyan's mood value plus 999. Tang Xinyan's emotional value exploded wildly in Lin Yu's mind. and Lin Yu just felt extremely happy. Chapter 21, Sending an Umbrella to Lin Yushan. Outside the window, the sky was as dark as ink, and raindrops as big as beans fell from 10,000 meters in the sky. The pedestrians on the road were in a hurry and were not prepared at all for the sudden heavy rain. When Lin Yu walked out of the bedroom, he saw Tang Xinyan looking at SpongeBob SquarePants with a lollipop in her mouth, looking very happy. Looking around, I found that Lin Yushan had not come back yet. She was probably still working overtime. Xinyan, Aunt Lin hasn't come back yet? No, maybe on the way. Tang Xinyan replied without turning her head while watching TV. Did Aunt Lin bring an umbrella? Lin Yu was a little worried. Seeing this, Tang Xinyan scratched her head and thought, it seems not. Okay, then you wait at home. I'll bring an umbrella to Aunt Lin. Oh, I see. Go early and come back early. Tang Xinyan responded, and then started watching TV by herself. Seeing this, Lin Yu shook his head helplessly, then put on his shoes, took 2 umbrellas, and went out. Lin Yushan's workplace was about 20 minutes away, so Lin Yu went straight to her workplace. On the outskirts of Jiangshan, there were 2 figures chasing each other, and one of them shouted loudly, Zhang Jun, stop right there. If you run again, don't blame me for taking action. Seeing this, the figure named Zhang Jun said with disdain, Ha, you want to stop me with just a gold 9-star? You really overestimate your own abilities. Zhang Jun, you'd better surrender. The dragon guards will be here soon. If you come back with me now, maybe you can get a lighter sentence. The figure continued to roar. However, the middle-aged man named Zhang Jun raised his middle finger at him with a look of sarcasm on his face. Seeing this, the figure began to condense an ice cone in his hand and shot it straight toward Zhang Jun. Ice Dragon Drill. When the ice cone was only 2 meters away from Zhang Jun, he suddenly roared in anger. Flame Fury. The next second, Zhang Jun's whole body was surrounded by flames, and then he turned around and grabbed the incoming ice cone. Just as the ice cone approached Zhang Jun, it began to melt rapidly until the last ice cone, which was more than 1 meter long, melted to the size of a silver needle. Seeing that his Ice Dragon Drill was easily cracked, the figure frowned. Then, he clenched his hands and held 2 ice cones that were longer and thicker than before. Then he used both hands to shoot straight at Zhang Jun again. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 sounds of breaking through the air came toward Zhang Jun with unstoppable force. However, Zhang Jun did not care about it. The flames on his body suddenly surged. At this moment, he looked nothing like a human and his entire body was covered in flames. From a distance, it looks like a walking fireball. The key is that the speed of this fireball is quite fast. But no matter how fast it was not as fast as the 2 ice cones that were shot at it. They caught up with him in just a moment of contact. But before it could get close to him, the ice cone melted into water at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the water quickly turned into steam and dissipated into the air. Seeing that both of his attacks were resolved by the opponent, the figure suddenly became furious. Zhang Jun, stop resisting and follow me back for interrogation. Haha, is this all you've got? You can't beat me, but you still want me to surrender? What are you dreaming about? Zhang Jun said in an arrogant tone. He didn't take the figure seriously at all. For a moment, he felt embarrassed and annoyed. But there is no way, his other abilities basically have no long-range attacks. Soon, the 2 of them came all the way from the suburbs to the urban area of Jiangshan. With the presence of the crowd, the figure was very cautious and did not take action again. You know, the duty of the Dragon Guards is to protect the people. Therefore, he would not take action unless he was sure. If he hurt an ordinary person, he would most likely be dismissed and investigated. This was the oath he made on the day he joined the Dragon Guard. On the other side, Lin Yu was holding an umbrella and rushing towards where Lin Yushan worked. System, what is my current emotional value? Ding! The host's current emotional value is 389,408 points. System, draw a lottery for me. Please give me something good this time. Ding! Lottery is in progress. Please wait. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the B-level weapon, TNG Umbrella X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning Ultraman 7 Suit X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning Thank You for Your Patronage X5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 2 Pleasant Goat Rain Boots. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 Lazy Sheep Raincoats. After hearing the report from the system, Lin Yu was delighted at first, but then his face turned dark instantly. He drew 20 times and only got a B-level weapon, and it was an umbrella. Who would carry an umbrella and fight with others? I'm not Yi Bushio among those masters. Isn't this just asking for trouble? But the next second, Lin Yu was stunned. He looked at the introduction of the Tianji umbrella and immediately laughed. Fuck, this thing actually has hidden weapons. What does it mean to be made of this special metal? System, aren't you going to come out and explain it to me? Ding! A special metal with a strong recoil force that can rebound and kill the enemy at the right time. Hearing this, Lin Yu took a breath and then became a little suspicious. This thing is so awesome. Why is it only a B-level weapon? Could it be that this system is hiding something? As if sensing Lin Yu's thoughts, the system's voice came out again. Ding! The reason why the Tianji umbrella is only a B-level weapon is mainly because the special metal can only rebound a certain amount of damage, and once it exceeds the range that the Tianji umbrella can withstand, it will be scrapped. Fuck, I told you. How could such a powerful thing be only B-level? It seems like it's a disposable item. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately started cursing. System. Then, Lin Yu took out the Tianji umbrella from the system. But to be honest, the shape of this umbrella is quite handsome, and the surface is made of a special metal with a faint metallic luster. When he opened the umbrella, he was stunned by the scene inside. He didn't expect that it was filled with various cartoon characters, including SpongeBob SquarePants, Pleasant Goat, and almost 100 other characters. System, why don't you come out and explain? And why are the rewarded underwear all about these anime characters? Ding! All of this is a reflection of the host's inner hobbies. You farted. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense, or I'll sue you for defamation. Lin Yu would never admit that this was his inner thought, even though he liked to watch these cartoons when he stayed at home every day in his previous life. But he would never have this hobby himself. Well, he would never admit it. System. Chapter 22, Fierce Battle. While Lin Yu was still arguing with the system, a figure suddenly flew over his head. Hey, what just flew by? A bird? It didn't look like one. Lin Yu raised his head and looked upwards and found nothing. He couldn't help but think that he was hallucinating. However, the next second, another figure flew over his head. Oh my God, Superman. No, it should be the Awakener. What happened? Thinking of this, Lin Yu hurriedly chased in the direction where the figure disappeared. Zhang Jun, don't waste your time. Just surrender. I have already notified the Dragon Guards of Jiangsheng. You can't escape. Ah, you Dragon Guards are really a dogskin plaster, but you're dreaming about making me surrender. Zhang Jun said sarcastically. He did not take the Dragon Guard seriously at all and continued to flee forward. Although with his platinum 2-star strength, he was not afraid at all. However, it is still difficult to get rid of the Dragon Guard in a short period of time. Although the opponent is only 2 realms lower than himself, his strength should not be underestimated. Another thing, if I fight with the Dragon Guards, what should I do if his support comes? The best way at the moment is to escape to the city and use tall buildings to avoid pursuit. The Dragon Guards also realized this and worked even harder to capture Zhang Jun. Ice Dragon Drill. The Dragon Guard used the Ice Dragon Drill again and shot it straight toward Zhang Jun. However, he resolved it again. Seeing that Zhang Jun was getting closer and closer to the city, the Dragon Guard began to get anxious. If Zhang Jun were allowed to enter the city, it would be difficult for me to take action. Shang Yun, since you're looking for death, don't blame me for being rude. I sealed desolate land. As the voice fell, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. At the same time, the flames on Zhang Jun's body were gradually compressed, and he, who was originally wrapped like a fireball, suddenly showed a human figure. Immediately afterwards, the flames on his body gradually dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally his figure was revealed. Damn, this Dragon Guard is so difficult to deal with. Zhang Jun became furious as he watched the flames on his body dissipate. I didn't expect the opponent's strength to be so powerful. I am Platinum 2-star, and the opponent is only Gold 9-star, which is a difference of 2 levels. A huge ice cone with unstoppable power shot straight toward Zhang Jun. Seeing the flames on his body disappear, Zhang Jun suddenly panicked. With no time to react, he could only hold the ice cone tightly with his hands, but his right hand was still pierced by the ice cone. Damn Dragon Guards! Shang Yun cursed. Soon, the flames covered the whole body again, quickly melting the ice cone. Then he continued running towards the city, a little faster than before. The Dragon Guards behind him saw that he still refused to surrender and instead quickened his pace, and they suddenly became anxious. So he could only chase Zhang Jun desperately and stop him outside Jiangsheng. After a while, both of them entered Jiangsheng, but at this moment Zhang Jun had long lost his previous arrogance. After the attack from the Dragon Guard, his palm stopped bleeding, but the wound was infected by the rain. Now he was in a dizzy state, and he knew that it would not be long before he died here. But even if he died, he had to kill the Dragon Guard who was chasing him right here. So the two of them came to Jiangxing Park. It was raining heavily, and there was no one in the park. Come on, let's end it here. Shang Yun stopped. Seeing this, the Dragon Guard gasped for breath but still shouted, Zhang Jun, I'll give you one last chance. Surrender, and don't act on your own. Dream on. I'd rather die than surrender. Since I can't escape today, I'll use you as a scapegoat. Shang Yun snorted coldly. The next second, a huge fireball began to condense in front of him, which was probably as big as 4 or 5 basketballs. Explosive fireball. Zhang Jun shouted loudly, and the fireball flew straight towards the Dragon Guard at such a fast speed that it was only 3 meters away from him in the blink of an eye. The Dragon Guards never expected that the other party would start a fight over a disagreement, and they were unable to react for a while. Just as the fireball was about to approach, the Dragon Guard suddenly dodged to the side, but his arm was still burned by the temperature of the fireball. At the same time, a figure in the distance was secretly observing the fight between the two. That's right, this person is Lin Yuan Laolu. At this moment, he was holding an umbrella, hiding behind a crooked tree, quietly observing the two of them. This was the first competition he had seen since he came to this world. Although he had fought with Ouyang Qian before, it was just a test for him. So it was the first time he had seen such a fierce battle scene. Unlike the special effects he had seen in his previous life, this was a real thing. Bang! The two men's fists and feet collided with each other, making a dull sound. Come again. With a roar, a weapon gathered in each of their hands. Clang! The weapons collided, making a crisp sound. At this moment, Lin Yu, who was hiding behind a big tree, felt his nose itch, and the next second, itchu. Seeing this, the Dragon Guards hurriedly looked in the direction of Lin Yu. At this moment, Zhang Jun, who had fallen below, hit him with a heavy punch. He was unable to defend himself and staggered backwards until his body fell to the ground. Haha, you dare to be distracted while fighting me. Do you know where you get the courage from? Zhang Jun spat out a mouthful of blood with disdain. Then he looked in the direction of Lin Yu. Who are you? Come out here right now. If you don't come out, don't blame me for using you as a sacrifice. After hearing what Zhang Jun said, Lin Yu wanted to slap himself. Damn it, why couldn't he just hold back? Now it's okay, from being a visitor to being visited. Fuck, this old Biden dares to threaten me. I'll let you taste my power later. Having said that, Lin Yu was about to walk out. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Lin Yu's steps. Don't come out. Call the police immediately and tell them that there are awakened people causing trouble here. Ask the Dragon Guards to come to support us as soon as possible. Hearing this, Lin Yu was stunned. He didn't expect that the other party was a member of the Dragon Guard. He learned from his original body's memory that the Dragon Guard is an organization in Dragon Country that specifically manages awakened people. Its purpose is to prevent some people from abusing their powers after awakening. It seems that the guy who just let me out must be a criminal. Just as Lin Yu was guessing, the system's voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding, Zhang Jun's mood value plus 1,000. Ding, Li Ming's mood value plus 999. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Yu quickly figured out who the two people were. The guy who threatened me to go out should be Zhang Jun, and the other one is the Dragon Guard Li Ming. So, Lin Yu no longer hesitated and directly called the police, telling them the situation here one by one. At the same time, Zhang Jun was very angry when he saw that Lin Yu had not come out for a long time, and he wanted to run over and hit Lin Yu. But he was blocked by the Dragon Guard Li Ming. Zhang Jun, don't even think about going over there. Humph, you can't even protect yourself, and you still care about others. It is our duty as the Dragon Guards to protect the people. Li Ming staggered to his feet. Hui sticht Shang Yun intensely. If he wanted to get over, he would fight to the death. However, Zhang Jun was already at the end of his strength and was unable to attack again. Chapter 23, Tell Me Your Last Words. Just as the two were in a stalemate, Lin Yu walked out from the grove. When the two saw him, they were stunned. They didn't expect that the person coming was a boy of 17 or 18 years old. But upon closer inspection, one could detect fluctuations of spiritual energy in him. Are you also an awakened one? Li Ming asked tentatively. Yeah, what's wrong? Lin Yu tilted his head in confusion. Hearing this, Li Ming instantly felt hopeful. Did you call the police just now? Yes, I've reported it, and the police will be here soon. Lin Yu nodded. Zhang Jun pretended to be very obedient. But when he heard that Lin Yu had called the police, he became furious. Immediately afterwards, a fireball flew directly towards Lin Yu. But he was quickly stopped by Li Ming, who reacted quickly. Although he was communicating with Lin Yu, he was always paying attention to Zhang Jun's movements. So when he fired a fireball at Lin Yu, he immediately blocked it. Then Li Ming shouted to Lin Yu, "Little brother, hide quickly. This is not a place for you to come." However, how could Lin Yu leave? This was a rare opportunity to earn emotional points. Didn't you see that Zhang Jun's emotional point just exceeded 1,000? It's okay. I'm standing so far away, he can't possibly hit me. By the way, is he dying? How about I help you kill him later? Lin Yu said with a smile. Li Ming was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that the young brother in front of him was so brave. Whose subordinate is he? At this moment, Zhang Jun was furious when he heard Lin Yu's words. He had never seen such a fool. Ding, Li Ming's mood value plus 666. Ding, Zhang Jun's emotional value plus 1,000. Ding, Zhang Jun's emotional value plus 1,000. The system's voice sounded in his mind again, and Lin Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't expect that Zhang Jun contributed so much emotion value, a full 50,000 points. Get rich, get rich. In an instant, Lin Yu's eyes changed when he looked at Zhang Jun. Isn't this a complete ATM? No, it's a complete emotion-generating machine. Zhang Jun, who was far away, saw the light in Lin Yu's eyes and trembled subconsciously. It was as if he was being stared at by some powerful monster. Hey, you idiot who's been trying to kill me. Are you sure you still want to kill me? I'll give you one chance. Kneel down and apologize to me. Maybe I can let you go. Lin Yu continued to provoke Zhang Jun. After hearing this, Zhang Jun couldn't hold back any longer. You are looking for death. Ding. Zhang Jun's emotional value plus 1,000. Ding. Zhang Jun's emotional value plus 1,000. The next second, a huge fireball condensed in Zhang Jun's hand, and then smashed directly towards Lin Yu. Seeing this, Li Ming on the side began to condense an ice cone in his hand and attacked the fireball. Suddenly, when the two attacks collided, a huge air wave was generated. Bang! Seeing this, Lin Yu's mouth curled up, and then he miraculously disappeared from the spot. When the smoke cleared, he was no longer there. Li Ming watched Lin Yu disappear, and subconsciously felt that he was strangled by two attacks, and regret immediately filled his mind. Why did I let my little brother get involved in this fight? I should have reprimanded him before. Zhang Jun, I want you to die. Li Ming then yelled. An ice cone that was countless times larger than the previous one slowly condensed above his head. Super Ice Dragon Drill. Asshole, do you want to die together? Originally, Zhang Jun was ready to laugh out loud when he saw Lin Yu disappear, but he didn't expect that Li Ming actually began to gather his ultimate move, ready to die with him. Zhang Jun, you shouldn't have involved irrelevant people, and you shouldn't have killed anyone in front of me. You will definitely die today. Super Ice Dragon Drill. Go. Along with the word go, I saw the huge ice cone. No, it should be called an icicle. The icicle shot straight towards Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun was almost unable to withstand the pressure. Fired Demon's Wrath. Immediately, Zhang Jun shouted loudly, and flames instantly covered his entire body. Then, a huge figure covered in flames began to hover in the air. Before the raindrops in the air got close, they had already turned into steam and returned to the sky. Immediately afterwards, the huge figure directly grabbed the oncoming icicle, and then the huge figure retreated backwards under the impact of the icicle. I don't know how much time passed. The two men collapsed to the ground helplessly, letting the rain hit their faces. At this moment, a teasing voice exploded in the ears of the two. Damn you, I didn't expect you had a trick up your sleeve. Luckily, I didn't act impulsively. Hey, you have no tricks left. Now it's my turn to take action. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu's figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Looking at the intact Lin Yu, Li Ming immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought that even if Lin Yu was not dead, he would probably be disabled. But I didn't expect that he was fine. On the contrary, my meridians were damaged, and I had no strength left. Lin Yu held up the Tianji umbrella and walked towards Zhang Jun step by step, with a playful look on his face. Zhang Jun gnashed his teeth and wished he could chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs. But his situation this time was similar to Li Ming's. The only thing that is better than Li Ming is that he can speak. Why aren't you dead? Seeing Lin Yu coming, Zhang Jun still asked the doubts in his heart. However, how could Lin Yu easily tell him, guess? You. Ding. Zhang Jun's emotional value plus 1,000. Ding. Zhang Jun's emotional value plus 1,000. Another 50,000 points of emotion were credited to his account, and Lin Yu was so excited that he wanted to hug Zhang Jun and give him a mad kiss. Good person. Good people will have a peaceful life. It hasn't been that long, but he has earned a full 100,000 points of emotion. Just when Lin Yu was about to take advantage of Zhang Jun again, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding! System prompts that the host can only earn 100,000 emotion points from one person per day. After hearing what the system said, Lin Yu was stunned. What the hell? How come one person can only get 100,000? But after thinking about it, I felt relieved. If I caught someone trying to bully him, I would definitely give him a good beating. Thinking of this, Lin Yu suddenly no longer had the idea of pulling Zhang Jun. Coming in front of Zhang Jun, he said coldly, I came here just to watch out of curiosity. You guys can just fight your own battles. Why do you have to involve a weak spectator like me? As for me, I'm still very helpful. Tell me your last words. This will make me feel better. E. Zhang Jun struggled to get up, but he had no strength left at the moment. Just after getting up for a while, he fell down weakly. Well, since you're like this, I will give you a ride so that you don't have to suffer in this world. Remember, in your next life, don't provoke me. After saying that, Lin Yu took out the red snake fang he had obtained before from the system space, and then the sharp blade slashed across Zhang Jun's throat. At this point, Zhang Jun stopped breathing completely. After doing all this, Lin Yu came to Li Ming and watched him breathing in and out. Lin Yu fell in a deep thought, not knowing whether he should save him or not. After thinking for a while, he decided to save him. After all, he had just been trying to avenge himself, which led to this. System, give me the 9-turn blood recovery pill. Ding, 9-turn blood recovery pill was successfully distributed. The next second, a blood-red pill appeared in Lin Yu's hand, and he stuffed it into Li Ming's mouth without saying a word. The pill melted the moment it entered his mouth. As the 9-turn blood recovery pill entered his stomach, the injuries on Li Ming's body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the damaged meridians began to slowly repair themselves under the effect of the 9-turn blood-restoring pill. As the sky was getting darker, Lin Yu remembered why he came out, so he carried Li Ming to the crooked tree and found a drier place to put him down. Afterwards, Lin Yu held up the Tianji umbrella and left Jiangchang Park without looking back. However, halfway through the journey, he vomited violently. This was his first time killing someone, and although the person he killed was a criminal, he still found it hard to accept it for a while. Chapter 24 Lin Yu Cooks. After leaving Jiangcheng Park, Lin Yu ran straight towards where Lin Yushan worked. However, at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and found that it was Tang Xinyan calling. Hey, what's wrong, Xinyan? Brother, where are you? I asked you to deliver an umbrella. Where did you go? Ahem. Something happened to me just now. I'm heading towards Aunt Lin now. Come back quickly. Mom is already back. Aunt Lin is back. Lin Yu looked incredulous. I haven't even sent her an umbrella yet. Tang Xinyan on the other end of the phone was speechless when she heard Lin Yu's words, and then she jokingly said, What do you think? By the time you send it over, it will probably be dark. Forehead. Okay, come back quickly. You can't do anything all day long. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Yu to refute, Tang Xinyan quickly hung up the phone. This girl needs to be taught a lesson when she gets home. You really deserve my respect. Lin Yu muttered. Then he rushed towards home, and at this moment, sirens sounded in the distance. I guess it must be me who called the police before, but wasn't it too slow? I have solved all the problems. What else do I need you for? However, what Lin Yu didn't know was that this time it wasn't just the police who were there, but also Jiangqing's dragon guards. So the speed of police response was naturally much slower, but it was already fast enough. If Lin Yu had listened to Li Ming and left there in time, maybe Li Ming could have held on until support came. He also doesn't need to take the risk of both of them dying. Fortunately, Lin Yu still has a 9-turn blood recovery pill. Otherwise, Li Ming would have died here today. Although Li Ming was in a deep sleep at this moment, his body functions were intact. He just couldn't wake up, and it would take 3 days for him to wake up. Lin Yu no longer paid attention to the police and was more concerned about getting home as soon as possible. If I go back late, I might have to endure Lin Yushan's nagging again. Ever since he merged his original body's memories, he knew everything. He still remembered that one time his original body came back late and was nagging by Lin Yushan for the whole night. The next morning, she woke me up from bed and started nagging me again. The pain was comparable to that of Tang, monk chanting the tight hoop curse. Although the rain was a little lighter at this moment, there were basically no people on the road. Seeing this, Lin Yu stopped hiding it. Phantom step. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu appeared 10 meters away. This is the spatial ability he gained from absorbing the core of the Phantom Civet Cat, which allows him to instantly appear at a designated location based on his own thoughts. Of course, with his current strength, the farthest he can teleport is 10 meters. It also consumes a lot of spiritual power. In the previous battle, he had consumed 1.5 of his spiritual power. Fortunately, he had Hunyuan Gong, which enabled him to quickly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for replenishment. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Lin Yu appeared at the door of his house. System, help me take back the Heavenly Secret Umbrella. Ding! The Heavenly Secret Umbrella has been retracted. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tianji umbrella, still dripping with water, disappeared out of thin air. Seeing this, Lin Yu was about to take out his key to open the door, but found that he had forgotten to bring it. Why not knock on the door? After thinking about it, Lin Yu knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After a while, the door opened, and Tang Xinyan was looking at him with an unhappy expression. Hey, Xinyan, why are you looking at me like that? Lin Yu scratched his head in confusion. Hearing this, Tang Xinyan snorted coldly. Humph. You didn't even buy me some snacks when you came back. You didn't tell me. How can you blame me? TSK. Can't you be more self-aware if I don't tell you? Ding, Tang Xinyan's mood value plus 999. Seeing that this girl was getting more and more arrogant, Lin Yu hurriedly comforted her. Okay, don't be angry. I'll buy it for you next time, okay? As he spoke, Lin Yu walked up and pinched her chubby little face. Tang Xinyan finally gave up and stopped pestering Lin Yu, then ran happily to watch TV. As soon as Lin Yu entered the door and changed his shoes, he walked towards the kitchen. At this time, Lin Yushan was busy in the kitchen. Seeing Lin Yu coming back, a smile appeared on her face. Xiao Yu is back. How is your hair? Is it wet? I forgot to bring an umbrella today, so I made you run all the way here. It's okay, Aunt Lin. I just happened to be bored, so I went out for a walk. Haha, kid, that's enough. Just go out and wait. The food will be ready soon. Auntie Lin, let me cook it today, so you can have a taste of my cooking skills. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Lin Yushan's eyes widened suddenly, and she was a little bit unbelievable for a moment. Lin Yu saw her shock, so he smiled and said, Don't worry, Aunt Lin. The food I cook will definitely be delicious. Okay, then I'll try Xiao Yu's cooking tonight. Lin Yushan put down the kitchen knife in her hand with a smile. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately walked up, picked up the kitchen knife on the chopping board, and started showing off. At the same time, the basic chef skill drawn before was activated, and Lin Yu quickly moved the kitchen knife in his hand as if he was possessed by the god of cooking. In just a few moments, the carrots that had not been cut yet were instantly cut into thin strips of the same size. Lin Yushan, who was standing by, was instantly shocked by Lin Yu's knife skills. Xiao Yu, hee, Aunt Lin, my knife skills are pretty good, right? Lin Yu said proudly. Okay. Lin Yushan could only reply with these 2 words. Because she really didn't know how to describe it, she herself couldn't do what Lin Yu did. All of their roots were the same size and so slender. Auntie Lin, go out and wait for the meal. I can do it by myself. Well, okay, call me if you have any problem. Lin Yushan nodded helplessly. Originally, she thought that she would help Lin Yu when the time came, but she didn't expect that he didn't need her at all. Then, Lin Yushan walked out of the kitchen and sat down in the living room. When Tang Xinyan saw that her mother didn't cook, but instead joined her in making trouble, she suddenly felt overwhelmed. Mom, why did you come out? Weren't you cooking? Your brother was doing it inside, so he let me out. What? When Tang Xinyan heard Lin Yu was cooking inside, she stood up immediately. That expression was as if he had seen something terrible. No, what's wrong with your brother cooking? Why are you reacting so strongly? Lin Yushan was a little puzzled. Tang Xinyan smiled bitterly. Mom, you don't know, when you were not at home before my brother cooked a meal, the taste is really hard to describe. Why? Is it unpalatable? Lin Yushan asked doubtfully. It's not just unpalatable, it's extremely unpalatable. It's simply unpalatable. It's extremely unpalatable. The food he made was either too salty or too bitter, and it was impossible to swallow. After hearing what Tang Xinyan said, Lin Yushan suddenly became worried. Is it really that unpalatable? At this moment, Lin Yu's voice came from the kitchen. Tang Xinyan, don't eat what I cook later. Even if I jump off here, I won't eat what you cook. Tang Xinyan shouted. Then you'll be a puppy if you eat it. Humph. Whoever eats it is a puppy. Brother, you made it so deliciously. I want to eat more. Didn't you refuse to eat before? Really? When did I say that? Hehe. Chapter 25, Firebead. Jiangcheng First People's Hospital. Doctor, how is the patient? Why hasn't he woken up yet? The patient is now in a state of self-protection, and it will take some time for him to wake up. That means his life is not safe, right? Well, there is nothing wrong with the patient's body. Only his brain is now in a coma. After getting the doctor's answer, a middle-aged man suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He was Zhang Tailin, the chief of Jiangcheng Dragon Guard. After receiving Lin Yu's call to the police, he rushed to Jiangcheng Park. However, when he arrived at the battle scene, he was shocked. A good park was destroyed and full of rubble. At the same time, a corpse was lying on the ground. He originally thought that it was a member of the Dragon Guard, but after checking, he realized that it was the fugitive Zhang Jun. At the same time, others found Li Ming, who was still gasping for breath, under the crooked tree and eventually sent him to the First People's Hospital for emergency treatment. The other side, Tang Xinyan kept saying that she would never eat Lin Yu's cooking even if she were a dog, but the next second, she ate it even better than a dog. Lin Yu then used her previous words to mock her, but was blocked by that thick-skinned face. Seeing this, Lin Yu completely saw through her bottom line, which was that there was no bottom line at all. Tang Xinyan, you're going to wash the dishes later, okay? Why? Tang Xinyan was a little unconvinced. Lin Yu stared at her straightly. Just because I am your brother, an elder brother is like a father, you should do whatever I tell you to do. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Otherwise, don't eat the food I cook in the future. Just wash it. If it wasn't for the food, I wouldn't bother to wash it. Tang Xinyan mu de. Then he walked towards the kitchen with a bowl and chopsticks. Seeing this, Lin Yushan's mouth curled up slightly. Watching the two bickering, she felt relieved. Although Lin Yu is not her son, she has raised him as her own son since he was a child. Now that her son has grown up and become successful, she is very pleased as a mother. Suddenly, Lin Yushan seemed to remember something, so she said to Lin Yu beside her, Xiaoyu, sit here for a while. I'll get you something. What is it? Aunt Lin. Lin Yu is a little confused. I don't know what she wants to give me. It seems very important. Could it be something left by the original owner's parents? Lin Yushan did not answer his question because she didn't know what it was. She hurried back to the bedroom, and after rummaging through the drawers, she finally found a wooden box in a corner. Found it. This is it. Lin Yushan took the box back to the living room. When Lin Yu saw her holding a wooden box, he became even more confused. Auntie Lin, what is this? Lin Yu asked. Lin Yushan walked up to him and gently handed the wooden box to Lin Yu. I don't know what it is. Your mother gave it to me when she left. If you successfully awaken, I will give you this thing. If you don't awaken, then let me sell it to you. Seeing Lin Yushan say this, Lin Yu immediately became interested. Thinking back to the novels he had read in his previous life, the things left behind by the protagonist's parents were more or less extraordinary. Thinking of this, Lin Yu immediately opened the wooden box. The next second, a fiery red bead appeared in the box. Aunt Lin, do you know what this is? I don't know either. This is the first time I opened this box. Lin Yushan shrugged helplessly. After receiving the wooden box from Lin Yu's mother, she did not open it until today when she saw what was inside. For a moment, the two of them stared at each other, not knowing what the use of this fiery red bead was. Lin Yu's thoughts raced. Could this be the legendary golden elixir? That's impossible. Aren't all golden elixirs golden? This one is obviously not it. Could it be the legendary fire spirit pearl? But this size is not right? The fire spirit orb is at least as big as a table tennis ball. This thing is only as big as a quail egg. How could it be a fire spirit pearl? At this time, Lin Yushan said, Okay, Xiaoyu, if you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Okay, Aunt Lin, I'll take it then. Lin Yu grabbed the bead and wanted to slip away. Lin Yushan didn't care about this. It was originally given to him anyway. Well, take it. It was originally given to you. Hearing this, Lin Yu took the beads and returned to his room. Although Lin Yushan didn't know this thing, it shouldn't be difficult for the system. System, help me see what this bead is used for. Ding. Host request detected. System starts detection. Please wait. Ding. This thing is called the Lihua Pearl. It contains a trace of Nanming Lihua, which can burn all the evil spirits in the world. The host can drip blood to recognize the master, and then nurture it in the Dantian, and can quickly absorb the fire element between heaven and earth. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Yu suddenly cried out in excitement. He didn't expect that this small bead actually contained the Naming Lihua. He had read many novels in his previous life, so he naturally knew how powerful the Naming Lihua was. Among all the divine fire rankings, it ranks at the top, and its power is simply outrageous. Moreover, this is the companion flame of the mythical beast Suzaku, which makes it extremely cool. After Lin Yu's excitement, he immediately took out the red snake Fong and drew a bloody mark on his finger, and the blood dripped directly onto the Lihua pearl. The originally dim fire bead suddenly shone brightly, and the next second it magically floated in the air, and then the fire bead went straight into Lin Yu's body. Oh my god, what the hell? How did it get into my body? System, what's up, fatty C? How did this thing get into my body? Ding! The host is already the master of the fire pearl and can control the fire pearl in and out at will. How do you control it? Ding! The host only needs to think of the fire pearl in his mind, and then he can control it. Lin Yu immediately followed the system's instructions and began thinking about the Lahozu in his mind, then shouted loudly, "Come out!" The fiery red Lihua pearl immediately flew out of Lin Yu's body. It began to spin around Lin Yu like a naughty little guy. System, open the personal information panel. Ding, personal information panel is loading. Host, Lin Yu. Age, 19. Level, bronze 5 stars. Personal items, ultra long distance transmitter, super compass, magic potion, marrow cleansing pill, powerful pill, speed pill, kidney strengthening pill, SpongeBob SquarePants, Patrick Starr's underwear, Ultraman Zero's underwear. Superpowers, SSS-Level space power, phantom step, SSS-Level fire power, flaming fireball. Skills, primary cooking, primary driving, primary massage. Kung Fu, S-Level Hunyuan Gong. Weapons, S-Level Long Yuan sword, B-Level crossbow, C-Level wind-breaking arrow, C-Level red snake Fong, B-Level heavenly secret umbrella, fire bead. Pet none. Emotional value, 222,222. Oh my god, system, what's going on? Why did my fire ability upgrade to SSS level? Ding! When the host dripped blood to recognize the master, a wisp of Nanming Lihua in the Lihua pearl was absorbed by the host, so the host's fire ability was promoted to SSS level. What? Can we play it like this? Lin Yu's jaw dropped in shock. He didn't expect that a wisp of Nanming fire could upgrade his SS level fire ability. Chapter 26, why don't you go and rob? System, can this ability be upgraded? Lin Yu then asked the question in his mind. Ding! Yes, but it requires rare treasures from heaven and earth, and one's physical fitness must be able to withstand the damage from rare treasures from heaven and earth. After hearing what the system said, Lin Yu suddenly had an idea. By the way, system, do you have anything that can give people superpowers? Ding! Yes, there are supernatural fruits for sale in the system mall. Supernatural fruit? Ding! The supernatural fruit can allow humans without supernatural powers to randomly awaken a supernatural power, and the level is random. Then can I awaken new superpowers after eating it? Lin Yu asked suspiciously. Ding! The superpower fruit can make humans without superpowers awaken their superpowers 100%, but humans with superpowers only have a 1% chance of awakening. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu was a little disappointed. A 1% chance, to put it bluntly, basically means that he cannot awaken. But this is normal. If I can awaken my superpowers by eating this superpower fruit, then the system would be at a huge loss. Okay, system, I'll buy you a superpower fruit. Ding! The host's emotional value is insufficient. Fuck, system, how many emotion points does this supernatural fruit require? Ding! One supernatural fruit is worth 50 million emotion points. Fuck, 50 million. Why don't you just go and rob it? I don't want it. Lin Yu was immediately overwhelmed by the price. What the hell? A broken fruit costs 50 million emotion points, and it's not certain what superpowers will be awakened. Only a fool would buy it. Then Lin Yu stopped paying attention to the system. This system was really a scam. Even if you work hard all day, you can only get a few 100,000 emotion points. To get 50 million, even if you work day and night, it will take several months. Lin Yu immediately took out the Lihua pearl from his dantian and then played with it in his hand. It has to be said that at this moment, the Lihuzu was emitting a hint of warmth, completely lacking the cold touch it had before. If this were used in winter, it would definitely be a hand warmer, the kind that would never get cold. Wait, that's not right. How did Dad and the others get such an awesome thing? And they asked Aunt Lin to give it to me. Could it be that they also knew that this was the Lihua pearl suddenly, Lin Yu thought of something and muttered to himself. But Lin Yu quickly rejected this idea. His adoptive parents probably didn't know what this thing was, otherwise they would have taken it away. How could they leave it to him? Thinking of this, Lin Yu's eyes gradually narrowed, and soon, snoring sounds filled the entire room. Fortunately, the room is soundproofed, otherwise if Tang Xinyan heard it, she would probably come and knock on the door. The next day, Lin Yu got up from bed early. After getting dressed, he went out. At the same time, Tang Xinyan was still lying on the bed and snoring. She ate too much last night and didn't finish digesting it until midnight, so she didn't go to bed until 1 or 2 in the morning. Look, he is still sleeping there like a dead pig. But Lin Yu ignored her. She either ate or slept at home every day and then watched TV after waking up. This is entering old age early. Soon, Lin Yu walked towards the school without caring about his relatives. When they were approaching the school gate, Zhou Pengzi called Lin Yu again. "Brother Yu, wait for me." Hearing this, Lin Yu turned around and looked at Zhou Pengzi. He was shocked when he saw him. Wow, this guy actually came over with a pair of panda eyes. "Fatty, what happened to you? Were you beaten?" "Don't say that. When I got home yesterday, I told my old man about your breakthrough to 3 stars. Do you know how he reacted?" "What's the reaction?" "He actually kept me awake all night, saying he would only let me sleep when I reached 3 stars. I couldn't resist, so..." Before he could finish, Lin Yu had already guessed. "So you practiced for a whole night?" Zhou Pengzi nodded heavily, his expression looking extremely aggrieved. "Brother Yu, what abilities do you think I will acquire today?" Zhou Pengzi asked Lin Yu while walking on the road. For a moment, Lin Yu fell into deep thought. "Fatty, I think it would be best if you could comprehend an ability related to defense." "Oh what?" Zhou Pengzi looked at Lin Yu in confusion. "Hey, Fatty, think about it. When the time comes, we can team up to kill monsters together. You will be in the front row as a meat shield, and I will stand behind and be responsible for harvesting." Brother Yu, are you serious?" "Of course, and Fatty, don't you think that with your body size, you would be a perfect candidate to be a meat shield? Then you just stand there and no one can hit you." After hearing what Lin Yu said, Zhou Pengzi suddenly became interested. Why didn't he think of it before? "All of my abilities are defensive, so who can beat me? Just lie down." Thinking of this, Zhou Pengzi confirmed Lin Yu's idea in his heart. "Okay, Brother Yu, I'll listen to you." Hearing Zhou Pengzi say this, Lin Yu's evil taste was immediately satisfied. Originally, he just wanted to trick this guy, but he didn't expect that this guy actually took it seriously. However, now that things have come to this, he has no intention of confessing to Zhou Pengzi. After all, this fat guy is indeed quite suitable for the defensive route. Then he would see if he could find some good stuff to help his S-level Earth-type ability go a step further and break through to SS-level or even SSS-level. It's too early to say that now. Then the two of them walked towards the classroom. Just as they passed the door of Class 1, Lin Yu suddenly saw Li Hanzhuang in the first row. As if he had noticed something, Li Hanzhuang looked outside and found someone outside the classroom looking at him. He looked closely and found it was Lin Yu. "Brother Yu, let's go. What are you still looking at?" "Oh, you are looking at the school beauty, Li." Zhou Pengzi was halfway there when he realized that Lin Yu hadn't caught up with him. So he turned back and saw that he was looking at Li Hanzhuang and immediately joked. "Go away. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't let Li Hanzhuang come to trouble you again." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu rolled his eyes at him and replied in a bad mood. Then he quickened his pace and walked towards Class 15 classroom. Zhou Pengzi looked at him, then looked in the direction of Li Hanzhuang and hurriedly followed. He didn't want to face that cold cube of ice Li Hanzhuang alone. She has a cold face all day long, without any expression at all. Anyone who marries her will be unlucky for the rest of his life. However, Zhou Pengzi hopes that Lin Yu can deal with Li Hanzhuang so that he can show off everywhere. Soon, the two walked into Class 15's classroom side by side. At this time, Lin Yu began to show his presence again. "Hey, good morning, classmates. Hey, Li Feiyu is studying. Come on, work hard." Ding. Li Feiyu's emotion value plus 1,000. Ding. Wang Defa's emotion value plus 999. Ding. Zhou Pengzi's emotion value plus 666. As the system prompt sounded, Lin Yu showed a smug smile. "I didn't expect to earn 50,000 emotion points in just one morning. I'm so happy." Chapter 27. Look at me. Inside the gymnasium. "Brother Yu, can you tell me about the problems you encountered when you were comprehending your abilities?" Zhou Pengzi asked Lin Yu beside him. Seeing this, Lin Yu pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "There's nothing much to say just how it attacks. You just need to imitate it and attack like it. In short, don't be timid. Just do it. There's no point in being afraid. At worst, you'll be a brave man again in 18 years. As he spoke, Lin Yu patted him on the shoulder. Baza you. Zhou Pongzi was suddenly speechless. This is too unreliable. What does it mean to just do it? Didn't you hear Ouyang Qian say that you can become an idiot if you are not careful? I have never even touched a girl's hand. How can I easily confess here? Ding. Zhou Pongzi's emotion value plus 999. Zhou Pongzi's emotion value plus 999. Emotional value plus 999. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Yu's mouth curled up. It turned out that this fat man was an emotion-generating machine. Just this one move earned me nearly 6,000 points of emotion. Okay, fatty, I told you, isn't that enough? Look at you. You look like you're dying. Listen carefully. When you enter the world of consciousness, the first thing you should do is to find a weakness of the monster and then give it a fatal blow. Lin Yu looked at his aggrieved look and said. Hearing this, Zhou Pongzi's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he asked curiously, then how should I find its weakness? Anyway, just keep attacking its mouth or its abdomen. Faced with Zhou Pongzi's question, Lin Yu was stuck for a moment, but his eyes turned and he instantly had an idea. When Zhou Pongzi heard Lin Yu's words, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily, but on second thought, it made sense. After all, except for some special monsters, most monsters were weak in these two parts. Okay, then I'll trust you for once. Zhou Pongzi said. Soon, Ouyang Qian came over from not far away, holding several beast cores in her hands, some red and some blue. Lin Yu looked at the beast core in her hand and asked suspiciously, Fatty, why do you think Sister Qian has so many beast cores? Could it be that someone else has broken through to 3 stars like you? It seems that several A-level students have also broken through to 3 stars. Zhou Pongzi thought for a while and said uncertainly. After hearing this, Lin Yu stopped thinking about it and sat down cross-legged, starting to practice Hun Yuan Gong and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The next second, wisps of white flocks began to gather towards him, mixed with a small amount of red substance. That was the fire element. When he practiced the Hun Yuan Ju and breathed in spiritual energy, the Lihua pearl in his body began to rotate invisibly, absorbing the weak fire element in the air. Zhou Pongzi was speechless when he saw the noise Lin Yu made. This was so infuriating. Why didn't he make this noise when he was practicing? Thinking of this, he stopped looking at Lin Yu and turned to walk towards Ouyang Qian. Hey, Sister Qian, where's mine? Zhou Pongzi came to Ouyang Qian and looked at her with a smile on his face. Here, your Earth-type Beast Core. This is a bronze 5-star blasting gorilla's Beast Core. Be careful not to get entangled in its quicksand vortex, otherwise you will just wait for death. Ouyang Qian handed a brown animal core in her hand to Zhou Pongzi and gave him a reminder. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Sister Qian, for the reminder. I will pay attention to it. Zhou Pongzi took the beast core, thanked her, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Ouyang Qian called him. Where's Lin Yu? Isn't he with you? Well, he's practicing. Seeing this, Zhou Pongzi pointed at Lin Yu in the corner. Looking in the direction he pointed, Ouyang Qian saw Lin Yu sitting cross-legged and practicing in the distance, looking at the spiritual energy lingering around him. Ouyang Qian was shocked for a moment, but soon felt relieved. After all, the world of genius does not need too much explanation. After a while, Ouyang Qian gave some instructions to Zhou Pongzi and then turned and left. Zhou Pongzi happily took the beast core back to Lin Yu. Seeing that there was no one around, he immediately began to meditate and absorb the beast core. The next second, Zhou Pongzi came to a gray world. Recalling Lin Yu's previous words, he calmed down all of a sudden. At this moment, a 2-meter-tall black gorilla suddenly appeared in front of him. Exploding rock ape. Zhou Pongzi looked at the chimpanzee and couldn't help but murmur. Suddenly, the moment he finished speaking, the exploding ape suddenly opened his eyes and stared at him intently. Suddenly, Zhou Pongzi felt his whole body begin to tremble. This was his first time facing a monster at close range. Roar! The rock-exploding ape looked at the tiny human in front of him and roared angrily, frightening him so much that he froze in place. Then the rock-exploding ape slammed his hands on the ground, and huge chunks of rock immediately smashed towards Zhou Pongzi. At this critical moment, Zhou Pongzi reacted instantly and dodged frantically into the distance. Fuck, do you have to be so fierce? Damn it. It seems like I have to let you have a taste of how powerful I am." As he spoke, he pressed his hands on the ground, and huge rocks rose from the ground and directly surrounded the rock-exploding ape. Roar, roar. The rock-exploding ape roared a few times and smashed the rock with its huge fist. Soon, the stones summoned by Zhou Pongzi were smashed to pieces by the exploding rock ape. He did not panic, but slapped the ground with his palm again, and the ground began to roll. Then the rocks wrapped the rock-exploding ape tightly like a leech. Only the mouth and abdomen were left uncovered. So Zhou Pongzi ran quickly towards the rock-exploding ape and was less than 1 meter away from it. A punch was thrown toward its abdomen. There was only a loud bang. Zhou Pongzi's face turned ugly. "Damn, you are too thick-skinned." He suddenly felt like he had hit a piece of iron, but fortunately, this was not the real world. Otherwise, his hand would probably be broken. "You beast, I'll beat you to death if your fat uncle doesn't do that." Zhou Pongzi roared angrily, then jumped up and slapped it in the face with his big mouth. Next second, grew. The rock-exploding ape's mouth was extremely hard, and when Zhou Pongzi slapped it, it felt like he was slapping a stone. The pain was instantly unbearable, but luckily this was not the real world. Otherwise, my hand would have been broken. At this moment, the rock-exploding ape roared angrily, and then all the stones on his body were shaken away. When Zhou Pongzi saw this scene, he immediately wanted to curse in his heart, but before he could say it, he saw a whirlpool gathering under his feet. Quicksand whirlpool. "Fuck, you have no shame. Are you going to use your ultimate move right now?" While shouting, Zhou Pongzi ran towards an open area. After running for a while, I finally got out of the range of the quicksand vortex. Huh. You beast, you're so tired. Fatty, damn, what is this dog's weakness? Wait, Rock Blaster, it's a gorilla. I know the gorilla's weakness. Suddenly, Zhou Pongzi thought of a possibility, so he immediately supported himself on the ground with his hands again. One by one, stone spikes rose from the ground and attacked the rock-exploding ape frantically. Seeing this, the rock-exploding ape roared and jumped up immediately. "Just waiting for you to jump." The corner of Zhou Pongzi's mouth rose, and then a stone spike shot towards the back of the rock-exploding ape at a rapid speed. "Look at this move of mine. 1,000-year kill." Chapter 28, Did I Eat Poisonous Mushrooms? The stone spike pierced straight into the back garden of the rock-exploding ape and then rushed out of its mouth. Before the rock-exploding ape could roar, it died and fell from the sky. Then the figure of the exploding ape began to dissipate, and Zhou Pongzi's consciousness gradually returned. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Lin Yu looking at him with concern. "Brother Yu, Fatty, what happened? Why did it take so long? I thought you had met with an accident," Lin Yu said with a worried look on his face. Hearing this, Zhou Pongzi sighed. "Alas, it's hard to explain. What you said before didn't work at all." Lin Yu suddenly felt a bit amused and helpless. He was just making a suggestion, and it depended on the specific situation. "Then how did you find its weakness?" "Hee, I gave it 1,000 years killing, letting it go in with the lower mouth and out with the upper mouth." When he said this, Zhou Pongzi's mouth corners couldn't help but rise slightly. Lin Yu had the urge to hit him. This guy was still as despicable as usual and could even think of such a dirty trick. But this is a good method, and you can try next time. Although it is a bit immoral, there's no need to talk about morality with those beasts. "Okay, Fatty, look how proud you are, let's go." "Where are you going?" "Where are you going?" "To the cafeteria. Don't you see it's time for dinner?" Lin Yu rolled his eyes at him unhappily. Zhou Pongzi hurriedly took out his cell phone and checked it, and found that the get out of class would end in 5 minutes. "If you arrive later, you may not be able to queue. Come on, brother Yu. Hurry up, it will be too late, and there will be no seats left." Zhou Pongzi hurriedly caught up with Lin Yu and urged. In the past, he and his original self were the eaters in the class. Basically, before the class was over, they would already run to the cafeteria to eat. By the time other classmates arrived, they had already finished their meal and gone home. Now, I have become an awakened person and don't need to take those boring trigonometric functions in the classroom. Soon, the two arrived at the cafeteria, which was relatively sparsely populated at the moment. Suddenly, Zhou Pongzi seemed to have seen something and kept pulling Lin Yu. "Fuck, brother, you look, it's Campus Beauty Lee." Looking in the direction he pointed, Lin Yu saw Li Hanzhuang nibbling at her rice in the distance. I don't know if it was because Zhou Pongzi's voice was too loud, but just as Lin Yu was watching, Li Hanzhuang slowly raised his head, which was originally lowered. Those beautiful eyes, without any emotion, just looked straight at the two of them. "Ahem. Fatty, I told you not to talk too much. Hurry up and leave." Seeing this, Lin Yu coughed dryly, then whispered a complaint to Zhou Pongzi beside him. Zhou Pongzi realized that he had said too much and quickly turned his head away from Li Hanzhuang and walked straight towards the food window. He didn't want Li Hanzhuang to point a gun at him again. At the same time, Li Hanzhuang looked at the two people's panicked expressions, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Fortunately, there was no one around, otherwise people would be shocked. You know, Li Hanzhuang has never smiled at anyone in the past 3 years. However, Lin Yu and the others didn't know about this, but even if they knew, it wouldn't matter. The two of them quickly prepared the meal. Of course, Zhou Pongzi paid the bill this time. After all, his father had said that he would stick to Lin Yu. Just yesterday, after he told the story about Lin Yu again, Chow Tai Fook increased his pocket money from 500 to 1,000. This is one day's pocket money. 1,000 a day. It's terrifying just to think about it. So Zhou Pongzi was happy to pay for Lin Yu. Of course, Lin Yu knew what he was thinking and did not refuse. If you could get a good deal, but don't take advantage of it, you'd be a fool. By the way, fatty, which school are you planning to go to? Lin Yu suddenly asked. I haven't thought about this yet. What about you, brother Yu? Which school do you plan to go to? Zhou Pongzi shook his head and then asked Lin Yu. Lin Yu thought about it and blurted out, Demon Sea Academy. What, brother Yu? You were planning to go to the Demon Sea Academy? That place is full of monsters. Are you sure you want to go? Zhou Pongzi was a little shocked. He had done some research on the Demon Sea Academy and knew that there were many geniuses in the academy, and most of them were children of wealthy families. Although his father Chow Tai Fook is considered a wealthy man in Jiangsheng, he is not as rich as he used to be in Shanghai. Before the revival of spiritual energy, Demon City was the economic center of Dragon Country and had no shortage of rich people. But on second thought, it does make sense. After all, Lin Yu has talent. He has an SSS-Level space ability and an SS-Level fire ability. No, it should be an SSS-Level fire ability now. Of course, Zhou Pongzi didn't know that Lin Yu's fire ability had been upgraded. If you knew this, your jaw would probably drop. From the revival of spiritual energy to now, there has never been a double SSS-Level awakener. It can be said that Lin Yu's talent is already the best in the world. But with your talent, brother Yu, you should be able to have a place in the Demon Sea Academy. Hee, brother Yu, then I will go to the Demon Sea Academy with you. Zhou Pongzi thought of Lin Yu's enchanting talent and immediately grinned. It's mainly because Sister Qian told me that there's a big man in the space department of Magic Sea Academy, so I'm planning to go there. Lin Yu directly confessed his conversation with Ouyang Qian that day. Hearing this, Zhou Pongzi opened his mouth wide again. Brother Yu, the boss you were talking about is not Lu Hongbo, Mr. Lu, right? Yes, it's Mr. Lu. Lin Yu nodded. Fuck, Mr. Lu is a super 9-star boss, brother Yu. You're gonna walk sideways in the Demon Sea Academy. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Lin Yu coughed lightly, signaling Zhou Pongzi to speak more quietly, but he couldn't stop smiling. Ding! Zhou Pongzi's emotion value plus 666. Zhou Pongzi's emotional value plus 666. Emotional value plus 666. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded suddenly in his mind, which made Lin Yu, who was still laughing, almost faint from laughter. At this moment, a figure walked silently to Lin Yu and sat down. This made Zhou Pongzi, who was sitting opposite Lin Yu, suddenly open his eyes wide, open his mouth wide, but could not make a sound and could only dance with his hands. Lin Yu looked at his strange appearance and was a little puzzled. Not fatty, what's wrong with you? Is your throat stuck? In response, Zhou Pongzi looked at him frantically and signaled him to look to the left. This immediately made Lin Yu even more confused, and he wondered if this fat man was having epilepsy. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded in Lin Yu's ears. Student Lin Yu, are you planning to go to the Demon Sea Academy? Hearing this voice, Lin Yu turned his head mechanically and saw Li Hanzhuang's expressionless face. Student Li Hanzhuang, is there anything I can help you with? It's nothing. I just passed by you and heard that you were going to the Demon Sea Academy, so I can't ask you. I do plan to go to the Demon Sea Academy. Oh, I see. By the way, Lin Yu, may I ask what realm you are in now? Bronze 5-star. Okay, I get it. Sorry you're having your meal. Having said that, Li Hanzhuang stood up, bowed to Lin Yu, then left without looking back. Lin Yu and Zhou Pongzi looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. Brother Yu, did I eat poisonous mushrooms and have hallucinations? Zhou Pongzi touched his fat face and asked in confusion. Maybe we all ate poisonous mushrooms. Never mind. Let's eat quickly and then go back to sleep. Lin Yu shook his head helplessly. Chapter 29. Practice hard and you'll catch up with me. By the way, brother Yu, you said before that you have broken through to bronze 5 stars. Is that true? Zhou Pengzi suddenly asked. He couldn't believe it. It had only been such a short time, and Lin Yu had broken through to 5 stars. He had worked hard all night and only reached 3 stars. It would be a lie to say he wasn't jealous. Lin Yu nodded indifferently when he heard this. After he went back and absorbed the beast core of the Phantom Cat yesterday, he advanced from the early 4-star level to the late 4-star level. After that, after absorbing a trace of Nanming Lihua from the Lihua Pearl, he successfully stepped into the 5-star level. Now he's only 1 step away from breaking through to the 6-star level. Soon he could absorb another beast core for comprehension, but Lin Yu felt that he could not rush this matter. He planned to use the Nanming Lihua to temper his body. Okay, fatty, practice hard and you'll catch up with me. Lin Yu patted Zhou Pengzi on the shoulder and comforted him. It would have been better if he didn't comfort her. After she comforted him, Zhou Pengzi almost couldn't hold it in. It was such a depressing blow. He didn't sleep the whole night just to catch up with Lin Yu. This is good. It's getting farther and farther away. I might as well just lie down and then hold on to Lin Yu's thigh and I won't be able to practice anymore. Brother Yu, you really don't have a way to practice quickly? Zhou Pengzi looked at Lin Yu in confusion. Lin Yu smiled awkwardly and said, No, we should be down to earth and not aim too high. The same is true for cultivation. We can't be impatient. Alas, it's all because of your blow. Look, it's only been a short time, and you've gone from bronze 1 star to 5 stars. Look at me, I'm only bronze 3 stars, the difference is not even a little bit. Zhou Pengzi sighed. Hearing this, Lin Yu didn't know what to say. Then how about I slow down my practice? No, you are a genius. Don't slow down your practice for me, otherwise I will feel guilty. Zhou Pengzi hurriedly refused. However, Lin Yu had already planned this. He wanted to temper his body, so he did not plan to cultivate spiritual energy these days. But I can't say this to Zhou Pengzi. Soon, the two returned to the teaching building. When they passed by a classroom again, they found that Li Hanzhuang was not in his seat. Lin Yu guessed that Li Hanzhuang should have gone to the gym to practice. When he said that he had broken through to 5 stars, her eyes changed obviously. Her eyes were filled with shock and dissatisfaction. She felt that she should be able to break through to 5 stars. But Lin Yu didn't care about this and walked straight towards class 15. At the same time, in the grove of Jiangsheng Middle School, Li Hanzhuang was sitting cross-legged on a big rock with his eyes closed in meditation. Spiritual energy continued to gather around her. At this moment, she was on the verge of a breakthrough, only 1 step away from reaching 4 stars. The next second, she snorted coldly. Break! The spiritual power in her body kept churning, and then the spiritual energy around her was instantly absorbed into her body. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, several dull sounds exploded in her body, but soon returned to calm. Li Hanzhuang successfully broke through to bronze 4 stars. It's still too slow. I just broke through to 4 stars. Li Hanzhuang exhaled a breath, and then muttered to himself. If Lin Yu was present, he would know what she meant, but unfortunately there was silence and no one around. Li Hanzhuang stood up, stretched his muscles a little, then walked out of the grove and went straight to the gymnasium. She wanted to see if Lin Yu was practicing secretly behind her back. A few minutes later, Li Hanzhuang looked around and found that Lin Yu was nowhere to be seen. This made her wonder, could it be that Lin Yu was not practicing in the gym? Or is it that Lin Yu has made a breakthrough somewhere else just like himself? Thinking of this, Li Hanzhuang found a corner and began to practice madly. At this moment, Lin Yu, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly heard the sound of the system. Ding! Li Hanzhuang's emotional value plus 999. Li Hanzhuang's emotional value plus 999. After hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yu opened his hazy eyes in confusion, then glanced around and found that there was no sign of Li Hanzhuang around. This confused him. Was there a bug in the system again? Or was Li Hanzhuang suddenly crazy? Otherwise, I was sleeping well, so why did my mood value suddenly increase so much? Unable to figure it out, Lin Yu continued to lie down, but did not sleep. System, what is my current emotional value? Ding! The host's current emotion value is 333,333 points. System, I want to draw a lottery. Let's draw 10 times in a row first. Ding! Host request detected. The system is drawing a lottery. Please wait. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 marrow cleansing pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 powerful pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the Magic Running Shoes X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the elementary swordsmanship. The host has automatically learned it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the elementary boxing technique. The host has automatically learned it. After hearing the system report, Lin Yu's eyes widened. He didn't expect to draw 2 more skills. And it's related to swordsmanship and boxing. I finally drew something good this time. System, I want another 10 draws. Ding! The system is drawing a lottery. Please wait. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning. Thank you for your patronage X5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 3 SpongeBob SquarePants. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 bronze treasure chests. When Lin Yu heard the report from the system, he was about to complain, but he swallowed it back because of the words that came after it. I didn't expect to draw a treasure chest again. There's basically no garbage in the treasure chest. System, quickly open the bronze treasure chest for me. Ding! The bronze treasure chest is opening. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the C-level treasure, the invisibility cloak. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 9-turn blood recovery pill. Fuck! Invisibility cloak? System, such an awesome thing is only C-level. Are you kidding me? Lin Yu exclaimed. Ding! The invisibility cloak is only effective for 15 minutes. Besides, the cloak cannot achieve perfect invisibility. Oh well, I was so happy for nothing. Lin Yu felt speechless and instantly thought that this thing was useless. System, I want to continue drawing the lottery. I don't believe that there won't be anything good. Then Lin Yu instructed the system again. Upon hearing this, the system started drawing without hesitation. Ding! The system is currently drawing the lottery. Please wait. After a while. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 speed pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 kidney strengthening pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning. Thank you for your patronage X4. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a silver treasure chest X1. When Lin Yu heard that he had won the silver treasure chest, he almost shouted out in excitement. System, open the silver treasure chest. Chapter 30, A-Level Destruction Gun. As Lin Yu finished speaking, the system's voice immediately rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the A-level weapon, the destruction gun. It was another weapon, and it was A-level. Lin Yu was immediately overjoyed. This was not a loss at all. So far, he only has an S-level Long Yuan sword to use, and now he has this destruction gun, which is like adding wings to a tiger. After the excitement, Lin Yu calmed down and shouted to the system. System, open the personal information panel. Ding! Personal information panel is loading. Host, Lin Yu. Age, 19. Level, bronze 5 stars. Personal items. Magic running shoes, super long distance transmitter, super compass, magic potion, marrow cleansing pill, strength pill, speed pill, kidney strengthening pill, SpongeBob SquarePants. Superpowers. SSS-Level space power, phantom step, SSS-Level fire power, flaming fireball. Skills. Primary cooking master, primary driving master, primary massage master, primary swordsmanship master, primary boxing master. Kung Fu. S-level Han Yuan Gong. Weapons. S-level Long Yuan sword, A-level destruction spear, B-level crossbow, C-level wind-breaking arrow, C-level red snake fong, B-level heavenly secret umbrella, fire bead. Pet none. Emotional value. 33,333. Lin Yu looked at the information displayed on the panel, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. At this moment, Zhou Pengzi's voice interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts. Brother Yu, let's go. Oh, I see. Hearing this, Lin Yu stood up reluctantly and followed Zhou Pengzi out of the classroom. As soon as he arrived at the gymnasium, Lin Yu felt dozens of eyes staring at him, but the feelings soon disappeared. It turns out that since some people have broken through to the 3-star comprehension ability, some students with less talent have begun to involute themselves. They all stayed in the gymnasium to practice continuously, so much so that some students simply skip their meals and continue to practice. However, these 2 weirdos, Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi, actually had time to take a nap, and their resentment immediately began to erupt. So the moment they came in, everyone's angry eyes were fixed on them. Fortunately, this is a school, otherwise they would have been kicked. Brother Yu, why do I feel like there's something wrong with their looks? Have you offended them again? Get lost. I am crazy. Why would I provoke them? Lin Yu kicked Zhou Pongzi immediately. Zhou Pongzi was a little confused, feeling the pain. Then they looked at us in a strange way, a bit like the way they envy others when they get first place in an exam. I think he's jealous of our rapid progress and cultivation. Lin Yu hit the nail on the head. However, Zhou Pongzi did not think so. I think they should be envious of us. Lin Yu said nothing and walked toward the corner by himself. Seeing this, Zhou Pongzi hurriedly followed him. Brother Yu, I think it's still. Don't talk, fatty. Did you hear any strange noises? Lin Yu interrupted him before he could finish. Weird sound? What sound? Brother Yu, are you hallucinating? Zhou Pongzi looked at Lin Yu in confusion. However, Lin Yu ignored him and began to look around, and found that everything was normal. Suddenly, the strange sound became louder and louder, and Zhou Pongzi also began to hear this strange sound. Fuck, Brother Yu, there really is a sound. Why does it sound so creepy? Underground. Having said that, Lin Yu immediately lay down and listened toward the ground. Fatty, the sound came from below. Down there? No way, there's cement underneath this gymnasium. Zhou Pongzi exclaimed. At the same time, the students who were still meditating were awakened by this strange sound. Everyone immediately looked around, trying to figure out where the sound came from. At this moment, they saw Lin Yu lying on the ground in the distance, doing something unknown. So everyone started talking. Where does this voice come from? Are we still allowed to practice? That's right. I was about to break through to 3 stars when I was suddenly awakened by this voice. That's right. I just broke through to the 1st star, and before I had time to consolidate, it was stopped by this inexplicable voice. No, classmate, you just broke through to 1 star. What are you showing off for? What does it have to do with you? Do you have the ability to compete with the beautiful schoolgirl Li? You? Okay, stop arguing. Look what that person is doing lying on the ground. Is the sound coming from underground? That person seems to be Lin Yu. Why is he lying on the ground? As everyone was talking, the strange sound became louder and louder until the entire gymnasium could hear it. At the same time, on a mountain peak, an old man suddenly opened his eyes and then muttered to himself. The seal has been broken for 10 years, and we don't know what's going on inside. It looks like it's in the direction of Jiangxing. Oh, by the way, it seems that the little guy is also in Jiangcheng, so this is a good opportunity to go and see if the boy is really that evil. As he said this, the old man disappeared on the spot. This person was none other than the #1 person in the Space Department of Dragon Country, Mr. Liu Hongbo. 10 years ago, Jiangxing Middle School did not have the current gymnasium, and a space crack unexpectedly appeared at the location of the gymnasium. At that time, Liu Hongbo happened to pass by Jiangcheng and saw the space crack, so he walked in curiously. At that time, he had not yet reached the extraordinary 9 stars, and only had the strength of the king 5 stars. But he still rushed in without hesitation. After entering and observing for a while, he found that it was a secret realm of monsters. There are dozens of monsters living in it. It took Liu Hongbo a week to figure out the situation inside. The strongest monster among them is only at the gold 3-star level. Liu Hongbo did not kill him immediately, but in order to prevent monsters from coming to the human world through the space crack and causing a threat, Liu Hongbo sealed the space crack. Since his strength was somewhat low at that time, he could only seal it, but was unable to completely erase the space crack, which left a huge hidden danger. It was not until today, when the seal began to loosen, that Liu Hongbo recalled this incident. Lin Yu sighed. As the sound grew louder, the ground began to tremble slightly. Everyone was then certain that the strange sound came from underground, and they immediately became panicked. What's going on? Was there an earthquake? Impossible! There has never been an earthquake in Jiangcheng in history. This is not an earthquake. What is this? Why is the ground shaking? And why is there this weird noise? Why is it so creepy? Look, the ground seems to be cracked. Oh my god, what on earth is going on? Could it be an attack by some monster? The scene instantly fell into chaos, with people saying all kinds of things. But Lin Yu felt a hint of spatial breath, as if some seal had been released. Chapter 31, Space Rift. At this time, the ground shook more violently, and at the same time, the strange sound became louder and louder. Boom! Boom! The sound lasted for a while before it stopped, and just when everyone relaxed. The center of the stadium suddenly began to crack, and then began to spread to the surroundings at a speed visible to the naked eye. The students who were originally watching from below saw such a horrifying scene and immediately ran frantically towards the audience seats above. Earthquake. Seeing this, Lin Yu grabbed Zhou Pengzi and ran towards the audience seats above. After a while, the amplitude of the ground shaking gradually weakened, and the cracks stopped spreading, but then the spiritual energy from the surroundings gathered towards the center. It gradually condensed into a vortex in the center, and the spiritual energy was madly sucked into the vortex. This process lasted for about 20 minutes before it slowly stopped. Sudden, cracks began to appear above the center like a mirror. Soon there were more and more cracks. At this moment, a sound like a mirror breaking resounded throughout the gymnasium. Crack! Crack! The next second, the space shattered, and a vortex emitting blue light appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, an extremely powerful suction force suddenly emanated from the vortex. Some students who were closer to the front were immediately sucked in by the suction force. Help! Help me! Before the sound could be uttered, it was sucked into the vortex. Then more and more people began to be sucked into this mysterious vortex. Brother Yu, what's going on? Zhou Pengzi said fearfully as he watched his classmate disappearing back. I don't know, but it looks like there's no danger. Fatty, do you want to come in and take a look? Lin Yu said. When Zhou Pengzi heard this, his eyes widened and he looked at Lin Yu in disbelief. Brother Yu, you don't have a fever, do you? How dare you go in? As he spoke, Zhou Pengzi tentatively touched his forehead, but was slapped away by Lin Yu. Fatty, I just felt the fluctuation of space. This should be the passage to another world. Are you sure you don't want to go and take a look? Really? Of course it's true. Well, have I ever lied to you? Zhou Pengzi was a little hesitant for a moment, but how could he miss such a good opportunity? Done, Brother Yu, let's go. As he spoke, Zhou Pengzi was about to step forward. Seeing this, Lin Yu followed him and gradually approached the vortex. However, before the two of them could get close, they were instantly sucked into the blue vortex. When they opened their eyes again, the scene in front of them stunned them. All I saw before me was a lush green meadow that stretched as far as the eye could see. Brother Yu, where are we now? I don't know, but it shouldn't be on Blue Star. Lin Yu shook his head. What should we do? We are not familiar with this place. How should we go back? Zhou Pengzi suddenly felt a little regretful. I shouldn't have let myself be brainwashed by him at that time. Now I can't get out. Lin Yu ignored him and started observing the situation around him. There was basically nothing here except a stretch of grass that stretched as far as the eye could see. Even the students who had been sucked in before were not seen. Fatty, we should have been teleported to another place. Look around to see if there are any other classmates. After thinking for a while, Lin Yu spoke. What? Zhou Pengzi hurriedly got up from the ground and looked around. Brother Yu, what should we do now? Let's go. Fatty, walk forward first and see if you can meet other classmates. Lin Yu said and strode in one direction. Seeing this, Zhou Pengzi hurriedly followed. The two of them didn't know how long they walked. Thump. Zhou Pengzi sat down on the grass, panting. Brother Yu, how far do we have to go? I really can't walk anymore. Hearing this, Lin Yu looked around again. From a distance, there seemed to be a forest in front. Fatty, look, there seems to be a forest ahead. Lin Yu said excitedly. Hearing this, Zhou Pengzi raised his head and looked in the direction Lin Yu pointed and saw a dark area in front of him, which seemed to be a forest. Brother Yu, let's rest for half an hour before we set off. I really can't walk anymore. Zhou Pengzi was immediately delighted and then immediately asked Lin Yu. Okay, let's rest here for a while. As he said that, Lin Yu planned to sit down and rest. At this moment, there was a sudden roar from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing this, the two men immediately stood up vigilantly. Then he looked upwards and saw a black spot in the distant sky rapidly approaching the two of them. The reason we are so sure is that the black spot is gradually expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fatty, run! Lin Yu shouted and then ran away. After being shouted at by Lin Yu, Zhou Pengzi immediately came to his senses. Fuck, Brother Yu, you are so disloyal. Why did you leave me and run away? Brother Yu, wait for me. As he spoke, Zhou Pengzi stretched out his two strong legs and ran after Lin Yu. Lin Yu ran while checking the black spot behind him, only to see that the black spot was getting bigger and bigger. System, can you tell me what that is? Lin Yu immediately thought of the omnipotent cheating system and started asking. Ding, the system is being tested. Please wait. Ding, detection completed. Swift Thunder Eagle, Bronze 8-star, possesses extremely high speed and extreme destructive power, specializes in preying on weak beasts. Any target it locks on will not be able to escape its claws. When Lin Yu heard the system's voice, he was immediately stunned. Damn it, It was actually a bronze 8-star monster, and he was only bronze 5-star. How can we fight this? Damn. System, does this Swift Thunder Eagle have any weaknesses? Lin Yu asked the system in his mind while running. Ding. The beak and claws of the Swift Thunder Eagle are its hardest weapons, but its feathers are its softest part. You want me to pluck its hair? How can I do that? Ding. The host only needs to set fire to its wings. After hearing what the system said, Lin Yu remembered that he could set a fire, so why did he have to pluck hair? He must be crazy. After getting the solution, Lin Yu slowed down. At the same time, Zhou Pengzi saw that he slowed down and thought that Lin Yu could not run anymore. Brother Yu, run quickly. If you don't run now, that ghost thing will catch up with you. Zhou Pengzi urged hurriedly. Seeing this, Lin Yu's mouth corners slightly raised, and then he shouted to Zhou Pengzi behind him. Fatty, let's not run away. You cover me, and we'll take him down together. Zhou Pengzi was a little confused when he heard this. What did it mean to let him cover? While he was still confused, Lin Yu slowly stopped. Seeing this, Zhou Pengzi hurriedly slowed down and rushed straight towards Lin Yu. Fortunately, it stopped when it got close. Brother Yu, what'd you just say? Let me act as a cover. Zhou Pengzi gasped heavily. Well, Fatty, try to hold that guy back for a while. I'll let him experience the power of my fireball. Brother Yu, are you reliable? Zhou Pengzi looked at Lin Yu with some confusion, but Lin Yu just rolled his eyes at him. Chapter 32, Swift Thunder Eagle. Zhou Pengzi looked at his confident look and immediately made up his mind to do it. Fatty, get ready. Brother Yu, always be prepared. Flame Fireball. With a roar from Lin Yu, a fireball the size of a football was thrown out by him. It flew straight towards the Swift Thunder Eagle. This ball carried a trace of the Nanming Lihua's aura, and its power was several times greater than before. Fortunately, Lin Yu was very strong, otherwise he might not be able to throw it that high. In just one encounter, the fireball accurately hit the left wing of the Swift Thunder Eagle. The flames quickly burned the left wing of the Swift Thunder Eagle. In just a moment, most of the feathers on the left wing of the Swift Thunder Eagle were burned. Pull! Then the Swift Thunder Eagle let out a wail and shot straight down. It was going to make the two little bugs below pay the price. Lin Yu was delighted when he saw his fireball hit the Swift Thunder Eagle. Fatty, see, my strength is just that strong. Brother Yu, something is wrong. The black spot is getting bigger and bigger. Zhou Pengzi was about to praise when he saw the black spot above his head coming towards the two of them at a very fast speed. Hearing this, Lin Yu quickly looked up and his brows furrowed in an instant. Didn't the fireball I just threw do any damage to it? Logically speaking, this shouldn't happen. How could a beast with 8 bronze stars possibly take on this move? Just as Lin Yu was thinking, he heard Zhou Pengzi shouting, Earth Barrier! The next second, the ground began to shake, and then a thick stone wall suddenly rose from the ground, instantly surrounding the two of them. Just at this moment, the Swift Thunder Eagle rushed straight towards the two of them with full of anger. Boom! The Swift Thunder Eagle slammed heavily into the stone wall, which immediately began to break into pieces. At the same time, the Swift Thunder Eagle was knocked off balance and almost fell from the sky. Fatty, you can't do this. How come it cracks when you hit it? Brother Yu, stop teasing me. Let's find a way to get through this crisis. Zhou Pengzi said with a bitter face. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately laughed and said, Just now I saw obvious burn marks on the left wing of the monster. I guess it must be injured. Really? Well, I just took a little look through the cracks. Brother Yu, how many times can you use that move? Well, I can probably use it about 5 more times before my spiritual power runs out. How about you? Fatty, how long can your barrier hold up? Alas, my barrier can only withstand 2 more impacts like the just now before it breaks. Zhou Pengzi sighed helplessly. Lin Yu immediately fell into deep thought. Since the fat man could only withstand 2 violent attacks, he had to fight quickly and decisively. Fatty, when a monster hits you again, you must remove this barrier immediately. Remember to do it quickly, okay? What? Zhou Pengzi was a little puzzled. Just listen to me. Don't worry, nothing will happen to you. Lin Yu patted his chest and promised. Zhou Pengzi hesitated for a moment, then nodded heavily. Okay, brother Yu, whatever you say is what I'll listen to you. Lin Yu smiled when he saw this, and then continued to look outside through the gap. At this time, the Swift Thunder Eagle saw that he could not break the barrier with one blow, and he suddenly became furious. Pull, pull. It roared a few times and flew towards the sky. When it reached a certain height, it suddenly turned around and crashed into Lin Yu and the others again at an extremely fast speed. The impact this time was several times greater than before. Seeing the swift-wind thunder eagle approaching quickly, Lin Yu immediately shouted to the fat man, "Fatty, pay attention. The monster is coming." "I know, brother Yu." After he finished speaking, Zhou Pengzi supported himself on the ground with both palms, ready to remove the barrier at any time. At the same time, Lin Yu began to gather flames in his hands, and a fireball the size of 3 footballs began to gather in his hands. The two of them were waiting anxiously. Bang, boom, boom. There was a loud noise overhead, and the two knew that it was the swift thunder eagle striking again. Then the earth barrier that had been shattered into pieces began to shake violently. Some pieces of rubble began to fall. Seeing this, Zhou Pengzi exerted force with both hands, and the barrier disappeared quickly. Lin Yu immediately looked at the swift thunder eagle that was not far away, and threw the fireball with force, and it went straight toward the swift thunder eagle. It hit the back of the swift wind thunder eagle, right on target. The fireball filled with the southern Ming fire began to burn the wings of the swift wind thunder eagle like a leech attached to its bones. Then the swift thunder eagle let out a wail and fell straight to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi were overjoyed. They finally managed to deal with this guy. "Come on, fatty, let's go take a look." "Brother Yu, this bastard should not be dead yet, Zhou Pengzi said with some concern. "Don't worry, this beast has been hit by my fireball. It will be crippled, if not dead. Besides, there's a beast core in its body. We can probably make a lot of money if we sell it." Lin Yu patted his shoulder and said nonchalantly. Seeing this, Zhou Pengzi didn't say anything more. After all, he also wanted to see what kind of monster attacked him. "Then let's go." The two of them strode towards the direction where the swift thunder eagle fell. At this moment, the swift thunder eagle was already dying. A big hole was burned on its back, and all its wings were burned. Plus, it fell from a high altitude, so now it's breathing in and out. He looked as if he was about to die. When the two were only 10 meters away from it, they stopped. "Brother Yu, it looks like this guy is no longer viable." "No, that's the best. Let's wait a while and see if it still reacts." "Well, okay." In this way, the two waited for half an hour until the swift thunder eagle completely stopped responding, and then they tiptoed closer. They were afraid that the beast would fake his death and give the two of them a final blow. However, what they didn't know was that the swift thunder eagle had died 10 minutes ago, deader than dead. Lin Yu quietly came to the back of the neck of the swift thunder eagle, then reached his arm into his trouser pocket and took out the red snake fawn. He had taken this out from the system space before, but in order to prevent Zhou Pengzi from getting suspicious, he put it in his trouser pocket. Just when Lin Yu was less than half a meter away from the swift thunder eagle, he made a quick move and cut the swift thunder eagle's neck in an instant. Fortunately, the swift thunder eagle is still in the bronze stage. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for the red snake's fangs to cut through its skin. "Brother Yu, it seems that this beast is really dead." "Hey, brother Yu, where did you buy this dagger? It's pretty cool." Seeing this, Zhou Pengzi walked over with a smile and just happened to see the red snake fang in Lin Yu's hand. "Oh, that. I picked it up on the street. I don't know who dropped it. I thought it looked pretty, so I took it with me." "Oh," Zhou Pengzi said indifferently and stopped paying attention. He then turned to look at the swift thunder eagle in front of him that had been burned beyond recognition. Seeing that he had fooled the idiot, Lin Yu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then he began to look at the swift thunder eagle that he had killed. Zhou Pengzi suddenly asked, "Brother Yu, do you know this beast?" This looks like an eagle." "Oh yeah, this looks like a swift thunder eagle." Lin Yu had already learned the information about this beast from the system, but he never dared to say it directly, fearing that it would be difficult to explain later. However, now that the fat man asked, I still have to pretend. Chapter 33. Brother Yu, this eagle meat smells so good. Swift thunder eagle, never heard of it. Brother Yu, what do you think the strength of this monster is? Zhou Pengzi shook his head. I guess it should be around 8 stars. If it's 9 stars, my flames shouldn't hurt it so easily. Lin Yu stated the level of the swift thunder eagle and also gave a reasonable explanation. When Zhou Pengzi heard this, he opened his mouth wide and looked at Lin Yu in disbelief. After a long while, he finally spoke. Brother Yu, you are kidding. Is this swift thunder eagle as powerful as you said? Forget it, believe it or not. Just come here and help me turn it over. Lin Yu rolled his eyes at him and shouted. Oh, Zhou Pengzi responded, then came to Lin Yu happily, and then the two of them worked together to turn the body of the swift thunder eagle over. Under Zhou Pengzi's puzzled gaze, Lin Yu took the red snake fang and began to cut the body of the swift thunder eagle. Brother Yu, what are you doing? Take the beast core. The beast core is in the monster's brain, not in its stomach. Lin Yu's cutting hand suddenly stopped. Ahem. I know. Why do you have to tell me? I'm just cutting some meat first. We'll taste the monster meat later. Lin Yu coughed dryly. Oh, okay. Now that you reminded me, my stomach starts to growl. Zhou Pengzi touched his fat abdominal muscles. After a while, Lin Yu cut off a piece of about 10 kilograms of Swift Thunder Eagle meat, and then he came to the Swift Thunder Eagle again. Without blinking, he stabbed the red snake fang into the brain of the Swift Thunder Eagle. After stirring it for a while, he finally found a glittering stone. No, it was a beast core. Lin Yu looked at the green beast core in his hand, and a smile appeared on his lips. This was the first monster he killed since coming to this world, and it is very worth commemorating. Fatty, catch it! Suddenly, Lin Yu shouted at Zhou Pengzi and threw the green beast core in his hand to him. Brother Yu, what are you doing? Didn't you kill him? Why are you doing this to me? Zhou Pengzi was a little confused. Take it and give it to your father when you get back. Ask him to sell it, and we'll split the profits 30% to 70% then. Lin Yu explained. The reason why he asked Chow Tai Fook to help sell it was mainly because he was attracted by Chow Tai Fook's connections. If he were to sell it himself, he would be cheated without knowing it. Moreover, if Chow Tai Fook were asked to help sell it, the price might be higher than the market price. Zhou Pengzi thought about it and put the beast core in his pocket. This is all money. Although I am not short of money, no one would complain about having too much money. Brother Yu, let's grill the meat quickly. I have never tasted eagle meat since I was a child. Okay, no problem. As he spoke, Lin Yu plucked off the remaining wings of the Swift Thunder Eagle and built a small fire. Then a ball of flame condensed in his hand and instantly ignited the wings. About half an hour passed like this, and the air was filled with the aroma of meat, which made Zhou Pengzi drool so much. Brother Yu, can we eat now? I'm starving. Here, eat it, fatty. Lin Yu handed a piece of roasted meat to Zhou Pengzi. Seeing this, Zhou Pengzi hurriedly took it and took a bite of it before it cooled down. It's so hot. So fragrant, brother Yu, please try it. Zhou Pengzi's mouth was burned immediately, but he still endured it and took a bite. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Seeing how happily he was eating, Lin Yu immediately cut a piece for himself and started to eat it with relish. The two of them had been traveling for such a long time and were already very hungry. Now that he finally had meat to eat, and the meat tasted delicious, he naturally started to eat it like a hungry wolf. It's a pity that there is no wine. Good wine and delicious food are a perfect match. After a while, the two men sat down on the grass after having a good meal and a few drinks. Burp. Brother Yu, this meat is really delicious. Not only is the meat soft, but it also has very little fat. It tastes tender and fragrant without any fishy smell. It's several times better than any beef I've ever had. Zhou Pengzi was burping, smiling, with a piece of grass in his mouth. Seeing this, Lin Yu didn't say much, but the corners of his mouth raised slightly. He had never eaten such delicious meat in his previous life. Just for this meal of meat, he felt that his trip was worthwhile. After the two of them rested for a while, they continued to rush towards the forest in the distance. At the same time, outside the secret realm, at this moment, the originally orderly Jiangxing Middle School had fallen into chaos. The students who were originally in class fled after hearing the strange voice. Wang Fujuan also rushed to the gymnasium with a group of teachers as soon as possible. However, just when they wanted to go in to find out what was going on, they found that the gymnasium was covered by an invisible light curtain. Principal, what's going on? What happened in there? At this time, Ouyang Qian suddenly walked to Wang Fujuan and asked in a deep voice. His face looked extremely ugly. If anything happened, the school would be to blame. Wang Fujuan's expression was even uglier than hers at this moment. His entire face was extremely black. I don't know what this light curtain is either. Principal, why don't you ask the Dragon Guard to come and take a look? If something happens, our school will have a hard time explaining it. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing black glasses came out and said in a deep voice, He is Li Gang, the head teacher of Class 1. Just now he learned that Li Hanzhuang was also in the gymnasium, which made him very worried. Wang Fujuan nodded when he heard this. Seeing this, Li Gang walked aside and called the Dragon Guard. Of course, he just called the police station, and the police notified the Dragon Guards. At this time, above the gymnasium, there's a figure standing in the air. This person was Lu Hongba, who had noticed that the seal was broken and rushed over at high speed. After realizing the situation here, Lu Hongba used space transfer to teleport himself here. Part of the seal has been broken. Fortunately, I arrived in time, otherwise the whole Jiangxing would have been involved. That's right, that light curtain was created by Lu Hongba. He arrived shortly after Lin Yu and others were sucked in. To prevent any unexpected situations, he covered the entire gymnasium. It looks like that guy's gone in, but that's good too. It's a good opportunity to see how strong he is. Having said that, Lu Hongbo disappeared out of thin air. In the secret realm, after an hour's journey, Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi finally entered the forest. However, just as they entered the woods, a strong wind blew towards them, making them rustle. Damn, brother Yu, why is the wind so strong? I can hardly open my eyes. Zhou Pengzi shouted. Fatty, hurry up and use that move again. Oh, okay. Zhou Pengzi immediately supported himself on the ground with his hands, and a stone wall suddenly stood in front of the two of them, directly blocked this strange, strong wind. Chapter 34, Firefly and Blue Cloud Deer. The strange wind lasted for more than 10 minutes before it dissipated. Seeing this, Lin Yu tentatively stuck his head out and looked into the depths of the woods. Seeing that the strange wind had disappeared, Lin Yu turned back to look at Zhou Pengzi. Let's go, Fatty, it should be fine. Brother Yu, should we wait a little longer? What if that strange wind blows again? Zhou Pengzi looked a little timid. But this is normal. After all, this is not the blue planet. There are many unknown things here. In response, Lin Yu patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry, nothing will happen. Besides, I'm here with you, why are you afraid? Hearing Lin Yu say this, Zhou Pengzi felt much more at ease, and then the two of them walked towards the depths of the forest. It took about 10 minutes to walk. Lin Yu suddenly stopped, and Zhou Pengzi asked nervously, What's wrong, brother Yu? Is there something wrong? Well, I saw a deer in front. Lin Yu said, Deer? Zhou Pengzi was puzzled. Could it be that there were still deer in this world? You should know that 20 years ago, after the revival of spiritual energy, all the animals on the blue planet underwent mutations. Some animals that originally looked harmless to humans, and animals also became extremely ferocious. After this mutation, many vegetarian animals turned into carnivores. Of course, in this mutation, there are still some animals that have not changed, and those are the domestic animals kept in captivity by humans. However, although no mutation occurred, their meat quality has been greatly improved. So Zhou Pengzi felt confused and puzzled after hearing Lin Yu's words. Could it be that there are still deer here that have not undergone any mutation? As if he saw Zhou Pengzi's doubts, Lin Yu immediately made way for him. You should come and see for yourself. Hearing this, Zhou Pengzi immediately came over and looked in the direction Lin Yu pointed. I saw a deer drinking water on the lake in the distance. It looked the same as the deer before the mutation, with the only difference being, this deer is green, yes, green. Of course, it's not that dark green, but a turquoise color. What's more important is that the deer was surrounded by circles of halo, making it look very sacred. Zhou Pengzi was stunned and couldn't take his eyes away for a moment. System, help me check the information of the deer. Lin Yu immediately communicated with the system in his mind. Ding. Host request detected. Please wait. Ding. Firefly Bixia deer, silver star. Firefly Bixia deer likes to live alone in the depths of the forest and has a relatively gentle personality, but you must not provoke it, otherwise you will bear the consequences. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Yu had a general understanding of the deer, but he never expected that the strength of this deer had reached the silver 3 stars. You'd better leave quickly, since you really can't win. Fatty, stop looking and leave quickly. We can't afford to mess with this deer. After Lin Yu finished speaking, there was no reply from Zhou Pengzi. In response, Lin Yu immediately stepped forward and pulled him, but found that he did not move at all. This made him wonder, could it be that this guy was staring at such a beautiful woman that he couldn't walk? It's true, at this moment, what Zhou Pengzi saw was a bunch of naked beauties standing in front of him. Lin Yu was no longer beside him, so he didn't hear what Lin Yu just said at all. Seeing that Zhou Pengzi didn't move at all, Lin Yu suddenly became anxious. Damn, could this fat guy been tricked? Suddenly, Lin Yu seemed to remember what was said in the system introduction just now, that this Firefly Bixia deer seemed to have the ability to make people indulge in illusions. Could it be that this fat guy is obsessed with the illusion created by the firefly and the blue cloud deer? System, help me check if this fat guy has been infected. Ding. Host request detected. Actually processing. Ding. The other party has been caught in the illusion of Luiying Bixialu and is now trapped in an illusion. Gone, as expected, this fat guy is too unreliable. System, do you have any way to wake him up? Ding. There's only one way at the moment. Kill the Firefly Bixia deer, and the illusion will naturally end. Hearing this, Lin Yu was stunned. What the hell was this? Asking a bronze 5-star rookie like him to fight against a silver 3-star guy? This must be a joke. System, don't you have any other solution? Ding. This is the only way at the moment. The system's answer was concise and to the point, but Lin Yu was not happy with it. He had spent a lot of effort to kill the swift thunder eagle before. However, at this moment, the firefly Bixia deer was walking towards the two of them. When the two of them were changing positions earlier, they made quite a noise, causing the firefly Bixia deer to instantly lock on a Zhou Pongzi at a glance, and then cast an illusion on him. Lin Yu listened to the footsteps getting closer and closer, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Oh no, that firefly deer must have discovered them. Now that things have come to this, we have no choice but to go ahead with it. Immediately, Lin Yu stood up, strode out of the bushes, and looked directly at the firefly deer. When the firefly Bixia deer saw Lin Yu show up on his own initiative, it was stunned. It didn't expect that Lin Yu, an ant, would show up on his own. So the look it gave Lin Yu began to become alert. Although it had never seen a human being before, judging from the other party's breath, he seemed a little unfriendly. Jill, yo. Then the firefly Bixia deer called out twice at Lin Yu as a warning. However, Lin Yu did not understand animal language, so he did not know what this meant. He just stared at the firefly Bixia deer, and as long as it attacked, he would immediately dodge. The man and the beast just stood there stiffly. Neither of them dared to take action. Lin Yu thought to himself, why doesn't this beast make a move? My legs are numb from standing so hard. Damn it. If he doesn't make a move, I'm going to do it. At the same time, the firefly Bixia deer looked at the motionless Lin Yu. Its fist-sized deer brain could not understand why the humanoid creature in front of it did not move. In this way, the man and the beast stared at each other for another half an hour. Until Lin Yu could no longer feel his legs, he finally couldn't stand it anymore. So he shouted at the firefly Bixia deer. Hey, well, let's discuss something. You help my brother get out of the illusion, and I'll take him away. What do you think? After saying that, Lin Yu pointed his finger at Zhou Pongzi, who was still in the bushes. At this moment, he was drooling all over the floor. The firefly deer looked in the direction where Lin Yu's finger was pointing, instantly understood what he meant, and then honked its hooves twice. Jua! Jua! Zhou Pongzi, who was originally immersed in the illusion, all the beautiful scenes in his eyes disappeared after hearing the two deer calls. Hey, wasn't I just on the beach? Where's my beauty? Zhou Pongzi came back to his senses and let out a light exclamation, then looked around and realized that this was the bush where he and Lin Yu had been. By the way, where's Lin Yu? When Zhou Pongzi saw that Lin Yu was nowhere to be seen, he suddenly became anxious. Without caring about anything else, he immediately started shouting loudly. Brother Yu, where are you? However, before he could finish shouting, Lin Yu's voice came from outside the bushes. Okay, fatty, stop shouting and come out quickly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pongzi was delighted. He immediately got up from the ground and walked straight out of the bushes. Chapter 35, Meeting an Acquaintance. As soon as Zhou Pongzi came out, he saw a shocking scene. Lin Yu was actually mixed up with the monsters. Ding! Zhou Pongzi's emotion value plus 999. Ding! Zhou Pongzi's emotion value plus 999. Brother Yu, what are you doing? Okay, fatty, don't be so startled. This firefly deer has no ill will towards us. It's just that we disturbed it while it was drinking water, so it created an illusion to trap you in it. Lin Yu explained hurriedly. Only then did Zhou Pongzi finally put his mind at ease. Brother Yu, since this deer is not hostile to us, can we leave now? Well, let's go. We still have to meet up with other students. Lin Yu responded, then waved to Luiying Bixialu and continued to move forward with Zhou Pongzi. After watching the two people leave, the firefly deer turned and walked deeper into the woods. System, you're such a jerk. You have other options, but you insist on forcing me to do it. Are you planning to kill me so you can find a new host? After leaving the sight of the firefly Bixia deer, Lin Yu cursed the system in his mind. System sad face? Seeing that the system didn't say anything, Lin Yu suddenly became furious. This damn system cannot be kept. It's too deceptive. If it dares to instigate you to challenge today, it will dare to make you go to shit tomorrow. Lin Yu held his breath and ran all the way. After walking for an unknown amount of time, he suddenly stopped. Zhou Pongzi was puzzled when he saw this. Could it be that they encountered some monster again? Brother Yu, what happened again? Did some monster appear again? Fatty, come here and see if that is Li Fei Yu. Lin Yu urged. Hearing this, Zhou Pongzi was startled, Then he widened his eyes and stared at a figure in the forest in the distance. I saw the figure looking left and right furtively, as if he was avoiding something. Zhou Pengzi looked at him for a while and vaguely realized that it was Li Feiyu, and then a lewd smile appeared on his face. Hey, brother, it really is that guy. Should we go scare him? I think he'll piss himself. Let's wait a little longer. He looks like he's trying to avoid something. Lin Yu could see farther and more clearly than Zhou Pengzi, so he got a rough idea of the expression on Li Feiyu's face. From a distance, Li Feiyu's expression showed some panic and fear. What could scare him in this place might be a powerful monster. It is best not to act rashly without knowing any circumstances, otherwise the outcome will definitely be miserable. The reason why Lin Yu thought so far ahead was mainly because he had watched a lot of adventure movies in his previous life when he stayed at home, such as Indiana Jones, which he had watched a lot. Then the two Lao Lu walked towards Li Feiyu stealthily, looking around from time to time. Brother Yu, what do you think Li Feiyu's expression will be when he sees us later? Will he be excited, or will he be scared to death by us? Zhou Pengzi had a wicked smile on his face, and looked at Lin Yu, who was walking forward with a fierce look on his face. Lin Yu did not react too much to Zhou Pengzi's words. After all, he had no hatred towards Li Feiyu. The only point was that he could take advantage of Li Feiyu again. Thinking of this, Lin Yu showed a sly smile. That smile was even more obscene than Zhou Pengzi's. Fortunately, Zhou Pengzi was following him. Otherwise, he would have shouted, "Hey, Inting!" Soon, the two were less than 10 meters away from Li Feiyu. Of course, because they deliberately hid themselves, Li Feiyu did not notice them. While Li Feiyu was still looking around, a chubby hand was quietly approaching him. The distance is getting closer. In a flash, the flesh hand grabbed Li Feiyu's shoulder. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. My meat is not tasty. Li Feiyu was frightened and curled up, shouting loudly. At the same time, a mysterious yellowish liquid was seen flowing out from under his body. Zhou Pengzi looked at his cowardly appearance and couldn't help but sneer. "'Tis brother Yu, look at how timid he is. Li Feiyu, look up and see who I am, fatty." Hearing this, Li Feiyu raised his head tremblingly. When he saw that the person coming was Zhou Pengzi, he immediately felt relieved. Zhou Pengzi, it's you. Why the hell are you scaring me? Before he could finish, Zhou Pengzi slapped him and said, "Call me fatty. Don't call me by my real name, okay?" "You, what do you mean by you? Call me fatty." Zhou Pengzi glared at him. Seeing that he couldn't win, Li Feiyu could only compromise. Fatty. Here, this is a reward from Fatty." Seeing that he was so sensible, Zhou Pengzi took out a piece of meat wrapped in cloth from his pocket. This is the meat of the swift thunder eagle. Before leaving, Lin Yu used fire to dry the meat of the swift thunder eagle, and then gave some to Zhou Pengzi, asking him to carry it with him. After all, the situation here was unclear, and they arrived in a hurry without anything to eat, so they made some dry food in case of emergency. Well, I happen to meet Li Feiyu, so I just gave him one. We are classmates, so any help we can give is appreciated. Li Feiyu looked at the things Zhou Pengzi threw down and felt somewhat confused. "Fatty, what is this?" "Eat it quickly. This is the meat of a swift thunder eagle that brother Yu and I killed before. The taste may not be as good, but it's okay to eat it." Zhou Pengzi gave a brief explanation and ignored him. Seeing this, Li Feiyu immediately picked it up and opened the rag wrapped around it. No, it should be a school uniform. Zhou Pengzi cut his school uniform into several pieces, and then used the cloth to wrap the eagle meat. The moment Li Feiyu opened it, a fragrant smell of meat wafted out, and the meat was still a little warm. Li Feiyu swallowed his saliva, then began to eat voraciously. He had not eaten a single bite since he came in. I don't know what the situation is outside. At this time, the sun had already set outside. The sky became very dark. There were already quite a few people gathered outside the stadium. There were parents of students, reporters, and others, and of course a lot of police officers also came. At this moment, order is being maintained at the scene, and not far outside the light curtain, a large group of dragon guards are gathered together, seemingly discussing something. "Captain, this light curtain cannot be opened." "Yes, even if we work together, we can't do any damage to this light curtain." "Captain, what should we do now? Why don't we ask for instructions from our superiors?" "Ask the higher-ups for instructions, Captain." Listening to what everyone said, Zhang Tailin hesitated for a moment. He also wanted to open the light curtain quickly. After all, Wang Fujian had just told him that there was an unparalleled genius inside. If anything happened to him, it would definitely be a loss for the Dragon Kingdom. Well, The only solution now is to ask for instructions from the higher-ups. I hope they can send some powerful personnel over here. Zhang Tailin nodded helplessly, then took out his mobile phone from his pocket and dialed an unknown number. Chapter 36. Ghost Eye Green Scale Snake. In the secret realm, Li Feiyu quickly ate up the piece of eagle meat. Hick, Zhou, Fatty, thank you for the meat. If you want to thank someone, thank Brother Yu. He was the one who killed the Swift Thunder Eagle, and he also made the barbecue. Zhou Pengzi looked at him arrogantly. Hearing this, Li Feiyu hurriedly looked at Lin Yu, who was looking around. Brother Yu, Master Lin, thank you so much for saving my life. Please accept my greetings. As Li Feiyu was about to cut out to Lin Yu, he was stopped by Zhou Pengzi. Okay, kid, Brother Yu can't afford such a big gift from you. Get up quickly. Seeing this, Li Feiyu felt mixed emotions. He thought about how he had brought other classmates to isolate the two people and even wanted to make things difficult for them. What a beast he was. Ding. Li Feiyu's emotion value plus 1,000. Li Feiyu's emotional value plus 1,000. Emotional value plus 1,000. At this time, the system prompt sound kept ringing in Lin Yu's mind. In just less than a minute, Li Feiyu contributed 30,000 points of emotion value. It really is an emotion-generating machine. It seems that I was not wrong, Lin Yu thought. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from deep in the forest, which made the three people's hair stand on end, especially Li Feiyu. He seemed to know what it was, so he said, tremblingly, it should be that guy coming. That guy? What are you talking about? A monster? Zhou Pengzi looked at him with confusion. Well, it's a giant snake, about 7 or 8 meters long, and as thick as a bucket. Li Feiyu patiently explained to the two of them, but as soon as he said this, the two of them were stunned. The Swift Thunder Eagle they encountered before was only 3 or 4 meters long and wide, but its strength was at the bronze 8-star level. Then the giant snake that Li Feiyu mentioned is probably already at the silver level, or at least at the bronze 9-star level. Quick, let's go quickly. I think that snake should be a silver level. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's face changed, and he hurriedly called the two of them to escape. When Zhou Pengzi and Li Feiyu heard Lin Yu's words, they were stunned at first, and then their faces suddenly changed. Without thinking too much, he immediately followed Lin Yu's steps. However, on a big tree in the distance, there was a pair of dark green eyes staring at the three of them. Hiss, hiss. Brother Yu, we should be able to get rid of them after walking so far, right? Zhou Pengzi panted. At this moment, the three of them had no idea how far they had run, but they should have escaped from the range of the giant snake. Master Lin, are we safe now? Li Feiyu asked in a low voice. Lin Yu did not respond to the two of them, but stared in the direction they came from. Quiet. It's so quiet. Along the way, Lin Yu found that the surrounding environment was too quiet. It was so quiet that it was a little scary. Logically speaking, such a big forest shouldn't be so quiet. Unless, as soon as the thought came to my mind, I saw the trees in the direction I came from moving without any wind. Hurry, Fatty, it's too late, run. Lin Yu shouted hurriedly. Zhou Pengzi and Li Feiyu looked at each other and couldn't help but look back. I saw the trees shaking, and without thinking, I ran away. Damn it, Brother Yu. That guy is chasing us. Master Lin, what should we do? Run. Lin Yu shouted and quickened his pace, leaving the two of them far behind. When the two saw him running so fast, their eyes widened. Oh my God, Brother Yu, wait for us. Master Lin, don't abandon us. However, Lin Yu didn't care about them at all. Saving his life was the most important thing. The guy was at the silver level, so how could he beat him? If it was only a bronze 9 stars, he might be able to fight it head-on with the help of the Long Yuan sword. System, who is that snake behind? Ding, detecting, please wait. Ding. Ghost-eyed green-scaled snake, silver 1 star. Its venom is highly toxic. Hobbies. After biting the prey, I like to inject my own venom into the prey's body and then quietly watch the prey die from the poison. After hearing what the system said, Lin Yu was completely numb. This must be a pervert among snakes. Fatty, run quickly. There's a pervert behind you. Lin Yu then shouted to the two people behind him. It's a pity that the two didn't hear it clearly and thought Lin Yu was asking them to run faster. Hiss, hiss. Just as the two were running as fast as they could, a voice suddenly exploded in their ears. The two men turned their heads mechanically and saw a huge snake head looking towards them intently, spitting out its tongue from its mouth. Seeing this scene, the two men felt as if they had fallen into an icy cave and their faces turned pale instantly. Unexpectedly, He was caught up by this beast. Zhou Pengzi felt a little regretful and wondered why he came here to die. Lin Yu, who was about to turn around to check on the two people in front, suddenly changed his expression when he saw the giant snake next to them. Damn it, this pervert actually caught up with me. Fatty, come towards me. As he spoke, Lin Yu stopped quickly, but due to inertia, he still fell to the ground. Fortunately, he had a strong physique. When Zhou and Peng Zi saw Lin Yu stop, they were immediately delighted, thinking there was still hope. Xiao Fizi, let's run to Brother Yu quickly. Hearing this, Li Feiyu nodded, then quickened his pace and ran straight towards Lin Yu. Just as the two were about to approach Lin Yu shouted, "Get out of the way!" Immediately afterwards, a fireball shot out from between the two of them and hit the ghost-eyed green-scaled snake directly. It turned out that just now, the ghost-eyed green-scaled snake was less than 2 meters away from the two of them. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately took action and rescued the two people. Who, Brother Yu? I really can't run anymore. Let's just fight him directly. Zhou Pengzi panted, came to Lin Yu, and then sat down on the ground. Fatty, you and Li Feiyu go first. I'll stay and hold it back. What? Brother Yu, are you crazy? Zhou Pengzi exclaimed. Li Feiyu on the side also stared at Lin Yu with wide eyes. Lin Yu knew that they were worried, but he had a backup plan. He just couldn't show it in front of them, so he planned to let them go first. Okay, Fatty, you guys can go now. Don't worry, I have a backup plan. Don't forget that I have awakened dual system abilities. I haven't used my space system ability yet. But just listen to me. You guys go first, I'll hold it back. Don't worry, if I can't beat it, can I run away? Originally, Zhou Pengzi wanted to say that he had not yet learned his spatial ability. But seeing him like this, I had no choice but to continue running. Okay, Brother Yu, Xiao Fizi and I will go first. Remember to run away if you can't win. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. The pervert will be here soon. Abnormal. Lin Yu did not answer, but turned and walked towards the ghost-eyed green-scaled snake. Seeing this, Zhou Pengzi didn't bother to think too much and immediately ran away. I have to say, this fat guy has great potential. Chapter 37, Give Me Back My Sword. Seeing that the two had gone far away, Lin Yu immediately took out the S-Level Long Yuan sword from his system backpack. I have to say that the texture of this Long Yuan sword is really good. When I hold it in my hand, I immediately feel like I've become one with it. There is a giant dragon carved on the sword, with bared fangs and claws, looking fierce and domineering. Looking at the dark-eyed green-scaled snake crawling out of the smoke, Lin Yu clenched the sword in his hand. At this moment, a fierce light burst out from the eyes of the ghost-eyed green-scaled snake. It was angry, although Lin Yu's attack just now did not hurt it, but it was very painful. After all, the fireball contained a trace of the Nanming Lihua's aura, so its power was naturally quite powerful. Hiss, hiss. The dark-eyed green-scaled snake spat out its tongue, then opened its bloody mouth and attacked Lin Yu directly. The human beings before them will surely be killed without a burial place. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately used Phantom Step and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already above the ghost-eyed green-scaled snake, mastering the basic swordsmanship. The next second, Lin Yu used his swordsmanship skills and chopped at its head with a sword. Zhang. With just one sword strike, a centimeter-deep sword mark was left on the head of the ghost-eyed green-scaled snake, and then Lin Yu straddled its back. The dark-eyed green-scaled snake suddenly felt pain and quickly turned its head to look at Lin Yu. Looking at him, the dark-eyed green-scaled snake's eyes were filled with anger, and it immediately sprayed a stream of venom from its mouth, straight towards Lin Yu. However, he did not use Phantom Step to dodge this time. After all, it consumes too much spiritual energy, so he just used Flame Fireball to fight back. Boom! The ball of fire and the venom collided. Suddenly, the venom was burned to ashes by the trace of Nanming fire in the fireball. After all, this Nanming Lihua is specifically designed to overcome the evil and filth in the world, and this poison will naturally be overcome by it. The ghost-eyed green-scaled snake saw that its venom could be easily broken by such a human. He was startled at first, then roared and opened his mouth wide to attack Lin Yu again. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately held the Long Yuan sword across his chest, ready to fight back. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lin Yu flew backwards several meters. However, the ghost-eyed green-scaled snake did not intend to let him go. Before he could react, another stream of venom sprayed out of its mouth. Phantom Step. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Lin Yu once again used his space ability and successfully avoided the sneak attack. You are such a despicable fellow, but you are nothing but a beast after all. While Lin Yu was complaining, he kept dodging the attacks of the ghost-eyed green-scaled snake. Boom! Lin Yu shot out another fireball, which hit the belly of the ghost-eyed green-scaled snake. Feeling the pain, it immediately roared. Roar! Immediately afterwards, a snake swung its tail and came straight towards Lin Yu. Seeing this, Lin Yu pushed his feet hard, jumped up, and dodged. Taking this opportunity, Lin Yu held the sword with both hands and slashed directly at the vital point of the ghost-eyed green-scaled snake. Smacking. The sword scratched across the scales, making a sharp sound. Soon, the Long Yuan sword cut a hole in it, but at this moment the sword got stuck. At this critical moment, Lin Yu gave up decisively and disappeared in a flash. At this moment, his spiritual power was almost exhausted. After using Phantom Step continuously, his spiritual power had reached the bottom. Huh, damn it. What should I do now? Oh, I still have the fire pearl. Lin Yu was breathing heavily, constantly thinking of a solution in his mind. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He immediately activated the fire bead, which had been quietly staying in his dantian. After sensing Lin Yu's call, it began to rotate magically. Then it rushed out of his body and floated in the air. Looking at the Lihuzu that was still spinning, Lin Yu also felt excited. So far, he still doesn't know the level of this Lihuzu. You know, the weapons in the system backpack all have levels. There are only 3 simple words on this Lihuzu, nothing else, no level, no specific effect, nothing like that. So Lin Yu didn't know how powerful this Lihuzu was. When the ghost-eyed green-scaled snake saw the fire bead floating in front of Lin Yu, it subconsciously sensed a hint of threat. However, before it could react, Lin Yu controlled the fire bead to attack it. Fortunately, the ghost-eyed green-scaled snake can't speak. Otherwise, it would have complained. You are the 6th one. When the fire bead was less than 5 meters away from it, the ghost-eyed green-scaled snake felt the scorching temperature. This was more than it could bear, so, under Lin Yu's shocked gaze, the ghost-eyed green-scaled snake turned around and ran away. Gone, you beast! Give me my sword back now. At this time, the Long Yuan sword was still stuck on the ghost-eyed green-scaled snake. Lin Yu suddenly became anxious. Damn it, that was an S-level weapon, so precious. After reacting, Lin Yu immediately chased after the ghost-eyed green-scaled snake. The madly fleeing ghost-eyed green-scaled snake felt the human breath behind it and was a little confused for a moment. What's the matter? I don't want to eat you anymore. So why are you offering yourself to me? Just when it was puzzled, Lin Yu behind it suddenly sped up a little, still shouting. Stop! You bastard! Leave my sword behind! The ghost-eyed green-scaled snake looked at Lin Yu, who was about to chase it, and suddenly became anxious. How could this damn human being be addicted to chasing it? Suddenly, the ghost-eyed green-scaled snake sensed something on its back. It immediately turned its head and saw a sword stuck in its vital spot. It suddenly realized that the reason why the human behind it was chasing it so relentlessly was probably because of this sword. Then he flicked his tail and pulled out the Long Yuan sword, and then swung it hard and sent the sword flying. Missing. Lin Yu looked at the Long Yuan sword that was thrown out and immediately became anxious. Fuck, you really are not a human being. So, Lin Yu didn't bother to chase the ghost-eyed green-scaled snake and immediately ran in the direction where the Long Yuan sword flew away. The dark-eyed green-scaled snake looked at Lin Yu, who was leaving, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, it was glad that it was smart enough to throw the sword away in time. At the same time, after flying hundreds of meters, the Long Yuan sword hit a crocodile on the head. Looking at the Long Yuan sword falling from the sky, the crocodile was confused. Thinking it was food, it bit down immediately. However, the sharpness of the Long Yuan sword meant the consequences were serious. In an instant, blood flowed from its mouth. Roar, roar. Immediately afterwards, it let out an angry roar and immediately spat out the Long Yuan sword. Lin Yu was rushing towards this side, but halfway he encountered the Long Yuan sword flying past him. What the hell, what's going on? Why did the Long Yuan sword fly away by itself? Without caring about anything else, Lin Yu changed direction again and chased in the direction where the Long Yuan sword was flying. A few minutes later, Lin Yu finally found the Long Yuan sword in the cesspool. Looking at the Long Yuan sword covered in feces, Lin Yu could only pinch his nose and pull it out. Damned ghost-eyed green-scaled snake, don't let me see you again, or I will tear out your tendons and skin you, and make you into snake meat soup. With a roar, Lin Yu put the Long Yuan sword back into the system space, and then rushed in the direction where Zhou Pongzi and the others fled. Chapter 38. Zhou Pongzi's Rebirth. Just when Lin Yu was about to rush towards the two of them, on the other side, Zhou Pongzi was running with Li Feiyu. Suddenly, Zhou Pongzi slowed down. Li Feiyu was a little puzzled. Fatty, what's wrong? Why don't you run away? Xiao Fizi, we can't let brother Yu face that beast alone. Fatty, you don't want to? Well, I plan to go back and face it with brother Yu. If you are afraid, leave first. If we can't get out alive, then tell my dad about this. As he spoke, Zhou Pongzi patted Li Feiyu on the shoulder, then immediately turned around and ran in the direction he came from. Li Feiyu looked at his departing back, hesitated for a moment, then made up his mind and followed him. Fatty, wait for me, I'll go with you. At this moment, Lin Yu had no idea that the two were rushing back, and he kept running towards them. I don't know how much time passed. The two men noticed that the trees in front of them were shaking, and they slowed down for a moment. Fatty, could that beast be coming? Li Feiyu asked vigilantly. Hearing this, Zhou Pongzi's face couldn't help but frown. Get ready for battle. So the two of them stopped immediately, and then each found a tree to hide under. At this moment, a figure whizzed past the two of them. After taking a closer look, they found that it was Lin Yu, and they were immediately overjoyed. He quickly called out to Lin Yu, who was about to leave. Brother Yu, we are here. Lin Yu stopped immediately after hearing the voice, turned his head and looked back, and saw the two people waving at him excitedly. Seeing this, Lin Yu walked towards the two of them. No, why are you still here? Logically, you shouldn't have run far, right? Looking at the two people, Lin Yu was full of confusion. In his opinion, even if the two people ran slowly, they should not have run only such a short distance. Well, we're worried that you can't handle the beast by yourself, so we thought of going back to help you. Zhou Pongzi explained. Lin Yu was a little amused and helpless about this. With their strength, they might be eaten before they even get close to the ghost-eyed green-scaled snake. Okay, let's find a place to rest first. That beast probably won't dare to come over. Lin Yu said. When Zhou and Pang Zi heard this, they immediately felt relieved. They originally thought that Lin Yu had run away because he couldn't win the fight, but now it seems that Lin Yu had beaten him away. It ran away, of course. Now the ghost-eyed green-scaled snake is hiding in some corner to heal its wounds. By the way, brother Yu, we saw a small river when we came here just now. Why don't we go there to rest for a while? Zhou Pongzi looked at Lin Yu for advice. Okay, lead the way. As he spoke, Zhou Pongzi led the way. In the river, Lin Yu was lying naked quietly inside, and on his left were Zhou Pongzi and Li Feiyu. Fatty, I think it's getting late. Let's set up camp here. Okay, I'll listen to you, brother Yu. Xiao Fizi, hurry up and find some dry branches. Then we can have grilled fish. Zhou Pongzi looked at the little fish swimming in the river, and his mouth immediately became craving for them. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu, who was standing by, did not dare to refute at all. He happily stood up from the water and then went to look for firewood with his bare chest. Brother Yu, how are we going to get out then? Will we be trapped here forever? Seeing Li Feiyu leaving, Zhou Pongzi looked at Lin Yu and said. However, Lin Yu seemed not to hear it and closed his eyes quietly. The next second, the spiritual energy around him quickly gathered towards him. His realm had already reached the late 5-star level, but it had been suppressed. After a fight with the ghost-eyed green-scaled snake, he could no longer suppress it, and now he broke through to the 6-star level. This also means that he can absorb another beast core for comprehension. Bang bang. A few dull sounds came out from his body, and Zhou Pongzi on the side was stunned. Is this a breakthrough? Brother Yu. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. What's wrong? Brother Yu, have you made another breakthrough? Well, it's already 6 stars. Alas, it seems that I will never catch up with you in this lifetime. Fatty, don't lose heart. You'll catch up with me. By the way, don't you feel that the spiritual energy here is much thicker than that of Blue Star? Seeing this, Lin Yu hurriedly comforted him. Hearing this, Zhou Pongzi was stunned at first, but soon understood and immediately prepared to meditate and practice. At this time, Lin Yu called him, Fatty, this is for you. Eat this later and run away. As he spoke, Lin Yu took out a marrow-cleansing pill from the system backpack and handed it to Zhou Pongzi. The reason for giving it at this time is mainly to improve his strength. In this crisis-ridden place, more strength means more protection. As for where this thing came from, Lin Yu did not intend to tell him, leaving him to guess, since he would not guess that he had a system anyway. Brother Yu, what is this? Zhou Pongzi looked at the marrow-cleansing pill in Lin Yu's hand with confusion. Don't worry about what it is. I won't harm you anyway. Oh, okay. Zhou Pongzi didn't ask any more questions and took the marrow cleansing pill from Lin Yu. Remember, eat from a distance and don't get it dirty. Lin Yu reminded again. Seeing this, Zhou Pongzi took the marrow cleansing pill and ran to a place more than 10 meters away, then swallowed the marrow cleansing pill in one gulp. The marrow cleansing pill melted in his mouth and was swallowed into his stomach in one gulp. Hey, why doesn't this thing brother you gave me work? Zhou Pongzi muttered. Is it expired? That shouldn't be the case. Do I have to wait a little longer? In this way, Zhou Pongzi lay in the river for 10 minutes, and just when he was about to ask Lin Yu, suddenly his stomach began to ache, followed by his limbs. It hurts. Brother Yu. From a distance, Lin Yu watched him gradually curl up into a ball, and he knew that the effect of the marrow cleansing pill had begun to take effect. So he shouted to Zhou Pongzi. Fatty, hold on, it's okay. Seeing that Lin Yu said everything was fine, Zhou Pongzi was immediately relieved. He believed that Lin Yu would not harm him. It was unknown how long it took before Zhou Pongzi no longer felt the pain. He then opened his eyes and looked at the figure in the water. Zhou Pongzi was stunned on the spot. Is this me? Zhou Pongzi in the water was no longer fat. The fat on his belly had disappeared, and of course his abdominal muscles did not appear. His arms are almost a circle smaller than before, and the fat on his face is gone. He has turned from a big fat guy into a small fat guy. This is simply a complete transformation. Just as he was still admiring his own beautiful face, a foul smell suddenly hit him. Ugh, it stinks, who pooped? However, he was speechless the next second because the stench came from his own body. Only then did he understand why Lin Yu wanted to stay away from him. It turned out to be so smelly. Zhou Pongzi immediately dived into the water and began to wash his body. After more than 10 minutes, he came out satisfied. Chapter 39, Blazing Sunbird. Half an hour later, Li Feiyu came back carrying a large bundle of dead branches. But the moment he saw Zhou Pongzi, he was stunned and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Fat Master, what do you want me for, Xiao Fizi? Is there something wrong? Are you really fatty? Nonsense, it's genuine. Who dares to pretend to be your fat uncle? Zhou Pongzi rolled his eyes at him, unhappily. Then she ignored him and just admired her own appearance. Seeing this, Li Feiyu looked at Lin Yu on the side and said, Master Lin, what's going on? How come I became like this while picking up some firewood? Cough, cough. Well, just now the fat guy accidentally picked a fruit by the river and tasted it, and then it became like this. Lin Yu coughed calmly twice and then began to make up stories. Hearing this, Li Feiyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Is there such a strange thing? Master Lin, do you have any more of that fruit? Can you give me a taste? I also want to be more handsome. This, you have to ask Fatty, I'm not sure. Seeing this, Lin Yu directly passed the blame to Zhou Pongzi, who was standing beside him. Hearing someone calling him, Zhou Pongzi subconsciously looked at Lin Yu. Brother Yu, what did you just say? Well, Xiao Fizi just asked me how you became like this, and I said you ate a mysterious fruit, and that's why you became like this. He wants to know if you still have one, and if you can give him one. Lin Yu said this while winking at him frantically. Seeing this, Zhou Pongzi instantly understood that Lin Yu didn't want to tell him the truth, so he said, Well, Xiao Fizi, it's not that I'm not loyal. There was only one fruit, and I ate it. I was envious and picked one and put it in my mouth, but who would have thought it would turn out like this? Fatty, do you still remember what that fruit looks like? Li Feiyu still didn't give up. That seems a little dark, tastes a little sour, but has a soft and sticky texture. Zhou Pongzi thought for a long time before he came up with all this. As a result, Li Feiyu memorized what he had compiled in his mind. I understand, Fatty. Thank you for telling me. Well, it's just a small thing. If you find anything, remember to tell me. Although Zhou Pongzi really wanted to tell him that it was just made up, he couldn't help but want to laugh at him. Night falls. The three of them gathered around the fire, roasting themselves, and above the fire, they were roasting a few fish. Sizzle. The oil dripped onto the fire, making a sizzling sound. A few minutes later. Okay, you can eat now. Lin Yu gave two of them to Zhou Pongzi and Li Feiyu. Seeing this, Zhou Pongzi immediately took it and took a bite. It's so hot. Fatty, can't you eat slowly? No one is competing with you for the food. Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Yu complained. Zhou Pongzi scratched his head in embarrassment. Well, I can't wait any longer. It's because you, brother Yu, made it so delicious. As he said this, Zhou Pongzi took another bite, and This time he was not burned. In response to this, Lin Yu shook his head helplessly. At this time, the long-lost system sounded again. Ding! Zhou Pengzi's emotion value plus 999. Ding! Li Feiyu's mood value plus 999. System, what is my current emotional value? Ding! The host's current emotional value is 212,194 points. Do you want to draw a prize? No, system. How much do you want to draw a lottery? System. Okay, just give me the 200,000. Ding! Host request detected. The system is drawing a lottery. Please wait. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4 detoxification pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 fire-type, sun-flaming sparrow beast core. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4 water-repellent pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 5 SpongeBob SquarePants. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning Patrick's Underwear X6. After listening to the system report, Lin Yu was overjoyed. It really was like someone was giving him a pillow when he went to sleep. I had just achieved a breakthrough not long ago, but I didn't expect to draw a Fire Beast core. It seems that the system still loves itself. System, you are so cute. System, convex, underscore, convex. Fatty, you guys will take turns on duty later and wake me up after midnight. As he spoke, Lin Yu walked into the simple house that Zhou Pengzi had built using his supernatural powers. Oh, I see. Zhou Pengzi agreed immediately, then looked at Li Feiyu. Little Fei, you go to sleep first. I'll be on duty. I'll call you then. Okay. Fatty, no problem. Li Feiyu nudda habidi. Afterwards, Li Feiyu also walked into the house. It's more like a small tent made of stones than a house. It's not big, but it can easily accommodate 3 people. After the 2 fell asleep, the world suddenly became quiet. Zhou Pengzi looked at the darkness around him and felt a little scared, fearing that a monster would appear from some corner. Crackle snap! The fire was burning quietly. The flames were not big, but they illuminated the surroundings. In a tense atmosphere, Zhou Pengzi went through the most difficult moment of his life. Then, he worried about the time. It was almost midnight, which was about 11 o'clock in the evening. So Zhou Pengzi stood up and came to Li Feiyu. Xiao Fizi, it's your turn. Get up quickly. Zhou Pengzi pushed Li Feiyu and told him to get up. Li Feiyu, who was still having a sweet dream, was suddenly awakened by Zhou Pengzi. He opened his eyes in a daze and was about to get angry when he saw Zhou Pengzi and instantly lost his temper. Fatty, what time is it? It's 11 o'clock now. Hurry up and get up. It's your turn on duty. I want to go to bed. Oh, okay. I'll get up right away. Seeing this, Li Feiyu immediately got up, walked out of the stone house, and came to the fire. I looked at the fire, then looked around, and in an instant, goosebumps covered my whole body. It's so fucking dark. At this moment, a cool breeze blew through the forest, and Li Feiyu suddenly felt that he was being targeted by some powerful monster. Some of them were afraid to move and stood there in a daze. For a moment, they missed home and didn't want to stay in this damn place for a moment. Time passed quickly, and just when he couldn't hold on any longer, Lin Yu came over and put one hand on his shoulder. Ah, don't eat me. He was immediately frightened and panicked. Fortunately, Lin Yu was quick to act and covered his mouth with one hand. Stop making noise, it's me. When Li Feiyu saw that the person coming was Lin Yu, his heart suddenly settled down. Huh, Master Lin, why don't you make any noise when you walk? You scared me to death. I just called you several times, didn't you hear me? Lin Yu looked at him suspiciously. Hearing this, Li Feiyu scratched his head awkwardly. He was almost asleep just now, so he didn't hear Lin Yu's voice. As if he had figured out something, Lin Yu stopped asking questions and said, Okay, go and have a rest. Leave it to me. So I'm going to bed. Go ahead. Lin Yu nodded, and Li Feiyu returned to the stone room, trembling. Chapter 40, The Falling Sun. After Li Feiyu left, Lin Yu took out the Fire Beast core from the Sista backpack. Start absorbing. With a murmur, Lin Yu placed the Fire Beast core in the palm of his hand, crossed his legs, and began to meditate. The reason why he didn't absorb it in front of the 2 of them was mainly because he was afraid that it would be difficult to explain. He couldn't possibly say that it was given by Ouyang Qian. If Zhou Pengzi runs up to Ouyang Qian and asks her about it, then we'll be doomed. Soon, Lin Yu's consciousness entered that strange world again. At the same time, a large fiery red bird slowly condensed in front of him. It was the fiery sunbird. It took a short while. A complete fiery sunbird appeared. The moment it saw Lin Yu, the fiery sunbird rushed towards him. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately dodged. This fiery sunbird should have been a silver-level creature when it was alive, much stronger than that dog snake. It seems like this time it's going to be a bit difficult. Lin Yu immediately analyzed the approximate strength of the fiery sunbird. I just heard him shout loudly. Flame fireball. A fireball shot out from Lin Yu's hand and headed straight towards the fiery sunbird. But it dodged it easily. Seeing his fireball being avoided by the fiery sunbird, Lin Yu was not too surprised. After all, the gap between his strength and its was too huge. Even though the fiery sunbird was just a remnant of consciousness at this moment, its strength should not be underestimated. Soon, Lin Yu shot another fireball, which was dodged again as expected. Immediately afterwards, the fiery sunbird chirped and its fiery red wings flapped rapidly, gathering flames around its body. Then the flames turned into fireballs of different sizes. Then, hundreds of, thousands of fireballs condensed. Looking at so many fireballs, Lin Yu felt his scalp tingling. Too many. Just when Lin Yu was at a loss, the fiery sunbird roared. Chirp! Thousands of fireballs flew straight towards Lin Yu. Seeing this, Lin Yu hurriedly dodged, but was still hit by a fireball and flew backwards. Fortunately, this is not the real world, otherwise I would be in trouble. Lin Yu climbed up with difficulty, staring at the fiery sunbird. Then flames suddenly erupted around his body, and he began to condense the flames into a ball, imitating the move of the fiery sunbird. After a while, dozens of fireballs were condensed above his head. The blazing sun is falling. With Lin Yu's loud shout, dozens of fireballs flew straight towards the fiery sunbird. From a distance, it looks like a meteorite falling from the sky. Chirp! With a wail, the fiery sunbird was knocked down by him. Eventually, it turned into halos of light and disappeared. At the same time, Lin Yu's consciousness began to return to his body. When he opened his eyes, a golden light flashed in his eyes. Phew! That was a close call. I almost couldn't come back this time. System. Open the personal information panel. Ding. Loading. Host, Lin Yu. Age, 19. Level, Bronze 6 stars. Personal items. Magic running shoes, super long distance transmitter, super compass, magic potion, marrow cleansing pill, detoxification pill, water avoiding pill, strength pill, speed pill, kidney strengthening pill. Superpowers. SSS-Level space power, phantom step, SSS-Level fire power, flaming fireball, blazing sun falling. Skills. Primary cooking master, primary driving master, primary massage master, primary swordsmanship master, primary boxing master. Kung Fu. S-level Hunyuan Gong. Weapons. S-level Long Yuan sword, A-level destruction spear, B-level crossbow, C-level wind-breaking arrow, C-level red snake fong, B-level heavenly secret umbrella, fire bead. Pet none. Emotional value. 12,194. Good. Outside world. Lin Yu's home. Lin Yushan was pacing back and forth in the room with an anxious look on her face. Xiaoyu, why haven't you come back yet? I'm so worried. You don't answer my calls or reply to my messages. Mom, come here quickly. Something big happened. At this moment, Tang Xinyan shouted hurriedly. Hearing this, Lin Yushan hurried over. What's wrong? What happened? Is it related to Xiaoyu? Mom, check the news. A mysterious light curtain appeared above the gymnasium of Jiangqing Middle School. Many awakened people are trapped inside. Tang Xinyan handed news she had just seen to Lin Yushan. After reading it, both mother and daughter lost their composure immediately. You know, Lin Yu is also in Jiangqing Middle School, and he is an awakened one. Considering that he hasn't come back yet, he is most likely trapped in this light curtain. Xiaoyu, could you be trapped in there too? Lin Yushan asked. Mom, why don't you call the school and ask if my brother is trapped inside? Tang Xinyan said. Hearing this, Lin Yushan immediately took out her cell phone, found Ouyang Qian's number, and called her. Soon, the call was connected. Hello, who is this? Tiaha Ouyang, Lin Yu's guardian. Lin Yu hasn't come back yet. Is he also trapped in that light curtain? Lin Yushan's face was full of worry. However, as soon as these words were spoken, the other party stopped talking. After a moment of silence, Ouyang Qian's helpless voice came out. Alas, Lin Yu's parents, I'm sorry. Lin Yu is now trapped in the light curtain with other students. So, will he be okay? We don't know what's going on inside yet. We can only find out after this light curtain disappears. Don't worry. We have already contacted them, and I believe someone will be here soon. Ouyang Qian hurriedly tried to comfort her, fearing that she might not be able to figure it out, and something might happen. After hearing this, Lin Yushan felt a little less worried, but of course only a little less worried. She was still very worried. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yushan slumped on the sofa somewhat powerlessly. Seeing this, Tang Xinyan hurried to comfort him. Mom, don't worry, brother will be fine. Lin Yushan nodded helplessly. Since the situation inside has not been determined yet, there is still hope. At the same time, another location in the secret realm. A group of people were fleeing frantically, and behind them were a dozen giant snakes. Help! Someone please save us. A cry for help echoed throughout the space, but no one could save them. These snakes are at least silver level, and behind them there is a super giant python whose strength has reached gold level. Just when everyone thought they were going to die, suddenly a loud voice echoed throughout the sky. You beast! How dare you be so presumptuous? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Hongbao's figure walked out of the void and slowly landed in front of everyone. It's Mr. Lu. Hurry, hurry, Mr. Lu is here to save us. Students, hurry to Mr. Lu. A voice came from the crowd, and everyone immediately saw hope and hurriedly ran towards Lu Hongbao. At this moment, a classmate behind him missed a step and fell to the ground. Just as he was about to stand up, he saw a giant snake approaching at this critical moment. Lu Hongbao slowly stretched out a hand, then clenched it, and the giant snake instantly disappeared into thin air. Then he pointed at the snake group behind again, and the gold-level super python died instantly. Chapter 41. You don't mean to. I'm straight. The next day, Zhou Pengzi got up early and looked at Lin Yu, who was still sitting cross-legged in meditation, and suddenly felt emotional. Ah, you are indeed Brother Yu. You are so cool. Just as he was sighing, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes and saw Zhou Pengzi looking at him, and couldn't help feeling a little confused. Fatty, why are you looking at me? You're not thinking. I'm straight. Bazayu, you mizunda stot. I saw that you were so excited. Don't you feel tired? Zhou Pengzi explained hurriedly. Why are you tired? There's nothing to be tired about. Just get used to it. All right. For a moment, Zhou Pengzi was speechless. At this time, Li Feiyu was awakened by the voices of the two people and opened his eyes in a daze. Mr. Fatty, Mr. Lin, good morning. What a morning. The sun is already shining on your butt. Why don't you get up and clean up? Zhou Pengzi didn't give him any face. Oh, seeing this, Li Feiyu responded timidly, then got up and went to the river to wash up. However, just as he was about to wash his face, he discovered something swimming in the river. It looked to be quite large, and he was immediately frightened and backed away continuously. Fat uncle, there's a monster in the Eve. Hearing his shout, Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi looked at each other and immediately ran over. Xiao Fizi, where's the monster you mentioned? Zhou Pengzi asked in a deep voice. In the river, I was just about to wash my face when I saw a shadow flash by in the river. Hearing this, Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi walked towards the river cautiously. When they looked up, the clear river bottom was in full view, but they saw nothing except some small fish. Xiao Fizi, are you dazzled? You see everything. Zhou Pengzi looked at Li Feiyu suspiciously. When Li Feiyu heard him say this, he immediately began to recall what he had just seen. Fatty, behind me. Suddenly, he saw the river water behind the two of them begin to roll, and he immediately shouted. Hearing the sound, Lin Yu quickly turned around and saw the river water rolling, as if something was about to come out. So he immediately pulled Zhou Pengzi, who had not yet come to his senses, back away. The next second, a tentacle suddenly emerged from the surface of the river and shot straight towards the two of them. Flame fireball. Lin Yu threw a big fireball directly over. Bang! With a loud bang, the tentacle seemed to feel the pain and instantly retracted into the river. Brother Yu, what is that? It looks like an octopus's tentacles. Octopus? Shouldn't it live in the sea? How did it appear here? Zhou Pengzi looked at Lin Yu in confusion, wanted to get an answer, but Lin Yu ignored him. After thinking about it, Lin Yu gave a somewhat absurd reason. I guess this octopus must have swam here from the seaside. It looks like this river leads to the seaside. Just as the three were racking their brains, the river surface rolled again and another tentacle rushed out of the river. It was obvious that this was not the previous one, because the previous tentacle was hit by the fireball and had obvious signs of burning, but this tentacle did not. At this point, the three of them agreed that the monster in the river should be an octopus monster. Brother Yu, what should we do now? Fatty, you and Xiao Fizi go and lure out its true form, and I'll deal with it. Brother Yu, don't. When Zhou Pengzi heard this, he immediately showed a mask of pain and his face was full of reluctance. Don't dawdle, go quickly. Don't worry, nothing will happen to you, Lin Yu urged immediately. Seeing this, Zhou Pengzi had no choice but to bite the bullet and slowly move towards the river. Seeing him go, Li Feiyu, who was standing by, had no choice but to follow behind him tremblingly. At this time, Lin Yu stopped talking nonsense. Flames began to spread around his body, and then dozens of small fireballs slowly condensed. At the same time, these small fireballs gradually grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Li Huozu, come out. As Lin Yu murmured, the Li Huozu, which was originally lying in his dantian, instantly appeared in front of him. Lin Yu planned to use other fireballs as attraction, and then use the final output of the Li Huozu to make a fatal move. Here, Zhou Pengzi and Li Feiyu came to the river tremblingly. Looking at the tentacles still twisting on the river surface, they couldn't help swallowing. Then they each picked up a big stone from the ground. Xiao Fizi, when I count to 3, we will throw it down together. Okay, no problem, fatty. Ready, 1, 3. However, before Li Feiyu could react, Zhou Pengzi skipped 2 and counted to 3, immediately threw the big rock down, and then ran back without looking back. Damn it, fatty, you can't play like this. Seeing this, Li Feiyu reacted immediately and quickly threw the big rock in his hand into the water, preparing to run away. At this moment, the water surface rolled, and a huge octopus head slowly emerged from the water. Without time to look further, Li Feiyu ran towards the camp without looking back. Suddenly, a tentacle came straight towards him at this critical moment. Lin Yu shouted from a distance, "The blazing sun is falling. Go!" Dozens of football-sized fireballs flew straight towards the monster. The monster seemed to sense the danger, and several jets of water shot out from the river, directly hitting the fireballs. The moment the fireball collided with the water column was instantly evaporated into water vapor, and the fireball disappeared at the same time. At this time, Zhou Pengzi also returned to the camp. Looking at the mist in the sky, they couldn't help but frown. Brother Yu, how do we fight? We can't see anything. Let the ball fly for a while. A confident smile appeared on Lin Yu's lips, because when he shot out the fireball, he also shot out the fire bead. Now it is estimated that the fire bead should have shot into the body of the octopus monster. Sure enough, at this moment, an extremely shrill scream suddenly came from the water mist. Hearing the scream, Zhou Pengzi and Li Feiyu both smiled. It seemed that the monster was injured. But only Lin Yu knew that the monster was already dead at this moment. The three of them waited for a while before the mist dissipated, and then they trotted towards the river. When they saw the river water that had turned blood red and the motionless corpse of the monster in the river, they were shocked. Brother Yu, did you kill it? Well, I think so. Lin Yu didn't dare to guarantee that he would kill the monster, so in order to avoid being slapped in the face, he had to speak euphemistically. So, a few people waited on the shore for a while, but saw no reaction from the octopus monster, and then they breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like it's dead. Fatty, you, and Xiao Fizi go down and get its tentacles. Lin Yu thought for a moment and said to Zhou Pengzi, "We'll have grilled octopus skewers later." Okay, no problem. When it comes to food, Zhou Pengzi immediately becomes interested. An hour later, the three of them sat on the ground, satisfied with their meal and drink. Brother Yu, where are we going next? I don't know. Let's just walk and see. By the way, Fatty, you can make some marks on the road we take later. Brother Yu, you mean to let others know our whereabouts, right? Well, since we don't know where the others are, why don't we leave some marks and let them find us? Okay, leave it to me, Zhou Pengzi assured. Then, the three of them set off again. Chapter 42, This thing is precious to me. At this time, on the other side, in a dense forest that towers into the clouds, there are more than a dozen figures moving quickly through the forest. The person in the lead was a woman, who was also Li Hanzhuang, who was sucked into the mysterious vortex. At this moment, Li Hanzhuang was fleeing madly with a dozen people, and behind them, there was dust and fog flying. It seems like something scary is chasing after me. After running for a long time, the group finally stopped to rest. Princess Li, go ahead and don't wait for us. There's no need to risk your life for us. The group of people stopped and looked at Li Hanzhuang breathlessly. After being sucked in by the mysterious vortex yesterday, they encountered a group of army ants. The army ants, whose heads were as big as a palm, attacked them frantically when they saw them. Fortunately, they met Li Hanzhuang halfway, and she killed the group of army ants. But the good times didn't last long. After dealing with that group of army ants, more army ants appeared. Seeing that Li Hanzhuang's spiritual power was exhausted and he failed to kill them, Li Hanzhuang had no choice but to flee madly with them. Who knew that this group of army ants was like a dogskin plaster that couldn't be shaken off? In this way, the group walked and stopped for almost a whole day. Seeing that they were really exhausted, they decided to let Li Hanzhuang leave alone. I won't leave. Seeing this, Li Hanzhuang said with a cold, expressionless face. She couldn't escape alone. After all, she was a proud person and her heart wouldn't allow her to run away. Although she is cold-hearted, she has a warm heart. She cannot just watch others die. Princess Li, you are a genius and will have a better future. There is no need to waste your life with people like us who have less talent. Yes, classmate Li Hanzhuang, we are still waiting for you to avenge us in the future. Please leave quickly, and we will stop these army ants for you. Well, let's go. If you get back safely, please remember to tell our family. Everyone was trying to persuade Li Hanzhuang, but she remained indifferent. Okay, let's go together. I won't leave alone. After saying this, Li Hanzhuang ignored them and walked straight to the back of the team. She wanted to see if the group of army ants had caught up with her. Seeing that they couldn't persuade her, everyone shook their heads helplessly, but they had a new opinion of her in their hearts. She could have left by herself, but she chose to stay here with them. Afterwards, the group decided to rest on the spot. Suddenly, a classmate shouted, "Come and see, it seems someone has marked this place." What? Hearing the sound, everyone rushed over. I saw a line of words carved on a big tree. I am Zhou Pongzi. Students who see the mark, come here quickly. Is this what Fatty Zhou left behind? A classmate from class 15 murmured. There are some here too. At this time, another classmate saw the mark on a tree in the distance. I have one here too. It looks like it took less than an hour to carve. So everyone followed the marks and rushed towards the direction of Lin Yu and his group. Seeing this, Li Hanzhuang couldn't help but think of Lin Yu. Since Zhou Pongzi was bold enough to leave these marks, did it mean that Lin Yu was there too? Thinking of this, Li Hanzhuang quickened his pace. Brother Yu, we're searching aimlessly. When will this end? My hands are hurting just from carving all these marks. Who told you to carve such a long one? You asked for it. Lin Yu rolled his eyes at him unhappily. I'm speechless about Zhou Pongzi's behavior. Who would make a mark that is so long? In other words, the monsters here can't understand it. If they could, the ones coming to find them would probably not be humans, but monsters. Hey, I'm just afraid that those idiots won't understand. Haha, I think you're afraid that the monsters won't understand. Lin Yu ignored him and walked forward on his own. Brother Yu, your dagger is really useful. Why don't you give it to me? Zhou Pongzi carved another mark and then trotted to catch up with Lin Yu. Get lost. This thing is so precious to me. How can I bear to give it to you? All right. Ding. Zhou Pongzi's emotion value plus 555. Zhou Pongzi's emotional value plus 555. Emotional value plus 555. At this time, the system prompt sounded in his mind, but Lin Yu ignored it. Now, I just want to find other people and then give them a good beating. Zhou Pongzi and Li Feiyu are such despicable guys that they have basically not generated any emotional value until now. Especially Li Feiyu, since he took tens of thousands of emotion points from him yesterday. He hasn't been given any emotion points at all until now. For a moment, Lin Yu had the urge to beat him up. Damn it, thinking of this, Lin Yu shouted at Li Feiyu, who was marking in front. Xiao Fizi, come here and massage my legs. Okay, Master Lin, come over as soon as I finish carving this stroke. Li Feiyu responded with his teeth bared. Stop carving and come here quickly. Oh, Li Feiyu had to give up the idea of continuing to carve and ran towards Lin Yu happily. Ding, Li Feiyu's mood value plus 555. Soon, the system prompt sounded in my mind again. Lin Yu sat on a big rock, and Li Feiyu was massaging his hands and feet beside him like a real lackey. But he enjoyed it. After all, if it weren't for Lin Yu, he would have become the meat on the plate of that dog snake. By this time next year, the grass on the grave will probably be 3 meters high. Therefore, he was not displeased with any of Lin Yu's requests. Instead, he enjoyed it. If he held on to Lin Yu's thigh, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in the future? Okay, let's continue on our way. Seeing that it was almost time, Lin Yu stopped him from pressing. Then the three of them continued on their journey. Hey, why are there fewer marks here? Yeah, I only have one word come here too. Could it be that the fat guy is too lazy to write it? It's possible. Never mind. Let's catch up first. A group of people rushed towards Lin Yu in a mighty manner. At this time, Li Hanzhuang noticed a slight vibration behind him. He turned around and found that the army ants were actually following him. Hurry up! The army ants are following us. So Li Hanzhuang immediately shouted in a deep voice to the team in front. When everyone heard the sound, they immediately looked back and their faces changed drastically. Damn, when did those guys catch up? Run. There are a lot more of them. Damn it. These beasts are like a dogskin plaster. They can't be shaken off no matter how hard you try. Despite everyone's crazy complaints, the pace was getting faster and faster. At this time, a classmate in front shouted, "There is someone in front." Chapter 43. Killing Army Ants with One Move. Brother you, I seem to hear someone shouting. Did you hear it? No. Oh well, I guess I'm hallucinating. Fatty, you're not hallucinating. There really is someone shouting. Look behind you. Li Feiyu pointed behind him. Hearing this, Zhou Pongzi turned his head suspiciously and saw dust and fog rolling in the distance, heading straight towards this side. What the hell is this? Why is it coming towards us? Fatty, the mark you made should have worked. Lin Yu thought for a while and said, Brother you, what you mean is, well, it looks like there are quite a few people here. Let's wait here for a while. Having said that, Lin Yu found a big rock and sat down. Seeing this, Zhou Pongzi and Li Feiyu each found a stone to sit on. Just at this moment, the crowd in the distance quickly approached them. When the crowd got closer, Lin Yu noticed that Li Hanzhuang was also among them. Brother you, look, school beauty Li is here too. Zhou Pongzi also saw Li Hanzhuang at the back of the team at this time, and then shouted at Lin Yu with a lewd look on his face. In response, Lin Yu immediately glared at him unhappily. I saw it. I need you to remind me, really, and I'm not interested in Li Hanzhuang. Don't look at me with that wretched expression of yours. Brother you, are you really not interested in school beauty, Li? Zhou Pongzi looked at him suspiciously. Fuck your sister. Get lost. I don't have a younger sister, but I have an older sister. How about I introduce my sister to you? Although she's already married. Zhou Pongzi was still chattering. Lin Yu suddenly had the urge to hit someone. At this moment, the crowd had approached and stopped less than 10 meters away. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. Student Lin Yu, please save us. What happened to you? Were you being chased by some monster? We were chased here by a group of army ants. Li Hanzhuang has already saved us. What happened? Are you injured? Before the man finished speaking, Lin Yu asked anxiously. However, at this time, Li Hanzhuang walked out from behind the team and said with a cold expression, I'm fine. I just ran out of energy and can't use my powers anymore. Oh, I thought you were injured. I'm glad you're okay. Leave the rest to me. Go and have a rest first. Lin Yu walked straight in front of the crowd, then walked through the crowd and headed in the direction they came from. Seeing this, Li Hanzhuang immediately followed. Student Li Hanzhuang, why are you following me? Go back quickly. Your spiritual power has been exhausted. I won't be able to take care of you later. Lin Yu's expression changed when he saw Li Hanzhuang following him. In response, Li Hanzhuang did not answer, but walked indifferently towards the army ants galloping in the distance. Seeing that she was unmoved, Lin Yu immediately became anxious. Damn it, why wouldn't this woman listen to advice? Seeing the army ants getting closer and closer, Lin Yu didn't care about anything else and immediately activated his own spiritual power, and then flames surrounded him. Then they began to gather into small fireballs, and under Li Hanzhuang's shocked gaze, the small fireballs gradually turned into big fireballs. The blazing sun is falling. With Lin Yu's angry shout, dozens of fireballs flew straight towards the rushing army ants. Boom! Boom! Amid the sounds of explosions, these army ants, who were only bronze 4-star in strength, were instantly ignited like paper encountering an open flame. Of course, the blessing of the Nanming Lihua was indispensable. The explosion continued for a long time before it stopped. All the army ants were completely wiped out. Not a single one was left, and they all turned into charcoal. Seeing this, Li Hanzhuang on the side clenched his fingers immediately, then looked at Lin Yu and asked, You're already 6 stars? Well, what about you? 5 stars. Not yet, soon. Oh, then you should work hard. The spiritual energy here is richer than that of Blue Star. You can break through quickly. Lin Yu expressed his opinion, then turned and walked towards the crowd. The people who were resting in the distance were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out when they saw Lin Yu wipe out the army ants with one move. Ding! Zhang San's emotion value, plus 1,000. Ding! Li Si's mood value, plus 1,000. Ding! Wang Wu's emotion value, plus 1,000. Ding! Wang Fugui's mood value, plus 1,000. After a while, The system's prompt sound rang wildly in Lin Yu's mind. At the same time, the emotion value is growing at a rocket speed. Each person has maxed out 100,000 points, and there are a total of 17 people. Now Lin Yu's emotional value has reached more than 1.7 million. It's hard to imagine. For a moment, Lin Yu felt it was a little unreal. 1,700,000. It turned out that the previous decision was right. The way out was to fleece these classmates. People like Zhou Pongzi and Li Feiyu who can't produce any emotional value for a long time should be dragged out to feed the ants. Ahem. Classmates, the crisis has been resolved. You can rest and recuperate now. Fatty, distribute all the roasted meat to the students. I guess the students didn't eat much. Lin Yu came to his senses and immediately gave instructions to Zhou Pongzi. Zhou Pongzi, who was originally feeling complacent, suddenly became unhappy when he heard that Lin Yu was going to distribute the meat to everyone. Food was his life. Brother Yu, if we give them all to them, what will we eat? Just divide it up if you want. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I'll just kill a few more monsters later. Lin Yu glared at him unhappily. These were his emotion-generating machines, so naturally he had to serve them well. Seeing that Lin Yu insisted on sharing, Zhou Pongzi suddenly became like a deflated balloon, and then took out some jerky of the swift thunder eagle from the clothes on his back. Seeing this, Li Feiyu also took out some dried octopus from behind and distributed it to everyone. When everyone saw that there was still food to eat, they were so moved that tears came to their eyes. At this time, a voice came from the crowd. Good people will have a peaceful life. Good people live a peaceful life. A life of peace. Seeing this, everyone shouted in unison, thanking Lin Yu sincerely. If the system didn't have restrictions on everyone and could only collect 100,000 a day, the emotional value would probably exceed 5 million. In response to this, Lin Yu's mouth was almost stretched to his ears, and he was about to shout out loud. Well, everyone, take your time eating. I'll go get a few more monsters, and we'll celebrate tonight. As soon as the words fell, everyone cheered. System, do you know where there are weaker monsters? Ding. Host demand detected. The system is scanning. Please wait. Ding. 1,000 miles east of the host, there is a bronze 6-star red-silver tiger. 2 kilometers away to the west of the host, there is a bronze 7-star spirit-feathered bird. The system named several monsters in succession, and their strengths were roughly around bronze 6 stars. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment and was about to run towards the woods on the east side. At this time, Li Hanzhuang walked straight towards him. I want to go too. Student Li Hanzhuang, you should stay here to protect the other students. I am enough on my own. Okay, Li Hanzhuang responded with a little disappointment, but his face remained expressionless. Then, Lin Yu trotted towards the woods on the east side. He planned to taste what tiger meat tasted like. You have to know that in his previous life, tigers were national protected animals, and he could only watch helplessly. But now he can eat tigers with confidence. I got excited just thinking about it, and my pace quickened unconsciously. Chapter 44, Is this matter related to Mr. Liu? At the same time, a figure slowly walked out from the space crack, followed by several other figures walking out one after another. We're back. As one of the voices rang out, the others also began to cheer loudly. Woo woo, I'm finally back. It was so scary in there. These people were exactly the students who were rescued by Liu Hongbo before. With the help of Liu Hongbo, they successfully crossed the space rift and returned to Blue Star again. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar gymnasium, everyone sighed. It was in good condition the day before, but now it has become such a shabby state. Let's get out quickly, otherwise our families will be worried to death. At this time, a short girl in the crowd spoke timidly. Hearing this, everyone remembered and headed out of the gymnasium. Outside the light curtain. At this moment, hundreds of dragon guards have gathered, all of whom were sent by higher-ups to assist in this incident. I saw a dignified, middle-aged man asking Zhang Tailin about the details. Captain Zhang, what's the situation now? Captain Li, the current situation is that we have more than 200 awakened students trapped in this light curtain, and the specific situation is unknown. I don't know if any students inside were injured. The current priority is to break this mysterious light curtain. It's just that with the strength of our Jianshan Dragon Guards, we can't do anything about this light curtain, so I reported this to the higher-ups. Zhang Tailin said helplessly. After hearing Zhang Tailin's words, Li Guangliang fell in a deep thought, and then asked a sudden question. Is my brother okay now? Your brother, Captain Li, who is your brother among our Jianshan Dragon Guards? Zhang Tailin was a little confused for a moment. I don't know which brother Li Guangliang is talking about. You know, he knows the information of all the dragon guards in Jiangcheng, but he has never heard of anyone who is Li Guangliang's brother. Seeing that he was puzzled, Li Guangliang asked, "Didn't you rescue a dragon guard named Li Ming before?" "Oh, Captain Li, so you're the brother of Li Ming." "That's what I thought. I thought one of the dragon guards in Jiangcheng was your younger brother." Zhang Tailin suddenly realized. "Yes, that's him. He chased to Jiangcheng to arrest a fugitive. After that, I lost contact with him until someone told me that he was sent to the hospital. I was busy at the time and didn't have time to visit you. But since you sent me a message asking for help, I volunteered to come to you." Li Guangliang told Zhang Tailin the whole story, and only then did he understand. Then he said, "Captain Li, your brother is still sleeping in the ward of the city hospital, but don't worry, he is fine. He is just exhausted and hasn't woken up yet, but he should wake up in the next few days." Li Guangliang felt relieved to hear that his brother was fine, and then got back to the topic. "I'm glad you're okay. By the way, we were just talking about that. Are you saying that the light curtain cannot be broken?" Zhang Tailin was stunned when he heard this. Why does Captain Li always like to talk about this and that? But since we were back to the point, he couldn't think too much, so he nodded. "Yes, Captain Li. You know, my Jiangcheng is too small, and we don't even have a single person who can help. Well, after this, I will apply to the higher-ups to send more people over, but for now, let's deal with the current issues first." "Then, Captain Li, what are you going to do? All of our Jiangcheng Dragon Guards are at your disposal." "Well, let me try first to see if my Platinum 8-star strength can shake this light curtain. If that doesn't work, let's attack it together with 100 people. I don't believe it's really that strong." Li Guangliang thought for a while and said. Seeing this, Zhang Tailin didn't say much, just nodded. This was the only way for now. If it didn't work, he would have to report to the top level and ask them to send someone from the extraordinary realm. "Captain Li, let's act now without further delay." "Ugh." As they were talking, the two of them quickly came to the light curtain. Looking at the huge light curtain that covered the entire gymnasium, Li Guangliang couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, he shouted, "Ice arrow!" An ice blue stringless crossbow appeared in his hand. As he made a pulling motion, a cold and sharp arrow began to take shape. Whoosh! Seeing that the power was almost accumulated, Li Guangliang released the hand holding the arrow, and the arrow instantly shot towards the light curtain. In the blink of an eye, the arrow had already arrived in front of the light curtain. Boom! 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 With a loud bang, the arrow hit the light curtain hard, making a rumbling sound. When the smoke and dust cleared, the light curtain was still intact, without even the slightest trace, but the arrow had long since turned into ice chips and disappeared completely. Li Guangliang frowned immediately. You know, he used 50% of his strength in this move. Although it is impossible to break the light curtain, it should not be so that there is no trace at all. After thinking about it, Li Guangliang decided to take action again, and then murmured, "Ice rain of arrows." Thousands of arrows in the air began to gather together, and as Li Guangliang thought about it, they shot straight towards the light curtain in front of him. Boom! Boom! Thousands of ice arrows continuously attacked, one point, with a continuous rumbling sound. Every time they hit the light curtain, they were turned into powder. At the same time, many people in the distance were watching this scene and were all shocked. That was a blow from a platinum-level strongman. You should know that Zhang Tailin, the strongest person in the whole Jiangcheng, has only the strength of gold 9 stars, which is a whole realm lower. "Captain, this is an all-out attack. Is this light curtain really that strong? You don't know that yesterday, dozens of us brothers joined forces to attack this light curtain, but we couldn't do any damage at all. That was equivalent to a full-strength attack from a platinum 5-star. Hey, why does this light curtain look familiar to you?" At this moment, a Dragon Guard member in the crowd let out a light exclamation. Suddenly, everyone turned their heads to look at him. "Hey, you guys, why are you looking at me like that?" "Xiao Wu, what did you just say? Have you seen this light curtain?" Upon seeing this, the young Dragon Guard named Xiao Wu couldn't help but cough twice, and then explained. Ahem, ahem, guys, stop looking at me like that. Isn't it okay for me to say that? 5 years ago, I was still a student at the Demon Sea Academy, and at that time a small-scale monster riot broke out in the northern border. Mr. Liu Hongba organized a group of students to go for training, and I happened to be among them. A Dragon Guard at the side hurriedly urged, "Speak to the point." Well, in order to protect us, Mr. Liu created a light curtain that was somewhat similar to this one to protect us. Seeing that everyone was getting impatient, Xiao Wu had to focus on the key points. But as soon as he said this, the dragon guard around him immediately started discussing with each other. Could this be Mr. Lu's masterpiece? Then what can we do? How can we break through Mr. Lu's light curtain? Don't make a fuss. Didn't Xiao Wu say that it just looks like it, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's Mr. Lu's? An older-looking dragon guard spoke in a deep voice, and everyone came back to their senses. Yes, who said that this must have been done by Mr. Lu? Why would Mr. Lu come to such a small place and make such a thing? Thinking of this, everyone stopped discussing, but once the seeds of suspicion were planted, they would sprout instantly. They all thought that this matter was probably related to Lu Hongbo. Even if he didn't do it, he should be involved. Chapter 45: Attacking the Light Curtain. As the rain of arrows disappeared, the ground was gradually covered by a layer of ice. Then a shocking scene appeared. The light curtain was still standing there intact, without any cracks at all. At this moment, everyone present and Li Guangliang were speechless because of this mysterious light curtain. The move Li Guangliang just used had diamond-level power. Even if there was a tiny crack, it would be considered good, but now not only is there nothing wrong with it. Li Guangliang pondered for a moment and shouted to the other Dragon Guard members who were watching on the sidelines. All Dragon Guards, listen up. Now aim at the place I just attacked, and use your strongest move. Attack hard. Seeing this, everyone shouted, yes. As Li Guangliang's order was issued, hundreds of Dragon Guards launched an attack in unison towards the position that Li Guangliang had just attacked. Fire Shock, Breaking Strike, Thunder Strike. Each of them seemed to be energized and attacked the light curtain frantically. Li Guangliang and Zhang Tailin were also not idle, constantly launching their strongest attacks at the mysterious light curtain. Half an hour passed. Many people had already exhausted their spiritual power and were sitting cross-legged on the ground meditating, preparing to recover their spiritual power before taking action again. At this moment, a loud voice suddenly sounded, "Look, it seems someone is coming out." Hearing the sound, everyone looked towards the entrance of the gymnasium and found that there were more than a dozen people rushing towards this side. Everyone's face revealed an expression of having survived a disaster. As they watched the dozen or so people approaching, they did not feel happy. Instead, his face became even gloomier. There were more than 200 people locked up in there, and now only a dozen of them came out, which meant that the others were already dead. Every Dragon Guard felt a pang of pain in their hearts when watching this scene. It seems that they are still a step too late. The purpose of the Dragon Guard was established to protect the general public. Now, someone has lost his life right under their noses. How can they face the public and their superiors? Just when they were feeling extremely guilty, the dozen or so people had already arrived in front of the light curtain. Looking at the Dragon Guards standing outside the light curtain, a dozen people were all shocked. Li Guangliang walked over and shouted to the people inside. "What's the situation in there? Are you the only ones here?" Although he had some guesses in his heart, Li Guangliang still asked about their situation. What if the situation was different from what he thought? After all, as the captain for such a long time, he has naturally seen more things than others. At this time, the short girl in the light curtain said boldly, "We don't know the situation of the others, but Mr. Lu went to rescue them, so they should be fine." "Mr. Lu?" Li Guangliang asked doubtfully. "Yes, it's Mr. Lu Hongbo, the only space expert in our long country." "No, he should be one of the only 2 space expert bosses," said the short girl. "Little girl, are you serious? Mr. Lu has already gone in? Oh, what happened inside? Was this light curtain also created by Mr. Lu?" Li Guangliang suddenly became excited, and then he remembered what he wanted to ask. When the short woman heard him ask this, she was silent for a moment. Of course, it was not that she didn't know how to say it. On the contrary, she was organizing her words and thinking about how to say it so that Li Guangliang and others could understand. 3 minutes later, the short girl then spoke slowly. "Yesterday we were practicing in the gym, and suddenly the ground began to shake, and then a huge vortex appeared in the air and sucked everyone in. When we woke up again, we found ourselves in a strange world filled with monsters, so we kept hiding from them. Later, we were chased by a group of giant snakes. At the critical moment, Mr. Lu suddenly appeared and saved us. He sent us to the entrance of the passage and then disappeared. He must have gone to rescue other students." The short girl told the story in detail about what happened yesterday and how they were hunted by the monster. When the Dragon Guards outside the light curtain heard her words, they fell into deep thought for a moment. They all understood that what the short girl was talking about should be a secret place. Ever since the sudden revival of spiritual energy 20 years ago, some researchers have begun to study it. After more than 10 years of exploration, They finally came to the conclusion that some secret realms must have collided with the blue star, causing the spiritual energy in the secret realms to escape to the blue star. As for why this secret realm collided with the blue planet, it is unknown. Currently, a large number of researchers are still studying it, and I believe that in the near future, the hidden secrets will be known. You should know that most entrances to secret realms only appear in some deep mountains and forests, and rarely appear in cities. So Li Guangliang, Zhang Tailin, and others immediately understood what this light curtain was used for. Its purpose was to prevent powerful monsters from walking out of the entrance to the secret realm and threatening the lives of the public. All of a sudden, all the dragon guards' faces turned red. They had just been bombarding this light curtain. It turned out that they were doing this to protect Jiangsheng from attacks by monsters, especially Li Guangliang, who wished he could find a hole to bury himself at this moment. It's so damn embarrassing. I had sworn before that I could break the light curtain. Fortunately, Mr. Lu's light curtain was powerful and prevented me from breaking it. Otherwise, Li Guangliang would be the sinner of the entire Jiangsheng, and he is a sinner nailed to the pillar of shame. Thinking of this, Li Guangliang couldn't help but shrink his neck, then looked at the reactions of the crowd, and they felt almost as guilty as he did. So he looked at the short girl and said, "Little girls, did Mr. Lu tell you anything?" Hearing this, the short girl thought about it, then shook her head, "I don't know." At this time, a tall and strong boy stepped forward, hesitated for a moment, and said, "When Mr. Lu left, he seemed to have said something." "What are you talking about?" Li Guangliang said excitedly. "That. Mr. Lu seemed to say that after we get out, he told us to tell those idiots outside not to attack his light curtain again, otherwise they will bear the consequences themselves." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into deathly silence, and everyone stood there in a daze as if they were under a spell. Especially Li Guangliang, his mouth twitched constantly. Damn it, he had good intentions, but ended up with bad results. The same was true for Zhang Tailin, standing by. After all, he was the one who asked his superiors for instructions about Li Guangliang. If he was blamed for this, he would definitely be in trouble. Suddenly his face fell. Damn it, I'm gonna quit my job and run away. Seeing that everyone outside was motionless, the tall boy scratched his head in confusion, then looked at the short girl next to him. "Do you know what happened to them? Why are they motionless?" Silly Dachuan, don't you know what you just said?" The short girl was speechless. His words just now obviously touched the sore spot of those people. It is estimated that many people, or even all of them, attacked the light curtain. That's why they were a little at a loss, afraid that Mr. Lu would come out and settle accounts with them one by one. The tall boy was even more confused when he heard what the short girl said. Was there something wrong with what he just said? Didn't Mr. Lu ask him to convey it? Seeing that the tall boy was still confused, the short girl and other classmates were speechless. I really don't know how he survived if he was so stupid. It's really a miracle. Chapter 46. Can you call someone Fatty Joe? At the same time, in the secret realm, Lin Yu was constantly shuttling through the forest. Since breaking through to 6 stars, his strength and physical fitness had greatly improved. Strange, didn't the system say there was a red silver tiger here? Why can't I see it? At this moment, Lin Yu came to the location mentioned by the system, but when he looked around, there was not even a rabbit. "System, where's the red silver tiger you mentioned?" "Ding! The host is late. The red silver tiger has already left." "Damn it, system. Why didn't you remind me?" Lin Yu was suddenly numb. This damn dog system didn't even remind me, causing me to make a wasted trip, and the tiger meat that was about to be in my mouth was about to fly away. Ding! Host, you didn't ask me to remind you. When the system's voice came, Lin Yu felt like he was about to vomit blood. It didn't matter if he didn't want this damn system. Whoever wanted it could have it. "System, you are awesome." "Ding! Thank you for the compliment, host." "System, system, can't you understand what I'm saying?" Lin Yu just felt tired. If you stay with such a dog system, sooner or later you'll be annoyed by it and get a cerebral thrombosis. "Oh, forget it, system. Are there any traces of other low-level monsters now?" "Ding! The system is searching. Please wait." "Ding! There is a rhinoceros bull 500 meters to the left of the host, with a bronze 8-star strength." "Bronze 8-star? Not impossible. Let's take it." "System, you must remember to remind me. Don't let it go, understand?" Lin Yu murmured something to the system, and then set off and ran towards the rhino horn bull. In order to prevent the system from notifying him again, he simply used the phantom step this time. After a while, they passed through the jungle and saw a rhinoceros bull eating grass not far away. Lin Yu smiled. Then a flaming fireball shot towards the rhinoceros bull. The rhinoceros bull, which was still eating grass with its head down, didn't react in time and was immediately knocked to the ground. However, it was not killed, but just a little dazed by the beating. But when the rhinoceros bull reacted, it became furious instantly. Moo! With a roar, the rhinoceros bull looked in the direction of Lin Yu and rushed towards him angrily. The rhinoceros bull, which was 2 meters tall and weighed nearly a ton, stepped on the ground with 1 foot, and suddenly the whole ground began to shake. But Lin Yu was not panicked at all. He immediately gathered a fireball in his hand and shot it towards the rhinoceros bull again. At this moment, the rhinoceros horn on the bull's head emitted a red light and directly met the fireball. The next second, there was a loud bang. The fireball was pierced into pieces by the rhino horn. Lin Yu, who was watching this scene from a distance, couldn't help but stand there in a daze. Wow, this rhino horn can probably be sold for a lot of money, right? Thinking of this, Lin Yu directly took out the A-level destruction gun from the system backpack. Even though I wasn't very familiar with guns, I had watched a lot of movies about that in my previous life, so I started to recall those moves in my mind. Just as the rhinoceros bull was about to charge, Lin Yu moved and inserted the destruction gun directly underneath. At the moment when the rhinoceros bull was about to get close, he saw him use force to pick it up. The rhinoceros bull was directly knocked to the ground by him, and then he made a sudden move and hit the rhinoceros bull's throat directly. However, it did not penetrate. Seeing this, Lin Yu exerted force with both hands and inserted the tip of the gun little by little. Blood spurted out instantly and splashed all over Lin Yu. With a mournful cry from the rhinoceros bull, it completely died. This destruction spear looks pretty good. It's a pity that I'm not very good at spearmanship. Otherwise, that move just now would have taken the beast's life. Lin Yu muttered to himself. Then he put the gun back into the system space and prepared to walk back while holding the rhino horn bull in one hand. But the next second it became awkward. I couldn't drag it at all. System, do you have anything to increase your power? Ding. Dragon Elephant Pill can permanently increase the host strength without any side effects. That's it. How many emotions are there? Ding. Dragon Elephant Pill. The price is 500,000 emotion points. What? 500,000? Lin Yu opened his mouth in shock. System, why don't you go and rob it? Did you deliberately raise the price because you saw that I made more than 1 million emotional points? Ding. System product, no deception. Dragon Elephant Pill will constantly improve the host strength, and the duration is 1 week. Hearing what the system said, Lin Yu was somewhat tempted. It seemed that it was not a loss at all, and 500,000 was reasonable. System, I bought it. Just as Lin Yu finished speaking, a black pill appeared in Lin Yu's hand. Looking at this black pill, for a moment, Lin Yu felt as if he had been tricked by the system. System, are you sure this thing is edible? Ding. System produced, absolutely authentic. The host can eat it with confidence. Then I'll eat it. By the way, this isn't like the marrow cleansing pill, where I need to take it half a pill at a time, right? Ding. The Dragon Elephant Pill must be swallowed all at once. Otherwise, the efficacy will be reduced by half. Hearing the system say this, Lin Yu did not hesitate and immediately swallowed the Dragon Elephant Pill into his mouth. The moment the pill entered his mouth, it turned into liquid and went directly into his stomach. After waiting for a while, Lin Yu suddenly felt that his arms had endless strength. So he grabbed the rhinoceros bull's horn again and walked forward. At this moment, the rhinoceros bull, which had been motionless, was dragged up by him. Although it was a bit difficult, they managed to drag it up successfully. Now they can drag the rhinoceros bull back to the main group. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Pengzi and Li Feiyu were looking at the direction where Lin Yu was leaving with worried looks on their faces. It had been an hour since he left. Xiao Fizi, do you think something happened to Brother Yu? Why did he come back after so long? Zhou Pengzi looked at Li Feiyu worriedly. Don't worry, fatty. Master Lin will be fine. Let's just wait here. Well, Zhou Pengzi sighed helplessly. Suddenly, a figure walked over and looked at Zhou Pengzi's changed appearance, feeling a little bit unbelievable. Are you Fatty Zhou? It's me, Fatty. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? No. Fatty Zhou, how did you become like this? I can change if I want to. What does it have to do with you? You hum. Seeing that Zhou Pengzi was boring, the man left angrily. What the hell? Can you call him Fatty Zhou? That's my brother Yu's exclusive name. When Zhou Pengzi saw the man leave, he couldn't help but mutter something. Chapter 47. Involution of Li Hanzhuang. Just as everyone was chatting together, the forest in the distance began to move. Look, There seems to be something coming towards us. At this time, a sharp-eyed classmate saw this scene and exclaimed. Hearing the voice, everyone immediately looked in the direction he pointed and found that something was coming towards them. They were suddenly in a panic and started talking among themselves. Is classmate Lin Yu back? But didn't Lin Yu go that way? Logically, he should have come back on that side as well. Could it be a monster? Should we run away? Or wait to die here? Where can you run to? The only one who can help now is Li Hanzhuang, and Li Hanzhuang is in danger now. So where else can we run to? After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. At this time, Li Feiyu spoke up. We still have Fatty. Fatty has now broken through to 4 stars, the same level as Li Xiaohua. Moreover, Fatty's defense can definitely hold out until Master Lin comes back. When Zhou Pongzi saw Li Feiyu praising him in front of everyone, he almost laughed his mouth off. At the same time, he secretly praised in his heart. Good boy, Fatty's love for you is not in vain. Next time when brother you has something delicious, I will give you the lion's share. At this moment, Li Feiyu didn't know that Zhou Pongzi was starting to get carried away by his praises, and he was still talking about what he had seen and heard. When everyone heard that Zhou Pongzi was so powerful, they immediately felt relieved. They all looked at Zhou Pongzi, who was standing in the distance. At this moment, he was like a high wall standing in everyone's heart. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the woods in the distance, and it was getting closer and closer. At this time, everyone's heart was in their throat, and Zhou Pongzi, who was standing in front of everyone, was sweating profusely. But he didn't dare to retreat, otherwise, the image he had just established would collapse. Plop, plop. As the sound got closer, everyone held their breath, especially Zhou Pongzi, whose heartbeat quickened. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you preparing to welcome me? A voice came from the woods. It was Lin Yu's voice. When everyone heard it, they breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call. They thought it was a monster coming. Seeing this, Zhou Pongzi couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead and then shouted towards the forest. Brother Yu, did you kill the monster? Well, we shot a cow. Let's have beef together tonight. As he spoke, Lin Yu walked out of the woods, and behind him was a 2-meter-tall rhinoceros bull. Everyone looked at the corpse of the rhinoceros bull and swallowed their saliva in unison, as if they had seen some delicious food. Fatty, take a few people with you to take care of this cow, and the others will be responsible for finding some dry firewood and preparing to roast the whole cow. Okay. Everyone cheered in unison. They had basically not eaten anything from yesterday until now. Now that they finally had beef to eat, they naturally worked very hard. So Zhou Pongzi took Li Feiyu and a few classmates he was familiar with and drove the rhinoceros horn bull to the river. Brother Yu, how strong are you now? You pulled such a heavy cow back with just one hand. You know what? After I killed the beast, I couldn't pull anymore. But after I picked a fruit from the roadside and ate it, I became incredibly strong. Lin Yu lied without blinking, and Li Feiyu, who was pulling the cow, became interested when he heard it. Master Lin, is the fruit you were talking about the same as the one Fatty has? Well, almost the same, just the color is different. When everyone heard the conversation between the two, their eyes suddenly lit up. Before, they were wondering why Zhou Pongzi looked so different after not seeing him for just one day. It turns out that they have eaten the fruits here. It seems that they also need to taste the fruits here. What Lin Yu didn't know was that because of his words, all the fruits in the secret realm would be destroyed. However, Zhou Pongzi originally wanted to look for it after hearing Lin Yu's words, but the following words made him speechless. It turned out that Lin Yu did not eat the fruits here, but ate the mysterious elixir. But despite this, he still didn't expose Lin Yu. After all, Lin Yu could give him such an important thing. So how could he stab him in the back? Of course, his main purpose was to get Lin Yu's other treasures for free. Lin Yu looked at Zhou Pongzi's obscene expression and immediately realized that he must have guessed something, but did not remind him. I believe that with his brain, he would not say anything nonsense. There is no need to remind him deliberately. After a long while, several people finally dragged the rhinoceros bull to the river. Zhou Pongzi then took out the red snake fang that Lin Yu had lent him and began to rip open the rhinoceros bull's stomach. He then took out the internal organs and handed them to others to clean. On the other side, others began to look for the mysterious fruit and picked up some dead branches. The only people left in the entire venue were Lin Yu, who looked relaxed, and Li Hanzhuang, who was practicing madly. After learning that Lin Yu had broken through to bronze 6 stars, she fell into a frenzy of internal competition, determined to catch up with Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu was speechless. He wanted to say to Li Hanzhuang, "Girl, You'll never catch up with me in this life. I have a system. Do you know what a system is? Then it's a cheat. Can you beat a cheat? Just as Lin Yu was thinking about something weird in his mind, spiritual energy was constantly gathering around Li Hanzhuang. At this moment, she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Lin Yu looked at her body covered with spiritual energy and knew that she was about to break through. So he took the initiative to protect her. 10 minutes later, a dull sound came from Li Hanzhuang's body, and then the spiritual energy around him was quickly absorbed into his body. Bang! With a loud bang, Li Hanzhuang successfully broke through to bronze 5 stars, only 1 star away from Lin Yu, and then she opened her eyes. Looking around, she found that Lin Yu was looking at her and laughing not far away, which made her a little confused. Congratulations to Student Li for successfully breaking through to 5 stars. Thanks. In response to Lin Yu's good news, Li Hanzhuang simply replied with a simple thank you. She was overwhelmed with gratitude. However, Lin Yu knew her temper, so he was not unhappy. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Ding! Li Hanzhuang's emotional value plus 999. What does the system mean? Isn't it that I haven't maxed out Li Hanzhuang's emotional value? This sudden system prompt made Lin Yu a little confused. Ding! Li Hanzhuang's emotion value has not been fully refreshed. Currently, it has only reached 20,000 points. Holy crap! Is it really that hard to control this girl's emotions? I only managed to control 20,000. Lin Yu felt a little annoyed. He had been so diligent just to increase everyone's emotional value. After such a long time, Li Hanzhuang's emotional value had only increased to 20,000. This made him feel tired. I have never seen such a difficult sheep to pluck. Forget it. I've learned a lot today anyway, and I'm too lazy to think about it too much. Chapter 48, Blackhorn Silver Dragon. System, draw a lottery for me. Let's start with 30 consecutive draws. Lin Yu no longer paid attention to Li Hanzhuang and called the system in his mind. Ding! Host demand detected. The system is drawing a lottery. Please wait. After a while, the system voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning. Thank you for your patronage, X 8-inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 soul-restoring pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning wigs, X2. As the system voice fell, Lin Yu immediately asked, System, what's the use of your elixir this time? Ding! Wheeling pill, as the name suggests, is a pill that can restore spiritual power. One pill can instantly restore 1/3 of spiritual power. Great stuff. This way I can use Shadow Step at will. Ha ha. By the way, system, are there any soul-restoring pills for sale in the mall? Ding. Yes, one costs 5,000 emotion points. When Lin Yu heard the system's offer, he didn't react for a moment. Oh, 5,000, that's fine. Wait, 5,000? I want 10,000 for one draw. Damn it, system, you're screwing me. Lin Yu finally realized that one soul-restoring pill only cost 5,000 emotion points, and he had drawn 9, which was 90,000. 90,000 was enough to buy 18 soul-restoring pills. The system cheated me out of more than 40,000 yuan. System's sad face under... Seeing that the system didn't reply for a long time, Lin Yu was completely annoyed. Which system would catch its host and take advantage of it? He guessed that he was the only one. Damn it, system. Can you be any more deceptive? Ding! The system just made a beep, and then there was no sound. Seeing this, Lin Yu took it as a default. System, give me another 20 consecutive draws. I don't believe I won't get anything good. Ding! Lottery is in progress. Please wait. Hearing that Lin Yu was going to draw the lottery again, the system, which had been silent, sounded a prompt again. Haha. As expected, you're a pitfall system. As soon as you heard about the lottery, you responded faster than anyone else. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 soul-restoring pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 6 SpongeBob SquarePants. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning thank you for your patronage times 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a silver treasure chest X1. When Lin Yu listened to the system report, his face suddenly turned dark. Damn it! Is this system trying to catch him? This system is definitely operating behind the scenes. Otherwise, it would never be so shady. And this silver treasure chest is definitely an insult to itself. System, open the silver treasure chest. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and muttered in his mind. Ding! The silver treasure chest is opening. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 space type, Void treasure, rat beast core. What? Another space beast core. When Lin Yu heard that he had opened another space beast core, he was a little bit unbelievable and stood there in a daze for a while. Not far away, Li Hanzhuang watched his face change from sad to happy and was suddenly confused. She asked Lin Yu what happened, but he ignored her. She was at a loss for a moment. Just as she was about to go over and wake Lin Yu up, his eyes suddenly moved, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Li Hanzhuang was immediately stunned. "Student Lin Yu, are you okay?" Oh, it's okay. I just remembered something." "Oh." After hearing his explanation, Li Hanzhuang said, "Oh," coldly, and stopped looking at Lin Yu. She then continued to sit cross-legged in meditation. She wanted to take advantage of Lin Yu's free time to practice madly, break through to the 6-star level as soon as possible, and surpass him by the way. Ever since she learned that Lin Yu had dual abilities, a desire to not admit defeat had emerged in her heart. She wanted to prove to everyone that even without dual abilities and extraordinary talent, she, Li Hanzhuang, could surpass Lin Yu. This is because Lin Yu didn't know what she was thinking, otherwise he would have laughed so hard that his stomach would hurt. "I'm a cheating guy. How can you compare with me, with your mere SS-level talent? What do you take? What do you take?" At the same time, under a waterfall deep in the dense forest, there was an old man standing. He was Lu Hongbo. At this moment, he narrowed his eyes slightly, quietly looking at the ink-black pool of water below him. At this moment, the water in the pool was calm. It seemed very quiet. Suddenly, Lu Hongbo opened his mouth slightly. "Come out." As the voice fell, ripples began to appear on the originally calm surface of the lake. Then the water in the pool began to roll and churn as if it were boiling. If you look closely, you will find a huge creature at the bottom of the pool, slowly rising. Lu Hongbo looked at this scene with a calm expression and a smile on his lips. The water in the pool was still churning for more than a minute before it gradually calmed down. Then a huge black shadow flew out from the pool. It rushed straight into the sky, then circled in the air and returned to the pool. After a while, it poked its head out again and looked at Lu Hongbo quietly. "Human, it's you again. Do you have anything to ask of me? Blackhorn Silver Dragon, long time no see. Why don't you welcome me, your old friend?" Lu Hongbo said with a smile. "Oomph. If you have something to say, just tell me now, old silver coin." The Blackhorn Silver Dragon snorted coldly. If he hadn't realized that he was not as strong as Lu Hongbo, he would have started fighting long ago and would not have been so polite in chatting with him. "Haha, Ma Jiao Yin Jiao. It seems that you still hold a grudge about what happened in the past. After so many years, you still have such great hostility towards me." Lu Hongbo touched the beard at the corner of his mouth. "Humph. Do you need me to tell you what you did to me and the Silver Snake's secret realm back then? Don't say that. I had no choice but to do that. Now that I'm strong enough, I will naturally withdraw." "Oh, you're so kind? Tell me, what's the matter with you calling me out today?" "Well, the seal was loosened yesterday, and my disciple was dragged in. I hope you won't do anything to him and his friends." Lu Hongbo coughed dryly and said shamelessly. After hearing this, Ma Jiao Yin Jiao kept looking at him, as if he wanted to find out what he was up to. It didn't believe that the old silver coin in front of it was looking for it, just for this matter. There must be something deeper hidden, but he didn't say it, so it couldn't guess it. When Lu Hongbo saw the Blackhorn Silver Dragon kept looking at him, he knew that it didn't quite believe what he said, so he explained. "Don't worry, I have absolutely no plans against you. This time I plan to train my disciple here. At the same time, you just need to prevent the silver level and above monster beasts in the Silver Snake's secret realm from attacking humans. I will then remove the seal here so that you can go further. What do you think? Human, are you telling the truth?" The Blackhorn Silver Dragon looked at Lu Hongbo suspiciously, trying to see something strange in his eyes. Lu Hongbo smiled and said, "Really, I will move the exit of your secret realm to a suitable place, and then you can enter and exit Blue Star Will." When the Inkhorn Silver Dragon heard this, he hesitated for a moment, then said, "Okay, what does your disciple look like? I will inform all the monsters in the secret realm later and tell them not to attack humans." I don't know what he looks like." Lu Hongbo scratched his head awkwardly. Blackhorn Silver Dragon, Dou Sigma. Chapter 49, of course, do you want it? Time flies. Soon the sky darkened. At this moment, everyone was chatting around the campfire. At the same time, pieces of rhinoceros bull meat were roasted on the fire. "Alas, I have been looking for a long time, but I can't find the mysterious fruit that classmate Lin Yu mentioned." Yes, if Shou Pongzi hadn't changed so much, I would have suspected that Lin Yu was lying. Don't worry. This mysterious fruit won't appear so easily. Let's look for a little longer. Maybe we'll find it. Everyone was talking about it. However, our clients, Lin Yu and Zhou Pongzi, were watching them from a distance. Brother Yu, these idiots actually believed it. Ha, they're so stupid. Zhou Pongzi laughed when he heard the discussions of the crowd. Seeing that he was talking without thinking, Lin Yu immediately glared at him and said, "Shut up, fatty. If they hear you, they will definitely skin you alive." Oh, I was too nosy. Haha, don't worry, brother Yu. We're the only ones who know about this. Zhou Pongzi's face was full of lewdness. However, just when the two were feeling proud, a cold voice suddenly came from behind them. "Student Lin Yu, what are you talking about?" Lin Yu turned his head stiffly and saw Li Hanzhuang standing behind him at some point, still with no expression on her face. She had an expressionless face, and the slight coolness emanating from her body made Lin Yu feel cold from head to toe in an instant. How come there is no sound when walking? Classmate Li Hanzhuang, why are you here? Why aren't you chatting with other classmates? Lin Yu wanted to change the subject. Hearing this, Li Hanzhuang said calmly, "I'm not familiar." Okay. Lin Yu was speechless for a moment. He didn't expect this girl to be so straightforward. But think about it. With her unapproachable personality, few people would take the initiative to make friends with her. Otherwise, she would definitely freeze to death. It was too cold. After thinking about it, Lin Yu said no more and directly pulled Zhou Pongzi, who dare not say anything, away from Li Hanzhuang's sight. Phew, that was a close call, brother Yu. I almost let it slip. Fatty, if you dare to say that again, I won't give you anything good even if I have one. Lin Yu glared at Zhou Pongzi with some resentment. If he hadn't just said that nonsense, he wouldn't have looked like a guilty thief. Yes. Don't worry, brother Yu. I won't say anything nonsense again. When the time comes, I will just say that I found a fruit in the secret realm. Zhou Pongzi hurriedly apologized to Lin Yu, with his expression as obscene as possible. Seeing that he was so sincere, Lin Yu didn't pursue the matter. Okay, just don't drag me into this. Just as the two were chatting quietly, Li Hanzhuang sneaked up behind him again. Ding. Li Hanzhuang's emotional value plus 222. The system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, and Lin Yu couldn't help but be stunned. Then he turned around and said, "Oh my God, I was so scared." Li Hanzhuang was standing behind him again without him noticing. Seeing this, Zhou Pongzi asked Li Hanzhuang with a bewildered look on his face, "School beauty Li, why did you follow me? Aren't you going to kill my brother Yu? I have reached a bottleneck in my practice." "No, Miss Li, you have reached a bottleneck in your cultivation. What does this have to do with you following us?" Zhou Pongzi boldly expressed his thoughts. Of course, it was mainly because Lin Yu was beside him. Even if he couldn't beat him, he still had Lin Yu by his side, so he was not panicked at all. Hearing Zhou Pongzi's question, Li Hanzhuang hesitated for a moment before continuing. "I'm here to ask Lin Yu for advice. Please teach me." Lin Yu pointed at himself in confusion. "No, Li Hanzhuang, I have never encountered your situation before. How can I help you?" He has the system, so he doesn't have to worry about getting stuck in a bottleneck. At the same time, he hasn't encountered any bottlenecks so far, perhaps because of his double SSS-level talents. Practicing is as easy as drinking water. When Li Hanzhuang heard Lin Yu's words, she was stunned at first, but then she felt relieved. It seems that there is still some gap between me and him. People with higher talent will have to put aside the bottlenecks they encounter. Thinking of this, Li Hanzhuang became more determined to catch up with Lin Yu. "Okay, then I won't bother you anymore, classmate Lin Yu." Having said that, Li Hanzhuang was ready to leave. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly called her, "Student Li, wait a moment. Anything else?" "Lin Yu." Li Hanzhuang looked at Lin Yu in confusion, but his expression remained calm, as always. Lin Yu was a little hesitant about whether to give her a marrow-cleansing pill, and his eyes couldn't help but look at Zhou Pongzi beside him. Seeing Lin Yu looking at him, Zhou Pongzi was a little puzzled. As Lin Yu kept signaling with his eyes, he realized that he was planning to bribe Li Hanzhuang with a marrow-cleansing pill. "Brother Yu, if you give her something to eat, I think School Beauty Li will be so grateful to you that she will definitely not tell anyone about what happened between us before." Zhou Pongzi muttered softly, "Yeah, okay." When Li Hanzhuang saw Lin Yu calling her and then exchanging glances with Zhou Pongzi, she suddenly felt goosebumps all over her body. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Yu spoke up, "Student Li Hanzhuang, I have a way to help you break through the bottleneck, but you need to promise me that you will never tell anyone else, otherwise your realm will never improve." After he finished speaking, Li Hanzhuang was stunned at first, and then looked at Lin Yu and Zhou Pongzi beside him with astonishment. That cold face finally changed and was no longer so dull. Student Lin Yu, are you serious? Sure, do you want it? Want. Li Hanzhuang replied without any hesitation. In her opinion, nothing was more important than improving one's strength. Even though she knew that it was charity from others, she didn't care. Strength was king. At worst, I can wait until I surpass him and then avenge him for today's humiliation. Good. Seeing that she agreed without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately praised her. Then he took out a marrow-cleansing pill from the system space and said, "Here is for you. Find an opportunity to go to the river, take off all your clothes, and jump in. Then swallow this." "Why are you going to the river?" "Anyway, just listen to me, and you'll know the rest when the time comes." "Oh." Seeing him say that, Li Hanzhuang had no choice but to respond. "By the way, if someone asks you about it, just say you found a mysterious fruit." Before Lin Yu could finish speaking, he was interrupted by her. "Ahem. Well, it's good that you know." Lin Yu coughed lightly, and sure enough, she heard something. "Don't worry, this won't involve you." After saying this, Li Hanzhuang left without looking back. "Brother Yu, this woman is really after us. She's so mean. No, you can't fall in love with her, or you will lose your kidneys one day." At this time, Zhou Pongzi came up and complained about Li Hanzhuang's back. Lin Yu ignored him and turned to walk towards the camp. The beef was almost cooked, and it was time to eat. "Fatty, save some for classmate Li later." Oh shit, you don't even listen to me?" "Oh." Zhou Pongzi responded helplessly and followed Lin Yu silently. Chapter 50, Seeing the Light. After leaving the two, Li Hanzhuang walked straight along the river for a distance until he could no longer see the fire, and then he stopped. Then he looked around, and seeing that there was no one around, he slowly began to undress. Then he tentatively put his feet into the water and found that the water temperature was not particularly cold. So he quickly dived into the water. Then she put the marrow-cleansing pill given by Lin Yu into her mouth. The pill instantly turned into liquid and was swallowed into her stomach through her throat. At first, Li Hanzhuang felt no reaction, until 10 minutes later, he realized that his abdomen began to feel burning. What followed was a slight pain in his limbs, until the pain began to cover his entire body. Li Hanzhuang clenched his fists and held on tightly. After a while, it finally stopped. Li Hanzhuang felt the changes in her body. For a moment, she couldn't believe it. At this moment, she had already broken through to the bronze 6 stars. In addition, she felt that her body had become much lighter and her strength was much greater than before. At the same time, her vision and hearing were also much better than before. At this moment, she suddenly smelled a foul odor. When she looked closely, she found that it was coming from her body. Only then did she understand what Lin Yu meant before. "So I started cleaning." The other side. After Lin Yu and Zhou Pongzi returned to the camp, they organized everyone to eat. Immediately, more than 10 people swarmed over, some tore it with their hands, and some bit it directly with their mouths, which made Lin Yu and the other two stunned. Where did this starving ghost come from? He's not afraid of the heat. Stop. Lin Yu really couldn't bear to watch it. If they continued like this, he and others would be in trouble. When everyone saw Lin Yu getting angry, they immediately stopped what they were doing and looked at Lin Yu. "Look at this. How can the others eat fatty?" Go and share it among them. Give each of them a big piece. If it's not enough, come back for more. Lin Yu immediately ordered Zhou Pongzi to help, and he found a big rock to sit down. In response to this, everyone lined up in an orderly manner. After all, Lin Yu's strength was obvious to all. If anyone accidentally angered him, would there be any good consequences? And now it's all thanks to Lin Yu that we can eat such delicious food. If he is unhappy, everyone will go hungry. So when he heard Lin Yu's arrangement, he naturally had no objection. Soon, Zhou Pongzi cut a large piece of beef for each person, and then he cut a piece for Lin Yu, and also cut a large piece for himself. "Brother Yu, give it to me." Zhou Pongzi handed the meat to Lin Yu. Seeing this, he took it without hesitation, then took a bite, and the juice splashed everywhere. "By the way, Fatty, did you save a piece for that girl Li Hanzhuang?" "Don't worry, I left a big piece for her, and there's still plenty there, enough for her to eat her fill." Zhou Pongzi responded to Lin Yu's words while chewing the meat in his hand. In response, Lin Yu said no more and just continued to eat the delicious food in his hand. I have to say that the meat of this monster is 100 times more delicious than that of domestic livestock. Of course, ordinary poultry has very little spiritual energy in its body and is kept in captivity for many years, which makes the meat not so delicious. After a while, Lin Yu lay on the ground, patting his belly contentedly, with a piece of unknown grass in his mouth. Suddenly, Lin Yu thought of something and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Hey, fatty, how long has Li Hanzhuang been gone? It seems like half an hour has passed. You should be back by now. Nothing could have happened, right?" Zhou Pengzi's face began to change drastically as he spoke. Hearing this, Lin Yu immediately stood up, looked in the direction where Li Hanzhuang left, and then gave instructions to Zhou Pengzi. "Fatty, you stay here and prepare for defense. I'll go check on Li Hanzhuang. If there are any monsters coming, throw torches into the sky. I'll come back immediately if I see them." "Okay, brother, you be careful." Zhou Pengzi nodded. "No." After he finished speaking, Lin Yu ran straight in the direction where Li Hanzhuang left. The others were puzzled when they saw that he looked so hurried. "What is Lin Yu doing?" "I don't know, but it seems that School Beauty Li has not been here. Did he go to look for School Beauty Li?" "It's possible. I seem to see Miss Li and Lin Yu talking to each other before, and then they left. I don't know what they did. Now that you mention it, it seems that the direction that Lin Yu left was the same direction that School Beauty Li left. Do you think that Lin Yu pissed off Li Xiaohua and left her, and now he regrets it and is chasing her again?" "Yes, I remember that on the day of awakening, Lin Yu confessed his love to Li Xiaohua in public. Fuck, School Beauty Li was taken away by classmate Lin Yu. I think they're a good match. Lin Yu is so handsome and strong, and so is Li Xiaohua. Bah, you love brain bastard." Everyone was talking at once, discussing the reason why Lin Yu left. Only Zhou Pengzi looked around silently, and any slight movement would arouse his alertness. After all, this is a world of monsters, and you never know for sure if a monster will suddenly emerge from some corner. At the same time, after Lin Yu was out of everyone's sight, he immediately performed Phantom Step. Fortunately, he had the soul-restoring pill, so he didn't have to worry about the depletion of spiritual power. After a while, they were 100 meters away from the crowd. "Student Li Hanzhuang, where are you?" Lin Yu could only shout in a low voice, for fear of attracting monsters. However, there was no sign of Li Hanzhuang, so Lin continued walking along the river, while looking back in the direction of the camp. After seeing that there was nothing unusual, I finally felt relieved. I couldn't let my emotion-generating machines get hurt. At the same time, Li Hanzhuang was constantly scrubbing the stench off her body in the river water. She was a clean person, so even if there was a little bit of stench, she would keep scrubbing until there was no odor at all. "Well, it's almost time to go back." As she spoke, she swam towards the shore, and just as she was about to go ashore, she heard a voice coming from a distance. "Student Li Hanzhuang, where are you?" "Lin Yu, Lian Xuan, exclaimat." The voice was obviously Lin Yu's. I don't know if she screamed a little too loudly or if Lin Yu's hearing was a little abnormal. The moment she opened her mouth, Lin Yu, who was far away, heard it and immediately ran towards the direction where the voice came from. Li Hanzhuang panicked when she heard the footsteps getting closer. The moment she put on her panties, she was stunned, and Lin Yu was also stunned. The white light was so bright that it hurt Lin Yu's eyes. Without giving him time to think, he turned around quickly. Well, classmate Li Hanzhuang, don't worry. I swear to God, I didn't see anything." Snort. Li Hanzhuang snorted coldly and quickly put on his clothes. His face became very gloomy and his eyes were extremely cold. If looks could kill, Lin Yu would have died thousands of times already. Seeing that Li Hanzhuang was fine, Lin Yu did not linger any longer. "Well, Li Hanzhuang, since you are fine, I will leave first." However, Li Hanzhuang said nothing and just looked at him quietly. The atmosphere was very awkward. Lin Yu no longer hesitated and prepared to return to the camp. "Student Lin Yu, I hope you can forget what happened just now. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you at all costs." "Hey, Li Hanzhuang, didn't I tell you that I didn't see anything? Besides, it was so dark, how could I see clearly? Don't you think so?" He said that on the surface, but he was panicking inside. Snort. Li Hanzhuang snorted coldly and walked straight towards the camp. Seeing this, Lin Yu followed silently behind. Chapter 51, Delivered to the Door. Li Hanzhuang was walking quietly in front, and suddenly she paused. Seeing this, Lin Yu looked at her back in confusion. "Lin Yu, thank you for the pill." Oh, you're welcome. Just consider it an apology for what happened just now." Lin Yu reacted and said hurriedly, Hearing him say this, Li Hanzhuang just nodded lightly and continued moving forward. Seeing that her tone was no longer so cold, Lin Yu heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this girl had figured it out. At the same time, inside the camp, Zhou Pengzi was looking around. At this moment, he saw a flash of silver light in the distance and immediately became alert. Then he shouted to the people who were still chatting, "Stop arguing. Something's happening. Get ready for battle." When everyone heard this, they all stood up, each holding a wooden stick in their hands. "Someone with more strength, come and throw the torch up so that Brother Yu and the others can see it." Then Zhou Pengzi gave instructions to everyone again. Seeing this, a tall classmate walked out of the crowd. He picked up a burning torch from the ground and threw it hard at the top. But unfortunately, it was stopped by the branches above. The tall boy picked up another one and threw it upwards but was knocked down by the branches again. Li Feiyu, who was standing by, saw this and immediately yelled, "Go away, let me do it." As he said that, he also picked up one from the ground and threw it upwards. As expected, he also failed. "Fuck, you bunch of losers. Can you please do something useful?" Zhou Pengzi was speechless. Seeing the silver light in the distance getting closer and closer, my heart rose to my throat. Without thinking too much, he immediately grabbed one and threw it upwards, but it hit a branch and fell down. Seeing this, everyone looked at him with disdain. "What the hell are you looking at? Hurry up and throw them together. Do you all want to become a meal for the monster?" After hearing him shout, everyone realized that they were not playing a game, so everyone grabbed one and threw it into the air. As everyone rushed forward, a torch was finally successfully thrown into the sky. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, I'm so tired. I finally threw one out. I don't know if Lin Yu saw it. I think I can see it." On the other side, Lin Yu was strolling leisurely along the river. Suddenly, I saw a flash of red light in the distance and was startled. "Oh no, something happened in the camp." "What?" Li Hanzhuang, who was walking in front, turned around immediately after hearing his roar and saw Lin Yu's face change drastically. "Student Li Hanzhuang, I'm sorry." Lin Yu grabbed her waist without waiting for her to react. Then he immediately used Phantom Step and disappeared with Li Hanzhuang. And when he appeared again, he was 20 meters away. Looking at Lin Yu's actions, Li Hanzhuang was so shocked that he was speechless for a moment. Is this the space-related ability? In the camp, Zhou Pengzi looked at the silver ball of light that was getting closer and closer, and suddenly he was so nervous that he couldn't speak. The same was true for the others. They could only watch the silver light grow bigger and closer, their hearts beating faster. Ouch! At this moment, a tiger roared from the silver light ball in the distance. Some of the timid students were so scared that they peed themselves. It's a tiger beast. Everyone's face changed drastically. They didn't expect that the one coming was actually a tiger. You know, the tiger is the king of beasts, so this tiger must be very powerful. This is definitely not something they can handle, and they can only hope that Lin Yu can come back soon. The silver tiger in the distance saw the crowd and suddenly became excited, thinking that he could have a good meal again, so he immediately ran towards the crowd. Damn, this beast actually ran away. "Mom, I want to go home." There were wails in the crowd. At this moment, a ball of fire flew over their heads, followed by an icy cone carrying a chill. It shot straight at the silver tiger. Looking at the fireball and ice cone coming at it, the silver tiger didn't react for a moment and was hit and fell to the ground in an instant. "Brother Yu is back," Zhou Pengzi exclaimed. "What? Lin Yu is back. That's great. We don't want to die." Everyone started talking and then looked towards the forest. Lin Yu was seen striding out of the forest, followed closely by Li Hanzhuang. "Fatty, no one is hurt, right?" Seeing everyone, Lin Yu immediately asked Zhou Pengzi about the situation. "No, Brother Yu, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, it would have been terrible," Zhou Pengzi said thankfully. Hearing this, Lin Yu ignored him and walked straight towards the silver tiger. "System, could this beast be the red silver tiger I lost during the day?" "Ding, yes. Good boy, you brought it to my door. I was wondering what to eat tomorrow morning." As he spoke, a ball of fire gathered in Lin Yu's hand, and when it was about to hit it, Li Hanzhuang's voice rang out. "Student Lin Yu, can you give me this silver tiger?" "Why, you want to practice with it?" Okay, I'll leave it to you then." After saying that, Lin Yu took back the fireball and watched her performance quietly. Extremely cold ice spikes. As Li Hanzhuang groaned, bursts of cold air began to gather on his body, and then turned into a round ice cone with a diameter of 20 centimeters and a length of 1.8 meters. "Go!" The ice cone shot towards the red-silver tiger quickly. The red-silver tiger, who had just come to his senses, was hit again and flew backwards. Roar! The red-silver tiger roared, quickly climbed up, kicked out with all four claws, and pounced towards Li Hanzhuang. "Be careful!" Lin Yu shouted. Seeing this, Li Hanzhuang dodged quickly, and at the same time condensed an ice cone in his hand again and flew towards the red silver tiger. But unfortunately, the red silver tiger dodged it by reacting quickly. Everyone watched this thrilling moment and couldn't help but sigh. Alas, what a pity. If Li Xiaohua is hit this time, the tiger beast will probably be crippled if not dead. Yeah, that's a shame. Shut up and don't distract school beauty Li. Zhou Pengzi shouted angrily. Everyone had no choice but to shut up and watch the battle between Li Hanzhuang and the red silver tiger. At the same time, Li Hanzhuang condensed ice cones again, but this time she condensed 2 ice cones and threw them out quickly. The red silver tiger dodged in a hurry, but unfortunately was still hit by one. It howled in pain and turned around to leave, but Lin Yu was quick and knocked it down with a fireball. Hee, I can't let you get away this time. Since you brought it to my door, I'll just have to accept it. Student Li Hanzhuang, give it the final blow. Li Hanzhuang responded, then quickly condensed an ice cone and shot it straight towards the red silver tiger's head. Ouch! With a wail, the red silver tiger died completely. Lin Yu took the red snake fang from Zhou Pengzi, walked towards the red silver tiger, and took out the beast core in the surprised eyes of everyone. Give. Then he threw the beast core to Li Hanzhuang. Chapter 52, Is there anyone else who hasn't come out? At this time, Zhou Pengzi leaned close to Lin Yu's ear and muttered, No, brother Yu, are you going to give the beast core to her just like that? Why do you have an objection? Lin Yu looked at him puzzled. Brother Yu, that's a beast core. It's very valuable. Are you really not tempted? Zhou Pengzi was a little unwilling. Here for you. Lin Yu didn't want to talk to him so much, so he threw the beast core of the rhinoceros hornbull to Zhou Pengzi. Zhou Pengzi, who took the beast core, immediately showed an obscene smile on his face. Far away, when everyone saw Lin Yu take out the beast core and hand it to Li Hanzhuang, their eyes widened. You know, a beast core is very valuable in Jiangxing. Although their family is not poor, a bronze-grade beast core can be sold for as much as 200,000. I'm so envious, Miss Li. A female voice sounded in the crowd, and everyone followed suit in envy. Yeah, it's a pity that we don't have the beauty of Li Xiaohua. Otherwise, classmate Lin Yu would definitely give it to us. Tisk, what's there to be envious of, you love-brain bunch? You are sour. You are a sour bastard. That's right. If you have the ability, learn from Lin Yu and kill a monster and bring it back. You guys, humph, a bunch of love brains. I don't want to bother with you. Haha, you deserve to be single, you sourpuss. Everyone surrounded Lin Yu and Li Hanzhuang and started fighting. The team instantly split into 2 teams, male and female. However, there were fewer female students, only 5, so they naturally fell at the bottom. Fortunately, it was just talk and no physical fight. After all, boys like to give in to girls, so even though there were fewer girls, they were not completely defeated by the boys. Seeing that everyone was bored and looking for trouble, Lin Yu simply went to the corner and had some free time. As a result, just as he sat down in his, but was not even warm enough, Li Hanzhuang walked over with a cold face. Student Li Hanzhuang, do you have anything else to do? Lin Yu asked doubtfully. Hearing this, Li Hanzhuang was silent for a moment, then said with a sullen face, Student Lin Yu, I hope you can forget the things you shouldn't have seen tonight. Student Li, what are you talking about? Did I see anything tonight? Why don't I remember it? Lin Yu pretended to have amnesia. Snort. Li Hanzhuang felt relieved when he heard him say that. Then he snorted coldly and turned away. The night deepens. After a quarrel, everyone went to sleep. They all slept in the stone tent built by Zhou Pengzi. After all, they felt much more at ease with something to block them. Lin Yu stood quietly beside the campfire. Seeing that everyone fell asleep, he took out the Space Beast core he had opened earlier and prepared to absorb it. The other side, after reaching a deal with the Majiao Yinjiao, Lu Hongba disappeared. After all, there's still many people who have not been rescued, and we are now busy rescuing the rest. Finally, after a busy day, almost all the people involved were sent out. Outside world. Seeing people coming out of the stadium one after another, Zhang Tailin and Li Guangliang breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Li, it looks like we don't have to face the scolding from the higher-ups anymore. Yes, but if Mr. Lu knew that we kept attacking his light curtain, would he make fun of us? Li Guangliang said worriedly. Don't worry, Mr. Lu is not the kind of person who cares about trivial matters. He won't take action against young people like us. Zhang Tailin said indifferently when he heard it. After hearing what he said, Li Guangliang felt relieved. If Lu Hongba really wanted to bring this up, he would just push Zhang Tailin out. Whoever told him to report the situation without knowing it is the one who should be blamed. If not him, who else should be blamed? At this moment, Zhang Tailin didn't know that he was stabbed in the back, and the person who stabbed him was right next to him. As the last group of students came out, a half-person high hole miraculously appeared in the light curtain. Seeing this, everyone began to crawl out of the hole. After everyone went out, the hole slowly closed again. Captain Li, it seems that Mr. Liu doesn't intend to let us in, one of the dragon guards said in a deep voice. Seeing this, the other dragon guards looked at Li Guangliang, wanting to see what he would do. Seeing this, Li Guangliang hesitated for a moment before speaking. Rest here. Captain Zhang, find a few people to take care of these children. Remember, we cannot tell the outside world what happened here, otherwise it will cause panic. Yes, Captain Li, Zhang Tailin replied. He also knew that since the light curtain had not been removed, it meant that Lu Hongba had not yet resolved the matter. Therefore, we cannot let this group of students go out and talk nonsense. Otherwise, the people of Jiangcheng will be in panic. Zhang Tailin took a few of his confidants and led the group of students away from Jiangcheng Middle School. However, at this moment, the outside of the school was already surrounded by people. There were parents who were worried about their children, and there were also journalists who wanted to report the incident, but they were all stopped outside by the dragon guards. After all, they didn't even know what was going on inside, so how could they let the people in? Fortunately, the dragon guards had high enough authority and quickly found a few buses, which then took the group of students to a hotel. The hotel manager looked at the situation and didn't dare to say a word. He immediately ordered the hotel staff to prepare to accommodate the more than 200 students. Hey, what did you encounter in there? Don't say any more. More than a dozen of us were chased by several giant snakes, and we were almost killed in there. Fortunately, Mr. Liu came and saved us. We were also chased by more than a dozen wolves. We almost couldn't come back. Oh, it's really scary. Hey, why is School Beauty League on? At this time, a sudden voice sounded in the crowd. When everyone heard this, they looked around and found that there was really no sign of Li Hanzhuang. It seems that classmate Lin Yu is not here either. A student from class 15 looked around and exclaimed, "Damn, are we the only ones who came back? You mean there are others left in there? Don't talk nonsense. Isn't Mr. Liu still in there? He must have gone to rescue them." Everyone kept discussing, while the hotel staff walking in front were completely confused. But when Zhang Tailin heard them say that some people had not come out yet, his heart suddenly rose to his throat, and he immediately called Li Guangliang. "Hey, Captain Li, there are still people in the secret realm who haven't come out yet." "What?" Li Guangliang exclaimed immediately. He thought that Mr. Liu had rescued everyone and then opened the light curtain to let them out, but he didn't expect that there were still people inside. For a moment, he couldn't understand the meaning of Lu Hongba's doing this. Did he want to train those people? In the secret realm, high in the sky, Lu Hongba was looking at Lin Yu and others below. Suddenly, he felt his nose itchy. The next second, cut. Damn it, which bastard is talking about this old man? Seriously, Lu Hongba started cursing without caring about his image at all. At the same time, on Lin Yu's side, he was actually meditating when he suddenly received a system notification sound. Ding! Lu Hongba's emotional value plus 666. System, what's going on? Who is Lu Hongba? Wait, Lu Hongba, that name sounds familiar. Shit, that's... Chapter 53, What's Expensive? Over the next few days, Lin Yu killed several monsters one after another and fed them to everyone. Gradually, some students who remained at the 2-star level broke through to the 3-star level. Zhou Pongzi even broke through to the 4-star level in one fell swoop. After all, he had already taken the marrow cleansing pill before, so his cultivation was naturally much faster. As for Li Hanzhuang, she never looked for him again after Lin Yu saw her body that night, so Lin Yu was happy to have some free time. The group walked aimlessly in the woods until this day. Brother Yu, Xiao Fizi is missing. Zhou Pongzi ran back from the forest panting. As soon as he came back, he immediately found Lin Yu, who was meditating. Seeing that he looked so panicked, he knew that something big had happened. Fatty, you just said Xiao Fizi is missing. What happened? Lin Yu frowned. Zhou Pongzi panted for several times before he gradually calmed down. He then looked at Lin Yu and explained, "Brother Yu, Xiao Fizi and I were just competing by the river to see who could pee farther. As a result, he disappeared while we were competing." Lin Wu, Sigma? Oh, I looked everywhere, but didn't see a single person. Seeing that Lin Yu seemed unconvinced, Zhou Pongzi spoke again. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Lin Yu was sure that what the fat guy said was true, so he didn't bother to practice and stood up immediately. Then he walked straight to Li Han's Huang, and before she could speak, Lin Yu said directly, "Student, I have to leave for a while. You are the strongest here, so please help take care of it." Good. After listening to this, Li Han's Huang did not ask too many questions. He just responded lightly and continued to practice. Seeing this, Lin Yu stopped talking nonsense and turned around and left with Zhou Pengzi. "Fatty, where did you and Xiao Fizi pee before?" "There." Zhou Pengzi pointed to a place in the distance. So, under the leadership of Zhou Pengzi, Lin Yu came to the place where the two idiots were competing in peeing. Looking around, he did not find any footprints of monsters, which made Lin Yu a little confused. Could it be that Li Feiyu disappeared out of thin air? Or was he captured by some flying monster? If that's the case, then it's going to be difficult. System, can you help me find Li Feiyu's location? Lin Yu asked the system directly. However, after hearing Lin Yu's request, the system fell silent. A moment later, ding! The target is 50,000 meters west of the host. Warning, there is a powerful monster around the target, which can threaten the host's life at any time. Please pay attention to safety. After hearing what the system said, Lin Yu felt terrible. What the hell is Li Feiyu doing? Why did he run so far? Fatty, why don't we just go back and not look for that kid Li Feiyu? Lin Yu said with a sad face. Hearing this, Zhou Pengzi was a little puzzled. Brother Yu, did you find anything with Xiao Fizi captured by some monster? Well, there's indeed a discovery. The monster was able to capture him without anyone noticing, so its strength must be very strong. I guess it is at least gold level. Although Lin Yu didn't know how powerful the system said it was definitely very powerful. After listening to Lin Yu's analysis, Zhou Pengzi immediately became angry and said, "Damn it, brother Yu, let's not go. It's useless to go, and we might even get ourselves involved." Seeing his timid look, Lin Yu's face was immediately filled with contempt. Sure enough, this fat guy was still unreliable as usual and wanted to run away when he encountered problems. Zhou Pengzi knew that he was a little cowardly and felt embarrassed to look at Lin Yu again. A long time, Lin Yu said in a deep voice, "Fatty, go back to the camp first. I'll go check out the situation and see if there's a chance to rescue Xiao Fizi." "Brother Yu, are you planning to go it alone?" "What else? Should I take you with me? You won't be able to run away then." "Well, I admit that I am a little fat, but I have lost a lot of weight, you see." "Okay, just stay in the camp. Li Han's Huang might need your help. Besides, I'm very tired from running with two people." "Oh, okay, I'm just saying, since you don't let me go, then I won't go." "Okay, get out of the way." Seeing this, Zhou Pengzi walked away happily. Lin Yu then performed Phantom Step and disappeared on the spot. At the same time, in the sky, Lu Hongbo quietly watched Lin Yu's disappearing figure and murmured, "Well, this guy suits my taste, but he's a little too impulsive, but I like him. I have to warn the Blackhorn Silver Dragon later, but don't hurt my beloved disciple." In fact, what Lin Yu didn't know was that Lu Hongbo had already left him some clues, but he didn't pay much attention and naturally ignored them. Fortunately, Lin Yu had system prompts, so he didn't get confused. "Whose system? How far is it?" Ding! The target is still 5 kilometers away from the host. "System, how much emotion do I have now?" Ding! The host's current emotional value is 2500940 points. "Do you want to draw a lottery?" "Draw, give me 30 consecutive draws first." Ding! The system is drawing a lottery. Please wait. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning Patrick's Underwear X3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Soul Restoring Pill X15. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Silver Treasure Chest X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning Thank You for your patronage X10. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Gold Treasure Chest X1. Fuck, a Gold Treasure Chest. System, when did you become so generous? System de Sigma. Quick, help me open the system. Ding! The Gold Treasure Chest is opening. Please wait. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Surrogate Doll X1. Hey system, what do you mean? Are you saying that I will die this time? System sad face underscore. Come out and talk. Are you hoping something bad will happen to me? Lin Yu kept calling the system in his mind, but the other party didn't say a word. Open my silver treasure chest. Do you hear me, system? Ding! The silver treasure chest is opening. Please wait. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the A-level weapon, the electromagnetic pulse cannon. What? Hot weapons. Damn it, System, you still have hot weapons. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ding. The system mall has them all. If the host doesn't go to see them, you can't blame the system. I don't think I've really watched it. No, it's because the stuff in it is too dark, so I have no interest in watching it. Lin Yu retorted. One dragon elephant pill cost a full 500,000 emotion points. If there was no other choice at the time, only a fool would buy it. Ding. It's not expensive at all. It's been this price for a long time. Don't talk nonsense with your eyes open. The system is very difficult for me. Sometimes I have to look for my own reasons and wonder if I have earned enough emotional points in such a long time. What the hell? Puff. Lin Yu almost vomited blood. Chapter 54. First taste of the magic potion. Lin Yu followed the system's instructions and came to the depths of the forest. At this time, he saw a waterfall in the distance, and under the waterfall was a pool of water, which looked as black as ink from a distance. System, the monster you mentioned is in the pond, right? Ding. Yes, the monster is currently sleeping. Where's that guy Li Feiyu? Why don't I see him? Ding. The target is in the cave behind the waterfall. What? Lin Yu exclaimed. He didn't expect that Li Feiyu was hiding behind the waterfall. This is a difficult situation. I must pass through it to get through, and there's a high probability that I will wake up the monster under the pool. System, do you have any solution? Ding. Host could try the magic potion. Hearing the system suggestion, Lin Yu was a little uneasy. Can this magical potion be drunk? The side effects are terrible, and the ability gained is uncertain. System, are you hoping something bad will happen to me? System sad face, _. Forget it. Now that things have come to this, let's fight. Damn, this is a rubbish system. I fuck your grandma. As he spoke, Lin Yu found a slightly more hidden place, and then took out the magic potion he had drawn before from the system space. If the system hadn't reminded him, he might have really forgotten that he still had this thing, mainly because the side effects were a bit hard to accept. Boo! Lin Yu opened the lid of the magic potion, looked at the light yellow liquid, swallowed his saliva, then closed his eyes and drank it directly. As soon as it entered his mouth, Lin Yu felt a coolness, followed by a taste of grass rushing straight to his brain. In an instant, he felt extremely cool. Hey, why is there no change? System, is this a fake? I'm telling you, if it's fake, I'll pay you 10 times the price. Ding. System product, absolutely authentic. Please use it with confidence. No. Why didn't I have any reaction after drinking it? Lin Yu was speechless. Ding. Host, please wait patiently. All right. Helpless, Lin Yu had to wait quietly, picking his nose from time to time. Suddenly, the finger in front of him miraculously disappeared. Shit, did I gain the ability to become invisible? Gradually, Lin Yu's whole body began to become transparent, until the whole person became transparent. Hey, why are my clothes invisible? System, why can't my clothes become invisible as well? Lin Yu looked at his entire body that was invisible except for his clothes, feeling puzzled. System sad face, _. Ding. It's the host who drinks the potion. It has nothing to do with the clothes, so the clothes can't become invisible. Fuck. Why didn't you say it earlier? Why didn't you say it earlier? Although Lin Yu kept cursing the system, he took off his clothes obediently. Finally, Lin Yu was left with only a pair of underwear. It should be okay to wear a pair of underwear, right? We won't be discovered, right? Forget it. Never mind. Let's just leave it like this. At worst, I can take it off later. As he spoke, Lin Yu put the clothes into the space crack. This was an ability he gained after absorbing the Void Treasure Rat. He could open up a small space and then put some things in it. It's a bit like the Blue Fat Man's four-dimensional pocket, in which you can put a lot of things. Of course, the main problem is that the system is a scam. It can only collect and release things generated by the system, and other things cannot be put in. After doing all this, Lin Yu walked out wearing only a pair of shorts. I have to say that this magic potion is really amazing. Lu Hongba, who was watching all this from the air, didn't notice that he had come out and thought he was still hiding in some bush. Little did he know that Lin Yu had already come to the side of the pool naked. Looking at the bottomless black pool, Lin Yu suddenly got goosebumps. Piss, it's so cold. Why is the water so cold? It's even colder than that girl Li Hanzhuang. We have to save her quickly, otherwise she will die here sooner or later. Lin Yu murmured. Then he rubbed his body nonstop with his hands, trying to warm himself up. He didn't dare to use his special powers here. Otherwise, he would definitely be discovered by the big guy at the bottom of the pool. After a while, Lin Yu began to swim towards the waterfall. Because he was invisible when he entered the water, it was like a piece of transparent glass entering the water, and it was impossible to see anything unusual. However, One thing that was overlooked about Lin Yu was that his SpongeBob SquarePants underwear betrayed him. At the bottom of the pool, the black-horned silver dragon slowly opened its eyes after noticing something, then looked toward the surface of the pool and saw a pair of SpongeBob SquarePants floating there. And its swimming speed is not slow. For a moment, the black-horned silver dragon was a little stunned. How dare it dump any garbage into my pond and look for shit? Then he opened his mouth slightly, and a stream of water shot straight towards Lin Yu. At this moment, Lin Yu did not know that danger was approaching and was still swimming leisurely in the pool. No wonder Chairman Mao liked winter swimming. It feels so damn good, Lin Yu muttered softly. The next second, the water column hit him straight. Ouch, what hit me? Damn, was I discovered? Seeing this, Lin Yu hurriedly swam towards the waterfall. At the bottom of the pool, the black-horned silver dragon became interested when it saw that Big Pants was not knocked away, but was swimming faster and faster. Then 2 more jets of water shot towards Lin Yu. At this moment, Lin Yu swam towards the waterfall frantically. When he was only 1 meter away, a chill rushed to his heels. Without time to think, he turned around immediately and avoided a water column attack. Just when he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, another water column hit his abdomen directly, and then he flew up. But as luck would have it, he was sent directly into the cave behind the waterfall and then fell heavily to the ground. Damn it, this beast is playing tricks on me. I'm going to beat you and skin you alive someday. Lin Yu cursed. After cursing, Lin Yu began to look around the cave, but as he looked, he saw Li Feiyu lying not far away. So Lin Yu immediately ran over naked. Xiao Fizi, wake up, don't sleep anymore. However, after shouting for a long time, the boy didn't wake up. Seeing that he couldn't wake him up, Lin Yu decided to take action directly. Snap, snap, snap. 3 slaps were given to him in the face in succession, and Li Feiyu's face immediately turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. But unfortunately, he still didn't wake up. Seeing this, Lin Yu could only use the long-lost 18 palms in a row. Li Feiyu was hit on the face one after another, but he still didn't wake up. Li Feiyu, are you fucking awake or not? Lin Yu was completely broken by this guy. He had never seen a guy who couldn't be awakened even after being beaten. He was even worse than a beast. Fuck it. I'll just carry you on my back, you piece of shit. As he said that, Lin Yu took out a set of clothes from the space crack and put them on. Then he carried him on his back, and then took out a rope to tie him and himself together. Don't ask where the rope came from, just buy it from the system. Phantom step. With a loud shout from Lin Yu, he disappeared into the cave with Li Feiyu, and when they appeared again, they were already at the edge of the pond. Then he used Phantom Step again and ran towards the camp. At the same time, the black-horned silver dragon at the bottom of the pool immediately flew out after sensing the fluctuation of space, and then looked in the direction where Lin Yu escaped. Chapter 55, Kowtow to the Master. Ah! A dragon roar resounded through the sky, and immediately frightened Lu Hongba in the air, making him stagger. Damn it, why is this beast going crazy? Wait, this spatial fluctuation is caused by that kid. Only then did Lu Hongba notice the fluctuation of space. So he looked at Lin Yu, who was fleeing frantically in the distance, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Then he disappeared from the spot. At the same time, after the magic potion lasted for a while, Lin Yu's figure gradually appeared, but there was not a single hair on his body. The round head was shiny and bright, as if it had been polished, and was a little dazzling. System, help me. That's a dragon. Why didn't you remind me? Ding. Blackhorn Silver Dragon, King 5 stars, hobbies, likes to eat human flesh, likes to sleep, likes... Don't introduce yourself. Hurry up and find a way for me to escape from its pursuit. Otherwise, if I die, you won't be able to have a good life either. System, de Sigma. Ding. Sorry, host, this system can't do anything. You're on your own. After saying that, the system stopped paying attention to Lin Yu and did not respond no matter how he shouted. Fuck, you're such a pitfall, system. Fine, if you don't help me, I'll find a way myself. As he spoke, Lin Yu opened the system panel, searched through the inventory, and finally found the speed pill. So he held the Huiling pill in one hand and the Jisoo pill in the other, and took one in each hand. Soon, Lin Yu's speed increased, and with the help of phantom steps, he soon left the Blackhorn Silver Dragon behind him behind. Good boy, I didn't expect you to be such a fast runner, not inferior to me in the past. I remember when I was chased by a group of widows, I was also this fast. In the air, Lu Hongba was surprised to see Lin Yu's speed suddenly increase, and then laughed. However, This speed is not enough to match the Blackhorn Silver Dragon. As he finished speaking, the speed of the Blackhorn Silver Dragon suddenly increased, and it soon caught up with Lin Yu. Human boy, stay and be a snack for the king. Damn, the monster is talking. Lin Yu was shocked. He never expected that he would see a talking monster today. For a moment, he was at a loss. Well, my king, how about I hand over this person behind the scenes to you, and you let me go? Aha, human, you have a nice idea. You should stay together. The dull sound of the Blackhorn Silver Dragon sounded, almost causing Lin Yu to have tinnitus and headache. Seeing that it refused to let him go, Lin Yu swallowed the 7 or 8 speed pills in his hand, and his speed increased again. All of a sudden, the Blackhorn Silver Dragon was thrown 100 meters away. Human, don't waste your time. You can't escape from me. Stop obediently. Don't worry, I will eat you last. The Blackhorn Silver Dragon laughed wildly behind him. Lin Yu was a little upset. How could he outrun a king-level monster? Damn it, someone can save me. I'll do anything for you. As he roared, a voice suddenly came from the air. Evil beast, stop it right now. Immediately afterwards, Lu Hongbao's figure blocked the Blackhorn Silver Dragon. When Lin Yu saw that the person coming was Lu Hongbao, he was immediately overjoyed, so he hurriedly shouted, Mr. Lu, help me. This beast wants to eat me. Evil beast, I see that it is not easy for you to practice. Leave quickly. I will forgive you for what happened. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Lu Hongbao's mouth curled up a little, and then he pretended to be profound. Human, you are very strong. I cannot defeat you. I will leave now. With that, the Blackhorn Silver Dragon was ready to turn around and leave. At this time, Lin Yu shouted, Mr. Lu, don't let this beast run away. Kill it quickly, and we will have hot pot tonight. Hearing this, Lu Hongbao staggered and nearly fell down. My goodness, this kid is really good at taking advantage of others' power. The Blackhorn Silver Dragon, who was about to escape, suddenly became nervous. If Lu Hongbao listened to Lin Yu's words, he would be doomed. You know, humans love to protect their own children. If Lu Hongbao was really persuaded by this kid, he would be in trouble. So he hurriedly sent a message to Lu Hongbao. No, human, we agreed before that I would perform this scene for you. You can't destroy the bridge after crossing it. Don't worry, I'm a most trustworthy old man. Hearing the message from the Blackhorn Silver Dragon, Lu Hongbao had no choice but to reply to it. Seeing that Lu Hongbao kept his promise, the Blackhorn Silver Dragon did not linger any longer and turned to fly towards the pool. Seeing the duck that was about to be in his mouth flew away, Lin Yu suddenly became a little anxious, but he did not dare to point fingers at Lu Hongbao. I can only sigh helplessly, alas. Boy, do you really want to keep it? Lu Hongbao walked up to Lin Yu step by step with a smile on his face. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for saving my life. I am very grateful. Seeing this, Lin Yu clasped his fists in greeting. Boy, the old man wants to ask you, do you really want to keep that Blackhorn Silver Dragon? Lu Hongbao asked again. Hey, Mr. Lu, stop joking. There's no way I could possibly keep that monster alive. Boy, I see that you have amazing talents and are a good candidate for martial arts training. How about you become my disciple, and I will teach you how to defeat that Blackhorn Silver Dragon. This is not good. Boy, you just said that you could do anything I ask you to do. Now I want you to be my disciple. Are you willing? Seeing how serious Lu Hongbao was, Lin Yu immediately put away the smile on his face, then knelt on his knees in Lu Hongbao's surprised gaze, and then kowtowed 3 times. Master, please accept my disciple's greetings. Ha! I didn't expect that I, Lu Hongbao, would receive a closed disciple today. God has been very kind to me. Lu Hongbao was immediately overjoyed. He had done so much just to make Lin Yu willingly become his apprentice, and now it had finally come true. Good disciple, get up quickly. Yes, master. From now on, you can just call me teacher. There's no need to call me master. Yes, teacher. My dear disciple, you have awakened dual system abilities, right? Well, 1 space type and 1 fire type. What realm are you in now? Currently bronze 6 star, and I'm just a little bit away from breaking through to bronze 7 star. Okay, not bad. A little worse than I was back then, but I'll work hard. Yes, teacher. By the way, what's wrong with your hair and your eyebrows? Lu Hongbao asked puzzledly. After hearing this, Lin Yu was startled. He didn't know how to explain it. It was impossible to say that he drank the magic potion given by the system. After thinking about it, I could only change the subject, so I smiled and showed my big white teeth. Teacher, since this is our first meeting, can you give me, your disciple, a little gift as a token of respect? Ha ha ha, kid, you're very much to my taste. Okay, since you asked, I'll give you all my space beast cores. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Hongbo waved his hand, and a space crack appeared, which was much larger than Lin Yu's. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen space beast cores fell out from the space cracks and landed on the ground. Seeing so many space beast cores, Lin Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurried over to pick them up. Oh yes, these two. I'll give them to you too. Lu Hongbo once again took out some beast cores from the space crack. These were some monsters he had killed when he was saving other classmates. Hey, thank you, teacher. I'm rich now. All right, put it away quickly. I'll take you out. Now you're the only ones left in the secret realm. Teacher, are you saying that you rescued all the others? Lin Yu was a little shocked. Well, they are all out. I didn't send them out in order to train you. Oh, so that's how it is. Then was it you who arranged for that black-horned silver dragon just now? Well, hurry up and grab your things and follow me. Lu Hongbo coughed dryly and quickly changed the subject. Seeing this, Lin Yu raised the corner of his mouth and was about to stand up, but suddenly his legs went weak and he fell down. The effect of the speed pill has expired and side effects are starting to appear. Chapter 56 Return to Blue Star. Outside the camp, Zhou Pongzi was pacing back and forth with an anxious look on his face. It had been several hours since Lin Yu left. There must be some information to tell whether he is dead or alive, or at least a signal will do. Just as he was waiting anxiously, the other side, Lin Yu collapsed to the ground with his legs weak. Looking at him, Lu Hongbo was puzzled for a moment. My dear disciple, what's wrong with you? I'm exhausted and now I have no strength in my legs. Lin Yu said nonsense seriously. Hearing this, Lu Hongbo realized belatedly, alas, it's all the old man's fault. I was just planning to lead you to the black-horned silver dragon, and then let you fight it, and then I would come out to rescue you. Teacher, you think too highly of me. Do you think I can fight against that demon beast? Wouldn't it kill me in a minute? Lin Yu blinked his big eyes and stared at Lu Hongbo blankly, as if he would not get up if he didn't give him an explanation. Being stared at like this by Lin Yu, Lu Hongbo couldn't hold his face anymore. So he coughed dryly. Well, I've discussed it with the black-horned silver dragon. It won't kill you. Teacher, is it really okay for you to plot against your own students like this? Lin Yu stared at him with a pair of innocent eyes. You know, when the system said it couldn't do anything, Lin Yu was a little desperate, but he didn't expect that this was just a test from Lu Hongbo. Who would use a king-level monster as a test? Which young man could withstand such a test? Lu Hongbo felt a little embarrassed, so he quickly changed the subject. Well, Xiaoyu, let's go back to the camp first. Your friends are waiting anxiously. Teacher, do you think I can still walk like this? Lin Yu spread his hands helplessly. His legs were like they were anesthetized, and he had no feeling at all. If he hadn't known that this was a side effect of the speed pill, he would have thought that his legs were broken. Haha, it's okay. I'm here. It will only take a few minutes. As he spoke, Lu Hongbo held the limp Lin Yu in one hand and the unconsciously Fei Yu in the other. He took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already above the camp. Lin Yu was immediately stunned by his operations. Is this the ability of space-related supernatural powers? It's so terrifying. Teacher, how far can you teleport at once with this space teleportation? Well, it's not worth mentioning. It can only cross half of the blue planet at a time. Teacher, do you want to listen to what you were saying? Lin Yu was speechless. What do you mean by just crossing half of the blue planet in one go? You call it not worth mentioning? Don't look at me like that. The Space Awakeners on Eagle Sauce's side can cross 3/4 of a blue planet in one go. They're much more powerful than this old man. Seeing that he didn't believe it, Lu Hongbo pulled out the Space Awakener among the Eagle Sauce. Hearing this, Lin Yu was shocked again. Then, teacher, can that guy beat you? TSK, that guy, a super 6-star guy, wants to compete with me. I can pin him to the ground in a minute. It's just that he is better at running away than me. Otherwise, I can make him kneel down and sing conquer in a minute. Lu Hongbo had a look of disdain on his face, as if that man was his defeated opponent. Looking at Lu Hongbo's disdainful look, Lin Yu felt a little unconvinced. Although he had only been in contact with him for a short time, he could tell from his few words that this old man was not very serious. Forget it. I've already prayed, so I'll just accept it reluctantly. Thinking of this, Lu Hongbo carried him and Li Feiyu and walked downstairs. Zhou Pongzi, who was originally worried about Lin Yu, was shocked when he saw the 3 people suddenly appear, and he immediately burst into swearing. Fuck, When he saw that the people coming were Lin Yu and Li Fei Yu, he exclaimed, "Brother Yu, it's great that you can come back." "Fatty, what happened?" Lin Yu looked at his face and asked with some confusion. "It's okay, I was just worried about you." "Worried about me?" "Worried that I won't be able to come back." Zhou Pengzi hummed weakly, somewhat afraid to look at Lin Yu. In response, Lin Yu rolled his eyes at him speechlessly and then said, "Okay, Fatty, call everyone over here, we're going out." "Ah, he's going out already." Zhou Pengzi widened his eyes. "Why, do you still want to stay here? Then I'll let the teacher leave you here." As he spoke, Lin Yu looked at Lu Hongba, who was holding him in one hand. "No, Brother Yu, you can't leave me." "Hey, Brother Yu, the teacher you just mentioned, it can't be the old man behind you." Zhou Pengzi exclaimed first, then looked at Lu Hongba behind Lin Yu. Seeing this, Lin Yu directly confessed Lu Hongba's identity. "Well, he's my teacher, the only space awakener in manhwa. Oh, I think there are only two." "Oh my god, Mr. Lu. You're Mr. Lu." Zhou Pengzi reacted instantly. He felt that the old man in front of him looked familiar. I didn't think of it for a moment, but after Lin Yu's reminder, I suddenly realized it. After all, who in Long Country doesn't know Mr. Lu Hongba? Seeing that he was still standing there in a daze, Lin Yu couldn't help but urge him. "Fatty, why are you still standing there? Go call other people." "Oh, okay, I'll go right away." Zhou Pengzi hurried back to the camp and shouted to everyone, "Classmates, we are saved. Master Lu is here. Get up and follow me." After the words fell, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then one of the girls said in disbelief, "Zhou Pengpeng, what did you just say? Mr. Lu? Is that the Mr. Lu we were thinking of?" Yes, it's Mr. Lu. Hurry up and follow me." Zhou Pengzi urged him impatiently. Seeing that he was not joking, everyone stood up as if they were given an injection of chicken blood. Even Li Han's Huang, who had been meditating and practicing, stood up when he heard the sound. Then he followed Zhou Pengzi to where Lin Yu was outside the camp. When everyone saw Lin Yu being held in Lu Hongba's hand, they were all stunned. They didn't understand why Mr. Lu kept carrying Lin Yu. And as for Li Fei Yu, he had already been thrown to the ground by Lu Hongba. He was previously immobilized by Lu Hongba, but now he's freed. He will wake up on his own soon. "Everyone, we can go back now." Lin Yu shouted loudly when he saw everyone was present. Ha, I can finally go home and go to sleep. I haven't slept well these past few days." "Me too. +1. Everyone shouted in unison. Finally, they didn't have to stay here anymore. Seeing this, Lu Hongba waved his hand, and a transparent light shield enveloped everyone. And then everyone disappeared from the spot. He reappeared in the gymnasium, and everyone looked at the familiar scene and burst into tears of excitement. "Okay, you guys go back quickly." Lu Hongba ordered everyone. "Yes, thank you, Mr. Lu." Everyone bowed to Lu Hongba in unison to express their gratitude. In response, Lu Hongba just waved his hand gently. Everyone left one after another, leaving only Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi. As for Li Fei Yu, after he woke up, he followed everyone away. Chapter 57, The Light Curtain Disappears. "Brother Yu, why are you always mentioned by Mr. Lu? And your hair?" After thinking about it, Zhou Pengzi asked the doubts in his heart. "Damn it, it's all tears. In order to save that bastard Li Fei Yu, I almost broke my legs and my head became bald. By the way, come over and carry me. It's so uncomfortable to be carried by the teacher like this." When Lin Yu heard his question, he burst into tears. Oh. Hearing this, Zhou Pengzi was stunned at first, but after he reacted, he ran over happily, and Lu Hongba put Lin Yu on Zhou Pengzi's back. Lu Hongba looked at Lin Yu, then at Zhou Pengzi. "Since you two are here, I will take you to broaden your horizons today." As he spoke, Lu Hongba waved his hands, and the originally dilapidated gymnasium was restored bit by bit. In just 1 minute, it returned to its original appearance. "Fuck, is Mr. Lu so powerful?" Zhou Pengzi exclaimed. Lin Yu, who was watching the scene, was also shocked. "Teacher, how come this is the same as going back in time?" "Hey, you know how to go back in time?" "But I'm not going back in time, I'm going back in space." "Space travel back." Well, spatial retracing and temporal retracing are similar to a certain extent, but temporal retracing involves time, so I won't go into details. You will know in the future. "Teacher, it seems that there has not been an awakener of the time system in the world, yet how do you know so much?" Lin Yu looked at Lu Hongba puzzled, wanting to know where he learned all this from. You know, his understanding of time only came from some records in the movies and novels he saw in his previous life. Seeing his curiosity, Lu Hongba thought for a moment before speaking. Although there are no humans who have awakened the time system, there are many monsters who have mastered time. I have seen 3 of them. Which 3? Teacher, can you tell me? Well, the first one is the nightmare dragon in the north, which can make people go back to the past without knowing it. The second is the snow queen on the Antarctic continent, who has the ability to freeze time. As for the last one, it is a secret of Dragon Country, and you are not qualified to know it at the moment. Okay. Lin Yu didn't think too much about it. After all, he also knew that this involved the top secrets of the Dragon Kingdom, and naturally would not be known to a rookie like himself. In addition, with Zhou Pengzi, a guy who was not very reliable, it was better not to say anything. Okay, you guys hurry out, Lu Hongba said. Seeing that he seemed to have something else to do, Lin Yu couldn't help but ask curiously, Teacher, from what you said, are you going to do something? Well, I plan to completely close this space crack. I discovered this place 10 years ago. At that time, my strength was weak and I couldn't completely close this space crack, so I had to seal it. Now that I'm strong enough, it is time to close this rift completely. As he spoke, Lu Hongba walked towards the space crack. Looking at Lu Hongba gradually disappearing, Lin Yu had no choice but to let Zhou Pengzi carry him out. Brother Yu, I didn't expect you to take Master Lu as your master, but that's true. After all, no one in the entire Dragon Country knows more about the space system than him. As they walked, Zhou Pengzi kept talking non-stop, which made Lin Yu feel a little overwhelmed. Okay, fatty, stop nagging me. It's giving me a headache. Okay, by the way, Brother Yu, when will your hair grow out? You look weird like this. It's none of your business. Go away now. He was worrying about this matter, and when he heard Zhou Pengzi's question, he immediately lost his temper. Damn it, in order to save this scumbag Li Feiyu, he lost his black hair. And the most important thing is that he didn't even have eyebrows, and now his head is just a big lump of flesh. On the other side, Lin Yushan and Tang Xinyan were waiting outside the light curtain with anxious looks on their faces. After learning that a student had come out, the mother and daughter hurried to the school. After communicating with the principal Wang Fujian, they were allowed in. At this moment, dozens of dragon guards were standing outside the light curtain. They had been waiting here for several days, but the light curtain did not disappear. For a moment, I became impatient. At this moment, more than a dozen students came out of the gymnasium one after another. Tang Xinyan saw someone coming out and immediately shouted to Lin Yushan excitedly, Mom, look, someone is coming out. What? Lin Yushan immediately looked towards the direction of the gymnasium upon hearing that. I saw more than a dozen people, both men and women, walking towards this side one after another. When everyone came closer, Lin Yu was the only one missing. In an instant, Lin Yushan seemed to have lost all her strength and could hardly stand. Tang Xinyan, who was standing by, hurriedly helped him up and said, Mom, don't worry, brother will be fine. He may still be behind us. Lin Yushan responded weakly. She had treated Lin Yu as her own son for so many years. Now that she couldn't see him, she subconsciously thought that something had happened to him and he would never come back. Everyone came to the light curtain, and this time a hole appeared in the light curtain again. Seeing this, Li Feiyu took the lead and walked out. Lin Yushan watched them come out and asked anxiously, Have you seen Lin Yu? He's the tall one. However, before she could finish, Li Feiyu interrupted her and said, Auntie, are you Mr. Lin's parent? Don't worry, Mr. Lin is fine. He is staying with Mr. Lu now. It will probably take a while for him to come out. Master Lin. Oh, it's Lin Yu. I'm used to calling you that. Li Feiyu explained hurriedly. Oh, so that's how it is. Lin Yushan suddenly realized. Auntie, I'm going back first. My family must be worried sick. Okay, walk slowly. Upon hearing the news that Lin Yu was fine, Lin Yushan and her daughter immediately breathed a sigh of relief. A few minutes later, Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi walked out of the gymnasium and went straight towards Lin Yushan and others. Hey, Aunt Lin, Xinyan, why are you here? Walking out of the light curtain, Lin Yu saw Lin Yushan and the other person at a glance, and was immediately surprised. When Lin Yushan and Tang Xinyan saw him like this, they couldn't recognize him for a moment. Brother? Is that you? How did you become like this? Tang Xinyan was shocked. Hey, it's okay. I just saved some idiot and accidentally got into this situation. Xiaoyu, why do you still need your classmates to carry you? Your legs. Lin Yushan stopped talking halfway. Seeing that they misunderstood, Lin Yu hurriedly explained, Well, Aunt Lin, don't worry. I'm just tired from running while rescuing people. Nothing went wrong. Oh, I was so scared. I thought your leg was broken. Lin Yushan said thankfully. At this time, Li Guangliang came up to the group and said, "Hello, I am the captain of the Dragon Guards of the Magic City. My name is Li Guangliang." "Hello, Captain Li. Is there anything I can help you with?" Lin Yu looked at him suspiciously. Seeing Lin Yu's vigilance, Li Guangliang smiled with his big white teeth. "That classmate Lin Yu, right? Don't be nervous. I just want to ask, is there anyone else inside?" "Yes," Lin Yu said without hesitation. "Then do you know how many more people there are?" "One person." "One person? Well, my teacher Lu Hongba is in there dealing with the space crack. It may take a while." However, just as he finished speaking, the light curtain slowly disappeared. It seems that the teacher has successfully dealt with the space crack. Looking at the disappearing light curtain, Lin Yu murmured, "Chapter 58, I'm so sorry. It's my fault." "Teacher?" "Classmate Lin Yu. When you say your teacher, you mean Mr. Lu?" Li Guangliang looked at Lin Yu in shock. Seeing that he didn't dare to believe it, Lin Yu spread his hands helplessly. "Please, I'm the only one in Dragon Country who is a space major, so the teacher will naturally accept me as his apprentice." At this moment, Lin Yu looked very smug. Now that he was with a big boss, he naturally felt more inflated. He had originally planned to go to the Demon Sea Academy and then seek out Lu Hongba to become his disciple, but he did not expect that the other party would take the initiative to come and accept him as his disciple. I have to say, it feels great to have the halo of being the protagonist. Seeing this, Li Guangliang had a lot of thoughts in his mind. He didn't expect that the student in front of him was actually accepted as a disciple by Lu Hongba. You know, Lu Hongba is a person of influence in the entire Long Kingdom and even in the whole world. If Lin Yu becomes his disciple, he can walk all over Long Kingdom. Haha, I didn't expect that Lin Yu is already Master Lu's disciple at such a young age. The young are really formidable. If you come to the Magic City someday, you can ask me for help if you have any questions. Li Guangliang took the initiative to make friends with Lin Yu. Lin Yu naturally knew what he was thinking, but he did not refuse. After all, having one more friend is always better than having one more enemy. Besides, one should not hit a smiling person. The captain of the Demon City Dragon Guard has lowered his posture and taken the initiative to make friends with him, so I don't want to lose face for him. "Thank you very much, Captain Li," Lin Yu said with a smile. Then the two exchanged their phone numbers, and Zhou Pengzi carried Lin Yu out of the school, while Lin Yushan and Tang Xinyan followed silently behind. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Lin Yu vaguely felt his thigh regain feeling. The side effects of the speed pill must have disappeared. "Fatty, put me down." "Brother Yu, can you walk now?" "Okay, that's enough, put me down." "Good." As he spoke, Zhou Pengzi put Lin Yu down. As soon as he landed on the ground, Lin Yu almost stumbled and fell. Fortunately, Lin Yushan, who was following behind, supported him in time. "Slow down, Xiaoyu, can you still walk? If not, let your aunt carry you." "No need, Aunt Lin, I'll just stand there for a while." Lin Yu quickly declined her kindness. Seeing this, Lin Yushan had no choice but to help him to the side. After a few minutes, the side effects of the speed pill completely disappeared. So Lin Yu stood up and stretched his legs. You know what? The current Lin Yu looks quite similar to teacher Saitama, both with a shiny bald head. But Mr. Saitama has eyebrows, but he doesn't, and he doesn't have any nose hair either. "Brother Yu, are you okay now?" Zhou Pengzi said as he looked at Lin Yu, who was full of energy. "Yeah, it's okay. Fatty, thank you for carrying me for so long." "Oh, what are you thanking me for? If it weren't for you, Brother Yu, I would have died in the secret realm a long time ago. If anyone should thank someone, it should be you." "Ah, that's enough. I won't say any more nonsense. Please help me sell these beast cores, and we'll split them 40% to 60% when the time comes." Lin Yu handed some beast cores that Lu Hongba had given him to Zhou Pengzi. "No, Brother Yu, where did you get so many beast cores?" Zhou Pengzi was a little shocked and didn't understand where Lin Yu got so many beast cores. Seeing that he was a little confused, Lin Yu smiled and said, "Hey, these are all given by the teacher." "Fuck, is Mr. Lu so generous?" "Brother Yu, why don't you talk to Mr. Lu and ask him to take me in as well?" "Haha, Fatty, stop dreaming and go back to bed." "All right." Zhou Pengzi did not feel disappointed, because he knew that Lu Hongba would only accept awakeners of the space system, and only those with good talents. As for those with poor talents, Lu Hongba would not even look at them even if they awakened the space system. So he didn't take Lin Yu's words to heart. "Brother Yu, since you can leave now, I will go back first. I'm afraid my old man will have a heart attack. Go ahead, and be careful on the road." Lin Yu waved goodbye. After everyone left, Lin Yushan and Tang Xinyan came over. "Xiaoyu, What exactly happened in there? Why are you trapped in there? Lin Yushan finally asked the doubts in her heart. Tang Xinyan, who was standing by, also asked curiously, Brother, what did you encounter in there? Why did Mr. Lu Hongba become your teacher? After hearing the two people's questions, Lin Yu felt overwhelmed for a moment. Couldn't they just ask one by one? Well, let's talk about it when we get home, okay? All right. Tang Xinyan pouted, looking reluctant, but she also knew that this was not the place to talk, so she had no choice but to agree to Lin Yu's request. Lin Yushan kept silent, as if she agreed with Lin Yu's words. So the three of them headed towards home. 10 minutes later, the three of them returned home, and as soon as they entered the door, Lin Yu lay down directly on the sofa. It still feels good to be at home. Lin Yu sighed. Brother, can you tell me now? I'm so curious. If you don't tell me, I'll be angry. Tang Xinyan put her hands on her hips and looked at Lin Yu, who was lying on the sofa, with a fierce look on her face. Lin Yushan sat quietly on the sofa beside her. Although she didn't look very anxious on the surface, she couldn't help herself in her heart. Lin Yu was keeping her in suspense for too long. If she hadn't cared about her image, she would have urged him to do the same as Tang Xinyan. Why are you in such a hurry? Look, Aunt Lin isn't in a hurry either. Lin Yu rolled his eyes at Tang Xinyan, then looked at Lin Yushan. Seeing him mention her, Lin Yushan scratched her head awkwardly, then said in a gentle tone, Xiao Yu, just tell me. Auntie is also very curious. Seeing that Lin Yushan had spoken, Lin Yu could no longer hide it, so he shouted to Tang Xinyan, Xinyan, go. Pour me some water. Just go ahead. Tang Xinyan was about to refuse when Lin Yu stared at her. After so many days of fighting, there was a hint of murderous intent in Lin Yu's eyes. So when Tang Xinyan saw his eyes, she immediately became timid. Soon, Tang Xinyan handed the water to Lin Yu, but she didn't dare to look him in the eye. Instead, she timidly came to Lin Yushan's arms, wanting to be comforted by her. Lin Yushan also saw Lin Yu glaring at Tang Xinyan, and naturally knew that her daughter was scared. However, she was not scared by Lin Yu's eyes. After all, the eyes of her husband and Lin Yu's parents were several times more fierce than Lin Yu's. Even so, she was not afraid. On the contrary, he was very relieved because Lin Yu had taken the first step and dared to face the ferocious monster without fear. After all, not everyone dares to look ferocious monsters in the face. Only those who have no fear of monsters can look them in the face. She didn't know what Lin Yu had experienced in there, but judging from the fierce look in his eyes, he must have killed a lot of monsters. Seeing Tang Xinyan was afraid of him, Lin Yu realized that he had lost control and apologized quickly. I'm sorry, Xinyan. Did I scare you just now? I'm really sorry. It's my fault. Tang Xinyan didn't say anything and didn't look into his eyes. Lin Yushan hurriedly comforted him. Okay, Xinyan. Xiao Yu just couldn't control himself for a moment, and he didn't mean to be mean to you. Snort. Tang Xinyan pouted and snorted coldly. Even though Lin Yushan said so, she still didn't dare to look at Lin Yu. In response, the two stopped trying to persuade him, and then Lin Yu began to talk about what had happened before. Chapter 59, I'm tired. Let's destroy it. At the same time, after the light curtain disappeared, Li Guangliang and his group rushed to the gymnasium. Looking at the normal gymnasium facilities, they were a little confused for a moment. They learned from the previous students' accounts that the gymnasium was in a desolate state. But when you come in and take a look, there is nothing shabby about it. It is as normal as it can be. Captain Li, was it Mr. Lu who helped repair this place? At this time, a member of the Dragon Guard expressed his opinion. Li Guangliang nodded after hearing this. It should be Elder Lu who helped to restore it, and the space crack should have been dealt with by Elder Lu as well. Captain Li, let's collect the team, rest for a night, and prepare to return to the Magic City tomorrow. Yes, everyone shouted. Afterwards, Li Guangliang left Jiangxing Middle School with a group of Dragon Guards. At this point, the matter has finally come to an end. However, as the previous students were sent home, the appearance of a secret realm of monsters at Jiangxing Middle School quickly sparked heated discussions online. However, only Lin Yu and a few others knew the truth behind this matter. At this moment, Lin Yu was concentrating on telling Lin Yushan and her daughter what had happened in the past few days. When they learned that Lin Yu had encountered a ferocious monster as soon as he entered the secret realm, the mother and daughter couldn't help but clench their fists, both shocked and worried about his experience. That's roughly how it happened. In the end, Master Lu accepted me as his apprentice. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he picked up the water on the table and drank it all. But Lin Yushan and her daughter had not yet come to their senses. When they heard that Lin Yu was desperately escaping from the king-level monster, they couldn't help but breathe fast. They would never have imagined how Lin Yu, a bronze rookie, could remain calm when facing a king-level monster. Brother, you were so lucky that you dared to escape from the hands of a king-level monster. I can't believe it. If I were there, I would probably have peed myself in fear. The look in Tang Xinyan's eyes when she looked at Lin Yu was no longer so frightening. Alas, I don't want to face that terrifying monster either. You don't know that it has become a spirit and can speak human language. It even threatened to make me into a snack. Fortunately, the teacher showed up in time and saved me from this crisis. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. Lin Yu still feels palpitations when he thinks back to what happened at that time. But this old man Lu Hongba is such a jerk. If I hadn't worshipped him as my master at that time, he would probably have called the black-horned silver dragon back. Haha, brother, your shape is quite unique. Like a meatball, no, like a bowling ball with 3 holes, huh? Tang Xinyan looked at his bald head and bald eyebrows and laughed instantly. Hearing her say this about him, Lin Yu's face suddenly turned dark. This girl, let her taste the magic potion some other day. Xinyan, that's enough. How can you say that about Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu became like this just to save people. Shouldn't you comfort him? Lin Yushan looked at her daughter, constantly laughing at Lin Yu, and her expression suddenly became serious. But when she saw Lin Yu's hairless head, her defense was instantly broken. In addition, Tang Xinyan just said that his head was like a bowling ball, so Lin Yushan couldn't help but put herself in the same situation. Xiaoyu, why don't you wear a hat? It's really tempting to take a look at it. Ling Weiyu, Sigma. Ding. Lin Yushan's mood value plus 1,000. Ding. Tang Xinyan's mood value plus 1,000. At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. In response, Lin Yu stood up with a look of despair and returned to his bedroom. This is really too much. Damn it, I will never drink this crappy magic potion again. It is really a ripoff. System, do you have anything that can quickly grow hair? Back in the bedroom, Lin Yu called the system directly. Soon, the system voice sounded again. Ding. In view of the host's needs, this system currently has no relevant items that can be quickly generated. TSK, what a rubbish system. It doesn't even have this. Are you ashamed? Lin Yu's face was full of contempt. Ding. Although this system does not have items that can quickly grow hair, it does have items that can grow hair within 3 days. Gone. Why didn't you say it earlier? And can you finish what you want to say at once? Lin Yu cursed at the system in his mind, and the system became a little autistic. System sad face, comma. A long time. Ding. Host, would you like to purchase the hair growth potion? Buy. Lin Yu chose to buy it without hesitation. He really couldn't stand the expressions of others when they saw this. It was so hateful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a successful purchase. This purchase cost 200,000 emotion points. How much? 200,000. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Yu immediately stood up from the bed. He never thought that a bottle of hair growth potion would cost 200,000 emotion points. I worked so hard, but can't earn that much in a day. Now a bottle of broken potion costs 200,000. How can I not be excited? Come on, system, give me a reasonable explanation. Why does a bottle of hair growth potion cost 200,000? Are you robbing me? Ding. The effect of the hair growth potion is lifelong, and the host side effects of gaining invisibility after using the magic potion will be greatly reduced, and there will not be a situation like today where there is nothing left. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Yu felt better. If he bought this frequently, he would probably go bankrupt. Okay, I can barely accept it. By the way, please give it to me quickly. Ding. Hair growth potion is being distributed. As soon as he finished speaking, a bottle of green potion appeared in Lin Yu's hand, which looked a bit like bitter melon juice. Boo! Lin Yu immediately opened the stopper, put it in his nose, and smelled it. There was a faint fragrance that was not pungent. Then he drank it in one gulp, but the next second, Lin Yu showed a painful expression. Bitter. It's so fucking hard. It is several times more bitter than bitter melon juice. Ding. System prompts that the hair growth potion only needs to be applied to the area where hair growth is needed. Oral administration is not recommended because the bitter elements in it are not tolerated by ordinary people. Fuck. System. Get out here. I'm going to tear you into pieces today. Lin Yu roared, determined to perish together with this crappy system. System sad face, _. Seeing that the system had been silent for a long time, Lin Yu had no choice but to calm down his anger. but his eyes showed hatred towards the system. He said why this thing was so bitter. It turned out to be used for application, not for drinking. I'm tired, destroy it. Lin Yu lay on the bed, feeling a little tired, his eyes becoming dull. Suddenly, a voice came into his ears. My dear disciple, come out quickly. Teacher. Lin Yu immediately sat up straight, then recalled the voice just now and found that it was Lu Hongbao's voice. So, without hesitation, he opened the door and walked out of the bedroom, and found Tang Xinyan watching TV while Lin Yushan was busy in the kitchen. Annie Lin, I'm going to go out for a while, and we'll be back soon. Lin Yu shouted towards the kitchen, then opened the door and went out. Chapter 60, I'm going out to gain experience. Following the instructions, Lin Yu quickly arrived at the rooftop and met Lu Hongbao, who had been waiting for a long time. Teacher, is there anything you wanted to come over for? Has everything been dealt with in the secret realm? Lin Yu was a little puzzled as to why the other party asked him to come up. Lu Hongbao looked at him quietly and said, It has been handled. I have moved the exit of the secret realm to the north. Don't worry, there will be no more secret realms in Jiangxing. Oh, that's fine. By the way, teacher, you haven't told me what you want to talk to me about. Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to tell you something. What's up? There are some things in the Magic City that need my attention. I have to hurry back. Do you plan to stay here or go to the Magic City with me? Teacher, isn't the Demon Sea Academy not recruiting students yet? Why should I go to the Demon Sea? Lin Yu asked puzzledly. His original plan was to wait until the Demon Sea Academy started recruiting students before going to the Demon City. As for now, he would just stay in school and practice peacefully. But after experiencing this incident, his thoughts changed. He wanted to become strong enough to make all the monsters submit to him and force them to stay away from humans when they see them. Teacher, I plan to go for some training before going to the Demon Sea Academy. What? You plan to go for training? It's not that the old man looks down on you, but you're only a bronze 6-star. How dare you? Lu Hongbao found it a little bit unbelievable. In his opinion, Lin Yu would either choose to stay in Jiangsheng or choose to go to the Magic City with him. He thought about letting Lin Yu go for training, but that was after he broke through to the silver level. Teacher, my previous idea was to wait until the school started recruiting students before going to Magic City, but ever since I saw the blood, I couldn't calm down. For a moment, Lu Hongbao's eyes changed when he looked at Lin Yu. He seemed to see a peerless genius slowly rising. He seemed to see that the person who would lead the times was about to come. This is a new era, the era of young people. 20 years ago, spiritual energy revived and created a group of leaders of the era. Now, 20 years later, a new era is about to come. The waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, and the old generation is replaced by the new. Alas, I am old now. Let you young people do whatever you want. By the way, let me give you this. It's a small space I created inside. You could put some things in it. Lu Hongbao sighed, then took out a silver metal bracelet that was engraved with strange patterns. Thank you, teacher. Lin Yu accepted the greeting respectfully. Okay, old man, I'm leaving. I'll reserve a spot for you at the Magic Sea Academy. Just mention my name when the time comes. After saying that, Lu Hongbao disappeared from the spot. Goodbye, teacher. Walking on the way back, Lin Yu could still vaguely feel the bitter taste in his mouth. For a moment, he couldn't help but become angry again. System, come out and fight me one-on-one. System, sad face _ System, if you don't speak up, I'm going to get mad. System. Just like this, Lin Yu kept cursing the system in his mind while walking downstairs and rushing towards home. After a while, he returned to the door of his house, opened it, and walked in. At this time, Lin Yushan had prepared the meal and was waiting for him to come back. The moment she saw him come in, she shouted hurriedly, I'm back. Come over here and wash your hands and eat. Well, okay. Lin Yu hummed, came to the dining table and sat down, picked up the chopsticks, and prepared to pick up the food. Lin Yushan hurriedly stopped him with a sharp voice. Wash your hands first. All right. Helpless, Lin Yu had to get up and go to the kitchen to wash his hands. On the dining table, the atmosphere was a bit depressing. Lin Yushan guessed that Lin Yu must have something to say, but he didn't say anything, so she didn't dare to ask. Tang Xinyan was like a child, constantly picking up food from the bowl, as if she wanted to prevent Lin Yu from eating any food, thus getting revenge on him for scaring her before. However, Lin Yu ignored Tang Xinyan's actions and silently took a bite and put it in his mouth. Seeing that the three of them were almost done eating, Lin Yu slowly spoke. Aunt Lin, I plan to go out and gain some experience. After that, Lin Yushan and Tang Xinyan put down their bowls and chopsticks and stared at Lin Yu in a daze. A long time. Lin Yushan then sighed helplessly. Alas, I know I can't persuade you, but Annie still wants to warn you. Pay attention to safety on the road. Don't trust others easily. Sometimes the human heart is scarier than monsters. Yes, I know. Lin Yu nodded, agreeing with Lin Yushan's words. After all, he had watched so many movies and TV series in his previous life, and he knew that most of the protagonists fell because they trusted others easily. So even if Lin Yushan didn't remind him, he would still be on high alert. When Lin Yushan saw that Lin Yu had taken her words to heart, she smiled slightly. Then he said, Xiao Yu, when do you plan to leave? Hearing this, Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, maybe in a week. I still have to go to school to take care of some things. Good. Tang Xinyan, who was standing by, was listening to their conversation with a lot of thoughts in her mind. Brother, when will you come back? Don't worry, it won't be long. When the 9 universities start recruiting students, I will come back and take you to the Magic City. Lin Yu smiled and touched her head. Although they were not biological siblings, Lin Yu treated her as his own sister. Although he is not the original body, everything about the original body has been integrated into him. At this moment, he is the original body, and the original body is him. All right. Tang Xinyan pouted, seemingly dissatisfied with Lin Yu's answer. There are still 3 months before the 9 universities start recruiting students, which means she won't be able to see Lin Yu for 3 months. This is unacceptable to her. After all, the days when she can't bicker with Lin Yu every day are boring. Although it was the same with or without him at other times, Tang Xinyan still felt a little uncomfortable if she really couldn't see him in March. Lin Yu seemed to see her displeasure and hurriedly said with a smile, I'll bring you a lot of snacks when the time comes. How about that? Really? Tang Xinyan blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Lin Yu. Of course. By the way, I'll get you some delicious monster meat. I tell you, monster meat is much more delicious than our pigs and cows. Not only is it delicious, but it can also help you grow taller. Even though you're not tall now, once you eat the monster meat, your height will grow taller. The more she spoke, the brighter Tang Xinyan's eyes became, and saliva was almost flowing out of the corners of her mouth. Lin Yushan looked at her daughter's greedy appearance and immediately laughed. She knew her daughter's personality. First, she liked to eat, and second, she liked to stay at home. Now, when he hears that there is something delicious and it can also help him grow taller, his eyes light up immediately. Brother, let me make this clear. If you come back without bringing it to me, I will ignore you. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring it to you, and I guarantee you'll eat until you feel like vomiting. As he said that, Lin Yu pinched her elastic and cute little face, which immediately turned her face red. Snort. Tang Xinyan immediately slapped his hand away angrily, then looked at Lin Yu fiercely, as if she was determined to die together with him. In response, Lin Yu smiled indifferently. After that, he chatted with the two for a while and then returned to his bedroom. Chapter 61, I'm going to ask you to protect someone. Lying on the bed, Lin Yu took out the bracelet that Lu Hongba had given him before. I don't think I asked the teacher how to use this thing. System, come out and tell me how to use this thing. System, Sigma. Ding. The host only needs to attach his mental power to it and can use it at will. Okay, I'll try. As he spoke, Lin Yu concentrated his mental power and began to slowly flow into the space bracelet. Soon, a strand of his mental power attached to it. As the thought came to his mind, Lin Yu felt a suction coming from the bracelet. Seeing this, he grabbed the pillow next to him, and the pillow disappeared in an instant. And as the thought moved again, the pillow appeared again. It's a good thing, but I don't know which one is bigger than the space I opened up. As he spoke, Lin Yu's mental power probed into the space inside the bracelet. The next second, he was surprised to find that the space contained in the bracelet was as big as a football field. Teacher, this is too Versailles. You said a small space. If this is considered a small space, then my space can only be considered a small hole. Lin Yu couldn't help but mutter. He thought the small space Lu Hongba was talking about was only as big as a suitcase. What Lin Yu didn't know was that for Lu Hongba, a space as big as a football field was really just a small space. Then Lin Yu's mental power withdrew. Looking at the bracelet composed of 24 small metal cubes, Lin Yu immediately realized that each small cube was a small space. What you just saw is the total space of all these blocks. Let's call you 24 bridges on a moonlit night. At this moment, Lin Yu thought of a certain continent he had seen in his previous life, and he suddenly became interested. By the way, system, how much emotion value do I have left? Lin Yu suddenly shouted to the system. Ding! The host's current emotional value is 230 for 103 points. Do you want to draw a lottery? Let's draw 30 draws first. As Lin Yu finished speaking, a large turntable in front of him started to spin. After a while, it finally stopped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the soul-restoring pill X18. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning. Thank you for your patronage X5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 marrow cleansing pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 speed pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 aphrodisiac pills. As the system finished its broadcast, Lin Yu's original excitement disappeared. Why is this system still so tricky? System, are you sure you don't want to come out and explain? Also, are you sure I need this so-called aphrodisiac? How old am I? Do I need this? System sad face, comma. Ding. In view of the host's repeated dissatisfaction with the system's lottery mechanism, this system will be adjusted. Please wait for a moment. That's more like it. Seeing that the system was finally convinced by his scolding, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile with a smug smile. A moment later, the system voice sounded again. Ding. The lottery mechanism has been readjusted. Please feel free to draw boldly. Since you're so sensible, I will give you 50 consecutive slaps first. Ding. The system is drawing a lottery. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gold treasure chest X1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magic potion X10. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 silver treasure chests. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 powerful pills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 bronze treasure chests. After listening to the system's report, Lin Yu finally smiled. The system opened all the treasure chests for me. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-Level gold soft armor. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the A-Level revolver. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Saitama suit. What the hell? Saitama suit? No. System, are you implying something to me? System sad face, _ Forget it. I don't want to bother with you. I won't smoke today. I'm going to sleep. Having said that, Lin covered himself with the quilt and went to sleep. He had hardly slept well these days. After all, he had to look after that bunch of trash. If Li Hanzhuang hadn't taken the initiative to help him on duty, he would probably have died on the spot. Magic City. Inside an office. An old man with a white beard and a wrinkled face was sitting on a chair. At this time, a figure walked in from outside. If Lin Yu was here, he would be surprised because the person was Lu Hongbo. Old Zheng, why are you calling me back in such a hurry? Lu Hongbo shouted at the top of his voice as soon as he entered the door. The old man sitting on the chair kept his eyes narrowed, as if he didn't hear anything. Seeing this, Lu Hongbo sat down without paying any attention to him. He picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Afterwards, the two of them sat in stalemate for a long time. Seeing that the old man didn't speak for a long time, Lu Hongbo prepared to get up and leave. At this time, the old man slowly spoke. There was turmoil in the East China Sea. Some sea beasts seemed to be controlled by something and attacked the fishermen and some ships of the Dragon Kingdom. There's a cargo ship carrying rare metals stranded in the East China Sea, and we need you to rescue it. After saying this, the old man looked at Lu Hongbo quietly. Okay, send me the location. I'll be back soon. Seeing that the old man looked confident in himself, Lu Hongbo had no choice but to agree. The white-haired old man was not surprised by his decision, and then his eyes narrowed again. The information is all on the table. Take a look yourself. Only then did Lu Hongbo notice a stack of documents on the table, so he put them into the dimensional space without even looking at them. Then he was about to get up and leave when the old man spoke again. Have you seen it? As soon as Lu Hongbo heard it, he knew what he was talking about, so he nodded and said, Yes, I have met him. He's a very interesting guy. I have accepted him as my apprentice. Is your talent as good as what you see online? That kid has already broken through to 6 stars in just a few days, and is showing signs of breaking through to 7 stars. I estimate that he will break through soon. Good. The old man replied with a single word, Okay, and said no more. Seeing this, Lu Hongbo stood up and left the room. Wait for him to leave. The white-haired old man slowly opened his eyes and looked into the sky. The spiritual energy is getting stronger and stronger. I don't know if it's a good thing. Sigh. After saying this, the white-haired old man closed his eyes again. Jiangcheng Central Hospital. Li Ming was sitting on the hospital bed, gnawing on a delicious chicken leg, when Li Guangliang walked in. You are so dishonest. You just woke up and you dare to eat such greasy food. Brother, you are here. Please help me with the discharge procedures. I can't wait to get out. Li Ming's eyes lit up when he saw his brother coming. However, Li Guangliang did not answer. He looked at him quietly for a while before speaking. You should stay here recently. I will lead the team back tomorrow and ask the higher-ups to let you stay in Jiangxing. Why? I plan to let you protect someone, Li Guangliang said. Who is he? He actually wants a dragon guard like me to protect him? He can't be a big shot, right? Li Ming looked at his elder brother suspiciously. But Li Guangliang did not intend to tell Lin Yu's identity. He was mainly worried that Li Ming would directly kneel down and lick Lin Yu's boots after knowing his identity. It would be better to wait for Lin Yu to tell him himself. He is just a student of Jiangxing Middle School. As for the rest, you don't need to know. All right. Li Ming was a little displeased when he saw that he refused to speak, but he could do nothing about it. After all, he was completely unable to beat him now. I'll send you the information later. You can stay here for a few days. I'll arrange for someone to get you out later. Yeah, okay. Then the two brothers chatted for a while, and Li Guangliang left the ward. Chapter 62 Encounter with Li Ming. The next day, Lin Yu got up early in the morning and put on the wig he had drawn earlier. After looking at the time, he went out to explain something at school. However, when he arrived at the school gate, he was stunned. The school gate is closed. Fuck, isn't today Friday? Why aren't they open? No, is this because the school is closed? At this moment, a security guard in the distance seemed to see what he was thinking and shouted. Student, didn't you see the notice from the school? The school will not reopen until next week. You should go back and have a good sleep. I really didn't pay much attention to it. Never mind, since I'm out now, I might as well find something to do. Seeing this, Lin Yu had no choice but to turn around and leave the school. Jiangxing is neither big nor small, but there are also millions of people living there. The original body was like a child from an ordinary family. He had hardly ever left Jiangxing and had lived here since he was a child. Although I am not familiar with every street, I will not get lost. In this way, Lin Yu walked aimlessly on the street, but when he was about to turn a corner, he bumped into someone head-on. Oh my, who the hell is walking without keeping eyes open? What the hell? They both swore at the same time, but when they saw each other clearly, they were stunned. It's you. Oh my god, it's you. Lin Yu discovered that this man was the dragon guard he had rescued in the park before, and he had fed him a 9-turn blood recovery pill at that time. No, buddy, are you okay? Well, thank you, Lin Yu, for saving my life that day. Li Ming looked at Lin Yu and couldn't help but think of the information his elder brother sent him last night. When he saw the picture of Lin Yu, he was stunned because Lin Yu was the young man who saved him that day. Originally, he was reluctant to take on this task, but when he saw that it was Lin Yu, his reluctance was immediately swept away. Do you know me? Lin Yu was quite shocked when he heard him call out his name. Li Ming saw the doubt in his heart and immediately wanted to tell him the information he had read before, but then he thought it was inappropriate, so he came up with an excuse. Classmate Lin Yu, you forgot that I am a dragon guard. Isn't it normal that I found you? Oh, that's right. After all, you dragon guards have more power than the police. Lin Yu suddenly realized and did not doubt Li Ming's words at all. Seeing that he believed what he said, Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief and then asked curiously, Hey, classmate Lin Yu, where are you going? Oh, I'm just strolling around. What about you? Did you just run away from the hospital? Lin Yu looked him up and down and found that he was still wearing a hospital gown. Although he didn't know where he got a piece of clothing to cover it up, his pants were still the hospital gown. Li Ming then realized that he had walked in such a hurry that he didn't even change his pants. He couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Well, I just came out of the hospital. I didn't even have time to change my clothes when I ran into you. From the looks of you, you probably haven't eaten yet. It's almost noon. How about we find a place to eat and talk? Okay, I didn't bring any money. Li Ming was about to say okay when he realized that he had left his wallet in the hospital. It's okay. It's my treat, Lin Yu said generously. Then, let brother Lin Yu pay for it. Li Ming wanted to refuse, but his stomach growled. Afterwards, the two sat down in a nearby small restaurant. Lin Yu asked him to order whatever he wanted. Seeing this, Li Ming shamelessly ordered 6 or 7 dishes, but Lin Yu was not unhappy about it. By the way, brother, I still don't know your name. Lin Yu looked at Li Ming and said. In fact, he knew Li Ming's name before, but he couldn't say it, so he had to pretend to be ignorant and asked. Oh, look at my memory. My name is Li Ming. I'm older than you. You can call me Brother Xiao Ming or Brotherly. When Lin Yu asked about his name, Li Ming suddenly realized that he had been chatting with the other party for so long, but had not yet told him his name. Okay, then I'll call you Brother Li. Okay, Li Ming said indifferently. By the way, Brother Li, can you tell me who the man I killed last time was? Why? Are you worried that the person behind him will take revenge on you? But don't worry, there is no one behind him. That's good. I'm leaving Jiangsheng in a few days and planning to go out and gain some experience. I'm worried that the man has accomplices who will threaten my family. Hearing that Lin Yu was going out for training, Li Ming stood up in shock and exclaimed, What? You're going out for training? Fortunately, there were no other customers in the store at that time. Otherwise, he would have scared her to death. Ding! Li Ming's mood value plus 1,000. Li Ming's emotion value plus 1,000. Emotional value plus 1,000. Just as Lin Yu was about to explain, the system's voice rang in his mind, and it stopped after a while. Wow, I got 10,000 points directly from this one grab. Lin Yu's eyes suddenly changed when he looked at Li Ming. Wow, another emotion-generating machine. Seeing that Li Ming no longer had any emotions, Lin Yu spoke up. Brother Li, I'm going out to gain experience. Why are you so excited? It's as if you're the one going out to gain experience. No, Brother Lin, what are you thinking? You have just awakened. How dare you? Don't worry, Brother Li. As long as it's not a silver-level monster, I can still deal with it. What realm are you in now? Oh, it's only bronze 6, almost bronze 7. I think I can break through to 7 today. What? Li Ming was shocked again. After all, as far as he knew, Jiangxu Middle School had just started holding the awakening ceremony not long ago. In just a few days, he broke through from an ordinary person to bronze 6 star. What a monstrous talent. Brother Lin, what type of supernatural power did you awaken? What's your talent level? As for me, I have awakened an SS-level fire ability. Oh, no wonder you have SS-level talent. No wonder you practice so fast. After hearing Lin Yu's words, Li Ming calmed down. After all, although SS-level is not very common, there are always a few every year, so it is not very surprising to him. But Lin Yu's next words made his jaw drop to the ground. Brother Li, I have also awakened an SSS-level space-related ability. Bang! Li Ming didn't sit firmly and fell to the ground. It took him a while to come back to his senses, and he kept muttering to himself. No wonder Big Brother asked me to protect him. I didn't expect that he is a dual system awakener. No wonder there is no record of his abilities in the data. In fact, in Li Guanliang's plan, he only wanted Li Ming to hide in the dark and be protected. He didn't need to know anything else, so the information given to him contained nothing except his name and some basic information. But Li Guanliang never expected that Li Ming and Lin Yu knew each other, and Lin Yu was Li Ming's savior. Chapter 63. Yinfeng Mountains. Seeing him muttering there and not knowing how to stand up, Lin Yu prepared to go forward and help him. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Li Ming's mood value plus 1,000. Li Ming's emotion value plus 1,000. Plus 1,000. Wow! I earned another 10,000 emotion points. In less than half a day, I earned 20,000 emotion points from Li Ming. Just when Lin Yu was lamenting how easy it was to earn emotion points, Li Ming, who had figured everything out, immediately stood up from the ground, dusted himself off, and sat down on the stool. Well, what are we talking about? Oh, Brother Lin, are you planning to go out and gain experience? Yeah. Lin Yu was confused by his actions for a moment. Wasn't he just talking about awakening superpowers? Why was he talking about training again? Brother Lin, I'm not looking down on you. You're only a bronze 6 star. No, let's count you as a 7 star. How dare you go and gain experience with your 7-star strength? Brother Li, I'm not going to any dangerous place. I just want to find some bronze-level monsters to practice with. Have you decided where to go? Seeing that he had made up his mind, Li Ming could not dissuade him too much and could only ask him where he planned to go for training. I haven't decided yet. Brother Li, I see you're not from Jiangcheng, right? You must have been to many places. How about you recommend some places? When Li Ming heard that Lin Yu wanted him to help recommend someone, he was silent for a moment. He was thinking about where he could train Lin Yu without causing too much crisis. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he immediately thought of a place. There's a place I think would be perfect for you. Where? When Lin Yu heard that there was a place, he stood up excitedly. Yinfeng Mountains. Yinfeng Mountains? Why haven't I heard of it? Lin Yu looked at him suspiciously, wanting to hear his explanation. In response, Li Ming smiled and said, It's normal that you don't know. After all, few people in Yinfeng Mountain Range know about it. You know, I'm a member of the Dragon Guard, so I often have missions to travel around Dragon Country. By chance, I went to a very strange place, where all the monsters were only bronze level. Anyone above bronze level, whether monster or human, would be suppressed at bronze level. Later I asked some locals and learned from them that the place was called Info Mountains. Before the spiritual energy revived, there were often cold winds blowing there, and that is how the Cold Wind Mountains came into being. After the spiritual energy revived, the winds became colder and colder, and the animals in the mountains also transformed into monsters. As he said that, Li Ming picked up a glass of water on the table and drank it. Although the animals have transformed into monsters, their strength remains at the bronze level. As long as they enter the Info Mountains, they will be suppressed to the bronze level. Hasn't the Dragon Kingdom's upper echelons paid attention to the weirdness here? Lin Yu was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, the top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom would send people to investigate such a strange place. Why is there no one? A group of people went to investigate, but they turned the entire Info Mountain range upside down and found nothing. Later, the higher-up saw that this place was strange, but nothing happened, so they just stopped caring about it. As he said this, Li Ming saw the proprietress coming out with a few dishes. "Two handsome guys, your food is ready." The proprietress brought the food and wine with a smile on her face. "Brother Lin, would you like a bottle?" Seeing that Lin Yu was still immersed in what he had just said, Li Ming immediately shouted. After hearing Li Ming's words, Lin Yu came to his senses and quickly declined. "Oh no, I'm still young and can't drink." "Okay, I'll drink it myself." As he said that, Li Ming poured a bottle of beer into his stomach. "Burp, it feels so good. I haven't had a drink in a few days. Now I can drink to my heart's content." Li Ming was talking to himself, but Lin Yu's mind was on the Info Mountains he mentioned. Lin Yu was very interested in such a strange place, and Li Ming had just said that all the monsters in it were only bronze level, so he decided to go to the so-called Info Mountains in a few days to take a look. After all, I have an omnipotent system. When the time comes, I can just go and ask the system and find out the reason. I am really smart. System. Convex. Underscore. Convex. Lin Yu looked at Li Ming, who was eating and drinking, and couldn't help but be stunned. Then he said, "By the way, Brother Li, can you tell me where the Info Mountains you mentioned are?" "Why? Have you decided where to go?" "Well, it sounds so strange from what you said. I really want to go and see it. You also said that there are only bronze-level monsters in it, so I—" Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Li Ming. "Okay, I'll take you there then. Let's eat first. The food will get cold soon." "Okay, so how do I contact you?" "Don't worry. I'll come find you when the time comes." After hearing what he said, Lin Yu had no choice but to stop asking questions, picked up the rice on the table, and started eating. After the meal, the two of them lay quietly in the chairs to digest the food. Of course, Li Ming ate more, while Lin Yu ate relatively less. "Okay, we're almost done with dinner. I'm going to go to Jiancheng Dragon Guard." "Where are you going, Brother Lin?" "I am going to go home. I was supposed to go to school today to see the principal and handle some formalities and then prepare to go for training. I didn't expect the school to be closed, so I went out for a walk and just happened to run into you. Haha, it seems like Brother Lin and I are destined to be together." Of course, Li Ming was referring to the fact that Li Guangliang wanted him to protect him secretly. It's indeed fate. I thought I would never see Brother Li again after we said goodbye in the park, but I didn't expect to meet him by chance today. Lin Yu said happily. "Okay, it's almost time. I'll leave first." "Well, goodbye, Brother Li." Lin Yu waved goodbye to Li Ming, while he sat on the stool in a daze. At the cashier counter, the lady boss looked at him from time to time. It turned out that he had just counted the money and found that it was not enough to pay for the meal. For a moment, Lin Yu was embarrassed to have to scrape out a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment, but fortunately he sent a text message to Tang Xinyan, who was at home. At this moment, Tang Xinyan pouted and walked towards the address Lin Yu sent with reluctance. She was watching TV at home happily, but then she received a text message from Lin Yu asking her to send him money. She had no choice but to put on her shoes and go out. "Oh, it seems I have to apply for a card. It's really inconvenient to put money in the card." Lin Yu sat in his seat and muttered to himself. It turns out that there is no Taobao or WeChat in this world, and almost everyone carries cash when they go out. Some wealthy people just carry a card with them when they go out, and as for buying things online, they also need to pay offline. After all, many people in this world are obsessed with cultivation, and some people who have not awakened are busy researching and making weapons that can kill monsters. Therefore, people don't care much about people's livelihood. Who would have the time to study how to compete for food with a bunch of old ladies? Chapter 64, The Kind of Sufficient. Half an hour later, Tang Xinyan walked in with an angry look on her face. When she saw Lin Yu playing with his mobile phone leisurely, she became furious. Lin Yu, hearing someone calling him, Lin Yu raised his head in confusion and saw Tang Xinyan looking at him with a reproachful look on her face. Oh, Xinyan is here. Did you bring the money? Bang! Tang Xinyan threw a stack of banknotes directly on the table. Humph! Don't ask me to give you money next time. No, Xinyan, what's wrong with you? Who made you angry? Humph! You're asking even though you already know the answer. After putting the money down, Tang Xinyan wanted to turn around and leave, but was stopped by Lin Yu. Wait a moment. What? Don't even think of asking me to help you again. I won't help you. Tang Xinyan pouted, looking unhappy. Seeing this, Lin Yu smiled crookedly and then said, I'll treat you to all-you-can-eat ice cream. Whatever you want, I'll buy it for you. Zundu Fakidu? Of course it's Zundu. Oomph. Don't try to bribe me with this. Hey, look at what you said. This is not bribery at all. This is at most compensation to you. Compensate? Tang Xinyan tilted her head, somewhat confused. Since you've worked so hard to deliver the money to me, I'll treat you. Just tell me what you want to eat. Oomph, that's more like it. Hearing him say this, the displeasure on Tang Xinyan's face slowly disappeared, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but slightly rise, while a hint of arrogance appeared on her face. Lin Yu looked at her arrogant expression and shook his head helplessly. Afterwards, Lin Yu paid the bill and left the restaurant with Tang Xinyan. Walking on the street, Tang Xinyan looked around with curiosity. She hadn't left the house for a long time. She just stayed at home watching TV and eating snacks every day. This is very similar to Lin Yu's previous life. He also stayed at home every day, watching TV series and reading novels, and occasionally went downstairs to eat. It's a pity that I didn't even have the chance to eat a bowl of instant noodles before I passed through. Alas, what a pity for my old-style pickled cabbage. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh as he recalled the past. The other side. After some inquiries, Li Ming finally arrived at the Dragon Guard base. Stop, who are you? Just as he was about to get closer, an angry shout stopped him. Comrade, don't be nervous, we are one family. Are you also from the Dragon Guard? Why haven't I seen you before? Hey, I'm from the Magic City. By the way, your captain is Captain Zhang Tailin, right? Do you know Captain Zhang? Yes, of course I know you. Can you let me in now? No. There are so many people who know our Captain Zhang. How can I know if what you said is true? Then give your Captain Zhang a call and ask him. Li Ming felt helpless. If he had known earlier, he would have changed his clothes before coming. Seeing that he did not seem to be lying, the Dragon Guard called Zhang Tailin. Our captain asked what your name is. I didn't. Oh, my name is Li Ming. Tell him that I'm the person he rescued a few days ago. Okay, go in. Okay. Seeing that the other party was willing to let him in, Li Ming walked towards the gate without hesitation. Just walked in a short distance. Li Ming met Zhang Tailin, who was training his Dragon Guard members at the moment. Captain Zhang. Oh, it's Comrade Li Ming. Come here quickly. When Zhang Tailin heard someone calling him, he immediately looked in the direction of the voice and saw Li Ming walking towards him, so he hurriedly called him over. In response, Li Ming trotted over to Zhang Tailin. Captain Zhang, long time no see. You kid, didn't we just see him a few days ago? Zhang Tailin joked with a smile. Haha, it feels like a long time since we last met. Li Ming also replied with a smile. Although Lin Yu saved his life that day, if Zhang Tailin and others had not arrived in time and sent him to the hospital, he might have been buried without even knowing it. After all, after taking the 9-turn blood recovery pill, he would enter a state of suspended animation. If no one rescued him at that time, if he was found, he would probably be buried in the ground as a corpse, and he would be really dead at that time. Okay, what do you want to talk to me about? Seeing that he was talking nonsense, Zhang Tailin asked directly to the point. Seeing that he had already made it clear, Li Ming no longer hid it. I lost my documents and money. Can you help me? Hey, what else did I think it was? Is that all? If you need anything else, just tell me, and I'll ask someone to help you. Zhang Tailin said. Please prepare another mobile phone for me. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to help you right away. By the way, you look so dressed like this. Did you just come out of the hospital? Ahem, I escaped. They wouldn't let me out, so I had to run away secretly. Li Ming coughed dryly, looking a little embarrassed. Zhang Tailin was stunned when he heard him say that. Then he laughed. Haha, maybe your brother didn't let you out? Yeah. Li Ming nodded. Li Guangliang and Zhang Tailin came to visit him together that day, so it was normal for Zhang Tailin to know that he and Li Guangliang were brothers. Okay, go in and sit for a while. I'll arrange for someone to help you right away. As he spoke, Zhang Tailin walked aside and called a dragon guard over, told him about Li Ming's situation, and then ordered the man to do it. Seeing him going to arrange people, Li Ming came to the training ground curiously. Looking at a group of dragon guard members doing push-ups, he couldn't help but shook his head. At this time, Zhang Tailin had just finished arranging people and walked over. Seeing him shaking his head, he was a little puzzled. Why? Is there something wrong with my training method? Captain Zhang, is this how you normally train? Li Ming asked. After hearing what he said, Zhang Tailin became even more confused. He didn't know what Li Ming meant by this, but he knew that the other party must have seen some drawbacks. We usually do physical training in the morning and have one-on-one fights in the afternoon. Captain Zhang, haven't you ever fought a one-on-many or many-on-many battle? Now that you mention it, it seems that there really isn't any. Zhang Tailin thought for a moment and shook his head uncertainly. This cannot be blamed on him. After all, Jiangcheng is such a small place, and there are rarely any large-scale criminal activities. Sometimes, when one or two awakened people rob a bank, only one or two members of the Dragon Guard are sent to deal with it. This means that their people are fine when dealing with one or two criminals, but once the number of people increases, problems will arise. Oh, why didn't I think of that? You're from a big city, so you have a lot of experience. By the way, are you interested in competing with me? Zhang Tailin said. Hearing this, Li Ming rolled his eyes at him unhappily. Captain Zhang, you are a Platinum 5-star. How dare you bully me, a Gold 9-star? Haha, don't worry, I will suppress my strength to the same level as yours. I think you are about to break through, so this is a good opportunity to break through. All right. Li Ming hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Chapter 65, it's broken. I said too much. The two of them immediately came to the training ground, and the members of the Dragon Guard looked at their posture and immediately became interested. You know, Zhang Tailin seldom takes action normally, so seeing him fighting with others today, they naturally enjoyed it. You should strike first, otherwise people will say that I bullied you. Zhang Tailin shouted to Li Ming. In response, Li Ming shouted loudly. Ice blade. Immediately afterwards, the cold air around his body condensed and turned into an ice blade. Li Ming held the ice blade and ran towards Zhang Tailin quickly. Well done. Ground spikes. Zhang Tailin praised, and then the ground began to tremble, and sharp spikes attacked Li Ming. But he dodged them all easily and continued to attack Zhang Tailin without slowing down. The two were less than 5 meters apart, and Zhang Tailin shouted again. Absolute defense. Just as Li Ming was about to approach Zhang Tailin, a stone wall rose from the ground and blocked Li Ming's attack. Seeing that his ice blade could not cause any harm to Zhang Tailin, Li Ming had to settle for the next best thing and immediately retreated 10 meters. Ice Dragon Drill. As he finished speaking, an ice cone as thick as a bucket slowly condensed in the air. Go! The ice cone spun at a high speed and shot toward Zhang Tailin. The moment the ice cone collided with the stone wall, a hole was drilled in the stone wall. Zhang Tailin, who was inside the stone wall, watched this scene with a slight smile on his face. The next second, he opened his mouth and shouted loudly. Quicksand whirlpool. Then he supported himself on the ground with his hands, and the sand under Li Ming's feet gathered rapidly and soon formed a vortex. Seeing that he was about to fall in, Li Ming attacked without reservation. Ice wings. A pair of ice blue wings appeared behind him and carried him away from the quicksand vortex. Good boy, I didn't expect you to have this skill. Zhang Tailin happened to see the scene just now through the broken hole and couldn't help but sigh. But let's end it here. Draw a circle on the ground to make a prison. Zhang Tailin pressed his hands on the ground and drew a circle. The next second, a circle appeared below Li Ming. By the time Li Ming realized it, it was already too late. He was sucked down directly. No, to be more precise, he was pressed down by gravity. Just like that, Li Ming was pressed heavily to the ground. At this time, Zhang Tailin removed the stone wall and slowly walked towards Li Ming. How about it? Are you willing to accept the loss? As expected of Captain Zhang, I admit defeat. Li Ming had to admit that Zhang Tailin was really amazing, but he was still a little bit behind his older brother. Of course, given his elder brother's level of strength, it was normal that Zhang Tailin couldn't compare. Suddenly, Li Ming realized that something inside his body was about to break, so he hurriedly sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, Zhang Tailin knew that he was about to break through and immediately withdrew his suppression on him. At this time, a large amount of spiritual energy around Li Ming continued to gather towards him, wrapping him into a big white cocoon. 10 minutes passed. There were constant crackling sounds coming from Li Ming's body, which was a sign of an impending breakthrough. You guys should step back quickly and don't surround him. Zhang Tailin shouted to the dragon guards who were watching. Hearing this, everyone moved away from Li Ming and made a large circle for him. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 consecutive sounds, Li Ming officially entered the platinum level. Finally a breakthrough. Li Ming exhaled and murmured. Congratulations to brother Li Ming for your successful breakthrough. Zhang Tailin's hearty laughter came. Seeing this, Li Ming stood up quickly and patted the dust off his clothes. Thank you, Captain Zhang, for your help. You're welcome. You were about to break through. I was just helping you in advance. It's nothing to mention. Zhang Tailin waved his hand and didn't care. Seeing this, Li Ming said no more, but he still kept this favor in his heart. By the way, Captain Zhang, how's my work going? Li Ming then remembered that he had important business to attend to. Seeing that he remembered this matter, Zhang Tailin immediately ordered the Dragon Guard to bring the thing over. Here are the things you want: a Dragon Guard ID, a bank card, and a cell phone. Oh, and there's $100,000 in the card, which should be enough for you to spend. Well, that's enough. Well, Captain Zhang, I won't bother you anymore. Li Ming prepared to say goodbye. Zhang Tailin saw that he was about to leave and tried to persuade him to stay. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Is there something wrong? It's true. My brother wants me to protect someone. The student named Lin Yu? No. Captain Zhang, how did you know? Li Ming was a little shocked and didn't understand why Zhang Tailin knew about this. Li Guangliang had only told him about this, and no one else knew about it. Don't be nervous, this is all my guess. I overheard your brother chatting with that classmate named Lin Yu that day, and learned that Lin Yu was actually accepted as a disciple by Master Lu. What? Accepted as a disciple by Master Lu. What? Didn't your brother tell you? Oh no, I said too much. Zhang Tailin then realized that he might have said too much. After all, the less people know about this, the better. If this gets out and is discovered by foreign spies, it would be equivalent to exposing Lu Hongbao's weakness to the enemy. It's okay. If you don't tell me and I don't tell anyone, no one will know. Besides, my brother has sent me to protect that kid. Don't worry. Okay, then you better be careful and don't let anything happen to that kid. Otherwise, with Mr. Lu's temper, the whole world will probably be shocked. Well, I'll pay attention. Li Ming nodded to show that he understood, then said goodbye to Zhang Tailin and walked out of the Dragon Guard base. The other side, Tang Xinyan held Lin Yu's hand and strolled slowly on the street. Brother, look at that. At this time, Tang Xinyan pointed at the vendor who was making sugar figures in the distance and shouted, Xinyan, you can't eat it anymore. Look, your teeth have turned yellow. You will get cavities if you continue to eat it. Lin Yu shook his head and didn't plan to buy it for her. Ding! Tang Xinyan's mood value plus 1,000. Tang Xinyan's emotional value plus 1,000. At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Lin Yu earned 5,000 emotion points in just a few seconds, and his mood immediately became very good. When Tang Xinyan saw the smile on his lips, she became furious. Didn't you agree that you would buy me whatever I want? You liar. Tang Xinyan, dis, gone vet. Okay, why don't I buy it for you? Lin Yu had no choice but to agree. Snort. Tang Xinyan. Lin Yu brought her to the stall selling candy figures. Boss, give me a little sugar man. Okay, wait a moment. As he spoke, the boss started making it on the spot. In less than 10 minutes, he had made a little sugar man. Tang Xinyan licked the little sugar man with a smile on her face. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. It turned out that the world of children is really simple. Although Tang Xinyan is already 16 years old, she would probably be married in ancient times, but her mentality is that of a child. Chapter 66. See how my dad fools people. Then the two of them strolled for a long time until Tang Xinyan felt a little tired, and then they stopped, so Lin Yu took her home. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Yu took out some snacks he had bought from 24 Bridges on a moonlit night. Brother, your bracelet is so magical. Can you show it to me? Tang Xinyan watched him take out the things like magic and became curious. Seeing this, Lin Yu took it off his hand and threw it to her. Here, take a look. How do I use this? After taking the bracelet, Tang Xinyan didn't know how to use it for a moment. Hearing this, Lin Yu spread his hands and said, You can't use it. You haven't awakened yet, and your mental power is still unusable. Fisk, I'll give it back to you then. When Tang Xinyan heard that she couldn't use it, she immediately lost interest. She originally wanted to act coquettishly to see if she could get it from Lin Yu. Now it seems that she has no choice but to return it to him. After all, she has not awakened yet, and this thing is just a piece of jewelry to her. Seeing this, Lin Yu had no choice but to take it from her and put on his hand again. By the way, Xin Yan, you'd better hide these snacks quickly, otherwise Aunt Lin will probably throw them away if she finds out. Ah, brother, then help me move to the room. Move it yourself. Lin Yucai was too lazy to pay attention to her. He told her to buy less, but she refused to listen. Now she wanted to pay for it herself and do the work. Dream. Having said that, Lin Yu went straight back to his bedroom. Only Tang Xinyan, with an angry look on her face, was left standing there in a daze. Looking at the snacks piled up like a small mountain, I suddenly felt a little regretful. I wondered why I had to buy so many. Now I have to move them myself. Oomph. You stinky old man. Just move it yourself. You talk as if no one cares about you. Dan Xinyan. So Tang Xinyan started to get busy. Lin Yu returned to the bedroom and lay on the bed lazily. I have to say, it's so damn tiring to accompany a girl shopping. I'm not as tired as I'm running around in a secret place. Just as he was still sighing in his heart, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Pick it up and take a look. I found out that the message was from Zhou Pengzi. It showed on it. Brother Yu, I have asked my dad to sell your bees course. Looking at this message, Lin Yu suddenly became interested and immediately edited a message and sent it. Okay, by the way, fatty, how much do you think it can sell for? Not long after the message was sent, Zhou Pengzi responded immediately. Conservatively estimated, it would be around 2 to 3 million. Of course, how much it can be sold for in the end depends on how my dad tries to trick people. Looking at the message sent by Zhou Pengzi, Lin Yu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. So your family's property was all swindled by your father? However, when Lin Yu learned that he could sell so much, he was quite happy. He would leave part of the money to Lin Yushan and her daughter, and keep the rest for himself to spend slowly. Thinking of this, Lin Yu sent another text message to Zhou Pengzi. Okay, you can do whatever you want. Brother Yu, don't worry. You will definitely make a lot of money. By the way, I have things to do here, so I won't chat with you anymore. Not long after Lin Yu sent the message, Zhou Pengzi quickly replied. Seeing this, Lin Yu had no choice but to put down his phone and lie quietly on the bed. But before I knew it, I closed my eyes and fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yu felt his nose itchy. Then he slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Tang Xinyan teasing him with a chicken feather that she had gotten from somewhere, with a naughty smile on her lips. At the same time, he kept mumbling, Hey, because you didn't help me. It took me so long to move, and I was scolded by my mom. Now you still want to sleep, but I won't let you. It turned out that Tang Xinyan was moving snacks when she felt a little tired, so she stopped, opened a package, and started eating. While eating, she happened to meet Lin Yushan, who had gotten off work and returned home early. The consequences are predictable. As a result, Tang Xinyan was severely criticized by Lin Yushan, and even the remaining snacks were confiscated. Tang Xinyan, who was so angry at the moment, immediately thought of Lin Yu. If he helped to move, her snacks would definitely not be discovered by Lin Yushan. Thinking of this, Tang Xinyan sneaked to the door of Lin Yu's bedroom. After she opened Lin Yu's door, she saw Lin Yu lying on the bed and snoring. This made her, who was already a little resentful, even more upset. Why did she get scolded while Lin Yu slept peacefully? He immediately had no intention of letting Lin Yu off easily, so he pulled a feather from the feather duster and stormed into Lin Yu's room. Dan Xinian, what are you doing? Lin Yu, who was in a bad mood after waking up, was immediately annoyed by her actions and could not help but scold her. Humph, what do you think? Tang Xinyan snorted coldly, then walked out the door without looking back, leaving Lin Yu lying on the bed with a dazed look on his face. Just then, Lin Yushan's voice came from outside the bedroom. Xiaoyu, get ready to eat. Here it comes. Lin Yu responded quickly, then put on his shoes and walked out of the room. When he saw that there were no snacks in the living room, he couldn't help but mutter, It seems that Tang Xinyan has moved all the snacks to her room. Thinking of this, Lin Yu came to the dining table and sat down, while Tang Xinyan was sitting on the chair with a look of despair. Seeing Lin Yu looking at her, she glared at him unhappily. Coincidentally, at this moment, Lin Yushan came out with a plate of food. Tang Xinyan, eat your meal properly. Why are you glaring at your brother? Snort. Dan Xinyan. Annie Lin, what's wrong with this girl? Why is she unhappy? She deserves to be punished. I told her not to buy snacks, but she refused to listen and bought so many. I had no choice but to take away all her snacks. Sin Yan, all your snacks were taken away by Aunt Lin? Lin Yu now understood what was going on. It turned out that she was resentful of him because he did not help her move. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yu said to Lin Yushan, Aunt Lin, I bought these things for Sin Yan. I'm going out to gain experience, and it'll take a long time to come back, so I bought her some snacks to kill time. Go to my room and get it later. After listening to Lin Yu's explanation, Lin Yushan looked at Tang Xinyan and said, Real. Tang Xinyan blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Yushan in disbelief. Hurry up and eat. Lin Yushan glared at her unhappily and urged the two to prepare for dinner. In response, Tang Xinyan immediately wiped away the displeasure on her face and started eating with big mouthfuls. But it's strange that Tang Xinyan doesn't gain weight even though she eats so much every day. If Lin Yushan had not taken her to the hospital for a checkup and found nothing wrong, he would have really doubted whether Tang Xinyan had the legendary foodie physique. Chapter 67, Earning 20 million. The next 2 days, Lin Yu spent 2 days at home, watching TV with Tang Xinyan. After all, in his previous life, he was just like Tang Xinyan, a stay-at-home boy. Although this world is very similar to his original world, it must be said that there are many film and television works that are not found in this world. However, there are some similar movies and TV shows, the plots of which are similar to those in the previous life, but the protagonists and the names of the films are different. This caused Lin Yu to have a strange feeling when he was watching the movie with Tang Xinyan. He felt that the plot was very familiar, but he couldn't remember which film or TV show he had watched in his previous life. The time came to Monday. Lin Yu got up and looked in a mirror and found that his eyebrows had grown out, but his hair was very light. It is probably only as high as the width of the little finger. To put it bluntly, it is a crew cut and no longer bald. Of course, hair began to grow there, and he was no longer a boy without full hair. Well, not bad. It's worth my 200,000 emotion points. Now whoever dares to say that I look like a bowling ball won't even recognize me after I hit him. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction, then dressed and went out to school. As usual, as soon as he arrived at the school gate, Lin Yu met Zhou Pengzi. Brother Yu, wait for me. I have good news to tell you. Zhou Pengzi walked to Lin Yu breathlessly. Looking at his excited expression, Lin Yu knew that it was probably his father Chow Tai Fook who sold the things. Did you sell the stuff? Hey, Brother Yu, how did you know? I haven't told you yet. Zhou Pengzi exclaimed. Seeing his silly look, Lin Yu was speechless. He could guess it with his eyes closed. He really didn't know how he grew up like this. Okay, stop wasting time and tell me how much it sold for. Lin Yu didn't want to talk nonsense about this and urged directly. Seeing that Lin Yu was a little impatient, but not angry, Zhou Pengzi raised 2 fingers. 2 million, that's fine. It's better to have something than nothing. Seeing this, although Lin Yu was a little dissatisfied with the price, he could accept it. No, it's 20 million. What? No. Fatty, how did your dad do it? Are you sure your dad is not lying? Seeing that Lin Yu didn't believe him, Zhou Pengzi had to explain patiently. To be honest, he couldn't believe that he could make so much money at that time. It's like this, there's a wind-type beast core in your pile of beast cores, and someone happened to have taken a fancy to it and wanted to buy it at a high price. But my father said that he could buy it, and he would sell all the beast cores in his hand to him for 20 million. Seeing this, the man bought all the beast cores without hesitation. Awesome. You are worthy of being your father. This bundling sale is first-rate. Lin Yuzhen praised sincerely. Originally, in his opinion, Chow Tai Fook should have planned to sell it piece by piece, so that at most it could sell for 4 or 5 million. However, he didn't expect that he caught the other party's intention to buy it at a high price, and directly sold the other beast cores together. No wonder Zhou Pengzi said before that he wanted to see how his father fooled people. It turns out that this is how he fooled the other party. If the other party was not short of money, it would be impossible to fool him. Fatty, where's the money? Didn't your father give it to you? Lin Yu hit the vital point directly. Seeing this, Zhou Pengzi finally reacted and hurriedly took out a bank card from his pocket. Brother Yu, here are 20 million, not a cent less. The password is 6/8. No. Why did you give me all 20 million? Didn't we agree before that we would split it 40 and 60? You get 40 and I get 60. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. I remember telling him before that the profits would be split 40% to 60%. How come he gave it all to me? What? Are you looking down on yourself? Zhou Pengzi saw Lin Yu's confusion and hurriedly explained, Brother Yu, I know it's not easy for you to make money. You worked hard to earn this. How can I be so shameless as to ask you for money? Damn it, you're looking down on me. I told you I would give you a share, but now you don't want it. How can others say about me? Who will dare to fight with me in the future? Who will dare to work for me? Lin Yu started cursing loudly, which immediately attracted the attention of the students around him. Seeing this, Lin Yu glared at them so hard that they dared not look at him anymore. Zhou Pengzi hurriedly went up to dissuade him, and only then did Lin Yu suppress his anger. Brother Yu, don't be angry. Isn't it okay for me to give it to you? You're acting like a gangster. It will scare other students. Send me the car number, and I'll call you. Okay. Zhou Pengzi hurriedly sent his bank card to Lin Yu, and then after some operations on his mobile phone, he transferred 8 million to Zhou Pengzi. Ding dong. Your 8 million has been deposited into your account. At this time, Zhou Pengzi's cell phone rang. Looking at the extra 8 million in his card, he was filled with thoughts. However, Lin Yu ignored him and walked straight towards the principal's office. Seeing this, Zhou Pengzi, who had gradually come to his senses, hurriedly followed. Brother Yu, are you going to the principal? Well, I'm going to leave Jiangsheng in a few days to gain experience outside, so I'm going to go through the formalities with the principal in advance. What? Zhou Pengzi exclaimed immediately. What did he just hear? Lin Yu was going to go out for training. Was he sure he was not joking? Seeing his shocked look, Lin Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Okay, you're so excited. No, brother Yu. Are you really planning to go out and gain experience? Zhou Pengzi still couldn't believe it. Hearing this, Lin Yu sighed. Alas, if I hadn't experienced what happened before, I might have stayed with you until the 9 universities enrolled students before leaving Jiangxing. But now I really can't calm down. It's too boring to practice here. It's indeed a bit boring, but there's nothing we can do about it since we are so weak. Zhou Pengzi agreed with Lin Yu's words. In fact, during the past few days in the secret realm, he gradually fell in love with the feeling of adventure, but he could not go through the experience like Lin Yu. Firstly, my family would definitely not agree. Secondly, my strength is a bit low, and I haven't even broken through the bronze 5-star level yet. Okay, fatty, stay here and practice. We'll see you at the Demon Sea Academy then. Good, go ahead. I'll come find you when I'm done with this. After hearing what Lin Yu said, Zhou Pengzi had no choice but to walk towards Class 15 classroom. Lin Yu walked towards the office of the principal Wang Fujuan and soon arrived at the door of the office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. When Lin Yu heard the voice, he immediately opened the door and walked in. Wang Fujuan was surprised to see that the person was Lin Yu. Student Lin Yu, do you have something to talk to me about? Principal, I'm planning to leave Jiangsheng and go out for some experience. I want to find you to handle the formalities. What? Wang Fujuan suddenly stood up from his chair and looked at Lin Yu in disbelief. Student Lin Yu, you just said you wanted to go out for training? You're not kidding me, an old man, are you? What is your current strength? Bronze 7 stars. What? Wang Fujuan was shocked again and looked at Lin Yu with some suspicion. Seeing this, Lin Yu directly released his bronze 7 stars aura. Only then did Wang Fujuan completely believe that Lin Yu had broken through to the bronze 7 stars, and his face was filled with excitement. Chapter 68, I don't care, you have to compensate me. Student Lin Yu, you're the most talented student I have ever seen, no doubt about it. Wang Fujuan couldn't help but praise him. Wang Fujuan had seen thousands of students, if not 10,000. It was the first time he had seen someone like Lin Yu break through to the bronze 7-star level in less than half a month. Or maybe only the children of families in big cities could reach this level, but that was achieved by piling up resources, which is different from Lin Yu, who cultivated himself step by step. However, what Wang Fujuan didn't know was that Lin Yu had a system plug-in, which was why he could practice so fast. Principal, you are too kind. Let's talk about the training. I plan to go out for training for 3 months. Lin Yu didn't care about Wang Fujuan's praise. He only cared about the training. Wang Fujuan also looked worried when he heard him say that. To be honest, he didn't want Lin Yu to go out for training now. Firstly, his strength was only at the bronze level, and it was too dangerous for him to go out. Secondly, he wanted Lin Yu to inspire other awakened students. After hesitating for a long time, Wang Fujuan sighed helplessly. Well, okay, then go talk to Ouyang Xian about the situation, and then ask her to help you go through the formalities of taking a leave of absence. Of course, she will automatically help you cancel it when you come back. Thank you, Principal. Lin Yu nodded in thanks. Student Lin Yu, you are my most valued student. You must pay attention to safety during your training. Do not eat food given by strangers, and remember to be on guard against others at all times. Wang Fujuan still reminded. In response, Lin Yu bowed to him gratefully and then walked out of the office. Looking at his departing back, Wang Fujian shook his head helplessly. After leaving the principal's office, Lin Yu walked straight towards the teacher's office. After a while, Lin Yu came to the door of the teacher's office. At this time, the office was noisy and people were preparing for today's lessons. So Lin Yu came to Ouyang Qian's desk according to his memory, and looked at Ouyang Qian, who was eating breakfast with a comfortable look on her face. He immediately gave a wicked smile. "Sister Qian, good morning," Lin Yu yelled, and Ouyang Qian was so scared that she dropped the steam bun in her hand to the ground. "Lin Yu!" Ding! Ouyang Qian's emotion value, plus 1,000. Ouyang Qian's emotional value, plus 1,000. The system prompts kept ringing in his ears. Lin Yu made a rough calculation and found that he had collected almost 30,000 emotion points. Sister Qian, I didn't mean it. Do you believe me? I don't care. You have to compensate me." Ouyang Qian looked at him angrily. Like a little girl who has been wronged. "Accompany you? How? Accompany you during the day or at night?" Lin Yu looked at her like this and started teasing her. When Ouyang Qian heard what he said, her eyes immediately widened and her face was full of surprise. "Student Lin Yu, I think you are itching to tease even the teacher." When Lin Yu heard her say that, he immediately pretended, "Sister Qian, what are you talking about? I don't understand. How did I tease you? You? Okay. I'm going to test the results of your practice later, so be mentally prepared." Ouyang Qian was immediately amused by him. "No, Sister Qian, did you make a mistake? What I mean is, do you want me to compensate you with 1 Xiaolong bao or a bag of Xiaolong bao? Should I compensate you tomorrow morning or tonight? How did I tease you?" Lin Yu blinked his innocent big eyes and looked at her quietly. After hearing Lin Yu's explanation, Ouyang Qian was stunned for a moment, and even wondered if she was too old and too sensitive about this. But looking at the sly smile on Lin Yu's face, she immediately understood that he had thought of an excuse in advance and was just teasing her. But since the other party has already explained it this way, if you continue to hold on to it, it would seem like you were taking it for granted. So, Ouyang Qian changed the subject and said, "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Seeing this, Lin Yu knew that he couldn't tease her anymore. "Well, I just want to see the principal and plan to take a leave of absence to gain experience. He asked me to come to you for help." "What did you say? Experience?" Ouyang Qian stood up suddenly and stared at him intently. "Well, this time I accidentally entered the secret realm, which made me deeply realize the importance of strength. Practicing in school is too slow and boring, so I plan to drop out of school and go out for training." Lin Yu had to come up with the words he had just thought of. After hearing his explanation, Ouyang Qian fell into deep thought for a moment. 5 minutes later, Ouyang Qian then turned her gaze to Lin Yu again. "Do you really want to go out and gain experience? You know, the world outside is very chaotic. Well, I can't adapt to this boring and tedious life in school anymore. So I want to go out and come back when the 9 universities recruit students." "Oh, all right." Ouyang Qian was helpless, but she also understood that it took her a long time to adapt to her current comfortable life. It is very difficult to calm down a passionate young man like Lin Yu at such an impulsive age. I simply stopped trying to persuade him, thinking that many people had tried to persuade him before, and since they all failed, I was just his teacher, so how could I persuade him? Then follow me. As she spoke, Ouyang Qian picked up the steam bun that had fallen on the ground and threw it into the trash can, then strode towards the door. Seeing this, Lin Yu followed happily. "Xiaolong bao, I'll wait for you to come back, and then I'll compensate you, but I still need to test your strength." Ouyang Qian, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around and said to Lin Yu, "Okay, no problem." Lin Yu nodded. After a while, the two of them came to the academic affairs office, and Ouyang Qian explained their purpose. The staff received advance notice from the principal, Wang Fujian, so the matter was completed quickly. "Let's go to the gym. Let me see how you have improved in the past few days," Ouyang Qian said to Lin Yu behind her. In this regard, Lin Yu also wanted to see what his combat power was like, to see if he could reach the silver level, so that when he went to the Yinfeng Mountains that Li Ming mentioned, he would have the ability to protect himself. "Okay, I promise I won't let you down, Sister Qian." It seems like I've improved a lot in the secret realm. What realm am I in now?" You'll know later." Seeing that Lin Yu was keeping a secret, Ouyang Qian also became interested and immediately quickened her pace. A few minutes of work. The two of them came to the gymnasium where a large group of students gathered together discussing something. No doubt everyone was discussing how to restore the stadium to its original condition. After all, they all witnessed with their own eyes that day the entire stadium was torn apart, and there was a vague feeling that it was about to collapse. But now it is intact, which makes them start to fantasize. However, most people think that it was Liu Hongba who helped repair it. Lin Yu listened to their discussions, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Only he and Zhou Pengzi knew about this, but he didn't intend to tell them and let them guess. Other students, please move aside. Ouyang Qian stood in the center and shouted. Everyone looked at her, not knowing what she meant. But he was tactful enough to make way for an empty space. Seeing this, Lin Yu stood up immediately. Chapter 69 Defeat Ouyang Qian. On the field, Lin Yu and Ouyang Qian stood several meters apart from each other. Student Lin Yu, are you ready? Ouyang Qian looked at him and said, Okay, no problem, just come on. You should make the first move, or you will accuse me of bullying the weak. Good. Lin Yu was not pretentious. He knew that he was weaker than his opponent, so he naturally had to seize the initiative. Flame Fireball. Following Lin Yu's angry shout, he clenched his fists and the flames condensed into a fireball on his fists. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu punched out with both fists, and the fireball flew out of his hands and shot straight towards Ouyang Qian. Looking at the two fireballs coming at her with great force, Ouyang Qian immediately made a hand gesture and then made a quick movement in the air. A wall of ice quickly appeared in front of him. The next second, two fireballs hit the ice wall directly. Boom! Boom! After two loud bangs, the ice wall was still standing, but the two fireballs disappeared. The students who were watching the game on the sidelines suddenly cried out in surprise. Teacher Ouyang is awesome. Teacher Ouyang Qian is so domineering. Fuck, that's awesome. Damn, that's amazing. Everyone was praising Ouyang Qian. No one was praising Lin Yu. No, there was another one. At this time, Zhou Pengzi was standing in the crowd cheering for Lin Yu. Is this all the strength you have? I think you'd better stay here. You can leave when you can break my defense. Ouyang Qian said sarcastically to Lin Yu in the distance. However, Lin Yu was not angry. Instead, he smiled crookedly. Sister Qian, you have to be careful. The blazing sun is falling. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of small fireballs condensed above Lin Yu's head. Then it grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, until each fireball was the size of football. Go! Dozens of fireballs flew towards Ouyang Qian like meteorites. Soon, the ice wall began to crack after being hit by the 20th fireball and finally shattered into ice chips. The rest of the fireballs continued to hit Ouyang Qian. Just when everyone thought Ouyang Qian was going to be hit, they heard her yell loudly. Water barrier. A blue light curtain quickly enveloped her. Dozens of fireballs hit the blue light curtain directly, but were all blocked. Suddenly, the place was filled with smoke, instantly obscuring Ouyang Qian. After a while, the smoke dissipated. Only then did everyone see that Ouyang Qian's blue light curtain was intact, while Lin Yu's fireball had disappeared. Sister Qian, this is the move you used to block my flaming fireball last time. Well, why do you still want to try that move just now? I don't know if you can withstand my attack this time. As he spoke, Lin Yu mobilized the fire bead in his body and drew out a trace of the Nanming fire's aura. Flame Fireball. This time, Lin Yu rubbed the ball with one hand, and a fireball compressed to the size of a football was condensed in his hand. Then Lin Yu threw it out and quickly shot it towards Ouyang Qian. Bang! Bang bang! The fireball with the aura of Nanming Lihua directly melted a big hole in the blue light curtain and continued to attack Ouyang Qian. She was unable to come to her senses for a while. Just when the fireball was about to hit Ouyang Qian, Lin Yu forcibly changed its trajectory, so it did not hit Ouyang Qian. Although this breath of Nanming Lihua would not cause her serious harm, it would make her feel a burning sensation. This is what Lin Yu doesn't want to see. How amazing! Why is this happening? Ouyang Qian, who had come back to her senses, couldn't help but murmur. She had just felt a strong burning sensation, and her intuition told her that if she tried to endure it with her body, it would be very painful. At this moment, Lin Yu trotted over and said, Sister Qian, are you okay? Are you injured? If you were injured, I would be so sad. Ding! Ouyang Qian's emotion value plus 1,000. Ouyang Qian's emotional value plus 1,000. When Ouyang Qian heard this, she rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. You kid, you'll die if you don't tease me. Haha, how did I tease you? I just care about you. By the way, are you still going to fight? I won't fight you anymore. I don't know what you ate, kid, to be able to break my water barrier with just one move. However, although your trick is powerful, there are still some problems. You should figure it out yourself. Even though she didn't want to admit it, she really lost this time. Although there was suspicion of letting the game go, she had to admit it. Lin Yu is invincible in the same realm. This is her evaluation of Lin Yu. By the way, when did you break through to bronze 7 stars? Hey, I just had a breakthrough last night. Well, it seems that no one below the silver level can be your opponent, but remember, when you are out, use your brain more often. Sometimes you don't necessarily need to use force to solve things. Okay, I remember it. Lin Yu nodded. Seeing that he accepted it humbly, Ouyang Qian smiled, and then turned and walked towards the door. Soon after she left, discussions broke out at the scene. Fuck, classmate Lin Yu is so awesome. Student Lin Yu is awesome. Tisk, if teacher Ouyang Qian hadn't let him win just now, how could he have won? You are so sour, aren't you? That's right. While everyone was arguing, the system's voice kept exploding in Lin Yu's mind. Ding. Zhang San's emotion value plus 999. Ding. Wang Tiniu's emotion value plus 999. Ding. Wang Defa's emotion value plus 999. Ding. Li Hanchuang's emotion value plus 1,000. Listening to the continuous system prompts, Lin Yu suddenly felt that the fight was not in vain. In the crowd, Li Hanchuang looked at Lin Yu quietly, her expression unchanged, as if everything had nothing to do with her. However, only she knew in her heart that she had been left behind by Lin Yu again. I originally thought that I had caught up with Lin Yu and would soon surpass him, but I didn't expect that I would be the one being surpassed. And more importantly, Lin Yu's strength is far above hers. She saw the attack just now clearly. Lin Yu's fireball directly melted through Ouyang Qian's water barrier. Lin Yu, I will surpass you. Li Hanchuang muttered to himself, then turned and left, no longer paying attention to him. Not sure if it was an illusion, Lin Yu subconsciously looked in the direction where Li Hanchuang left. Haha, I hope that one day we can face each other. As he said that, Lin Yu turned and walked towards the gate. At this time, Zhou Pongzi from the crowd came over happily. Brother Yu, is everything settled? Well, I was just about to tell you. By the way, Fatty, I'd like you to help take care of my family while I'm away. Don't worry, leave it to me. By the way, brother Yu, when are you leaving? How about I send you off? Just for these few days, you don't have to send me off, just practice well. Don't let me leave you far behind. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. No, I will definitely catch up with you then. Okay. Oh, and this is for you. Lin Yu took out a few marrow cleansing pills. Although the effect of the marrow cleansing pill was not as good as the first time, it could somewhat change some of the meridians in the human body, thereby increasing the speed of cultivation. This, I can't have it. Zhou Pongzi naturally knew the preciousness of this thing, so he didn't dare to accept it, but Lin Yu still insisted on giving it to him. Zhou Pongzi was so moved that he almost cried. Seeing this, Lin Yu moved away with some disgust. Chapter 70 Purchase of Supplies. Seeing that the matter was almost dealt with, Lin Yu walked straight out of the campus. However, he did not go home, but came to the largest shopping mall in Jiangxing. He planned to buy some supplies in case of emergency. After all, his previous experience was still vivid in his mind, and this time it would last for 3 months, so he had to buy some supplies and equipment. This time, we must prepare everything, such as outdoor tents, at least 10 of them, especially the water. During the last trip to the secret realm, if he hadn't relied on the fire to boil the river water, everyone would probably have fainted. After entering the shopping mall, Lin Yu looked around. At this time, he locked his eyes on a store not far away. The name of the store was Chow Chow Outdoor Travel. Looking at the 2 big words travel above, Lin Yu subconsciously felt that this should have what he wanted. So I strode towards the store, and as soon as I entered, a beautiful young lady came towards me. Handsome guy, is there anything you want? We have everything here. Before the person got close, the sweet voice reached Lin Yu's ears. For a moment, he felt goosebumps all over his body. Well, I'm just looking around. Do you have any outdoor adventure stuff? Lin Yu coughed dryly out of embarrassment, and then asked about the business. Yes, we have not only outdoor tents, but also hemp ropes and multifunctional toolboxes. Looking at you, handsome guy. Are you going to hunt monsters in the wild? Oh, how did you know that? Lin Yu was surprised. He didn't expect that the other party could see at a glance that he was ready to hunt. Can I just go traveling? As if she could see what Lin Yu was thinking, the beautiful young lady immediately began to explain. Most people who come to our store are planning to go hunting. Besides, there are monsters everywhere in the wild now, so few people come here just to travel and explore. After hearing her say this, Linyu also understood that there are very few ordinary people in this world who would risk their lives to explore the wild. Generally, most of those who go out to explore are awakened ones. After all, only they have the ability to guarantee their lives, but in previous years, many of them have died in the wild. Well, I am indeed planning to go out hunting. Can you recommend some practical things to me? Linyu simply asked her to help recommend. After all, whether in his previous life or now, this was his first time traveling far away, so he didn't know much about this. He only knew to bring a tent and water. No problem. Having said that, the beautiful lady turned and walked into a door. Linyu took a quick glance and guessed that this should be a warehouse. Seeing her go in to get something, Linyu looked at the things hanging on the wall. I have to say that this store has a pretty comprehensive range of items, including hemp ropes for climbing, flints for friction-driven fires, and sleeping bags for keeping warm. In short, it has everything you need. While Linyu was still looking around, the beautiful young lady came out dragging a big bag, which looked quite heavy. "Handsome guy, can you come over and help me?" The beautiful young lady suddenly shouted at Linyu. Seeing this, Linyu immediately ran over and picked up the thing. The thing that seemed very heavy in the hands of the beautiful lady was extremely light in his hands. "Handsome guy, you are so awesome. By the way, do you have a girlfriend?" The beautiful young lady praised him and then asked about Linyu's spouse. All of a sudden, Linyu felt embarrassed. "That woman will only slow down my speed in killing monsters." The first page of the sword manual. Forget your lover. If there is no woman in your heart, you will be a god when you draw your sword. Linyu recalled a joke he had seen in his previous life and couldn't help but blurt it out. As soon as these words were spoken, the beautiful young lady next to him was immediately confused. It turned out that the person in front of her was a straight man. Handsome guy is so funny. By the way, there are mainly outdoor tents and outdoor toolboxes in here. The beautiful young lady had no choice but to change the subject and started introducing him. After listening to this, Linyu nodded with satisfaction and then said, "Okay, give me 10 more sets like this." Why, you're out of stock." "No, you misunderstood. Handsome guy, I just can't believe it. Also, how can you carry so many things?" Seeing that Linyu misunderstood, the beautiful lady hurriedly explained. However, before she could finish her words, she saw the things in front of her suddenly disappear out of thin air, which scared her. "You are a space awakener." "No, you don't have to worry about it. Just give me the things." Linyu did not intend to explain. After all, he was not familiar with her. Although she was very pretty, with an oval face and snow-white skin, she looked very beautiful and charming. However, Linyu had seen a lot of them on TikTok in his previous life, so he was immune to them. "Oh, then come with me. I can't handle so many things by myself." Seeing that Linyu didn't want to say more, the beautiful lady didn't bother about it anymore. After all, the other party was a customer. He was God. So Linyu followed her into the warehouse. Looking at the things piled up there, Linyu immediately clicked his tongue in his heart. Afterwards, he stuffed all the things into 24 bridges on a moonlit night. How much? After doing all this, Linyu looked at the beautiful young lady and said, "One set is 5,500 yuan. You just bought 10 sets, a total of 55,000 yuan. Since you bought so many sets, I will charge you 50,000 yuan. The beautiful young lady calculated the total price and then set a price that surprised Linyu. He didn't expect the other party to be so generous, but then he thought that the other party must have seen what he had just done and wanted to make friends with him. Following the principle of not taking advantage of a good deal, Linyu directly transferred 50,000 yuan to her and then walked leisurely towards the gate. "Handsome guy, come often." However, before he walked out the door, the sweet voice of the beautiful young lady was heard, and Linyu got goosebumps all over his body again. Damn it, this woman was just trying to seduce me. Fortunately, I remained calm. Not far from the Chow Chow outdoor travel store, Linyu couldn't help but murmur, "Oh, and I have to buy some drinking water. This time, I can't show 24 bridges on a moonlit night, or I'll get into trouble." After thinking about it, Linyu decided to have the store deliver the water directly to his home. Linyu did what he said and started walking around the shopping mall. Finally, he found a shop specializing in selling drinking water in a corner. After friendly communication with the owner, he finally bought a ton of bottled water and asked the owner to deliver the goods directly to his home. He himself continued to wander around. "Go buy some more food. We can't eat monster meat every day for 3 months. Let's buy some instant noodles. I don't know if this world has my favorite pickle cabbage. I didn't have the chance to eat it in my last life before I traveled through time and space. Sigh. Just as Lin Yu was sighing, his legs and feet unconsciously brought him to the entrance of the supermarket. Then he took me to the shelf selling instant noodles. Looking at the various kinds of instant noodles, Lin Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, and after confirming with his eyes, he found that they were all his favorite flavors. So Lin Yu bought everything on the shelves, spending tens of thousands of dollars. However, he did not feel bad. After all, he had earned more than 10 million before, which was enough to spend. Seeing that he had bought almost everything, Lin Yu headed home contentedly. Chapter 71: Departure to Yinfeng Mountains. 3 days later, Lin Yu was sitting on the bus leaving Jiangsheng, and next to him was Li Ming. Yesterday, Li Ming took the initiative to find Lin Yu and wanted to ask him when he would leave. After some consideration, he decided to leave the next day. After that, Lin Yu gave a brief explanation to Lin Yushan and her daughter, and then he and Li Ming got on the bus to leave Jiangsheng. Brother Li, where's the Yinfeng Mountains you mentioned? Is it far from us? Lin Yu asked Li Ming, who was squinting his eyes beside him. Li Ming heard this, made a rough estimate, and then slowly spoke. It's still a little distance, probably still a few dozen kilometers, but we have to get off the car and walk halfway. Why? Can't the car go directly? Lin Yu was a little confused. The Yinfeng Mountains are located deep in the mountains and dense forests, so few cars can drive in. I got there by accident before. I haven't been there for many years, and I don't know if it's still the same route. Brother Li, will we encounter monsters along the way? In fact, there are quite a few monsters outside the Yinfeng Mountains, but the number is not as many as inside the Yinfeng Mountains. The monsters in the Yinfeng Mountains are at least at the bronze 5-star level, while the highest level is only bronze 9-star. However, some 9-star monsters can burst out with combat power comparable to silver 5 or 6 stars, so you still have to pay attention. Although the realm of some monsters is suppressed to bronze 9 stars, their strength is definitely more than bronze level. Lin Yu nodded and then asked curiously, "Oh, then Brother Li must have suffered this before, right?" Well, there's no need to talk about the past. Li Ming coughed dryly. Lin Yu was right. Before, he had underestimated a violent horned iron bull and was knocked flying by it. Looking at his slightly embarrassed expression, Lin Yu knew that he had just guessed right. At this time, the system's voice sounded, further confirming the conjecture. Ding! Li Ming's mood value plus 999. Li Ming's emotion value plus 999. System, are you there? Can you only collect emotion values from humans? Can't you collect emotion values from monsters? Ding! It is detected that the host is about to move away from the crowd, which is not conducive to collecting emotional values, so this system will open the function of collecting the monster's emotional values. When Lin Yu heard that the system had modified the objects for collecting emotion values, he almost laughed out loud. This was great. He could then go crazy and make fun of the monsters and pluck them out of their baldness. Then they remove their tendons, skin, and eat them, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At this moment, Li Ming on the side looked at him with an evil smile and couldn't help but shudder. Why is this boy so evil? I brought him to the Yinfeng Mountains to gain experience, but why does he look like he's going to set fire to the mountain? Brother Lin, are you thinking of something happy? Why do you look so happy? Li Ming asked curiously. Hearing this, Lin Yu restrained his smile, but the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. Oh, that's just I'm a little excited at the thought of being able to go out and gain experience. It's okay. You don't have to worry about me. Lin Yu explained. Seeing that he didn't want to say more, Li Ming naturally tactfully stopped talking and slowly closed his eyes. When Lin Yu saw that he was no longer paying attention to him, he immediately called up the system in his mind. System, open the personal information panel. Ding! Personal information panel is loading. Host, Lin Yu. Age, 19. Level, bronze 7 stars. Personal items, soul restoring pill, magic potion, marrow cleansing pill, strength pill, speed pill, kidney strengthening pill, aphrodisiac pill, SpongeBob SquarePants. Superpowers, SSS-Level space power, phantom step, dimensional space, SSS-Level fire power, flaming fireball, blazing sun falling. Skills, primary cooking master, primary driving master, primary massage master, primary swordsmanship master, primary boxing master. Kung Fu, S-level Hunyuan Gong. Weapons, Lihizu S-level Long Yuan sword, S-level gold soft armor, A-level electromagnetic pulse cannon, A-level revolver, A-level destruction gun, C-level red snake fong, B-level Tianji umbrella. Pet none. Emotional value, 2509,400. Looking at the S-level golden soft armor in the weapon column, Lin Yu couldn't help but curl his lips. I really want to try out the defensive effect of the S-level gold soft armor. I wonder if it can defend against attacks above the silver level. By the way, it seems like I haven't looked at my basic data for a while. The system is checking my physical fitness. Ding! Personal basic data is loading. Soon, Lin Yu's physical data were displayed in front of him. Strength, 350. Ordinary people, 50. Physical fitness, 140. Ordinary people, 50. Wisdom, 56. Ordinary people, 50. Spiritual power, 130. Ordinary people, 50. Speed, 90. Ordinary people, 50. Hey system, why haven't I become smarter? Ding! This requires the host to find out the reason within himself. The host should know why it has not grown for so long. Gone, I'm asking you why you didn't grow up, not asking you to blame me. Hearing the system's slightly sarcastic words, Lin Yu was immediately furious. He had never seen a system that did not take its host seriously. I wish I could just uninstall it. System, tell me, what can improve my wisdom? How much is it? Just name your price. Seeing that the system didn't speak for a long time, Lin Yu had no choice but to compromise. Ding! There's a kind of enlightenment pill in the system all. After the host eats it, it can improve a certain degree of intelligence. How many emotions? Ding! System made, absolutely genuine. Only 500,000 emotion points are needed for one. The host will not suffer any loss or be fooled. After hearing the quotation from the system, Lin Yu was immediately shocked. How long would it take him to get back 500,000 yuan? Just as Lin Yu was hesitating whether to buy it, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Considering that the host has spent more than 1 million points in the system mall, the system specially rewards the host with a buy one get one free opportunity. If the host buys one enlightenment pill now, the system will give him half a pill as a gift. No, here we have buy one get one free, buy two get one free. Why are you also offering buy one get half off? Aren't you bullying an honest person? After hearing so much from it, Lin Yu thought the system had a change of heart and was going to give him one, but it turned out to only give him half a pill. Ding! Host, please don't misunderstand. With the host's current brain capacity, it can only digest 1.5 enlightenment pills. If you eat too much, the host will have a splitting headache, dizziness, fever, and headache. All right, stop it now. My head will explode if you continue. Lin Yu hurriedly stopped him, fearing that the system would run out of words. I bought it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a wise choice. The enlightenment pill has been purchased successfully. Please check it carefully. Distribute. As Lin Yu finished speaking, an egg-sized pill appeared in his hand. No, there's still half a pill left, system. Ding! Host, please do not be too ambitious. After you digest this enlightenment pill, the system will naturally give you the remaining half. All right. Lin Yu had no choice but to agree to the system's arrangement, believing that the system would not cheat him. So, Lin Yu swallowed the pill into his mouth in one gulp. Before he could chew it, the pill turned into a sweet liquid and flowed into his stomach. Then, 10 minutes passed. Lin Yu felt his mind suddenly become clear, and the questions that he didn't understand before became clear to him in an instant. Damn it! If I had eaten this in my previous life, getting into Peking University or Tsinghua University would be a piece of cake. Lin Yu sincerely sighed. Chapter 72, Killing a Snake with a Shot. Time flies. Brother Lin, get up, we've arrived. Li Ming looked at the scenery outside the window and immediately woke up Lin Yu, who was sleeping soundly. Arrive. Lin Yu opened his eyes dazedly, and then his mind quickly became clear under the effect of the Qiji pill. Just at this moment, the car slowly stopped. Li Ming immediately stood up, and Lin Yu, who was standing next to him, also stood up when he saw this. Then the two got out of the car together. As soon as he got off the car, Lin Yu saw the endless dense jungle in front of him. Let's go, Li Ming shouted to Lin Yu behind him. Hearing this, Lin Yu followed happily. Brotherly, do you still remember the direction? Lin Yu couldn't help but ask as he looked at Li Ming, who was looking around in front. Lin Yu remembered that this was the third time he had come back. When Li Ming heard him ask this, he felt a little embarrassed, but he still said stubbornly, Don't worry, I will definitely remember it. Even if 10 years have passed, I will not forget it. As his voice got smaller and smaller, I knew he was a little unreliable. But there is nothing we can do now. We can only hope that he can remember. Okay, I believe you. Let's find the way quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ming exclaimed, Found it. Lin Yu hurried over and saw him staring blankly at a big tree. He followed his gaze and saw a small triangle carved on the tree. It looks like it's been there for quite a while. Could it be a mark left by Li Ming before? Just as Lin Yu was guessing, Li Ming spoke up. 2 years ago, I received a mission and accidentally broke into this place. I ended up in the Yinfeng Mountains. When I first entered, my cultivation was suppressed to bronze level, and I was so scared that my heart almost jumped out of my chest. Then how did you get out? Lin Yu was a little curious. Li Ming thought for a moment and continued, I was like a headless fly in the Yinfeng Mountains, not knowing the direction at all. Later, by coincidence, I met a hunter, and he took me back to the village. Hearing him say this, Lin Yu guessed that it must be someone from the village who brought him out. After all, that's how it's played out in movies and TV dramas. Sure enough, Li Ming said, after that, I lived in the village for a week and found out a lot of things, including the place I went to before. They told me that it was called Yinfeng Mountain Range. Lin Yu interrupted, what is this trace? Oh, when they brought me out, I secretly made the mark. Li Ming smiled at Lin Yu with his 2 big front teeth bared. At this time, Lin Yu's intelligence soared due to the enlightenment pill, and he found the problem immediately. Brotherly, was there anyone watching you when you were marking? What do you mean? Li Ming was a little confused. Seeing this, Lin Yu had to explain. What I mean is it possible that they erased all your marks after you left? Hearing you say that, I seem to remember that among the 3 people who sent me away, there was a man who kept stealing glances at me from time to time. At first I thought he was gay, so I didn't pay much attention to him. Never mind. You should go check if it's been smeared off. After hearing what Lin Yu said, Li Ming immediately began to look for other marks. After a long while, Li Ming finally heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, I didn't erase my mark. Brother Lin, let's go. You were worrying too much. Lin Yu hummed lightly, stopped talking, and followed Li Ming silently. As the 2 walked deeper and deeper, the trees became increasingly scarce. This situation puzzled Lin Yu, so he looked at Li Ming and asked, Brotherly, have you noticed that the trees here seem to be getting scarcer as you go further in? Before, there was a tree every 3 or 4 meters. As we go deeper into the forest, the trees only grow every 10 meters or so. Hey, if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed it. Li Ming let out a light exclamation and then looked around. Just then, a rustling sound was heard in the grass in the distance. Seeing this, the 2 men looked at each other and immediately became alert. Then, Lin Yu directly took out the A-level weapon, the destruction gun, from the system space. Looking at the spear that appeared out of thin air, Li Ming was stunned. Brother Lin, where did you get this from? Oh, my teacher gave me a space storage device. Lin Yu said casually. Mr. Liu, how do you know? Hearing him say this, Lin Yu felt a little curious. It seemed that he had never told him about this. Li Ming then realized that he had let the cat out of the bag, and had no choice but to bring up Zhang Tailin. Captain Zhang told me. Oh, the captain of your Jiangxing Dragon Guard. He said that he overheard you admitting that you were Master Lu's disciple. Lin Yu immediately recalled that when he was talking with Li Guangliang that day, there was a middle-aged man standing not far away. At first he thought he was a nobody. Now it seems that the other party is Captain Zhang mentioned by Li Ming. But if you know it, then know it. There's nothing shameful about it. Okay, I get it, brotherly. Let's focus on the matter at hand. Good. As they spoke, the 2 of them once again turned their gaze towards the constantly turbulent grass in the distance. At this moment, a voice came from the bushes. It should be a snake, but I don't know how strong it is. Li Ming said directly and confidently. When Lin Yu heard his words, he immediately called upon the system in his mind. System, help me find out what's in that bush. Ding. The system is investigating. Ding. Black-scaled snake, bronze 5-star strength, covered with black scales, has strong defensive capabilities, and releases a black poisonous mist when escaping. Hearing that the other party was only at the bronze 5-star level, Lin Yu immediately picked up the destruction gun and ran over. Li Ming was immediately frightened and screamed, Brother Lin, come back quickly. Don't worry, brotherly. It's just a rat snake. It's nothing to worry about. Lin Yu turned around and smiled at him. Then, he performed phantom steps, disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already above the bushes. In response, Lin Yu stabbed directly, and a wailing sound was heard from the bushes, and then there was no movement. Li Ming, who saw this scene from a distance, was stunned for a moment. Is this Brother Lin so fierce? Lin Yu killed the monster directly without even knowing what kind of monster was in the bush. How could he be so cruel? And you don't even need superpowers. What does this mean? Aren't all awakened people using supernatural powers? Why did Lin Yu just carry a spear? At this moment, Li Ming's cerebellum immediately shrank, and then he stared in a daze as Lin Yu picked out the body of the black-scaled snake. Looking at the black-scaled snake that was deader than dead, Li Ming was sure that Lin Yu had really stabbed it to death with his spear. Brother Lin, you are too powerful. This black-scaled snake must have at least the strength of a bronze 5-star. How could it be killed by just one shot from you? No big deal. This snake is not as powerful as the monsters I killed in the Silver Snake's secret realm before. Silver Snake's secret realm? Oh, it's the secret place that appeared in Jiangxing Middle School. You should know it. Yes, I know. Li Ming nodded. When he was lying in the hospital, he heard others mention this matter. So when he heard Lin Yu's explanation, he immediately knew what he was talking about, the Silver Snake's secret realm. Chapter 73, Blood Moon Violent Bear. The two continued to move forward. Li Ming led Lin Yu through the forest according to the marks left behind. About half an hour later, Li Ming suddenly stopped. Brother Li, what's wrong? Something's wrong. Something's wrong? What's wrong? Lin Yu was a little confused and didn't understand what he meant. Could it be that the monster appeared again? When I came out before, I clearly remember there was a stream there, but now it's all trees and there's no sound of water at all. Hearing him say this, Lin Yu immediately looked around. Sure enough, there were densely packed trees everywhere, and there was not even the slightest sound of water. At the same moment, they both thought of something. The mark has been tampered with. Brother Li, it seems that the people in that village don't want us to disturb them. After thinking about it, Lin Yu expressed his opinion. Hearing this, Li Ming nodded silently, agreeing with Lin Yu's statement. Brother Lin, I think it's getting late. Should we find a suitable place to rest? Okay, I'll do as you say. Lin Yu had no objection. The two set out in the morning and walked for several hours until it was already dark. You should take a good rest now. After all, Lin Yu came out to gain experience, not to travel, so the speed doesn't matter. Afterwards, under the leadership of Li Ming, the two found a relatively flat place to rest. Brother Lin, let's rest here for one night and set off tomorrow. Okay, no problem. As he spoke, Lin Yu took off the small bag on his back. Since most of the things were in 24 bridges on a moonlit night, the small bag only contained a bottle of water and a mobile phone. Li Ming, on the other hand, was carrying a large bag, which seemed to contain a quilt. Brother Li, what are you carrying on your back? It looks bulging. Oh, just a quilt, a pair of shoes, and some odds and ends. How about I help you get it? And you can just put it in my storage device. As he spoke, Lin Yu showed him 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Seeing this, Li Ming hesitated, but still handed the thing to Lin Yu. Then I'll trouble you. Well, why are you being so polite to me? I haven't thanked you for bringing me here for training yet. Lin Yu waved his hand indifferently, and then took out 2 tents from 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Brother Li, this is for you. After he finished speaking, Lin Yu threw one of the tents to him. Li Ming took it and started to install it immediately. After a while, the two of them set up the tent. Brother Lin, please sit here and wait. I'll go hunt a monster and come back. We'll have a good meal tonight. Haha. Okay, then I'll wait for Brother Li's monster. Li Ming immediately stood up, took a few steps, and jumped onto the treetop. Then he looked around and heard a strange noise in the distance. So he quickly jumped off the tree and ran straight towards the direction of the strange noise. A few minutes later, as he got closer, the noise became clearer and clearer, and he could feel a powerful presence approaching. When Li Ming came to a small valley, he saw a monster that was 3 or 4 meters tall. This monster has black hair, a tall and strong body, and its eyes reveal ferocity and cruelty. Blood Moon Violent Bear. Li Ming couldn't help but exclaimed. It was obvious that he knew this huge monster. Immediately afterwards, Li Ming's eyes lit up, and he slowly approached the Blood Moon Violent Bear. Seeing that the distance was only 10 meters, he rushed towards the Blood Moon Violent Bear without hesitation. He was seen waving an ice blade in his hand and quickly approaching the Blood Moon Violent Bear, and at this moment, flashes of blade light appeared. Li Ming chopped off one of the Blood Moon Bear's paws in an instant. Roar! The Blood Moon Violent Bear was immediately enraged by Li Ming and let out a roar. Then, its other bear paw slapped Li Ming directly. Feeling the force coming from above, Li Ming dodged quickly and avoided the attack of the Blood Moon Bear. Humph, it's just a silver 5-star beast. Just stay here today. Li Ming snorted coldly and immediately rushed out from the other side. While the Blood Moon Violent Bear had not yet reacted, he swung his sword again to cut off the Blood Moon Violent Bear's other bear paw. Roar! The Blood Moon Bear then realized that it was no match for the human in front of it. It roared twice and tried to escape, but Li Ming would never let it escape. I saw him bend his legs slightly, and the next second, he kicked his legs and went directly over the head of the Blood Moon Bear. Just when it was wondering what the human in front of it was going to do, a flash of cold light flashed across, and the Blood Moon Bear's head and body were instantly split into two. In an instant, blood gushed out. Fortunately, Li Ming stood far away in time. Otherwise, they would definitely be covered in blood. It has to be said that the members of the Dragon Guard have rich combat experience. When the Blood Moon Bear stopped spurting blood, Li Ming stepped forward and prepared to drag it up. Damn it, this beast is a bit heavy. I should have asked Brother Lin to come along. Forget it, I'll carry it back by myself. Li Ming muttered something, then grabbed one of the Blood Moon Bear's paws and began walking towards the camp. At the same time, seeing Li Ming leaving, Lin Yu felt a little bored and immediately started to practice Hun Yuan Gong and absorb the spiritual energy here. Although the spiritual energy here is not as strong as that in the Silver Snake Secret Realm, it is definitely several times stronger than that in Jiangqing. The progress of cultivation here was very fast. Lin Yu, who had just broken through to Bronze 7 stars, was showing signs of breaking through to 8 stars. Of course, it would take a few more days before he could truly break through. The sky gradually darkened. Lin Yu stopped practicing Hun Yuan Gong, slowly opened his eyes, and then gently exhaled. I don't know how Brother Li is doing, whether he hunted any monsters. Just then, there was a rustling sound from a distance, followed by Li Ming's voice. Brother Lin, come and help me. This monster is too big. I'm having a hard time. Hearing Li Ming's voice, Lin Yu quickly stood up from the ground and walked straight towards the direction where his voice came from. After a while, Lin Yu saw Li Ming dragging a black monster towards him. It was too dark at night, and Lin Yu could not see clearly what kind of monster it was. Brother Li, what kind of monster did you get? It looks very heavy. So, Lin Yu walked towards Li Ming and started asking questions. A silver-level Blood Moon Violent Bear. Brother Lin, you are in luck tonight. It is said that the paws of this kind of bear are the most delicious. Li Ming laughed immediately. When Lin Yu heard that this was a bear-like monster, his eyes lit up immediately. You know, in his previous life, the country had a clear ban on capturing wild bears. He had been craving for one for a long time, but he didn't expect to encounter one today. Lin Yu immediately grabbed the Blood Moon Bear's other paw, and the two of them worked together to drag it into the camp. Brother Lin, haven't you awakened your fire ability? Hurry up and take care of this guy. Back at the camp, Li Ming looked at Lin Yu and said. Hearing this, Lin Yu no longer hesitated. The flames in his hands gathered, and then a fireball directly hit the Blood Moon Violent Bear. The next second, raging flames covered his entire body. The Blood Moon Violent Bear's black hair was quickly burned to charcoal in the flames. Seeing that it was almost done, Lin Yu retracted the flame. Then he took out the red snake Fong and began to clean up the coke. Chapter 74 Grilled Bear Paws. Jiangqing Middle School. Zhou Pongzi was meditating when a gorgeous figure slowly walked towards him. Mr. Zhou, where's Mr. Lin? A cold voice suddenly sounded in Zhou Pongzi's ears. In response, he stopped practicing and slowly opened his eyes. He saw Li Hanzhuang appeared in front of him without knowing when, which made him feel a little confused. Could it be that Li Hanzhuang fell in love with him? School Beauty Li, do you have something to talk to me about? Mr. Zhou, where's Mr. Lin Yu? Why haven't I seen him these past few days? Seeing that the other party was looking for Lin Yu, Zhou Pongzi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that cold ice cube was looking for him. Oh, you mean Brother Yu. He left Jiangqing to gain experience outside. He probably won't be back for 3 months. Going out for training? When did it happen? Li Hanzhuang, who usually had a blank expression on his face, finally showed some surprise this time. Seeing how concerned she was about Lin Yu, Zhou Pongzi couldn't help but look at her and thought to himself, what's wrong with this Li Binghuai? Why does she care so much about Brother Yu's affairs? It can't be. Impossible. Student Zhou, what are you thinking about? I'm asking you a question. When did student Lin Yu leave? Oh, I really don't know about this, but it should be in these few days. When Zhou Pongzi heard Li Hanzhuang calling him, he came to his senses and hurriedly claimed that he didn't know. In fact, he really didn't know when Lin Yu left. After all, Lin Yu didn't tell him, but he thought it must have happened in the past few days. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of him, Li Hanzhuang simply didn't bother to pay attention to Zhou Pongzi and turned around and left. It's incomprehensible. Forget it. I don't want to bother with her. I'd better hurry up and practice. As for the matter of Li Bingquai, I'll leave it to Brother Yu to deal with it. When Zhou Pongzi saw her leave, he couldn't help but mutter something. Then he closed his eyes and continued to practice. At the same time, after turning around and leaving, Li Hanzhuang went straight to the principal's office. After a while, she arrived at the door of Wang Fujuan's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. As Wang Fujuan's voice rang out, Li Hanzhuang opened the door and walked in without hesitation. Seeing that the person coming was Li Hanzhuang, Wang Fujuan was a little surprised, and then an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. Student Li Hanzhuang, do you have something to talk to me about? Principal, I heard that Lin Yu has left school and gone out to gain experience. Wang Fujuan looked at her quietly, not knowing what she meant by this. The next second, Wang Fujuan couldn't sit still anymore, but before he could speak, Li Hanzhuang's cold voice sounded, Principal also applied to go outside for training. As expected, Wang Fujuan thought to himself. When she said that, he had guessed that she would say that. Student Li Hanzhuang, you don't know how dangerous it is out there. It's safer for you to stay in school. Besides, your family won't agree to let you go out for experience. Wang Fujuan had to comfort her. You know, the Li family, to which Li Hanzhuang belongs, donated a building to Jiangcheng Middle School, so he must take it seriously. Hearing Wang Fujuan's words, Li Hanzhuang took out his mobile phone from his pocket with a calm expression and then made a call in front of Wang Fujuan. After talking for a few words, Li Hanzhuang handed the phone to Wang Fujuan. Looking at the phone handed to him, Wang Fujuan suddenly felt as if he was facing a great enemy and was extremely nervous. He knew without thinking that it was Li Hanzhuang's family who agreed to this. Although he knew what was going on, Wang Fujuan still took the call. The next second, a rough voice came from the other end of the phone. Principal Wang, I won't waste any more time. Anyway, I have to take care of Han Shuang's affairs. Then I will donate a teaching building to you. Okay, Mr. Li, I will definitely not let you down. Wang Fujuan had no choice but to agree to Li Hanzhuang's request in a flattering manner. After saying that, Wang Fujuan returned the phone to Li Hanzhuang. Student Li Hanzhuang, don't worry, the school will help you handle it. Okay, then I'll leave first, Principal. Li Hanzhuang said coldly. Helpless Wang Fujuan had to nod and signaled her that she could leave. Seeing this, Li Hanzhuang left the office without looking back, and then walked straight towards the school gate. Under the surprised gazes of the other classmates, Li Hanzhuang walked straight out of the school. The other side, Lin Yu and Li Ming were sitting around a fire, and above the fire, they were roasting 2 bear paws. It smells so good. I can't help but want to taste it. Lin Yu looked at the bear paw that was making a sizzling sound, and his mouth was almost drooling. This is the first time I have tasted bear paws in my past and present lives. It would be a lie to say that I am not excited. After all, didn't the ancients say, fish is what I want, and bear paws are also what I want? There is no fish today, so I'll just eat bear paws. Brother Lin, I have to say that your operation has really shocked me for the whole year. If I didn't know you, I would have thought you were here for a trip. Haha, Brother Li, you can't blame me for this. Last time I accidentally entered that secret realm, and although there was meat to eat, the taste was too bland and I was not used to it. Look, I specially prepared so many seasonings it tastes just right. Yeah, when I was on missions before, I didn't bring any seasonings with me, so I wasted a lot of food. Li Ming recalled the scene of himself eating meat in the past. At that time, he was nothing like he is today. He had more than 10 kinds of seasonings. Thanks to Lin Yu, he was able to have a bite of delicious monster meat. Brother Li, I feel like I'm ready to eat. How about you try it first? Lin Yu looked at the bear paw that was already emitting a fragrant aroma and couldn't help but shout to Li Ming. The result is the next second. Ding! Li Ming's mood value plus 666. Li Ming. Li Ming. Seeing that Li Ming was unwilling to taste it, Lin Yu had no choice but to cut off a small piece and put it in his mouth and started chewing. The moment you take a bite, you will smell the aroma. After chewing it a few times, you will find that the bear paw is fat but not greasy. Not bad, delicious. Lin Yu praised sincerely and then started eating with big mouthfuls. Seeing Lin Yu like this, Li Ming on the side immediately picked up the other bear paw and started to chew it. With the blessing of Lin Yu's junior chef skills, the already delicious bear paws are even better. For a long while, the two of them finished eating the bear paw. After eating and drinking, Lin Yu lay on the ground lazily. I should have bought a sofa and brought it here. The floor here is too hard and it hurts my butt. Brother Lin, you are here to gain experience, not to enjoy life. I know, experience is experience, but we also have to enjoy ourselves. What is the purpose of our experience? Isn't it to enjoy ourselves in the future? For a moment, Li Ming was speechless. Damn, he felt that what he said made a lot of sense. He worked so hard just to enjoy himself when he was old. Why can't we enjoy and work hard at the same time now? What's the point of enjoying yourself when you're old? Chapter 75, Dark-Eyed Mandrill. Brother Lin, you take over the shift first. I'll take a nap first. You can wake me up later. Good. Li Ming took off his shoes, rushed into the tent, and then quickly lay down. After a while, he could hear snoring. Lin Yu sat quietly in front of the fire, adding some firewood from time to prevent the flame from going out. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew, and a chill rushed straight to his forehead, making his hair stand on end, and he immediately became alert. Then he slowly glanced around, but found nothing unusual, which made him wonder if it was just his illusion. Just when Lin Yu thought it was just an illusion, two faint green lights lit up in the forest in the distance. Fuck! The moment he saw the light, Lin Yu was so scared that he burst into swearing. Is that a pair of eyes? After he was stunned for a moment, he stared at the two motionless dark green spots of light and couldn't help but blurt out. It's no wonder he thought so, mainly because the two spots of light were very close to each other, just like human eyes. Seeing that it didn't move, Lin Yu became even more frightened. Call the system quickly. System, help me check what that thing is and why it is so creepy. Ding. The system is being tested. Ding. Dark-Eyed Mandrill, Bronze 8 stars, has the ability to control dreams and can trap people into dreams silently. After hearing what the system said, Lin Yu couldn't help but frown. The next second, he immediately turned his head to look at Li Ming, who was sleeping soundly. A very scary thought came to my mind. Without thinking too much, Lin Yu kept his eyes on the dark-eyed mandrill while quietly walking towards Li Ming's tent. In order to prevent attacks from monsters, Li Ming did not close the tent, so Lin Yu quickly entered his tent. Brother Li, wake up! Lin Yu hurriedly shouted to the sleeping Li Ming, but to his disappointment, Li Ming could not be woken up at all. Bang! Seeing that he couldn't wake Li Ming up, Lin Yu slapped him in the face. Logically, even if he was sleeping soundly, he should have been woken up by Lin Yu's slap. But he just wouldn't wake up, so Lin Yu slapped him in the face again, but there was still no sign of waking up. Now Lin Yu can be sure that Li Ming has been trapped in a dream by the dark-eyed mandrill. System, how can a person trapped in a dream by a dark-eyed mandrill wake up? Ding! The host only needs to kill it. The dream will naturally break, and the person trapped in the dream will feel the outside world again. So, this battle is inevitable. Lin Yu immediately walked out of the tent, staring intently at the light in the distance. Since it is motionless, it means that the dark-eyed mandrill cannot attack at this moment. So, this is a good time to attack. Immediately, Lin Yu took out the Long Yuan sword from the system space. Then he immediately performed Phantom Step and disappeared on the spot. The other side, the dark-eyed mandrill was stunned when he saw Lin Yu suddenly disappearing in the camp. It didn't understand why the previous human disappeared. It originally planned to wait until Lin Yu fell asleep before taking action and sucking the brains of the two people. However, it did not expect that Lin Yu would disappear miraculously. However, it also thought in that direction, and immediately, the dark green light in its eyes surged. It trapped Li Ming in the dream, and at the same time, it began to walk slowly towards the camp. Just when it was secretly happy, a cold light flashed before its eyes, and just when Lin Yu thought he could kill it with one sword. The reaction speed of the dark-eyed mandrill immediately made him drop his jaw. When the tip of the sword was less than 2 centimeters away from the dark-eyed mandrill, it dodged by turning sideways. Fuck, this guy is so fast. Lin Yu complained and swung the Long Yuan sword again towards the dark-eyed mandrill. Without exception, he was easily dodged by it again. Looking at the dark-eyed mandrill that was as tall as a human, Lin Yu suddenly felt that he was not facing a monster, but a living human being. Flame Fireball. Following Lin Yu's angry shout, a fireball shot straight towards the dark-eyed mandrill. Just as it was about to dodge again, Lin Yu immediately used Phantom Step, flashed behind it, and slashed with a sword, actually cutting off one of its arms. Lin Yu originally wanted to chop at its head, but at this time the green light in the eyes of the dark-eyed mandrill was staring straight at Lin Yu's eyes. Then Lin Yu fell into a brief daze, and during this time, the dark-eyed mandrill quickly ran towards the distant forest. Damn it, I actually fell into the trap of this beast. Lin Yu came to his senses and looked at the dark-eyed mandrill that had escaped dozens of meters away, and he immediately felt regretful. This guy can control people's dreams. If Li Ming and I were to fall into his trap by accident, we would probably be in trouble. But the speed at which the dark-eyed mandrill escaped was too fast. Even if he used Phantom Step, it would be difficult to catch him in a short period of time. Besides, Li Ming is still sleeping in the tent. If I go to chase him, what if other monsters come? Thinking of this, Lin Yu had to turn around and quickly run back towards the tent. Just when Lin Yu stepped into the tent, Li Ming, who had been unable to be awakened no matter what, sat up with a confused look on his face. Seeing Lin Yu coming out of the forest, Li Ming couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother Lin, what did you do just now? Did you go to the toilet?" "Brother Li, didn't you feel the loud noise just now?" Hearing this, Li Ming shook his head. "Okay, Brother Li, you were just trapped in a dream by a mandrill. So you just went to... Well, it's a pity that it ran away, but I cut off one of its hands." Before he could finish, Lin Yu interrupted him. "Hey, why does my face hurt so much?" Li Ming realized later that his face felt extremely hot. When Lin Yu saw him covering his face, he immediately turned his head away, embarrassedly. After thinking about it, Lin Yu felt that it would be better to tell him what happened so that he would not make wild guesses. Well, Brother Li, I was the one who slapped your face." Li Ming equals degree to degree smiley face. "Nani, Brother Lin, what did you just say?" "I said, I was the one who slapped you in the face. I noticed something was wrong at the time, so I wanted to wake you up, but there was no response after I called you for a long time. I had no choice but to slap you, but when you didn't wake up, I guessed that it might have been the mandrill, so I chased after it." "Are you sure it was just a slap?" Li Ming looked at him suspiciously. He didn't believe that one slap could hurt him so much. It must be more than one slap. Seeing that he focused his attention on this, Lin Yu picked his toes awkwardly. "Well, I didn't wake you up with a slap. I thought you were sleeping soundly, so you just slapped me a few more times?" Lin Yu nodded weakly, not daring to look at him. Just then, the system's voice sounded. "Ding! Li Ming's mood value plus 1,000. Li Ming's emotion value plus 999. Ding! Dark-eyed mandrill's emotion value plus 10. Ding! Dark-eyed mandrill's emotion value plus 10. Huh. This dark-eyed mandrill actually generated emotional values for itself?" Lin Yu was stunned at first, and then he burst into laughter. He was wondering how to make the monster feel emotional towards him, and now he knew. Chapter 76, Three-Eyed Spiritual Pattern Rabbit. In the second half of the night, Lin Yu slept quietly in the tent, while Li Ming was guarding the fire. Fortunately, the dark-eyed mandrill did not come back. Li Ming guessed that it must have been seriously injured, so it did not come back. However, based on his many years of experience, the dark-eyed mandrill will definitely come back. But as to when it will come back, that is unknown. Soon, a night passed. Nothing happened during this time, and Lin Yu woke up from his sleep. Although sleeping here is not as comfortable as at home, it is more comfortable than the last time I slept in the secret realm. When I walked out of the tent, I saw Li Ming looking a little drowsy. "Brother Li, go in and get some sleep first. I'll call you after I've made breakfast." "All right." Hearing him say this, Li Ming did not refuse. He immediately got up and returned to his tent. He fell asleep within less than a minute after lying down. Seeing that he fell asleep, Lin Yu took out the toiletries from 24 Bridges on a moonlit night and started to wash up. Afterwards, he took out the Blood Moon Violent Bear that he hadn't finished eating last night. Since there was no air circulation in 24 Bridges on a moonlit night, the Blood Moon Violent Bear had not had any peculiar smell so far. Then Lin Yu took out the red snake Fong from the system space and began to cut flesh from the Blood Moon Violent Bear. After a while, he cut off a piece of bear meat the size of a wash basin. Lin Yu skewered the meat with 2 sticks, then put on the fire and started roasting. After a while, the meat was covered with a layer of fat. Sizzle, sizzle. A drop of oil fell on the fire, and immediately there was a sizzling sound. At this time, Lin Yu took out a dish of pepper and sprinkled it on the meat. The aroma of the seasoning combined with the flavor of the bear meat itself instantly made him feel strong. "It smells so good. I'm drooling just looking at it. Fortunately, the fat guy is not here, or he would have snatched it from me again." Lin Yu kept muttering while grilling the meat. At this moment, a rustling sound came from the bushes, which instantly made Lin Yu's face change drastically. He wanted to wake up Li Ming immediately. However, before he could stand up, a dark shadow suddenly jumped out. When Lin Yu saw it clearly, he found that it was actually a rabbit. However, it was not an ordinary rabbit, because ordinary rabbits did not have patterns on their bodies, and ordinary rabbits did not have 3 eyes. System, please help me find out where this rabbit came from. So, Lin Yu hurriedly called up the system in his mind. After receiving Lin Yu's request, the system quickly began searching. It was found in a moment. Ding! 3-eyed spirit pattern rabbit, bronze 5-star strength, relatively gentle personality, likes to act cute, likes to eat. Just as Lin Yu finished listening to the introduction of the system, the 3-eyed spirit pattern rabbit immediately blinked its 3 lively eyes and looked at him. 3-eyed spirit pattern rabbit. Dot. Then its gaze turned to the bare meat roasting on the fire, and the next second, its 3 eyes lit up at once. Under Lin Yu's shocked gaze, the 3-eyed spirit pattern rabbit actually hopped towards the barbecue. It was more than 10 meters away, but it jumped over in just a few steps. Cuh. He came to the bottom of the barbecue, looked at the blazing flames, stopped immediately, then looked at Lin Yu beside him and called out. Looking at this scene, Lin Yu couldn't help but be amused by the little guy in front of him. It turned out to be a foodie rabbit. Little thing, do you want to eat? After he finished speaking, the 3-eyed spirit pattern rabbit actually nodded. Seeing this, Lin Yu had no choice but to use a dagger to cut off a palm-sized piece of meat and threw in front of it. The 3-eyed rabbit was about to pick it up with its little paws, but the moment its paws touched the piece of meat, it was burned and jumped up. Then it kept blowing with its little mouth. Lin Yu, who was watching the scene quietly, was immediately amused by its action and burst into laughter. Lin Wen? The 3-eyed rabbit with spiritual patterns, which was blowing its little paws, seemed to realize that he was laughing at itself. He immediately bared his teeth at Lin Yu. Quack! 3-eyed spirit pattern rabbit. Seeing that it still dared to show disdain to him, Lin Yu simply grabbed it and picked it up. Well, you little thing, I gave you food. It's fine if you don't appreciate it, but how dare you show your teeth to me? As he spoke, Lin Yu flicked it lightly on the head. As if sensing the pain, it kept rubbing its head with its 2 little paws. But because its claws were too short, it could not reach some of them. Looking at this funny scene, Lin Yu was amused by it again. He immediately picked up the piece of meat from the ground and handed it to the 3-eyed spirit pattern rabbit. The piece of meat was no longer so hot at this time. The little guy touched it tentatively with his little paw, and when he saw that it was no longer hot, he held the piece of meat tightly. Then it stuffed it into its mouth. When it took the first bite, its 3 eyes widened. He didn't care that Lin Yu was holding him and stuffed the meat into his mouth frantically. Seeing this, Lin Yu slowly put it down and prepared to wake up Li Ming. Suddenly, he felt something pulling at his trouser leg. He looked down and saw the 3-eyed spirit pattern rabbit blinking its 3 eyes at him. 3-eyed spirit pattern rabbit. The piece of meat in his hand had long disappeared. Little guy, you really can eat a lot. Forget it. I'll cut you a little more. Lin Yu knew from the look on its face that it still wanted to eat, so he simply cut off another piece of meat that was a little bigger than before and threw it to it. Eat it later, don't get burned again. Lin Yu gave it an instruction, and without caring whether it understood or not, he went straight to Li Ming's tent to wake him up. Brother Li, get up, breakfast is ready. Well, okay. Hearing Lin Yu's voice, Li Ming couldn't help but respond softly. Then he slowly opened his eyes, and when he sat up and looked outside, he saw a white rabbit with 3 eyes on its forehead. 3-eyed spirit pattern rabbit. For a moment, Li Ming shouted out excitedly. It's no wonder that he was so excited. If it were other people who knew about the 3-eyed spirit pattern rabbit, they would definitely be more excited than him. The 3-eyed spirit pattern rabbit is an extremely rare monster. In the Magic City, and even in the entire Dragon Kingdom, it is extremely difficult for so many wealthy and powerful people to raise one, because it is so rare. Li Ming ran out immediately, not caring whether he was wearing shoes or not, and pounced straight towards the 3-eyed spiritual rabbit. Just when he was about to get it, the 3-eyed spirit pattern rabbit quickly jumped to the side and dodged. Fuck, you little thing, you still want to run? Brother Lin, help me catch it. When Li Ming saw it running away, he immediately shouted to Lin Yu, who was a little confused beside him. Hearing this, although Lin Yu was puzzled as to why Li Ming attacked the little guy, he still spoke. Come here, little thing. Do you still want to eat meat? The 3-eyed spirit pattern rabbit that was about to escape stopped immediately when it saw the piece of meat in Lin Yu's hand. It did not feel any malice from Lin Yu, so it chose to believe Lin Yu and hopped to his feet. He kept pulling at Lin Yu's trouser legs with his little claws. Seeing this, Lin Yu picked it up and handed it a piece of meat. Chapter 77. conquering the three-eyed spiritual pattern rabbit. At this time, Li Ming walked over slowly, and seeing the little guy staying obediently in Lin Yu's arms, he suddenly became curious. Brother Lin, how did you attract this guy here? Don't tell me you relied on this piece of bear meat. This little guy was definitely attracted by the smell of my meat. It came out of the bushes and came over when it smelled the meat. As Lin Yu spoke, he pointed to the bushes in the distance. When Li Ming heard him say this, he immediately understood. He thought that this three-eyed spiritual rabbit came to the tent by accident. But he didn't expect that he was attracted by Lin Yu, which meant that he had no chance to get the three-eyed spiritual pattern. But he didn't feel bad. After all, only the destined person could get this three-eyed spiritual rabbit. Brother Lin, you have to take good care of this little guy. Lin Yu exclaimed in confusion. He didn't understand what Li Ming meant. Did he have to support the child himself? Although this little guy is very cute, he has no intention of raising a monster. Seeing his reaction, Li Ming immediately guessed that he might not know much about the three-eyed spirit pattern rabbit, and explained immediately. Brother Lin, don't be so ungrateful. There are countless wealthy nobles in the world who want to raise a little fellow like this, but don't have the means to do so. Is it rare? It's not just rare. Among a million rabbit monsters, there's only one three-eyed spirit pattern rabbit. Lin Yu couldn't help but gasp. He didn't expect the little guy in his arms to be so rare. At first he thought it was just an ordinary monster that loved to eat. But I didn't expect that it was a rare monster, and a monster that rich people would fight to get. So you're lucky. Li Ming couldn't help but make a joke. Haha, really? But I don't know if this little guy is willing to follow me. Lin Yu scratched his head a little embarrassedly. He really was lucky. No, he seemed to be the protagonist. I am the protagonist. So, can't I let it follow me? Little guy, are you willing to come with me? I promise that you will have meat like this to eat every day. Lin Yu said as he looked at the three-eyed spirit pattern rabbit that was chewing nonstop and pointed at the piece of meat in its hand. Hearing Lin Yu say that as long as he followed him, he could eat meat every day, the three-eyed spirit pattern rabbit nodded hurriedly. Seeing it nod, Lin Yu knew that he had tamed it. Ha! Congratulations to Brother Lin for taming a three-eyed spirit rabbit. Li Ming, who was standing by, saw the three-eyed spirit pattern rabbit nod and realized that it was ready to follow Lin Yu, so he immediately congratulated it with a smile. Just then, the system's voice sounded. Ding! The system has detected that the host has tamed the three-eyed spirit rabbit. The system has specially rewarded a contract agreement. Hearing the sudden voice from the system, Lin Yu was startled at first, and then burst into laughter. Good. Li Ming, who was standing by, was looking at him laughing for no apparent reason and felt puzzled. Wasn't it just that he received a three-eyed spirit pattern rabbit? Was he so happy? However, Lin Yu ignored him and asked the system in his mind. What's the use of this contract agreement? Ding! Contract agreement. As the name suggests, the host can sign an agreement with the monster beast. Once the host and a monster beast sign the agreement, the monster beast will never betray the host for the rest of its life. Please note that this contract can only be signed between the host and the subdued monster. So, at present, this contract agreement can only be signed by me and the three-eyed spirit pattern rabbit. Ding! Yes, currently only the host and the three-eyed spirit pattern rabbit can sign this contract. After hearing what the system said, Lin Yu felt a little disappointed, but he could accept it. So how do you use this contract agreement? Ding! All the host needs to do is drop a drop of his own blood and a drop of the monster's blood on it to complete the contract. At the same time, if the host wants to cancel the contract, he only needs to take back his own blood. Oh, I see. Lin Yu immediately understood how to use this contract agreement. But now he cannot use this contract agreement in front of Li Ming. Brother Lin, what are you daydreaming about? Li Ming couldn't help but shout when he saw Lin Yu standing there in a daze. Hearing this, Lin Yu came back to his senses and said hurriedly, Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about whether to prepare some carrots for this little guy. The three-eyed spirit pattern rabbit is a monster, not an animal. Its favorite thing is meat. Of course, it's also good to feed it some vegetarian food. Li Ming explained that. Oh, I see. Lin Yu nodded. By the way, Brother Li, I left a piece of barbecue for you. Try it quickly. As he spoke, Lin Yu handed the remaining piece of meat to Li Ming. Seeing this, he immediately took it and started eating it in big mouthfuls. It smells really good. No wonder this little guy came to you. It tastes really good. Haha, if you like, eat more. If it's not enough, I'll bake more. After a while, after they packed up their things, they set off again, but this time they had new partners joining them. The three-eyed spirit pattern rabbit was lying on Lin Yu's shoulder at this time, with its two claws tightly grasping Lin Yu's clothes. Afraid that he would fall accidentally, Lin Yu wanted to hold it in his arms, but it refused and climbed onto Lin Yu's head. As a result, as Lin Yu's head shook, it fell straight down. Helpless, Lin Yu had to put it on his shoulder. Brotherly, do you think we can reach the Yinfeng Mountains today? Lin Yu, who was walking behind, asked curiously. Li Ming heard his words and shook his head. Originally, I planned to go to the village first according to the signs, and then they would take us to the Yinfeng Mountains. But we didn't expect that they didn't welcome us and deliberately tampered with the marks. Now we can only move forward according to the marks they made. I just don't know if this marked direction is the Yinfeng Mountains. If it is, that's great. If not, we can only play blind games here. Then can't we train here? Do we have to go to the Yinfeng Mountains? The monsters here are relatively scarce, and there is no suppression from the Yinfeng Mountains. Many of the monsters here are silver level. With your current strength, you are simply asking for trouble. After hearing his explanation, Lin Yu immediately understood, and then stopped talking and followed Li Ming silently. Lin Yu did not intend to tell him that he had a way to kill the silver-level monster. After all, that involved the Lihua Pearl. Although the power of the Lihuzu allows Lin Yu to face silver 8 or 9 stars without any problem, what's the use of that? It's impossible for me to use the fire bead every time I fight. If someone with ulterior motives gets on my radar, I'll be in trouble, right? You have to be steady in life, develop slowly, and don't be reckless. The fire bead can only be regarded as a trump card. Just as Lin Yu was daydreaming, Li Ming, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Brotherly, what's wrong? She'll listen. What are you listening to? Lin Yu was a little confused. There's a baby crying. What? Shoo, keep your voice down. Li Ming hurriedly signaled Lin Yu to speak more quietly. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately shut up and then walked towards the direction where the sound came from under the guidance of Li Ming. Chapter 78, Killing the Dark-Eyed Mandrill. No, Brotherly, where does the baby's sound come from in this remote place? I don't know, but I guess it's some kind of monster imitating it, not a real baby. Li Ming directly expressed his thoughts, and Lin Yu beside him nodded in agreement. Then the two of them walked towards the direction where the sound came from. After a while, the two were getting closer and closer to the sound, but when Lin Yu saw clearly what it was, he was stunned. That thing turned out to be a dark-eyed mandrill, and it was the one whose arm I had chopped off last night. Brotherly, this is it, the monster I encountered last night. Dark-eyed mandrill. Only then did Li Ming see the appearance of the dark-eyed mandrill clearly and shouted out unconsciously. The moment he finished speaking, the dark-eyed mandrill also noticed the movement here. When it saw Lin Yu, it immediately stood up and ran. Chase! Li Ming immediately shouted and chased after him. Seeing this, Lin Yu instructed the three-eyed spirit rabbit on his shoulder, Xiao Bai, hide in the bag first. Hearing this, the three-eyed spirit rabbit turned around, unzipped its backpack, and got in. Then Lin Yu performed phantom steps and moved quickly. After a while, he caught up with Li Ming and then quickly chased after the dark-eyed mandrill. When the dark-eyed mandrill saw the humans behind it getting closer, it immediately quickened its pace. Seeing that it was speeding up, Lin Yu immediately took out a few soul-restoring pills from the system space. He stuffed several pills into his stomach at once. As soon as the soul-recovering pills entered his stomach, his spiritual power, which was about to run out, was instantly restored. He then used phantom steps again and chased after the dark-eyed mandrill. Li Ming was stunned when he saw the man and the beast disappearing in front of him. He was a platinum-level master, but he was thrown into oblivion by 2 bronze trash. If this were to be told to others, I would probably be so embarrassed. So Li Ming immediately quickened his pace and chased after the man and the beast frantically. Half an hour passed. Lin Yu was only 10 meters away from the dark-eyed mandrill. At this moment, the speed of the dark-eyed mandrill decreased instead of increasing, which made Lin Yu a little confused. However, when he saw the road ahead clearly, he became a little uneasy. There was a cliff in front of me. If I didn't stop, I would probably fall down. Without caring about anything else, Lin Yu immediately slowed down his pace. At this time, Li Ming caught up with him breathlessly and saw that Lin Yu suddenly slowed down, which made him feel confused. Brotherly, stop quickly. There's a cliff ahead. What? Li Ming exclaimed, reacted quickly, and began to slow down. Soon, the two stopped 20 meters away from the cliff. Looking at the dark-eyed mandrill that had no way to escape, the two men revealed a smug smile on their faces. Lin Yu. Hey, why don't you run away? Ding! Dark-eyed mandrel's emotion value plus 10. Ding! Dark-eyed mandrel's emotion value plus 10. After Lin Yu finished speaking, the system's voice continued to sound. The dark-eyed mandrel watched the two people getting closer and closer, and its body couldn't help but retreat towards the edge of the cliff. Seeing that there was no way to retreat, the dark-eyed mandrel suddenly became anxious, as it didn't want to die yet. But as the two get closer, it must make a choice: jump off the cliff or be killed by the humans in front of it. The dark-eyed mandrel made its choice immediately. It turned around and prepared to jump, but at this moment an ice cone pierced straight through its body. It looked at the big hole in its chest with some disbelief, and then fell down heavily. Looking at the dark-eyed mandrel lying on the ground, the two men smiled at each other. They had finally solved a big problem. Before, they were worried that this sinister guy would take revenge on them in secret. Now it's finally done, and I can sleep peacefully at night. Just as Lin Yu was about to turn around and leave, he was stopped by Li Ming. "Brother Lin, we have arrived at the Yinfeng Mountains." "What?" Lin Yu immediately turned around and looked straight ahead, following his gaze, and saw a lush green forest below the cliff. But compared to the ones above, the trees below are relatively scarce. From a distance, you can see a monster hunting. "Brotherly, are we going down now?" Lin Yu looked at him puzzled. Li Ming hesitated when he heard this. After all, once he entered the Yinfeng Mountains, his own realm would be suppressed to bronze 9 stars. But now that we're here, it would be a shame not to go down and take a look. "Well, let's go. While it's still early, let's find a place to set up camp." Without hesitation, Li Ming nodded and said. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately took out the rope from 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Fortunately, he had prepared it in advance. Then the two of them found a relatively sturdy tree, tied the rope to it, and pulled it hard. When they found there was no problem, they threw the rest of the rope down. "Brother Lin, I'll go down first. If anything happens, I can handle it," Li Ming said to Lin Yu. Lin Yu had no objection to this. After all, no one knew what the situation was below, and it was always a good thing to have Li Ming, a platinum-level figure, take the lead. Then the two of them stopped talking and began to climb down along the rope. At this time, the cute three-eyed rabbit secretly unzipped its pants and stuck its head out. Seeing himself hanging in the air, he immediately shrank back and zipped up his clothes, fearing that he would fall down accidentally. However, Lin Yu noticed its every move, and when he saw its timid look, he suddenly found a little funny. He had secretly signed a contract with the three-eyed spirit-patterned rabbit before, so Lin Yu knew exactly what it was thinking. "Xiaobai, don't move. Be careful not to fall and get smashed into a meat pie. I won't care about you anymore if that happens." After hearing Lin Yu's words, the three-eyed spirit-patterned rabbit curled up even more timidly in the backpack, not moving a single step. Seeing that it stopped moving, Lin Yu stopped scaring it. Instead, concentrate on preparing. Right at this moment, a flying monster in the sky seemed to have seen the two people. It let out a cry and swooped straight toward them. "Ice Dragon Drill!" With Li Ming's loud shout, an ice cone shot directly at the monster. Chew! After a wail, the flying monster fell straight down. As to whether he is dead or not, it is unknown. "Brother Lin, we have to hurry up and go down. There might be other monsters coming later." Li Ming shouted to Lin Yu above. "Good." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu responded loudly. Afterwards, the two began to slide down faster and faster, and after a few minutes, they finally arrived at the bottom of the cliff safely. After putting away the rope, the two men walked straight into the forest. Not long after they left, a 2-meter-tall, dark-eyed mandrill came to the body of the dark-eyed mandrill with a broken arm. Looking at the broken-armed dark-eyed mandrill that had already stopped breathing, the tall dark-eyed mandrill couldn't help but roar angrily. Roar, roar! Then he looked in the direction where Lin Yu and the other person disappeared. His eyes were filled with rage, and then he jumped down and jumped straight off the cliff. Chapter 79, How About We Ask for Help? The two of them walked for an unknown amount of time when suddenly a tiger beast appeared in front of them. "Brother Lin, this blood-eyed tiger is left to you," Li Ming said to Lin Yu on the side. "Yes, no problem. A bronze 8-star blood-eyed tiger is just right for me to try my hand." As he spoke, a fireball gathered in his hand and then smashed towards the blood-eyed tiger in front of him. Boom! With an explosion, the fireball hit the blood-eyed tiger's forehead. Since Lin Yu did not intend to kill it, this attack only caused damage to it and did not endanger its life. After all, killing it is not as important as keeping it to increase your emotional value. Here it comes, the system's voice. Ding! Blood-eyed tiger's emotion value plus 10. Ding! Blood-eyed tiger's emotion value plus 10. Ding! Blood-Eye Tiger's emotion value plus 10. Since the intelligence of bronze-level monsters is not very high, the maximum amount that can be added each time is only 10 points. However, Linyu did not care too much about it. Although the quantity was small, it was good that there were many of them. In addition, there were many monsters in the Foam Mountains, so he could make a lot of money every day. Look, I just took more than 5,000 emotion points from the Blood-Eyed Tiger. Brother Lin, aren't you going to kill it? Li Ming couldn't help but become curious when he saw that Linyu only injured it, but didn't kill it. Why would I kill it? I have no grudge against it. Besides, I'm here to gain experience, not to kill. All right. Li Ming was speechless and didn't know how to refute. It was impossible to say that humans and monsters were mortal enemies and should be killed when they met. What's the difference between that and a devil? Besides, aren't there some monsters worth adopting? For example, the three-eyed spirit pattern rabbit was adopted by Linyu. Don't worry, I'm not being too sanctimonious. I just think it's pointless to kill bronze-level ones, so I'd rather kill silver-level ones. Of course, Linyu would never tell him his real purpose. After all, he had finally found a way to catch the monster, so he naturally had to use it reasonably. You can't just kill him right away. You have to keep him around and slowly build up your emotional value. This is a veritable emotion value production factory. If a monster produces 5,000 points of emotion value a day, there are so many monsters here. If you can cripple 20 of them every day, you can earn more than 100,000 emotion points a day. After 3 months, you can earn more than 10 million emotion points. Just send it directly. If I kill them all, where can I find such good monsters? Linyu was able to figure out how to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. When Li Ming heard what he said, the little bit of worry in his heart was immediately swept away. At first, he wondered if Linyu was being too caring. I couldn't bear to kill this monster, but now it seems that I was wrong. However, the silver level is not so easy to kill, and he is looking forward to Linyu giving him some surprises. Let's go, Brother Li. Let's go look for other monsters. Linyu turned and said to Li Ming. Li Ming nodded after hearing this, and then the two of them continued to move forward. The blood-eyed tiger was left standing there in a daze with a confused look on its face. It originally thought that it was going to die on the spot, but it didn't expect that the 2 humans would let it go. Seeing Linyu and the others walking further and further away, the blood-eyed tiger stood up tremblingly and then limped towards its nest. After they left, a dark-eyed mandrill slowly jumped down from the tree. It looked at the direction the 2 men left with resentment in its eyes, but did not choose to attack immediately. After all, hand-to-hand combat was not its strong point. What it is best at is pulling its prey into a dream and then eating its brain bit by bit. So it was looking for an opportunity, waiting until Linyu and the other man fell asleep before it was ready to take action. At the same time, on the other side of the Foam Mountains, there were 3 figures running away frantically as if some terrifying monster was chasing them from behind. Brother, you better think of a solution quickly. One of the girls urged the boy next to her. The young man spread his hands helplessly. Little sister, I told you before that this place is too dangerous, but you didn't listen. Now you are fine. Xiao Xue, now is not the time for the 2 of you to complain. Hurry up and find a way to avoid that violent giant rhino. The other girl next to them was speechless when she saw the brother and sister still bickering at this time. That's right, brother. You're the strongest right now. Go and stop that violent giant rhino. Murong Xue looked at Murong Yinhai angrily. When Murong Yinhai heard that his sister wanted him to stop the monster by herself, his face suddenly darkened. Is this something he can stop? Although this violent giant rhino is only at the bronze 9-star level, its unleashed strength is definitely at the silver level. How could a mere bronze 8-star like him be able to deal with it? If you want to go, you go. I won't go. That guy's strength is far more than bronze 9 stars. Murong Yinhai immediately rolled his eyes at Murong Xue. Sikong Yanan, who was standing by, saw that the 2 were still arguing at this time, and a frown appeared on his forehead. Sikong Yanan, that's enough. Are you 2 done yet? Hurry up and find a way to get rid of that guy behind you. Hearing Sikong Yanan's anger, Murong Yinhai and Murong Xue immediately shut up and stopped arguing. Obviously, both of them were afraid of an angry Sikong Yanan. Why don't we ask for help? Murong Xue thought for a while and suddenly spoke. What he was faced with was the contempt from Sikong Yanan and Murong Yinhai. Seeing the 2 people looking at her like that, Murong Xue realized that how could anyone come to such a shabby place? She felt embarrassed and didn't dare to look at them. Roar! Roar! Just as the 3 were still thinking of a solution, they heard a roar from behind. Moreover, the ground began to shake, and the faces of the three people suddenly changed. Hurry, Xiaoxua, you and Yanan run quickly. I'll stay behind to cover your retreat. Murong Yunhai shouted to Murong Shui and Sikong Yanan. Brother, you are no match for it. Murong Shui was anxious. It's okay, you guys go first. Don't worry about me. I'll find a way to meet up with you guys after I drag it. Murong Yunhai seemed to have made up his mind and began to slow down his pace. He had promised his parents that he would never let his sister get hurt. When Murong Shui saw that her brother insisted on staying behind to cover their retreat, tears welled up in her eyes. Brother, don't worry. I will find someone to rescue you. Murong Shui cried and quickened her pace. At the same time, streams of water shot into the air, trying to attract attention. The other side, Lin Yu and Li Ming were aimlessly searching for the monster. At this moment, Xiao Bai, the three-eyed spiritual rabbit in the backpack, suddenly unzipped and crawled out. It jumped lightly and landed on Lin Yu's shoulder. Seeing this, Lin Yu was just about to pick it up and stroke it a few times. Then I saw Xiao Bai's little paws constantly pointing in another direction. Chirp! What? You said something is coming over there. Chirp, chirp! Xiao Bai kept nodding. Seeing this, Lin Yu and Li Ming looked at each other and immediately headed in the direction Xiao Bai pointed. Chapter 80 Encounter. After seeing Murong Shui and Sikong Yanan escape for a distance, Murong Yunhai immediately prepared to escape in another direction. He wanted to lure the giant rhino away, but maybe because the meat of the two women was more delicious or something else, the giant rhino did not chase him. Instead, he chased straight towards Murong Shui and Sikong Yanan. Damn it! After running a long way, Murong Yunhai saw that it did not catch up with him, but instead chased his sister directly, and he immediately started cursing. But now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to change direction and chase after the two women. The other side, Lin Yu and Li Ming saw the two women rushing towards them from afar, and they were stunned at the sight. Brother Li, where did this girl come from in this desolate mountain? Could she be a monster? I don't know either. Logically speaking, although not many people know about the Info Mountains, there will always be people who will come. Brother Li, these aren't the villagers you were with before, are they? Impossible. I've seen the clothes those villagers wear, and they're definitely not like this. Li Ming shook his head and rejected Lin Yu's guess. While the two were talking, Murong Shui and Sikong Yanan also saw them, and they were immediately overjoyed. Murong Shui immediately shouted at Lin Yu and the others, Help! Please save us! Brother Li, should we save them? Lin Yu did not immediately step forward in response to the other party's call for help, but looked at Li Ming on the side. After all, Li Ming is relatively more experienced in this regard. Let's go and take a look first. Good. As they spoke, the two of them ran towards Murong Shui and the others. When Murong Shui and Sikong Yanan saw this, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party was not the kind of person who would watch someone die without helping. After a while, Lin Yu and Murong Shui all stopped, and they were 10 meters apart. Who are you? How did you get here? Li Ming was the first to ask the two women. Hearing this, Murong Shui blurted out everything, and Sikong Yanan at the side couldn't stop her. We are from the Magic City. My name is Murong Shui, and her name is Sikong Yanan. We came here to gain experience, but we encountered a bronze 9-star rhinoceros halfway. We couldn't defeat it, so we fled. Oh, and please save my brother. He went alone to stop the violent giant rhino. After listening to Murong Shui's words, Li Ming fell into deep thought. Seeing that the strength of both of them was only bronze 7 stars, and they were both from Mo Dou, he couldn't help but think of something. Are you from a Murong family and the Sikong family? You know the Murong family. Does that mean you're also from the Magic City? When Murong Shui heard his words, her eyes suddenly lit up. She didn't expect that the person in front of her actually knew her Murong family. However, Li Ming did not answer her question, but continued to ask, Who is Murong Tian to you? When these words came out, the two girls were shocked. Murong Shui asked cautiously, You know my dad? Are you Murong Tian's daughter? Li Ming couldn't help but look Murong Shui up and down. At this moment, Sikong Yanan interrupted their conversation. Sir, since you know Uncle Murong, please save Murong Yunhai. He is Uncle Murong's son. Seeing that she interrupted him, Li Ming did not get angry. Instead, he looked in the direction they came from and said lightly, Here I come. The two were suddenly confused by his words. What was coming? Could it be the violent giant rhino? Doesn't that mean Murong Yunhai? Just as the two women turned around, they saw Murong Yunhai catching up with them, panting. Little sister, go. Murong Yunhai saw the two women standing there motionless and thought they were waiting for him, so he shouted hurriedly. When they heard Murong Yunhai's voice, the two girls immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They thought that Murong Yunhai had met with an accident. Okay, just stand behind me. Li Ming shouted to the two dazed women. Oh, okay. Murong Shui was the first to come to her senses and immediately pulled Sikong Yanan behind Li Ming. At this time, Lin Yu suddenly said, Brother Li, leave it to me later. Okay, I'll support you, so you can go without worry. Li Ming nodded. After all, he came here to accompany Lin Yu in training, so a bronze 9-star monster was not worth his effort. Seeing this, Murong Shui kindly reminded, although the realm of that violent giant rhino is only bronze level, its strength is actually silver level. Hearing Murong Shui's words, Li Ming immediately wanted to ask Lin Yu to leave, but he spoke first and said, that's perfect. Li Ming knew that Lin Yu's decision was difficult to change, so he could only sigh helplessly, but he was prepared to rescue Lin Yu in time. After a while, Murong Yunhai came in front of the few people and looked at Murong Shui and Sikong Yanan, who were hiding behind Li Ming. He was a little confused for a moment. Little sister, what are you doing? Brother, come here quickly. Murong Shui hurriedly waved to him. Seeing this, Murong Yunhai still walked over, although he didn't know who the two men in front of him were. But looking at their aura, he knew they were definitely not people he could afford to provoke, and they had no hostility towards him. So he simply gritted his teeth and walked past Li Ming and came to Murong Shui. Xiao Xue, who are these two people? No, but looks like they know Dad. Myeron Yunfei Sigma. Zundu Fakidu. He knows Dad's name and calls him by his first name. So you concluded that the other person knows my dad? Murong Yunhai looked at Murong Shui speechlessly. My sister is just too stupid. Sikong Yanan ignored the conversation between the brother and sister, but looked quietly at the two people in front of him. Although she felt that Li Ming's realm was a bronze 9 stars, her intuition told her that Li Ming's strength was definitely more than bronze 9 stars. Similarly, she felt the same when looking at Lin Yu, although she felt that Lin Yu's realm was the same as hers, both at bronze 7 stars. But his aura gave people the feeling that even if a bronze 9 star came, he would not be able to last more than 10 rounds in his hands. Just at this moment, the ground began to shake, and a gray giant rhinoceros over 4 meters tall ran towards this side quickly. Every step raised a cloud of dust from the ground. Murong Yunhai and the other two felt their hearts in their throats as they watched the ferocious giant rhinoceros getting closer and closer. At the same time, they were also prepared to escape. Once Lin Yu was defeated, they would run away. Looking at the ferocious giant rhino that was getting closer and closer, a fierce look flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Then he took out the destruction gun from the system's space and stood there with the gun in his hand, which immediately made Murong Shui, the infatuated girl, dazed. Brotherly, please help take care of Xiaobai. At this time, Lin Yu turned around, took off the backpack on his back, and threw it to Li Ming. Seeing this, Li Ming immediately took the backpack with both hands. Xiaobai in the backpack felt dizzy for unknown reasons and immediately unzipped the backpack and got out. Chapter 81. Solve. Three-eyed spirit pattern rabbit. The moment Xiaobai came out, Murong Shui behind him couldn't help but exclaimed. Then he wanted to go forward and touch it, but was stopped by Murong Yunhai beside him. Xiao Xue. Murong Shui. Xiao Xue. We don't even know whether the other party is an enemy or a friend. How could you go there without permission? Sikong Yanan immediately taught her a lesson. Murong Shui felt a little ashamed after hearing this, but despite this, she still stared at the three-eyed spirit-patterned rabbit in Li Ming's arms. On the other hand, Murong Yunhai and Sikong Yanan looked at Lin Yu without blinking. Can this young man, who looks about the same age as them, really fight off the violent giant rhinoceros? As the violent giant rhino got closer, Lin Yu saw it and immediately shot a fireball at it. Not surprisingly, the fireball was easily deflected by the violent giant rhino. In response, Lin Yu condensed a bigger fireball than before and smashed it towards it. At the same time, he melted a trace of Nanming Lihua and a Lihua pearl into it. As if sensing the threat, the giant rhinoceros immediately stopped and stared at the incoming fireball. Roar! After a roar, a wall of earth suddenly emerged from the ground and directly blocked the attack. Seeing that his move was blocked by it, Lin Yu immediately shouted loudly. The blazing sun is falling. Suddenly, flames surrounded his body, and then the flames gathered into small fireballs. Under the surprised gazes of several people, the small fireballs quickly grew larger and became the size of basketballs in the blink of an eye. Go! With Lin Yu's shout of go, the fireballs flew up quickly, and then one by one, like a group of meteorites, they smashed towards the violent giant rhino. The violent giant rhino had never seen such a scene before and kept dodging the attack of fireballs. However, there were too many of them, and the giant rhinoceros was eventually hit by the fireball. Dozens of fireballs kept hitting his body, and even the thickest skin became extremely hot at this moment. By the time all the fireballs had fallen, the giant rhino had already fallen to the ground, dying. Just as Lin Yu was about to go over and give it the final blow, the violent giant rhino's eyes suddenly turned blood red. It fell into a state of frenzy. This is also the reason why the berserk giant rhinoceros is named so. When it suffers fatal damage, it will fall into a berserk state, in which all tactile pain disappears. "Brother Lin, run!" Li Ming shouted immediately. Only then did he remember that the giant rhinoceros was still in a violent state. It was his negligence. When Lin Yu heard Li Ming's call, he immediately performed phantom steps and escaped from the attack range of the violent giant rhinoceros. When the violent giant rhino saw Lin Yu disappear, he couldn't help but look at Li Ming and others. Roar, roar! With a roar, the violent giant rhinoceros rushed straight towards Li Ming and others. Just as Li Ming was about to make a move, a voice resounded through the sky. "Beast! D!" When everyone heard the sound and looked, they saw Lin Yu carrying a cannon. No, to be more precise, an electromagnetic cannon. This is exactly the A-class weapon electromagnetic pulse cannon that Lin Yu had used earlier. As Lin Yu pressed his finger, a blue beam shot out from the muzzle, and before the violent giant rhino could react, it went straight through its head. The dead cannot die again. Murong Yunhai and Sikong Yanin couldn't help but swallow their saliva and became more alert. The other party can even get this kind of weapon. They're either from the military or something like mercenaries. This made them feel like they had just escaped from a tiger's den and entered a wolf's lair. "Yanin, who are they? How come they have this kind of weapon? And where did he take it out from?" Murong Yunhai asked in a low voice to Sikong Yanin beside him. As a result, Sikong Yanin spread her hands helplessly. She didn't know who the other person was. "I don't know either. I just know that person seems to know your father." As he spoke, Sikong Yanin pointed at Li Ming, who was holding the three-eyed spirit pattern rabbit and watching the show. Upon hearing this, Murong Yunhai was immediately stunned. If he knew his father, then he must be at least on the same level as his father. He might be an official, but I don't seem to know him. Thinking of this, Murong Yunhai became even more confused. This way, after Lin Yu killed the violent giant rhino with one shot, he immediately performed phantom step and appeared above its head, while the electromagnetic pulse cannon was received by him into the system space. Lin Yu took out the destruction gun again, then gently opened its head and took out the beast core inside. "You little brat, you dare to go berserk in front of me. I can't help but beat you to death." Lin Yu looked at the beast core in his hand and couldn't help but sneer at the violent giant rhino under his feet. Then, he used the 24 bridges on a moonlit night to capture the violent giant rhino. After doing all this, Lin Yu swaggered towards Li Ming and others. "Brother Li, luckily I have accomplished my mission. Brother Lin, that thing you just had was also given to you by Lu, your teacher." Li Ming was halfway through his speech when he realized that there were outsiders here, so he quickly changed his words. Lin Yu understood what he meant and nodded immediately. Yes, before leaving, the teacher put some life-saving items in the 24 bridges moonlit night. Since Lu Hongbo wasn't here anyway, Lin Yu simply pushed all the unreasonable things onto him. After all, Lu Hongbo is such an awesome person, it's not surprising that he has these weird things. After hearing what Lin Yu said, Li Ming was quickly relieved. Before that, he was wondering where Lin Yu got these things from. After the two talked for a while, then he looked at Murong Yunhai and the other two. Seeing that they looked nervous and puzzled, he spoke immediately. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce you. My name is Li Ming, and this is Lin Yu. Hello. My name is Murong Yunhai. Thank you for your help." Murong Yunhai introduced himself with a smile on his face. "Haha, you're welcome. It's just a small favor," Li Ming said with a smile. Seeing that the two were quite friendly, Murong Yunhai mustered up the courage to ask, "By the way, who are you and why are you here?" "Oh, I came here with Brother Lin to gain experience. Then this little guy noticed something unusual here and brought us here." Li Ming said this, pointing at Xiaobai in his arms. "Is this a three-eyed spirit rabbit?" How did you catch it?" What a coincidence. This little guy was attracted by the barbecue made by Brother Lin, and then he refused to leave. Li Ming smiled, and then handed Xiaobai back to Lin Yu. Seeing this, Lin Yu on the side hurriedly took it, and then put it on his shoulder. At this time, Murong Shui, who had been jealous for a long time, came to Lin Yu happily and looked at him with pitiful eyes. Well, can I hug it? Cannot. Lin Yu refused without hesitation. Ding! Murangshu's mood value plus 1,000. Ding! Murangshu's mood value plus 1,000. Just because Lin Yuan rejected her request, her emotion value directly increased to 50,000 points. Lin Yu was immediately confused. Was this an emotion-generating machine? Can you let me touch it, just for a moment? Seeing Lin Yu's refusal, Murong Shui immediately started to act coquettishly. Chapter 82-something is following behind. Lin Yu and the others couldn't stand hearing these coquettish words. In order to make Murong Shui shut up, Li Ming actually took the initiative to stand up and persuade her. Brother Lin, why don't you let her touch you? I really can't stand it. At the same time, Murong Yinhai and Sikong Yanin nodded quickly, signaling Lin Yu to touch her quickly. They also couldn't stand Murong Shui's tone. Helplessly, Lin Yu had to hand Xiaobai to Murong Shui. Anyway, he was not worried that Murong Shui would kidnap it. After all, he and Xiaobai had signed a contract agreement. No one could take it away. Xiaobai, be good and let this little sister hug you. Lin Yu gave Xiaobai some instructions and then handed it to Murong Shui. The moment Murong Shui took Xiaobai, she immediately gave it an intimate hug. Seeing this, Murong Yinhai held his forehead helplessly and then explained to Lin Yu and the others. I'm so sorry my sister is just like that. She really likes these small monsters and has raised many of them at home. It's a pity that I haven't found a three-eyed spiritual rabbit yet. Now, when I saw Brother Lin's three-eyed spiritual rabbit, I couldn't control myself. Please forgive me, Brother Lin. Lin Yu waved his hand nonchalantly. It's okay. It's normal for a little girl to like this kind of cute monster. My sister likes it too. As he spoke, Lin Yu couldn't help but think of that little girl Tang Xinyan and wondered if she missed him. However, what Lin Yu didn't know was that Tang Xinyan only thought about it for a moment last night and then continued watching TV series as if nothing had happened, not taking him seriously at all. When Murong Yinhai heard Lin Yu's words, he immediately felt that he and Lin Yu had a common topic. Subconsciously, he let down his guard against Lin Yu. However, Sikong Yin on the side was still wary of the two of them. After all, the other party had not revealed their identities yet. On the other hand, because of Murong Shui, I told her everything. Seeing her so alert, Li Ming said, Don't be nervous, Miss Sikong. We are not bad people. I am from the Magic City and a Dragon Guard. Brother Lin is from Jiangsheng and a senior high school student. Real. When Sikong Yanin heard his words, he looked at the two of them suspiciously. Seeing this, Li Ming directly took out the Dragon Guard identity certificate that Zhang Tailin had issued to him. Lin Yu took out his student ID from Jiangsheng Middle School and handed it to the two of them. Sikong Yanin and Murong Yinhai took them and checked them immediately. They found that they were all real, and then they breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the Dragon Guards are more trustworthy in people's minds than the police. Every member of the Dragon Guard has gone through a series of selections, including political elections, and only qualified people can join the Dragon Guard. You cannot trust anyone, but you cannot trust the Dragon Guard. So after learning about Li Ming's identity, Sikong Yanin and Murong Yinhai's guard was instantly lifted. Well, I can call you Brother Li, is that okay? Murong Yinhai looked at Li Ming Dao timidly. No problem, you can call me whatever you want. Li Ming waved his hand casually, not caring what he wanted to call himself. But deep down I still hope he won't call me something disgusting. Brother Li, what's the matter with you saying you knew my dad before? I don't think I've ever seen you before. You may not know me, but you must know my eldest brother. Who is your eldest brother? Li Guangliang. What? You are Captain Li's brother. Murong Yinhai finally understood that the other party was Li Guangliang's younger brother. You have to know that there is no one in the entire Magic City who doesn't know Li Guangliang, of course. This is only referring to the upper-class elites. After all, whenever someone was arrested, it was usually Li Guangliang who came forward, and many people would unconsciously feel weak in the knees when they saw Li Guangliang. But you are quite brave, bringing two girls with you to the Yinfo Mountains. Li Ming looked at Murong Yinhai jokingly. Hearing this, Murong Yinhai scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and then explained. Xiaoxue heard from somewhere that there are many bronze-level monsters here, So she called me and Yanin to come here and capture a few monsters to bring back. I looked up information and learned that there were only bronze-level monsters here, so I took advantage of my bronze 8-star realm and brought them here, but who knew? Who knew that this guy saw that the violent giant rhino was only bronze 9 stars? So he wanted to test it, but he found that the opponent's combat power had reached the silver level. He had no choice but to flee with us. Sikong Yanin interrupted him directly and glared at him angrily. After all, it was all Murong Yunhai's fault. Seeing this, Murong Yunhai turned his head away in embarrassment. If it weren't for his arrogance, all 3 of them would have died here today. After hearing the 2 people's story, Lin Yu and Li Ming were suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Could this be a member of the family? He has no common sense at all and dares to come to such a dangerous place. By the way, where's your luggage? Suddenly, Lin Yu noticed that the 3 people had nothing on them, which made him a little puzzled. Could it be that they also had space storage? Sikong Yanin thought for a moment and said, in order to escape faster, we threw away everything. Li Ming, oh, Ling Wen. Faced with Lin Yu's despicable look, Sikong Yanin was immediately furious. Ding! Sikong Yanin's mood value plus 1,000. Ding! Sikong Yanin's mood value plus 1,000. So are you planning to go back directly, or stay here with us for 3 months? Li Ming looked at the 2 of them quietly, wanting to know what they were thinking. In fact, he hoped that the 3 of them would follow him. Lin Yu had no shortage of supplies anyway, and he and Murong Tian knew each other after all. I would feel somewhat guilty if I left them alone. When Murong Yunhai and Sikong Yanin heard Li Ming's words, they couldn't help but look at each other and then fell silent. At this moment, Murong Shui, who had been stroking Xiaobai for a long time, suddenly spoke. Brother, Yanin, let's go with them. I'm a little reluctant to leave Xiaobai. Oh, all right. Hearing this, Murong Yunhai sighed helplessly. After all, they were short of supplies and could not get out of the Yinfeng Mountains. And with Li Ming around, they had some security. The most important thing was that Lin Yu was a fire awakener, so they could at least eat cooked food. Let's go, it's getting late. We should find a place to rest. Li Ming looked at the sky and immediately spoke to the 3 of them. Okay, I'll listen to you, brotherly. Murong Yunhai nodded. In this way, Li Ming led the way, the 2 women walked in the middle, and Lin Yu and Murong Yunhai walked at the end. Suddenly, Xiaobai seemed to notice something and kept scratching Murong Shui with his little paws, signaling her to look back. Hey Xiaobai, what's wrong with you? Is there something behind you? Murong Shui, somewhat puzzled, followed Xiaobai's instructions and looked behind and found that there was nothing unusual except Lin Yu and Murong Yunhai. You don't want to go back to your master, do you? I tell you, your master has entrusted you to my care now, so you should just stay with me. Murong Shui subconsciously felt that it must be thinking of Lin Yu. But Lin Yu learned something from Xiaobai, that there was something following him. Chapter 83, Why Are You Picking Up Leaves? Soon, Li Ming took a few people to find a relatively secluded place. That's it. Okay, Xiaoxua, you and Yanin stay here first. I'll go pick up some leaves. Murong Yunhai nodded, then looked at Murong Shui and Sikong Yanin. When Lin Yu heard him say that he was going to pick up leaves, he was confused. Why are you picking up leaves? Sleep on the floor, otherwise it will be uncomfortable to sleep at night. Murong Yunhai blinked his innocent eyes and looked at Lin Yu, as if he was looking at a fool. But the next second, he found that he was the big fool. Lin Yu waved his hand, and 3 brand new tents appeared in front of him. Miaron Yunfi, Sigma, De. Sikong Yuna, Udeo. Brother Lin, how did you do this? Are you still a space awakener? Murong Yunhai stammered and could not speak clearly. Hey, guess. Lin Yu did not admit it. He could guess as he pleased, but he would not say it anyway. Ding! Murong Yunhai's mood value plus 1,000. Ding! Murong Yunhai's mood value plus 1,000. Wow! Another 50,000 points of emotion were credited to my account. Lin Yu was immediately overjoyed. He never thought that he would meet other people in the wild. He had been thinking about hunting those monsters every day, but now it seems that there is another channel. The needle does not poke. By the way, a tent costs 200,000 yuan. Do you plan to pay in cash or by bank transfer? Lin Yu's sudden remark made the 3 of them drop their jaws in shock. Sikong Yanin wanted to come up and argue immediately, but Lin Yu ignored her. Instead, he looked at Murong Yunhai quietly, wanting to see what choice he would make. No problem, brother Lin. We can accept any amount you say, but we don't have that much cash on us. Can we write an IOU? Murong Yunhai said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded, then looked at Li Ming and said, "Okay, Brother Li, please help me be the notary." Li Ming originally wanted to persuade Lin Yu, but as things had come to this point, he had no choice but to swallow his words back and prepare for the two of them to act as notaries. That's all. Murong Yinhai wrote his name on Lin Yu's IOU and bit his finger to put his fingerprint on it. Originally, Lin Yu wanted to say that he had ink, but before he could say anything, Murong Yinhai bit his finger. Seeing this, he had no choice but to quietly take the ink back. "By the way, do you need water?" As soon as these words were spoken, the three of them suddenly felt a little thirsty. After all, they had been running for so long that their mouths had been dry for a long time. If Lin Yu hadn't reminded them, they wouldn't have noticed it. Brother Lin, do you charge for this water?" Murong Yinhai asked weakly. Hearing this, Lin Yu shook his head and said, "Water is free to drink, but other things need to be paid for." "Brother Lin, what else do you have?" "Beer, drinks, melon seeds, peanuts, mineral water, and instant noodles are all on sale at a low price. Would you three like to buy some?" Looking at Lin Yu's nasty look, Si Kong Yanin was so angry that her teeth were itching. But he could do nothing about it. After all, it was someone else's stuff, and he could do whatever they wanted with it. He had no right to interfere. I simply didn't bother to pay attention to him, so I picked up the tent and walked away. Don't be angry, Brother Lin. That's Yanin's personality. He's easily impulsive. Seeing this, Murong Yinhai hurriedly tried to smooth things over, but Lin Yu didn't take it to heart. "It's okay. By the way, do you want this water? If not, I'll go and make a fire to cook." Yes. Brother Lin, can you cook?" Hearing that Lin Yu was going to cook, Murong Yinhai was a little shocked for a moment, but soon he was relieved. The other party was not a rich young master like himself who had everything handed to him, so he would naturally know these things. Lin Yu threw 3 bottles of water to him. Then he was too lazy to pay attention to him anymore and immediately found a vacant space and started digging. Then he took out some dry firewood from 24 bridges on a moonlit night, and as he flipped his palm, a ball of flame gathered in his palm. The next second, the dry wood began to burn. Looking at Lin Yu's rather skillful technique, Murong Yinhai was greatly shocked. You have to know that it took him more than 3 hours to light the fire, during which time he had to face the ridicule of Murong Shui and Si Kong Yanin. But these have nothing to do with Lin Yu. At this time, he released the violent giant rhinoceros he had killed before. Under the puzzled gazes of several people, Lin Yu used a knife to cut open the belly of the violent giant rhino, and all the internal organs flowed out. Seeing this, Lin Yu was quick to take out a huge basin from 24 bridges on a moonlit night and filled it up. "Brother Li, help me throw away these internal organs." Lin Yu shouted to Li Ming, who was meditating. Hearing Lin Yu's voice, Li Ming opened his eyes, then stood up and walked towards him. Murong Yinhai, who witnessed the whole process, felt a little nauseous and found it hard to accept for a moment. He did not have such a reaction when it came to killing monsters, but he could not bring himself to dissect them. "Brother Lin, how could you do this?" "It's okay, I'm used to it. I was a little uncomfortable when I did an autopsy for the first time, but after a while I got used to it." Lin Yu was talking about his previous experience in the Silver Snake secret realm. After all, there was nothing to eat at that time, and he could only fill his stomach by eating monster meat. When Murong Yinhai heard Lin Yu's words, he inexplicably felt a sense of awe towards him. You have to know that Lin Yu looks about the same age as himself, and his realm is 1 star lower than his own, but he can dissect monsters without changing his expression. This shows that he killed not just 1 or 2 monsters, but many, so many that he became accustomed to this kind of thing. It's like a person may feel hesitant to kill 1 or 2 chickens, but when he kills dozens or hundreds of chickens, his movements are as smooth as flowing water without even blinking an eye. Looking at the busy Lin Yu, Murong Yinhai was a little overwhelmed for a moment. At this time, he remembered that his tent had not been set up yet. So he picked up the remaining tent from the ground and walked towards Murong Shui and the other girl. At this time, their tent had already been set up and they were playing with Xiaobai. I have to say that Xiaobai's charm is really strong. Even a girl with a bad temper like Si Kong Yanin is captured by its cute appearance. Seeing Murong Yinhai coming over, Murong Shui and Si Kong Yanin subconsciously looked up and then continued to tease Xiaobai. Murong Yinhai, underskirt. For a moment, Murong Yinhai didn't know what to say. His sister was pregnant with a little rabbit and she ignored him. Helplessly, he had to throw 2 bottles of water to them and then began to set up the tent. With previous experience, he set it up quickly this time. At the same time, Lin Yu split the giant rhino into several pieces, skewered each piece with tree branches, placed them on the fire, and began to slowly roast them. After a while, the aroma of meat filled the air, and immediately the three hungry people started drooling. "Brother, that smells so good. Can you give me a piece?" Murong Shui blinked her big eyes and stared at Murong Yanhai. Forehead. "Brother, I'm really hungry. Can you please give me a piece?" Seeing that he was indifferent, Murong Shui started to act coquettishly. Murong Yanhai, who could not stand it any longer, stood up and walked towards Lin Yu. Chapter 84. Why didn't you say it earlier? Night falls. Several people sat together, eating the meat with relish. At this time, Murong Shui suddenly started praising Lin Yu. Delicious, brother Lin Yu. I didn't expect that you're not only powerful, but also a first-class cook, unlike my brother, who is so unreliable. As she spoke, Murong Shui stepped hard on Murong Yanhai, which immediately caused everyone to burst into laughter. Murong Shu, it seems that I have spoiled you too much. I didn't expect that you would even dare to make up stories about your brother. Murong Yanhai glared angrily at Murong Shui, who was eating without restraint. However, Murong Shui pretended not to hear and just kept chewing on the meat. Although they had eaten a lot of animal meat at home, compared to what they had now, it was completely tasteless. After all, Lin Yu's basic cooking skills are enough to beat 90% of the chefs in this world. The barbecue he makes is naturally several times more delicious than what Murong Shui eats at home. By the way, I still don't know what superpowers you have awakened. Can you tell me? Lin Yu's words immediately broke the rivalry between the brother and sister. Hearing this, Murong Shui spoke first. I awakened the water power, my brother awakened the gold power, and as for Yanin, wind-type abilities. Before Murong Shui could finish, Sikong Yanin said herself. Oh, I understand. Lin Yu nodded. Brother Li, what about you? What is your special ability? Murong Yanhai looked at Li Ming, who was silent beside him. Seeing this, Li Ming smiled and said, For me, I have awakened ice-type abilities. From then on, everyone knew about other people's special abilities. Suddenly, Sikong Yanin seemed to have thought of something and looked at Lin Yu intently. Feeling that he was being watched, Lin Yu subconsciously looked up and saw Sikong Yanin staring at him intently, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. Miss Sikong, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Seeing this, Lin Yu was a little puzzled and didn't understand why she was staring at him so intently. Could it be that I was attracted by my temperament and fell in love with me unconsciously, just when he was daydreaming? Sikong Yanin finally spoke because she really couldn't stand Lin Yu's look. Your name is Lin Yu. You're from Jiangsheng. You study at Jiangsheng Middle School, and you have Awaken SS Fire ability and SSS Space ability. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned, and Lin Yu was even more shocked. A long time. Murong Yanhai asked with a puzzled look on his face. Yanin, what did you just say, Lin? Brother, has he also awakened his space-related abilities? Well, I just remembered that I saw a message on the internet before. Although it has been deliberately deleted now, I still remember the content. What? The general content is that a student at Jiangsheng Middle School has awakened fire and space abilities. How can you be sure that the man belongs to Brother Lin? And how can you be sure whether the news is true or false? Murong Yanhai still found it difficult to accept and wanted to refute Sikong Yanin's words. But Sikong Yanin's next words instantly made him shut up. Then how do you explain where that electromagnetic cannon came from? And how do you explain this tent? Lin Yu and Li Ming on the side watched the two people arguing quietly, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. As Sikong Yanin finished speaking, Murong Yanhai turned his gaze to Lin Yu, wanting to see any explanation from him. Realizing his intention, Lin Yu spread his hands helplessly, then spoke. Miss Sikong is right. I do have dual abilities. As he finished speaking, Lin Yu moved his hand, and a dimensional wormhole appeared in front of everyone. Then he reached his hand in, and when he took his hand back, a box of ice-cold Coke appeared. Fuck! Looking at this scene, Murong Yanhai burst into swearing. Murong Shui and Sikong Yanin were also stunned by his operation. Brother Lin Yu, you are so awesome. Murong Shui's eyes suddenly became infatuated when she looked at Lin Yu. Murong Yanhai was speechless when he saw his sister starting to act infatuated with someone again. Before, in order to pursue a certain star, she would stay up all night and hold on to the star's portrait and refuse to let go. If that star's reputation later collapsed, she would return to normal. Sikong Yanin seemed to see Murong Yanhai's worry and hurriedly whispered in Murong Shui's ear. At this point, Murong Shui gradually calmed down. As for what Sikong Yanan said, no one else knew. What Sikong Yanan didn't know was that after Lin Yu had been baptized by the marrow-cleansing pill, his hearing was far superior to that of ordinary people. Lin Yu heard everything she said. For a moment, Lin Yu did not know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that what Sikong Yanan had just told Murong Shui was about his public confession to Li Hanzhuang that day. That day he just wanted to test the capabilities of the system, so he confessed to Li Hanzhuang in public. Unexpectedly, the effect was so significant that he earned hundreds of thousands of emotion points in one day. But Lin Yu didn't expect that Sikong Yanan also knew about this. He wanted to explain himself, but seeing that the other party seemed to be ignoring him, he simply gave up the bother to explain and let them misunderstand him. Well, you guys chat, I'm going to sleep. Lin Yu immediately stood up and walked towards the tent. Seeing this, Li Ming also prepared to get up and leave. You guys chat, I'll go keep watch. Murong Yinhai wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was stunned. He didn't know what to say, so he had no choice but to keep silent. Watch the two people leave silently. At the same time, in a high-rise building in the Magic City, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was concentrating on operating the computer in front of him. At this time, a beautiful woman dressed like a secretary walked in. Boss, the young master has taken the young lady out. Oh, I see. You go down first, Secretary Wang. The middle-aged man just said, oh, and continued with his work. However, Secretary Wang did not turn around and leave immediately, but looked at the middle-aged man hesitantly. Seeing that Secretary Wang had not left yet, the middle-aged man looked up at her. Anything else? Boss, Master Yinhai and Miss Schwerth. What's wrong with them? The middle-aged man immediately put down what he was holding and looked at Secretary Wang with concern. This person is Murong Tian. Are no longer in the Magic City. What? Murong Tian stood up in shock, staring at Secretary Wang. Seeing this, Secretary Wang had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, 3 days ago, Miss Schwer asked young Master Yinhai and Miss Sikong Yanan to leave the Magic City together in order to catch monsters. As for where they are now, we don't know. Why didn't you say so earlier? Murong Tian was a little angry and didn't understand why the people below told him in advance. When Secretary Wang saw that he was angry, he didn't dare to speak for fear of angering Murong Tian. Speak up. Why didn't you say it earlier? That Master Yinhai warned us not to tell you this. Who has the final say in the Murong family? He told you not to tell me, and you didn't tell me, right? What use do I have for you? Murong Tian, who was already in a depressed mood, couldn't help but burst into cursing when he heard this. Chapter 85 Surrounded. For a long time, Murong Tian finally vented his anger, then looked at Secretary Wang. Did they say where they were going? I heard from my subordinates that Master Yinhai and his men seemed to be planning to go to the Yinfeng Mountains. After hearing what Secretary Wang said, Murong Tian quickly searched for information about the Yinfeng Mountains in his mind. After a while, he found some relevant content. The Yinfeng Mountains? Is that the place with only bronze-level monsters? However, Secretary Wang did not understand this, so when faced with Murong Tian's question, she chose to remain silent. After a moment, Murong Tian waved his hand at Secretary Wang. Okay, I got it. Go down and arrange a few people to go there to meet them. Okay, boss. Secretary Wang noticed that his tone seemed to have improved a little, and she immediately realized that Murong Yinhai and the others were probably not in danger of life at the moment, which made her feel a little relieved. Secretary Wang then turned and left the office. After she left, Murong Tian took out his cell phone and dialed a number. After receiving the other party's reply, Murong Tian breathed a sigh of relief. What Murong Tian didn't know was that Murong Yinhai and his men almost died in the Yinfeng Mountains. Yinfeng Mountains. The next day, Lin Yu walked out of the tent with dark circles under his eyes. Yesterday, he guessed that something was following him based on Xiao Bai's unusual behavior, so he stayed up all night waiting for that thing to come out. He waited for a whole night and couldn't stand it anymore, so he went to sleep, but it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. Just then, Lin Yu was thinking about taking a nap when he was woken up by Murong Shui and Sikong Yanan. Li Ming was also woken up. He stayed up until midnight last night and woke up Murong Yinhai. He originally wanted to call Lin Yu, but then he thought this kid Murong Yinhai was living too comfortably. He must make him suffer a little, so he woke up Murong Yinhai, who was still sleeping. At this time, Murong Yinhai was already drowsy and could hardly open his eyes. Brother Yanhai, go and have a rest. I'll call you when breakfast is ready. Lin Yu walked to the tent and went straight to Murong Yanhai. Hearing that it was time to rest, Murong Yanhai staggered towards the tent and fell asleep as soon as he lay down. Falling asleep in 1 second is amazing. Lin Yu sighed and started to wash up. At this time, Murong Shui and Sikong Yanin, who were playing with Xiao Bai, saw this and hurried to Lin Yu. Brother Lin Yu, can you give us a set of toiletries? Myaronsuke. Sikong Yanin, _ Okay, but you have to exchange something for it. Lin Yu did not indulge her. After all, there is no free lunch in this world. If they want something, they naturally need to give something in exchange for it. Besides, I am not a great saint, and I cannot be selfless. How about 1 beast core in exchange for a set? Murong Shui looked at Lin Yu with hope. Do you have any? Lin Yu had no objection to this. After all, a beast core could be sold for at least tens of thousands of dollars, and a set of his toiletries was only more than 10 yuan, so this deal was not a loss. When Murong Shui heard Lin Yu questioning her, she immediately said confidently, although I don't have it, my brother does. You can ask him for it. Lin Yu, grau zunder Leinyo. Sikong Yanin, _ Okay, I can give you the things first. Just remember to give me the beast core when the time comes. As he spoke, Lin Yu took out 2 sets of brand new toiletries from 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night. Murong Shui took it, pulled Sikong Yanin aside, and started washing up. Lin Yu was just about to ask them if they needed water when he saw Murong Shui waving her hands in the air, and a ball of water was gathered in the air. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu remembered that Murong Shui had said before that she was a water-type awakener, and immediately turned his head away in embarrassment. 2 hours later, only then did they eat and drink their fill, and contentedly prepare to set off. Brother Lin, I think your aura is about to break through. Murong Yanhai, who was walking behind the team, looked at the signs of Lin Yu's impending breakthrough and couldn't help feeling curious. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded gently. Well, it's almost there. I think I should be able to break through before tonight. Haha, then I would like to congratulate Brother Lin in advance. Murong Yanhai laughed heartily. In response to his congratulations, Lin Yu just nodded slightly. By the way, Brother Lin, how old are you this year? 19. 19. What a coincidence. I am also 19. By the way, what month was Brother Lin born? January. Well, you're older than me, and I'm September, so how about I call you Brother Yu? Whatever, I don't care, it's just a name anyway. Brother Yu. In this way, the two chatted about this and that, and before they knew it, their relationship became less unfamiliar. Murong Yanhai wanted to make friends with Lin Yu. After all, the other party had dual abilities and had a bright future. What if he could also become Lu Hongba's disciple? Then he can definitely run rampant in Longhua, and making friends with Lin Yu at this time is definitely a wise choice. However, what Murong Yanhai didn't know was that Lu Hongba had already accepted Lin Yu as his disciple. Suddenly, Li Ming, who was walking in front, stopped. Seeing this, everyone stopped as well. Brother Li, what happened? Did another monster appear? Lin Yu asked curiously. Brother Lin, the situation doesn't look good. Li Ming couldn't help but frowned. Upon hearing this, several people's faces suddenly changed. The fact that Li Ming said the situation was not good was enough to show the seriousness of the matter. Brother Li, what happened? We seem to be surrounded by monsters. What? Several people were so shocked by his words that they were speechless. Being surrounded by monsters meant that something big was going to happen. At this moment, several monsters emerged from the bushes behind. Moreover, the realm of these monsters are all bronze 9 stars, so we are doomed. Damn it! Why are there so many monsters? Murong Yanhai cursed. There must be something controlling all this behind the scenes. Lin Yu instantly thought of what Xiao Bai said yesterday. He originally thought that the other party would take advantage of everyone's deep sleep to launch a sneak attack. However, he did not expect that the other party seemed to see through Lin Yu's thoughts and directly controlled other monsters to catch him and others in a trap. Brother Lin, do you know something? Well, when Xiao Bai kept pointing to the back yesterday, I paid special attention and found that there was something following behind. So I didn't sleep all night last night, waiting for it to make a move, but I didn't see it come out after waiting all night. I didn't expect that it was waiting for us here. I was wondering why you had dark circles under your eyes this morning, but you didn't tell me. Murong Shui couldn't help but mutter when she heard Lin Yu's words. Everyone immediately looked at Murong Shui, making her feel a little embarrassed. Okay, now that things have come to this, we have no choice but to fight. Li Ming spoke, bringing everyone back to reality. Brother Li, let me take care of the back. You take care of the front. Yinhai, you are responsible for protecting your sisters. Lin Yu started assigning tasks directly. Seeing this, Murong Yinhai wanted to say something. Lin Yu was seen holding a gun and rushing towards the monsters. Seeing this, Murong Yinhai sighed helplessly. Chapter 86. Murong Yinhai is injured. The blazing sun is falling. With Lin Yu's loud shout, dozens of fireballs hit the monsters directly. Boom! Those bronze 9-star monsters were immediately knocked back several meters. But unfortunately, it did not cause any particularly serious harm to them, but instead directly angered them. Roar! Furious roars rang out, and several monsters rushed towards Lin Yu together. Seeing this, Lin Yu took the lead, holding the destruction spear tightly in both hands, and stabbed the leading monster with one shot. Clang! The tip of the gun collided with it, creating a burst of sparks. Knowing that he was no match for his opponent, Lin Yu took advantage of the situation and retreated until he was a certain distance away. Lin Yu directly used the phantom step and disappeared in front of several monsters. When he appeared again, he was already behind him. Damn it, look at me. 1,000 years of killing. Lin Yu threw the destruction spear through the air and then pierced straight into the back garden of one of the monsters. Ouch! The monster howled and then fell down, but it did not die. The 3 people who were watching the battle from a distance were completely paralyzed by Lin Yu's actions. Why did they resort to such despicable means when things were going well? As a monster fell, Li Ming's confidence increased instantly. So Li Ming followed suit and immediately summoned an ice cone, shooting it straight at the anus of one of the monsters. Soon, the ice cone pierced through the monster's head and came out again. Li Ming looked at the ice cone with shit on it with a look of disgust. But without caring about that, the ice cone shot straight towards the back garden of the other monster again. Seeing that both men were using such despicable means, Murong Shui and Sikong Yanin didn't know what to say for a moment. I guess these two are the only ones who always stare at others' anus during a fight. However, Murong Yunhai's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of this method before? If he had thought of this method at that time, he would not have been chased so badly by the violent giant rhinoceros. Just stab in the back and kill it. The battle continues. Seeing that this method was good, Lin Yu immediately took out the shit-obtaining destructive gun from the back garden of the fallen monster. System, take it back. System, mean. The destruction gun was retracted into the system space, and all the shit on it was excluded by the system. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu took out a brand new, clean-cut destruction gun from the system space again, and it appeared in his hand. Lin Yu followed the same method and knocked the remaining monsters to the ground. Although they didn't die, their internal organs were all crushed. Death was just a matter of time. He planned to keep them to generate emotional value for himself. Ding! One-horned lizard's mood value plus 20. Ding! Black wildebeest's mood value plus 20. Ding! Blue scale wolf's emotion value plus 20. Ding! Black pig emotion value plus 20. At this moment, the system's voice kept ringing in Lin Yu's mind. I don't know how much he earned, but Lin Yu feels it should be no less than 100,000. At the same time, Li Ming also ended the battle, but he was more ruthless and directly pierced the heads of those monsters. Murong Shui and Sikong Yanin didn't dare to look at Li Ming, afraid of having nightmares at night. Brother Li, we have to find a manipulator behind the scenes, otherwise it will attack us again. Lin Yu shouted to Li Ming, who was cleaning the battlefield. After hearing Lin Yu's words, Li Ming put down the work in his hands and began to look around. Suddenly, I saw a big tree in the distance, shaking continuously. There! Li Ming immediately pointed to a direction to the east, and everyone looked in the direction he pointed. Without thinking too much, Li Ming quickly rushed over there. Seeing this, Lin Yu also wanted to follow, but was stopped by Li Ming. Brother Lin, please stay here for now. I'm worried that this is a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. All right. Helplessly, Lin Yu had to stay and protect Murong Yinhai and the other two. Brother, can you do this? Why is it always Brother Lin Yu who protects us? Can you protect us too? Murong Shui didn't know what was going on at this moment. He mocked Murong Yinhai, making him feel ashamed. There was no way. The bronze 9 stars here were not what he thought. Their strength was all at the silver level. How could he defeat them? Alas, it's not that I'm not strong enough. It's just that the monsters here are too abnormal. They're only at the bronze level, but the power they burst out is at the silver level. Murong Yinhai felt a little disappointed. He originally thought that he was a genius for being able to challenge opponents of higher levels, But after meeting Lin Yu, he felt ashamed of himself. Just as the brother and sister were bickering, Lin Yu seemed to have signs of a breakthrough. In response, he simply sat down cross-legged. Seeing that he was about to break through, the three of them hurriedly surrounded him. However, just as Lin Yu was preparing to break through, a strange voice suddenly rang out. Hey! The three men's faces immediately changed. They didn't expect that the other party really used the tactic of luring the tiger away from the mountain and deliberately luring Li Ming away. Come out. What's the point of hiding? Murong Yunhai looked around and didn't see the other person, so he couldn't help but shout angrily. As he finished speaking, a black shadow quickly passed through the woods and soon fell into the sight of the three people. When they saw clearly, their hair stood on end. The monster in front of them was actually similar to humans. The only difference was that it had a terrifying and hideous face. Just one look at gives me chills. What the hell are you? Murong Yunhai bravely shouted at it, but the other party seemed not to understand. Brother Yunhai, it looks like a mandrill. Sikong Yanin bravely leaned close to Murong Yunhai's ear and said, Mandrill? Yeah, I saw it on the internet. While the two were discussing, the dark-eyed mandrill slowly walked towards them. A series of creepy and strange noises kept coming out of his mouth. Stop, if you come any closer, I'm going to attack you. Murong Yunhai shouted loudly. However, the dark-eyed mandrill did not stop at all. Seeing this, Murong Yunhai no longer hesitated and attacked it immediately. Silver light slash. Murong Yunhai roared angrily, and his hands were wrapped in silver-white energy, which then turned into a sharp blade shining with silver light. Immediately afterwards, Murong Yunhai quickly attacked the dark-eyed mandrill. Soon, he came to the side of the dark-eyed mandrill, swung his knife, and chopped directly at the head of the dark-eyed mandrill. But the dark-eyed mandrill just pinched its fingers lightly and took on his attack. What? Murong Yunhai was suddenly shocked. I didn't expect that the other party would take my move so easily. Just when he wanted to pull back the blade, he found that he couldn't pull it back at all. Seeing this, Sikong Yanin took action without hesitation. Wind blade. As her voice fell, a strong wind blew up quickly in the forest, followed by invisible wind blades shooting towards the dark-eyed mandrill. However, the wind blade had no effect at all on the dark-eyed mandrill. Wind sickle. Sikong Yanin shouted again, and an invisible sickle chopped towards the dark-eyed mandrill again. This time, the dark-eyed mandrill finally moved, and it threw Murong Yunhai directly towards the sickle. Seeing this, Sikong Yanin hurriedly controlled the sickle to change its angle. However, she reacted too slowly, and the sickle cut Murong Yunhai's back. Brother Yunhai, Sikong Yanin exclaimed. I'm fine, you keep attacking. As long as we wait for Brother Yu to break through, we will be safe. Murong Yunhai dragged his injured body and staggered to his feet. Hearing this, Sikong Yanin attacked the dark-eyed mandrill again. Chapter 87. Lehuzu takes action. Meanwhile, on the other side, after chasing for a distance, Li Ming stopped. Just now, he noticed some unusual noises coming from Lin Yu and the other side. Damn it, I fell into the trap after all. But with Brother Lin here, it should be fine. Having said that, he was ready to turn around and go back. However, at this moment, several bronze 9-star monsters blocked the way. Damn it, you guys are enough. Li Ming immediately got angry. It would be fine if it happened once, but why did he do it a second time? Is that fun? Li Ming stopped tolerating them and shot several ice cones directly at the back gardens of these monsters. Just when he thought he could quickly get rid of these monsters, an accident happened. The monsters quickly changed direction and blocked all the attacking ice cones. Seeing this scene, Li Ming was stunned. He didn't expect that these beasts knew how to turn around in time. Impossible, it must be a coincidence. Let me try again. Li Ming condensed several ice cones again, but this time they were obviously larger than the last time. Immediately afterwards, the ice cones shot straight towards the anus of these monsters again. The result was the same as last time they blocked it with their bodies. At this point, Li Ming had to admit that these monsters were indeed a bit difficult to deal with. But it is still too naive to want to keep him here. Li Ming no longer hid. Spiritual energy surged around his body, and then a huge ice cone with a diameter of 2 meters slowly gathered and took shape. Super Ice Dragon Drill. As Li Ming's voice fell, the huge ice cone crashed straight into the monsters. In just a moment, all the monsters were frozen into ice. Broke it. As soon as the broken words came out, the ice blocks began to break into pieces, and the monsters inside were also torn into pieces. Finish this. Li Ming rushed towards Lin Yu and others without looking back. At this time, Lin Yu was already on the verge of a breakthrough, and he was only one step away from breaking through to Bronze 8 stars. Hurry up, brother Yu. Murong Yunhai prayed silently in his heart. At this moment, his spiritual power had already been exhausted and he could no longer fight. Only Sikong Yanin was left struggling, looking at the dark-eyed mandrill that was getting closer and closer. Several people's hearts were in their throats. I won't let you hurt brother Lin Yu. Murong Shue's eyes were determined, and then she gently moved her fingers and a water-blue light shield covered her and Lin Yu. The dark-eyed mountain looked at her coldly, and a faint green light shot out from its eyes, hitting Murong Shue directly. Xiao Xue! Murong Yinhai screamed. Just when Murong Yinhai thought that Murong Shue was in trouble, he saw her gently wave her fingers again, and the water-blue light curtain that had just formed disappeared little by little. As the water-blue light curtain disappeared, the dark-eyed mandrill came straight to Lin Yu. Looking at Lin Yu, who was about to break through, the dark-eyed mandrill showed a weird smile, and then prepared to smash Lin Yu's head with one palm. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and a fiery red bead shot out from his body and hit the dark-eyed mandrill that was about to launch a sneak attack. Before the dark-eyed mandrill could react, the Nanming fire in the fire pearl instantly ignited it. In less than half a minute, the dark-eyed mandrill was burned to ashes by the Nanming fire, leaving no trace at all. At this time, Murong Shue gradually came back to her senses. Looking at the disappearing dark-eyed mandrill, she was a little confused for a moment. Brother, where is that monster? Dead. Dead? How'd he die? Was he killed by brother Lin Yu? That should be it. What do you mean by should be? If it is, it is, and if it is not, it is not. What do you mean by should be? Murong Shue looked at him angrily. Hearing this, Murong Yinhai didn't know how to explain. Just now, the dark-eyed mandrill had self-immolated for no reason. He didn't even see clearly whether it was Lin Yu who did it. After all, from his point of view, Lin Yu was just meditating. No one saw any action taken. But just when the dark-eyed mandrill was about to touch Lin Yu, it inexplicably started burning. And the burning speed is very fast. It will be burned to ashes in less than half a minute. Murong Shue looked at Lin Yu, who had his eyes closed. At this moment, spiritual energy was surrounding him. Muffled groans continued to be heard from within the body. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound lasted for 5 minutes before it stopped. As Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, he saw 3 people looking at him with strange eyes. No, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Brother Lin Yu, did you kill that monster? Well, how can you possibly defeat it? Murong Yinhai. Sikong Yanin, underscore. Murong Shue, underscore. Okay, don't be sad. I was able to successfully break through this time, thanks to your help. I won't charge you for the barbecue from now on. Murong Yinhai. Brother Lin, are you all right? Just then, Li Ming came back. When he saw the mess on the ground, he couldn't help but worry. I'm fine. Well, I seem to have something to do. Murong Yinhai stretched out his hand weakly. What's wrong with you? Li Ming asked. I was accidentally injured by Yanin. Having said that, Murong Yinhai immediately turned around and showed his back to Li Ming, who saw a scar as big as a palm. Sikong Yanin on the side felt a little guilty and didn't dare to look at Murong Yinhai for a moment. He didn't expect that the dark-eyed mandrill would throw Murong Yinhai out to block the knife. Don't be so desperate. This is for you. Seeing that he was in a desperate state, Lin Yu immediately threw a bottle of potion over to him. This was a bottle of healing medicine he had just bought from the system, and it was not very expensive. Seeing this, Murong Yinhai hurriedly took it with both hands and began to look at it. It's used to heal wounds. Apply the potion to the wound, and it will heal quickly. When Murong Yinhai heard that this thing could heal wounds, he pulled out the cork without hesitation and gently dripped the medicine on the wound. A cool feeling spread from the wound to the whole body. Seeing this, Murong Yinhai dripped the remaining medicine onto other wounds. After a while, the medicine began to take effect, and the originally hideous wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, Murong Yinhai's wounds recovered as good as new without any scars left. The people who saw this scene felt a little unbelievable, especially Li Ming, who had never seen such a magical potion. If this is used on the battlefield, more people can be saved. Brother Lin, do you still have a potion you just had? Why, Brother Li, you were injured too. This shouldn't be the case. Ding. Li Ming's mood value plus 999. Forehead. Lin Yu was a little confused. This emotion value came too suddenly. I'm not injured. I'm just curious if you still have this stuff. I want to take it back for research and then give a bottle to each soldier on the front line. Li Ming had no choice but to patiently explain to Lin Yu. After hearing this, Lin Yu fell silent. To be honest, he didn't want to hand this thing over because it would be difficult to explain its origin later. I can't possibly say that it was Liu Hongba who gave it to me. What if the people above me go directly to Liu Hongba to ask for the prescription? Just when Lin Yu was hesitating whether to give it to Li Ming, he spoke. Don't worry, I'll just say I found it in some secret place. Okay, I'll give it to you when we get back. Lin Yu nodded helplessly and agreed with him. Since Li Ming was willing to take the responsibility, he certainly could not refuse. Chapter 88 Brother, I think you're weak. After a short rest, Murong Yinhai was basically able to resume normal activities. Brotherly, what kind of monster was that just now? Why does it look like a mandrill? Oh, Brother Lin and I killed a dark-eyed mandrill when we were outside the area before. This one should be here for revenge. I just didn't expect it to be so smart and to know how to set a trap for us, but luckily Brother Lin is strong enough, otherwise all three of you would have died here. Li Ming said, I was wondering why that guy didn't kill us. It turns out he is mainly targeting Brother Yu. Murong Yinhai suddenly realized. Li Ming couldn't help but shook his head after hearing what he said. It's not that it won't kill you, but it feels the threat from Brother Lin, so it wants to strike first. As for you, it doesn't need to worry about you. Murong Yinhai. Oh, no. Are we so vulnerable? Murong Yinhai still wanted to defend himself. Hearing this, Lin Yu walked up to him, patted him on the shoulder, and said earnestly, Young man, you still have to keep working hard. Murong Yinhai. Okay, let's pack up quickly. We need to find a place to rest for a while. I see that Miss Schwerer and Miss Yanin have consumed a lot of energy. Li Ming interrupted their conversation. At this time, Murong Shui and Sikong Yanin staggered in front of the few people. Sikong Yanin's spiritual power has run out, while Murong Shui had just been controlled by the dark-eyed mandrill, and now looked a little dazed. Seeing that the two girls were somewhat unsteady on their feet, Murong Yinhai immediately stepped forward and supported his own sister. Sikong Yanin was left there at a loss, and then several people looked at Lin Yu, who was leisurely and comfortable at the side. No, why are you looking at me like that? I never get close to women. Ding, Murong Yunhai's emotional value plus 666. Ding, Murangshu's mood value plus 666. Ding, Li Ming's mood value plus 666. Ding, Sikong Yanin's mood value plus 1,000. All right, can I carry you on my back? Really? The system's voice kept ringing in his mind. Lin Yu had no choice but to agree to carry Sikong Yanin on his back. Lin Yu ignored Sikong Yanin's objection and walked straight to her, under the gaze of several people. He simply grabbed Sikong Yanin's hips and carried her on his back. In an instant, Sikong Yanin felt her face turn red. From childhood to adulthood, no man had ever dared to touch her buttocks. Originally, Sikong Yanin wanted to scold Lin Yu, but when she saw that he did not make any other movements except hugging her buttocks, she stopped talking. After all, it would be too embarrassing if this were said out loud. Not only would Lin Yu be embarrassed, but he would also be in an embarrassing situation. Thinking of this, Sikong Yanin simply pretended that he was being carried by a dog. On the other hand, Lin Yu looked relaxed and calm and didn't take Sikong Yanin seriously at all. The main reason was that Sikong Yanin was relatively light, and Lin Yu had previously taken a dragon elephant pill, which caused his strength to surge. Only then did I feel that carrying Sikong Yanin was just like not carrying him at all. I didn't feel any pressure at all. But the situation on Murong Yunhai's side is just the opposite. Xiao Xue, you should lose weight. I can't carry you anymore. Oomph. Brother, I think you're weak. Look, Brother Lin Yu is carrying Yanin on his back, and nothing happened to him. Murong Shui looked at her brother with disdain, and then looked at Lin Yu and the other two who were in front of her, and had nothing wrong. Murong Yunhai. Hey, Xiao Xue, don't you know what's going on? Look at how thin Yanin is, and then look at you. How am I fat? It's obviously you who are weak, but you dare not admit it, Although Murong Shui is only 18 years old, her figure is well proportioned. The big parts are not small at all, and the curvy parts are not flat at all. She has the typical figure of a queen. As for Sikong Yanin's figure, it is not as obvious as Murong Shui's, but it is also well-defined and well-shaped. That's why Murong Yinhai felt that Murong Shui was heavier than Sikong Yanin. Of course, he would never admit that his sister had a better figure than Sikong Yanin. Half an hour later, Li Ming found a suitable place to stop. Not only was the terrain flat, but there was also a small river. Let's set up camp here. Well, it's pretty good here. There's a small river. I could take a bath later. My body has become smelly after these few days. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Sikong Yanin on his back suddenly spoke. Brother Yu, can you put me down first? Oh, sorry, I almost forgot about you. As he spoke, Lin Yu squatted down and slowly put Sikong Yanin down. Slow down. Sikong Yanin hummed in a voice as soft as a mosquito, then trotted towards Murong Shui. Hey, Yanin, why is your face so red? Are you hurt? When Murong Shui saw Sikong Yanin approaching, she noticed the blush on her face and was immediately puzzled. It's nothing, just a little hot. Sikong Yanin stammered and couldn't even speak clearly for a while. Fortunately, Murong Shui's focus was not here. Hearing what you said, I also feel a little stuffy. Oh, there's a river there. Why don't we go and wash up? Okay. After saying that, Murong Shui pulled her towards the river. This way, Lin Yu and the other two were setting up the tent. After Murong Yunhai set up his tent and Murong Shui's tent, just when he was about to help Sikong Yanin, he saw that Lin Yu had already helped her. In this regard, Murong Yunhai had no choice but to go fishing in the river with Li Ming. Brotherly, let's go catch some fish and grill them for dinner. Walk. At the same time, deep in the Yinfeng Mountains, there's a large group of people surrounding a strange altar, and around the altar were piles of corpses, some of which were monsters and some of which were humans. Of course, there were more monster corpses. Looking at the attire of this group of people, it is obviously very different from that of the outside world. If Li Ming was present, he would be shocked because these people were the villagers from the village where he had stayed before. Village chief, there are a few outsiders outside, should we? At this time, a sturdy man leaned close to an old man and whispered something in his ear, and his eyes revealed a sinister and cunning look. Don't pay attention to them. Just send someone to monitor them, and don't let them disturb our plan. When the old man heard the strong man's words, he slowly opened his eyelids, revealing a pair of extremely strange eyes. All I saw was a gray color in his eye sockets, with no whites or pupils, giving him a weird and eerie feeling that made people shudder and dare not look him in the eye. When a strong man heard the old man's order, he turned around and left in a hurry. After everyone leaves, the corner of the old man's mouth rose slightly, revealing an evil smile, and then a strange sound came out of his throat. There's still 1 month left before the altar is opened. Chapter 89: Sikong Yanin in Danger. Kyoto. In a dilapidated Taoist temple, an old Taoist with an immortal look was sitting cross-legged. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and slowly opened his eyes. Then he was seen making hand gestures, as if he was thinking about something. After a moment, his brows couldn't help but frown. Then he kept gesturing with his fingers in the air, as if he was writing something. When the last stroke was made, several lines of golden text suddenly appeared in the air. Go! As the old Taoist shouted, the golden words suddenly turned into a ball of golden light and flew away into the distance. After doing all this, the old Taoist closed his eyes again. At the same time, in the magic city, inside a thatched hut, an old man suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards Kyoto. What happened to Nabizi? What is it that requires his help? As soon as the old man finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. The other side, inside the Yinfeng Mountains, after helping Sikong Yanin set up the tent, Lin Yu began to dig a hole in the ground. After a while, the hole was dug, and then he took out a bundle of dry firewood from 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night, which he had started collecting when he entered the forest. Whenever he saw dead branches on the ground, he would collect them into 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night. At first, Li Ming was a little puzzled. Only after listening to his explanation did Li Ming suddenly realize, so the two of them hurried along the way while collecting firewood. So far, Lin Yu didn't know how much dry firewood there was in 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night. But there shouldn't be any problem with burning for 3 months. Brother Lin, come over and help. Just at this moment, Li Ming's voice came from the river, and Lin Yu looked in the direction of the voice. Li Ming and Murong Yunhai were seen carrying a basket of fish and walking towards the shore. Seeing this, Lin Yu had to put down his work, ran to the river, and worked together to lift the basket of fish to the shore. Just as the three of them were about to sit down and rest for a while, they heard Murong Shui's cry for help. Brother, come and save me. When the three heard this, they quickly stood up and ran towards the direction where the two women's voices came from. Just now, Murong Shui and Sikong Yanin were playing and frolicking in the river when suddenly a dark shadow swam past their feet. They were both frightened at once, so they swam quickly towards the shore. Just as they were about to climb ashore, the black shadow opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Sikong Yanin in one gulp. Then the black shadow sank into the water. At the critical moment, Murong Shue hurriedly climbed ashore and called out loudly to Murong Yanhai. The three people who heard the cry for help rushed over and saw Murong Shue with wet hair sitting there shivering. "Shue, where's Yanin?" Murong Yanhai saw that Murong Shue was the only one there and asked immediately, "Brother, please save Yanin quickly. She has been swallowed by a monster." Seeing the person coming, Murong Shue hurriedly told him what had just happened while crying. Hearing this, the three of them frowned. "Brotherly, you stay and protect Yunhai and the others. I'll go down and rescue Yannan." Lin Yu immediately stepped forward and gave orders to Li Ming. "Brother Lin Yu, don't worry, it'll be fine." As he said that, Lin Yu jumped into the river alone and then took the water-repellent pill he had drawn earlier. Next second, I saw two gills growing on his neck, constantly breathing the air in the water. "System, help me find Sikong Yanin's location." Ding, searching. Ding. The target is 500 meters to the host's right. After getting Sikong Yanin's position, Lin Yu immediately started kicking frantically with his hands and feet. Swim straight towards Sikong Yanin. A few minutes later, Lin Yu saw a fish monster that was nearly 5 meters in size lying there quietly. "System, what kind of monster is that?" Ding. Ironmouth fish bronze 9 stars has a mouth as hard as steel and can easily bite a huge rock. "Damn it, a stinky fish dares to be so arrogant. I'll stab it with a bullet." Lin Yu directly took out the destruction gun and swam straight towards it. Just as he was about to get closer, the iron-mouthed fish seemed to sense his breath, suddenly opened its eyes, and stared at Lin Yu, who was attacking it. Then he opened his mouth wide and bit towards Lin Yu, ready to swallow him in one bite. Seeing this, Lin Yu was about to take action, but thinking that Sikong Yanin was still in its belly, he stopped resisting and let it swallow him. When Lin Yu came into the belly of the iron-mouthed fish, he saw Sikong Yanin, who had already fallen into a coma. At this moment, she was naked and just lying there quietly. Lin Yu immediately ignored the difference between men and women and walked towards her quickly, taking out a piece of clothing from 24 Bridges on a moonlit night. When he came to Sikong Yanin's side, Lin Yu put his hand under her nostrils and felt her breath. Seeing that she was still breathing, I felt relieved. "I am Soda Yanin." As he spoke, Lin Yu closed his eyes and prepared to put the clothes on Sikong Yanin. After a while, Lin Yu dressed her, then took out a water-repellent pill from the system backpack and stuffed it into Sikong Yanin's mouth. The pill entered her mouth and quickly turned into liquid and flowed into her stomach. Soon, 2 gills grew on Sikong Yanin's neck. Then Lin Yu carried her on his back and tied her to himself with a rope. Then, Lin Yu held the gun in both hands and stabbed it hard into the stomach of the iron-mouthed fish. Feeling the pain, the iron-mouthed fish turned over frantically. It wanted to knock Lin Yu unconscious in its stomach, but no matter how much it rolled, it was of no use. Lin Yu had already thought of a countermeasure when he inserted the destruction spear into its abdomen. It rolled over, and Lin Yu followed it and ran inside its belly. Always keep it perpendicular to the ground. After flipping for a while, the iron-mouthed fish finally stopped. Just when it thought that Lin Yu was dizzy, it saw Lin Yu stabbing down again. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Lin Yu felt as if he had pierced the iron-mouthed fish. As he pulled out the gun tip, river water actually flowed in from the wound. My goodness, this is a bullet that pierced it through. Ding. Ironmouth fish's mood value plus 20. Ding. Ironmouth fish's mood value plus 20. As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, the system's voice kept ringing in his mind. "System, how much did you earn this time?" Ding. The host has earned nearly 80,000 emotion points from the iron-mouthed fish. Damn, so many. If I stab it again, won't it soar directly to 100,000 points? Lin Yu immediately drew his gun and stabbed it into the belly of the iron-mouthed fish again. Ouch, ouch, woo. The iron-mouthed fish couldn't bear the pain and let out a few moans. However, Lin Yu was too lazy to pay attention to it and continued to prick. In the end, the iron-mouthed fish couldn't bear it anymore and chose to faint. Seeing that there was no movement, Lin Yu gave up. No movement? Could he be dead? Never mind. Let's get out now. Lin Yu immediately poked it hard and then cut it again, leaving a big hole. Seeing this, Lin Yu quickly got out. Then he swam quickly towards the shore with Sikong Yanin. Chapter 90, Who Changed My Clothes? At the same time, The three people who had been waiting for a long time saw that Lin Yu had not come back yet, and their hearts suddenly rose to their throats. Damn it! Why hasn't Brother Lin come back for so long? I'm so worried. Li Ming paced back and forth on the shore with an anxious look on his face. Seeing this, Murong Yinhai said to him, Brother Li, why don't you go down and take a look? I'll be watching here. You, Li Ming. Oh? Yeah, I can do that. Let's wait a little longer. I believe in Brother Lin. Li Ming didn't dare to leave the two people here. What if nothing happened below, but something happened above? What's more, he knew that Lin Yu had many strange things in his hands, so he believed that Lin Yu would rescue the people. Murong Yinhai found it hard to accept that he rejected his suggestion for a moment. But the fact is that when facing a normal bronze 9-star monster, he might be able to delay a little time. But once a monster with silver-level combat power like the violent giant rhino appeared, he and Murong Shui could only wait for death. Brother, don't worry. Believe in Brother Lin Yu. He will rescue Yanin. Murong Shui walked over to Murong Yinhai and comforted him. Alas, Brother is so useless that he even needs someone to protect him. Brother, you don't have to. However, before Murong Shui could finish her words, the surface of the river began to churn, as if something was about to come out. It must be Brother Lin Yu and the others. Murong Shui exclaimed upon seeing this. As she finished her words, a black shadow quickly flew out of the water, and the next second, Lin Yu appeared in front of the three people. Brother Lin, Brother Yu, Brother Lin Yu. All three shouted. Ha ha! I'm glad I accomplished my mission. Seeing the three people, Lin Yu's face was full of smiles. Let's go back to the camp first. As he spoke, Lin Yu carried Sikong Yanin on his back and walked straight towards the camp. Seeing this, the three of them hurriedly followed. Brother Lin, is Miss Yanin okay? It's okay. She just got a little frightened and fainted. Just let her rest for a while. That's good. I thought Miss Yanin had passed away. Ba ba ba, look at my mouth. Li Ming was halfway through his speech when he realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly slapped himself a few times. Of course, I just fanned myself gently a few times for show. However, Murong Yinhai and Murong Shui were not displeased by his words. After all, they had had such thoughts and speculations before. Xiao Xue, change Yanin into drier clothes later. Don't let her catch a cold. Yeah, I see. By the way, our supplies are lost, and we have no dry clothes. Murong Shui was about to say yes, but then she realized that she seemed to have no other clothes. It's okay. I have a few new clothes here. You can wear them for now. All right. Murong Shui originally wanted to refuse. After all, those were boys' clothes, and how could girls like them feel comfortable wearing them? But when she thought about how she and Sikong Yanin had no other clothes, she had to agree. Soon, the group returned to the camp. After Lin Yu sent Sikong Yanin back to her tent, he turned around and started cooking. Murong Shui was left there to take care of Sikong Yanin. Hey, is this Brother Lin Yu's clothes? Murong Shui let out a light exclamation, and only then did she realize that the clothes Sikong Yanin was wearing were not the same one she was wearing before. Although she was a little confused, she didn't think about it that way. Waited for half an hour. Seeing that Sikong Yanin had not yet woken up, Murong Shui immediately planned to go out for a walk. Just as she was about to get up, she saw Sikong Yanin's eyelids moving. After a while, Sikong Yanin slowly opened his eyes. Shui, where am I? Wow, Yanin, you finally woke up. I was so worried. This is a tent? Well, before that, you were swallowed by that big fish, and then Brother Lin Yu went down alone to rescue you without caring about his own safety. Murong Shui chattered away and told Sikong Yanin everything that had happened before. After listening, Sikong Yanin began to fall into memories. Suddenly, she noticed that the clothes on her body did not seem to be hers, and her face suddenly changed. Xiao Xue, who changed my clothes? Oh, I changed this while you were unconscious. Hearing her say this, Sikong Yanin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But then she realized something was wrong. She remembered that she was not wearing any clothes when she was swallowed by the monster. Could it be that I was naked when I was rescued? That would be too bad. The key point is that I was rescued by Lin Yu, so doesn't that mean... Thinking of this, Sikong Yanin suddenly felt ashamed to face anyone. Murong Shui, who was standing by, saw her face turning red and white and thought she had a cold. Yanin, are you okay? Why is your face turning red and white? Did you catch a cold? I'm fine, don't worry. Oh, okay. If you feel uncomfortable, remember to tell me. Xiao Xue, was I wearing clothes when I came up here? Sikong Yanin asked Murong Shui cautiously, fearing that she would say that she came up naked. When Murong Shui heard her ask this, she nodded even though she was a little confused. You came up here wearing Brother Lin Yu's clothes. I came up here wearing Lin Yu's clothes? Yes. After getting Murong Shui's affirmation, Sikong Yanin felt numb all over, which meant that Lin Yu looked her up and down. At the same time, he touched her. Thinking of this, Sikong Yanin blushed instantly, and her whole body became extremely hot. Seeing this, Murong Shui tentatively placed her hand on her forehead. It's so hot. Yanin said you're fine, but look at you, your whole body is so hot. You wait here for a moment. I'll go find Brother Lin Yu to see if he has any medicine to reduce the fever. Having said that, Murong Shui immediately stood up and walked outside. When Sikong Yanin saw that there was no one around, he immediately buried his head in the quilt. It's over, it's over. I'm too embarrassed to see anyone. Well, what should I do? What should I do? Oops. At the same time, Lin Yu, who was busy, suddenly received a crazy bombardment from the system. Ding! Sikong Yanin's mood value plus 1,000. Ding! Sikong Yanin's mood value plus 1,000. Ding! Sikong Yanin's mood value plus 1,000. Damn it, what's wrong with Sikong Yanin? Why does he have so many emotions towards me? Wait, could it be that she has discovered it after all? This is screwed. I can't wash myself clean even if I jump into the Yellow River. Just when Lin Yu was thinking about how to explain to Sikong Yanin, Murong Shui suddenly came over. Brother Lin Yu, do you have any cold medicine? Yanin seems to have a fever. I just touched her forehead and it was very hot. Hearing this, Lin Yu immediately understood that Sikong Yanin was not having a fever, but he couldn't say this. After thinking about it, Lin Yu shook his head. There's no medicine for the fever, but you can give her a bowl of ginger soup. Brother Lin Yu, did you cook ginger soup? Murong Shui looked at Lin Yu suspiciously. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately scooped a spoonful from the small pot beside him, and then a ceramic bowl miraculously appeared in his hand, and then Lin Yu poured the soup into the bowl. Here, try it first. Murong Shui took it, blew on it gently, and waited until it was no longer hot before drinking it in one gulp. It tastes good, right? Come, bring this bowl to Yanin. Good. Murong Shui did not delay any longer. She immediately took the ginger soup from Lin Yu and walked straight towards Sikong Yanin's tent. Chapter 91, Unlucky Sikong Yanin. Murong Shui returned to the tent with the ginger soup and saw Sikong Yanin burying his head in the quilt. At the same time, he kept muttering something, but she didn't pay attention to it. Yanin, hurry up. I've got you a bowl of ginger soup. Hurry up and drink some. I don't drink. I'm fine. This is what Brother Lin Yu cooked, especially for us. Hurry up and drink some. Don't waste Brother Lin Yu's kindness. Hearing that it was Lin Yu who cooked, Sikong Yanin immediately crawled out from under the quilt. You just said that Lin Yu cooked it? Well, he was worried that we might catch a cold, so he made a pot of ginger soup. Before she could finish her words, Sikong Yanin snatched the bowl from her hand and drank up the ginger soup in 2 gulps. It's delicious. By the way, Xiao Xue, did Lin Yu say anything to you? No, what's wrong? Murong Shui looked at her in confusion. Oh, it's okay. Well, I'm a little sleepy. I'm going to take a nap. Call me when dinner is ready. Having said that, Sikong Yanin returned the bowl to her, then covered herself with the quilt and prepared to go to sleep. All right. Seeing this, Murong Shui shrugged helplessly, then retreated silently. At the same time, outside the camp, Murong Yinhai was lying on the ground weakly. Get up and continue practicing. Li Ming shouted in a deep voice. Brotherly, please let me rest for a while. I really have no strength left. Murong Yinhai pleaded. But Li Ming did not agree to his request. When you encounter a crisis, see if the monster will give you time to rest. All right. Hearing this, Murong Yinhai had no choice but to climb up with difficulty. It was just half an hour ago. Murong Yinhai took the initiative to find Li Ming and wanted him to help train him. All the previous events made Murong Yinhai deeply feel the difference between himself and Lin Yu. He was unwilling to accept this because he was, after all, the eldest son of the Murong family. All the family's resources were used on himself, but he was still not as good as a guy from a small city. This was more painful than killing him, so he decisively went to Li Ming and wanted Li Ming to give him some special training. Not to mention being able to surpass Lin Yu. At least he should be able to easily cross levels and defeat a Bronze 9-star. Seeing him like this, Li Ming immediately agreed. Then he took him to an open space outside the tent and prepared for some special training. At first, Murong Yinhai was full of confidence, but towards the end, he felt powerless and even wanted to give up. But every time he thought of the time when he was chased by the violent giant rhino, the fighting spirit in his heart was rekindled. This went on for more than half an hour, and he finally fell to the ground exhausted. But Li Ming knew that his potential had not yet been tapped, so he said those words just now to stimulate him. "Brotherly, here I come. Bring it on." Silver light slash. With Murong Yunhai's loud shout, his body rushed towards Li Ming like an arrow. In just one breath, he arrived in front of Li Ming. Then the silver blade in his hand chopped straight towards Li Ming. However, just as the silver blade was about to hit Li Ming, an ice blade crossed Murong Yunhai's neck. Your attack speed was still too slow, and there were many flaws revealed at the moment of attack. I see. Murong Yunhai nodded and was about to attack again, but was stopped by Li Ming. Okay, let's go eat first. I see that you are running out of energy. No matter how much you train, you need to eat to have the strength. All right. The two simply cleaned off the dust on their bodies and then walked toward the camp. Hey, you're back. How's Yunhai? Have you made any progress? When Lin Yu saw the two men coming back, he immediately teased Murong Yunhai, who was standing beside him. Murong Yunhai. All right, Brother Lin, don't discourage him. Don't destroy the confidence he has accumulated with great difficulty. Seeing this, Li Ming gave Lin Yu a cold look. He knew that Lin Yu was trying to motivate Murong Yunhai in an alternative way. Then they took their seats and waited for the meal to start. Hey, where are Xiao Xue and Yanan? Suddenly, Murong Yunhai realized that his younger sister and Sikong Yanan were not there. Oh, Yanan is not feeling well. I asked Xiao Xue to help take care of her. Let's eat our own food and don't worry about them. What's wrong? Yanan has a fever, Murong Yunhai asked puzzledly. That should be it. Come on, eat quickly so you can continue training. Lin Yu didn't want to get too involved in this matter. After all, he knew that the real reason why Sikong Yanan didn't dare to come out was that she didn't dare to face him. Pretending to be sick was just her excuse. Similarly, Lin Yu didn't know how to face her. Although he only glanced at her a few times at the time, he had seen her, and that was the fact. Although Murong Yunhai was a little curious, training was important, so he stopped asking questions and quietly started eating the grilled fish. Li Ming, who was standing aside, was chewing the barbecue in front of him as if it had nothing to do with him. After eating and drinking, Li Ming took Murong Yunhai to train again. Lin Yu sat down cross-legged and began to practice Han Yuan Gong, continuously absorbing spiritual energy. The scene turns to Murong Xue. Sikong Yanan, who was pretending to be asleep, immediately turned over and sat up after smelling the aroma of barbecue. It smells so good, Xiao Xue. What delicious food did you bring? It's nothing, just a few grilled fish and a piece of grilled meat. By the way, Yanan, are you feeling better? Murong Xue asked with concern. Hearing this, Sikong Yanan was speechless for a moment. He was fine at all, but how could he tell her this? Ahem, I feel much better. Thank you for your concern. Murong Xue. Oh, by the way, you must be hungry. Eat something quickly. Sikong Yanan hummed softly, then grabbed the grilled fish and stuffed it into his mouth. Hey, Xiao Xue, don't you want to eat? Oh, I've finished eating outside. Brother Lin Yu is worried about your health, so he asked me to come in and take care of you. After these words were spoken, Sikong Yanan was stunned for a moment, and then his thoughts flew around, and he didn't know where they were drifting. Looking at Sikong Yanan, who suddenly went into a daze, Murong Xue was a little confused for a moment, not understanding what she was doing. Yanan, what are you daydreaming about? Eat quickly, or it will get cold. Oh, eat now. When Sikong Yanan heard Murong Xue's cry, he came to his senses and continued eating. This time he didn't stay in a daze, and quickly ate a few grilled fish and a piece of grilled meat. Belch. Sikong Yanan burped contentedly, and suddenly, her stomach started to make rumbling sounds. Cuckoo. Well, I'm going to the bathroom. Go quickly and come back soon. Just like that, Sikong Yanan covered her stomach and hurriedly walked out of the tent. The moment she walked out of the tent, she saw Lin Yu sitting cross-legged in meditation not far away. Seeing Lin Yu's eyes closed, an inexplicable emotion suddenly rose in her heart, but was quickly dispelled by her. Without thinking too much, Sikong Yanan hurriedly walked toward the bush. Seeing that there was no one around, she unzipped her pants and squatted down with peace of mind. However, when she was halfway through the class, she realized that she seemed to have forgotten to bring paper. Sikong Yanan, Sigma, De. For a moment, Sikong Yanan felt numb and wondered why he was so unlucky today. Chapter 92, How do I wear this? Oh, what should I do now? How about not wiping it? No, it's too dirty. Sikong Yanin was a little hesitant for a moment, and suddenly, she thought that she could try calling Murong Shui. So she cleared her throat and shouted in the direction of the camp. Xiao Xue, come here quickly. However, perhaps because it was too far from the camp or because of the trees blocking her view, Murong Shui, who was in the tent, did not hear any of the shouting. Seeing that no one came after he had shouted for a long time, Sikong Yanin's life suddenly lost its luster. Just as she was about to use local materials, a sudden voice sounded not far from her. Yanin, where are you? Hearing this voice, Sikong Yanin was overjoyed. Just as she was about to respond to Lin Yu, she realized her current situation. So he quickly covered his mouth and dared not make any sound. Sikong Yanin, where are you? What happened? Lin Yu's voice came again, with an anxious tone. Seeing this, Sikong Yanin knew that he could not delay any longer, so he thought for a moment and spoke. Brother Lin Yu, I'm going to the bathroom and forgot to bring paper. Oh, so that's how it is. I thought you were in danger again. It would have been fine if he didn't mention it. As soon as he mentioned it, Sikong Yanin immediately thought of the time when Lin Yu saw her naked. Although the two of them tacitly agreed not to mention this matter, there was always something weighing on their hearts. While she was still daydreaming, Lin Yu continued, Yanin, where are you? Raise your hand and I'll throw the paper to you. Oh, I'm here. Hearing this, Sikong Yanin immediately came to his senses and quickly stretched his hand out of the bushes. Seeing Sikong Yanin raising her hand, Lin Yu immediately threw the ball of paper he had just taken out towards her, and, as expected, she caught it. After doing all this, Lin Yu was not in a hurry to leave, but waited quietly not far away. He was worried that Sikong Yanin would encounter another crisis, but fortunately, nothing happened to Sikong Yanin from the time he got up to the time he came out. On the way back, Sikong Yanin seemed to be hesitant to speak. Lin Yu seemed to guess what she was thinking and said it frankly. Yanin, you don't have to do this. I only took a quick glance at you at the time and didn't see your body. I kept my eyes closed the whole time I was dressing you. Yes, I understand, but I still want to thank you for coming to save me at all costs. When Sikong Yanin heard him say this, she felt relieved immediately. After all, her situation was so bad at that time, it was normal for Lin Yu to see it. However, Lin Yu actually said that he put on his clothes with his eyes closed, and Sikong Yanin's perception of him changed. Originally, Sikong Yanin's view of Lin Yu was that he was a scumbag who relied on his talent to flirt with girls everywhere. Now it seems that the other party is still a gentleman. At least he didn't do anything out of line while I was asleep. The misunderstanding between the two was resolved. Just like that, Sikong Yanin chatted with Lin Yu from time to time, and soon returned to the camp. At this moment, Murong Yanhai and Li Ming had not returned yet, and Murong Shui was still staying in Sikong Yanin's tent, and had not come out. Gradually, the sky darkened. Seeing that Sikong Yanin had not returned for such a long time, Murong Shui immediately walked out of the tent. Seeing Lin Yu and Sikong Yanin chatting happily, Murong Shui suddenly became furious. I waited in there for so long, but she was just chatting and laughing with Lin Yu. Murong Shui. Mean? Hey, what are you guys talking about? You seem so excited. Xiao Xue, please don't let the tea smell in your tea. Umph, I just want some tea. What can you do to me? Murong Shui snorted at Sikong Yanin lying on the ground. This immediately made Sikong Yanin roll her eyes, wondering what this girl was up to. Just at this moment, Murong Yanhai, with a bruised face and nose, followed Li Ming towards the camp. Seeing the two women at a standoff, Murong Yanhai felt a little puzzled. Xiao Xue, what happened between you and Yanin? Are you having a falling out? This shouldn't be the case. Aren't you two best friends? Ask her. I waited in the room for so long, but she was talking and laughing with another man outside. What do you think I should do? Mieron Yunfi, Sigma, De. What the hell are you talking about? I don't understand. Not only Murong Yanhai was stunned, even the person involved, Lin Yu, was confused. Are you sure it's not a mix-up? How come I'm like a male villain in a female-oriented novel? A villain who specializes in stealing other people's wives. Everyone looked at each other. You looked at me. I looked at you. And they all felt that their CPU was not enough. Well, you guys chat first. I'm going to sleep. After saying hello, Li Ming walked straight back to his tent. Seeing this, Murong Yanhai didn't want to stay here anymore. Well, I'm too tired from training today. I'm going to sleep too. Why don't you guys go to bed too? Lin Yu looked at the two women tentatively. Let's go. If you don't feel ashamed, I will. Sikong Yanin directly pulled the somewhat confused Murong Shui towards the tent. After a few people left, Lin Yu was the only one left at the scene. System, what is my current emotional value? Ding! The host's current emotional value is 301,2345 points. Draw the lottery. Let's do 50 draws in a row. Ding! The system is drawing a lottery. Please wait. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30 soul-restoring pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 2 black lace skirts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 2 white lace skirts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Intermediate Cooking God Skill Book. It has been automatically given to the host to learn. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the Elementary Spearmanship. The learning has been automatically given to the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Primary Firearms Proficiency. The learning has been automatically given to the host. System, what do you mean by this? Why didn't you give me underwear this time, but lace? How can I wear this? Damn it, can you be more serious? Ding, this is not for the host to wear. No, did I say I was going to wear it? Lin Yu was almost pissed off by this crappy system again. It was fine if he gave me underwear before, at least I could wear it, but now he gave me a lace skirt. How can I wear it? For others to wear? Who should I wear it for? It's not suitable for men, but if I give it to women, I might be considered a pervert. Ding, the host can find a girlfriend and give this to her. Looking for your sister. Even if I'm killed by a monster or a meteorite, I won't go looking for a girlfriend. Ding, host, please don't be too confident, or you'll be slapped in the face. Fisk, I'm leaving it at that. If I find a girlfriend, I'll get down on my knees and eat shit. Ding, the system has recorded everything the host said. Please keep your promise when the time comes. Fuck, damn it, system, are you so stupid? Delete it for me now. Lin Yu, mean. System. Oh. Chapter 93, All You Need is Hands. After Lin Yu argued with the system finally had to delete everything he had said under pressure. As for the lack of backup, that is unknown. System, what does this firearms mastery mean? Does it mean that I can make firearms? Ding! Firearms proficiency, as the name suggests, allows the host to learn how to use various firearms, rather than making firearms. Fisk, what's the use of this? All you need is your hands. Ding! Firearms proficiency allows the host to use any firearm in any environment and always hit the target. Fuck, isn't this the sharpshooter? Lin Yu was shocked. He originally thought that this firearms proficiency would only allow him to skillfully use various firearms, but he didn't expect it to have this function. System, why do you only give me a beginner's level for such an awesome skill? What's the difference between an intermediate and advanced level? Ding! The beginner can hit the target every time within 5,000 meters. The intermediate level can hit the target every time within 10,000 meters. As for the advanced level, it can achieve 100% accuracy within 20,000 meters. After hearing what the system said, Lin Yu was a little confused. Is there a gun in the world with a range of 20,000 meters? System, I'm not well educated, so please don't frame me. Is there a gun with a range of 20,000 meters in this world? Ding! Host, this system said 100% hit rate within 20,000 meters, but it didn't say to use guns. Lin Yu, System. Oh? For a moment, Lin Yu stopped talking. He had just subconsciously thought of the gun, and then he suddenly understood. This is indeed a bit embarrassing. He was just wondering, is there a gun in this world that can shoot 20,000 meters? He was just being too picky. Lin Yu silently exited the system and ignored this damn dog system. The time soon came to 11 o'clock in the evening. Just as everyone was beginning to doze off, a gunshot suddenly woke them up. They unzipped their clothes and walked out, only to see Lin Yu holding a black revolver, aiming at the woods in the distance. Brother Lin, what happened? Why did you shoot? When people saw him holding a gun, they were not surprised. After all, they had already got an electromagnetic cannon, so a pistol was not surprising. However, they were confused and puzzled about Lin Yu's shooting. They didn't understand why he was not sleeping in the middle of the night and why he fired a gun randomly. Seeing several people coming out, Lin Yu ignored them and kept staring at the dark forest in the distance. Seeing this, the sleepiness on their faces instantly disappeared, and they quickly prepared for battle, looking around vigilantly. A long time. There was nothing unusual at all. They were immediately confused. Could it be that Lin Yu was teasing them? Just as the four were thinking this, Lin Yu retracted the gun and walked straight to them. Just now I accidentally saw a figure in the tree in the distance, spying on us, so I fired a shot. I don't know if I hit it, so I kept staring at it. After hearing Lin Yu's words, they were shocked and worried. Brother Lin, are you sure you saw a human figure? Yes, that's for sure. Hearing this, Li Ming couldn't help but frown. If it was just a bee shadow, the threat would not be that big. After all, the IQ of monsters is relatively low, but if it is a human, then the threat will be greater, and Lin Yu just shot at the other party. If that person is not dead, he will definitely take revenge on them. Brother Li, don't worry. As long as that man shows up, I can definitely shoot him dead with one shot. Lin Yu was full of confidence. That's not what I'm worried about. I'm afraid there's another gang behind him, and we don't know how strong the other party is yet, Li Ming said worriedly. After that, the group fell into silence. They never thought that there would be someone in such a shabby place. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. We'll be on duty together every night. Brother Lin, you go and rest first. Yin Hai and I will stay here. Xiao Xua, you and Yanin should sleep together, so you can take care of each other. Murong Yin Hai instructed Murong Shui, who was standing beside him. Upon hearing this, Murong Shui nodded without objection. She had often slept in the same bed with Sikong Yanin before. After arranging everything, Murong Shui carried Xiao Bai and followed Sikong Yanin back to her tent. At this moment, Xiao Bai was completely immersed in sleep, and the gunshot just now hardly woke it up. Lin Yu thought about it and returned to his tent silently, but he did not go to sleep immediately. Instead, he was recalling the previous scene. After he learned from his system the function of the skill of firearms mastery, he took out the revolver he had fired earlier. Then he tried to use his firearms proficiency to aim at the distant woods, and just as he took a look, he happened to see a figure on a tree in the distance. The reason why he was so sure that it was a person was mainly because the other person saw Lin Yu staring at him, panicked for a moment, and then stood up unconsciously. If it was a monster, how could it behave like this? So Lin Yu just shot at it. As the gunshot rang out, the figure on the tree was stunned at first and then fell down from the tree. Since he didn't know what was going on, Lin Yu stayed in the camp until Murong Yin Hai and the others came out. What Lin Yu didn't know was that a shot hit the man's lung. Although he wasn't dead yet, he was not far from death. After one night, Lin Yu woke up from his sleep, rubbed his eyes, then slowly got up and walked out. As soon as I walked out of the tent, I saw Murong Yin Hai sleeping soundly in front of the fire, and Li Ming, who was sitting next to him, was also squinting his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Yu quickly came to the two of them and said, "Brother Li, go back and have a good sleep. I'll be here for you." Good. Li Ming did not refuse. After all, he had been guarding for so long and was indeed a little sleepy. As he spoke, he stood up and walked toward his tent. Seeing Li Ming leave, Lin Yu was about to wake up Murong Yin Hai, but found that he was sleeping soundly. In this regard, Lin Yu had to give up and let him sleep there. Anyway, there was a fire, so he was not worried about him catching a cold. After a simple wash, he began to process the meat of the giant rhinoceros. Although he had eaten a lot of it before, there was still a large part left. After all, the giant rhinoceros was 4 or 5 meters tall. After removing some of the internal organs, there was still a lot of meat left, and the 5 of them only ate 1/5 of it. If they were not awakened, they would probably eat even less. After all, ordinary people don't have such a big appetite. Soon, Lin Yu cut the meat into 5 equal parts, then skewered them with wooden sticks and roasted them over the fire. It was at this time, Murong Shui and Sikong Yanin came out of the tent and greeted Lin Yu immediately when they saw him busy. "Brother Lin Yu, good morning." "Good morning." Seeing this, Lin Yu replied with a smile. Suddenly, a small white figure rushed out of their tent and jumped straight towards Lin Yu. "Chirp! Xiao Bai, are you hungry?" Lin Yu looked at Xiao Bai jumping towards him and couldn't help but smile. "Xiao Bai, Xu?" Then Lin Yu picked it up, put it on his shoulder, and said, "You can't eat now. You have to wait a while. Be good and listen." Noob sad faced, huh? The two girls looked at Xiao Bai with an unhappy face and immediately laughed. They didn't expect that this was still a greedy rabbit. Chapter 94 Tracking. At the same time, in a snowy mountain, a man and a woman were walking with difficulty in the snow. The woman was Li Hanzhuang, and the man was Li Feiyu. "Sister Hanzhuang, let's find a place to rest. I really can't walk anymore." Li Hanzhuang nodded softly, then found a big rock and sat down. Seeing this, Li Feiyu behind him sat down on the snow. "Sister Hanzhuang, why did you come to a place like this for no reason? There's no village or shop nearby, and there's not even a single person," Li Feiyu complained. However, no matter how much he said, Li Hanzhuang did not answer him. Helplessly, Li Feiyu had to shut up. Just a few days ago, he returned home as usual, but was told to accompany Li Hanzhuang out for a trip. At first, he thought it was a good job and did not refuse. However, he regretted it when he arrived at the place. But since he was already there, he had no choice but to follow Li Hanzhuang closely. Although I don't know why she came to such a place, I guess this must be related to Lin Yu. Sister Hanzhuang, are you planning to go out and gain experience like Master Lin? Li Feiyu asked tentatively. Hearing this, Li Hanzhuang just nodded slightly without saying anything. Li Feiyu was completely numb about this. I guess I won't be able to go back for a while. Just as he was thinking this, a loud noise was heard in the distance, and then a white monster with horns slowly appeared. The white bull of Tianshao. Sister Hanzhuang, it's Tianshao by Niu. Let's run. Li Feiyu shouted and wanted to slip away immediately, but Li Hanzhuang stood there motionless, as if he was frightened. Seeing this, Li Feiyu was about to step forward to help her, but at this moment, he heard Li Hanzhuang shouting coldly. Extremely cold ice spikes. As she finished her words, an ice cone 2 meters long and 10 centimeters in diameter quickly condensed in front of her. Immediately afterwards, Li Hanzhuang grabbed the ice spike and threw it towards Tianshao White Bull. Moo! As if sensing the crisis, Tianshao White Bull let out an angry roar, and then the horns on its head began to gather energy. Just as the ice spike was about to hit, the energy of the bull's horn was almost gathered. The next second, a white beam of light shot out from the bull's horn and collided with the ice spike. Boom! Seeing this, Li Hanzhuang immediately shot out another ice spike, but Tianshao Banyo didn't have time to react and was pierced through the left leg by the ice spike. Moo! Tianshao Banyo let out a scream and immediately limped away into the distance. Seeing this, Li Hanzhuang immediately chased after it, leaving Li Feiyu behind with a confused look on his face. Fuck, Sister Frost, wait for me. When he came to his senses, he hurriedly chased in the direction Li Hanzhuang left. The scene returns to the Yinfeng Mountains. Ding! Red Flame Bloodline's emotion value plus 20. Ding! Thunderwind Leopard's emotion value plus 20. Ding! Extreme Fire Goldbird's mood value plus 20. System, help me calculate how much emotion points I have earned in the past few days. Ding! The host has earned nearly 500,000 emotion points in the past few days. Not bad. Let's stop here for today and continue tomorrow. As he spoke, Lin Yu was contentedly preparing to return to the camp. At this moment, a dark shadow flashed by in the forest in the distance. Could it be that person's accomplice? Lin Yu couldn't help but murmur. He hadn't slept well these past few days, worried that the guy he shot before would come to seek revenge on him and the others. But after waiting for several days, no one came, which made him confused, but he did not let down his guard. Now that he met the mysterious person again, he didn't care about anything else and quickly used the phantom step to chase after the black shadow. The black shadow seemed to sense someone behind him and hurriedly hid through the trees to avoid Lin Yu's pursuit. Seeing this, Lin Yu deliberately slowed down, but always kept a certain distance from the black shadow so as not to let him notice. The black shadow looked back and saw that no one was following him. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief and continued to run towards the depths of the Yinfeng Mountains. Lin Yu followed him closely behind. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yu saw that the shadow had slowed down, and he couldn't help but guess that the other party must have arrived at the place. So I slowed down. A few minutes later, the black shadow came to a village and stopped. Seeing this, Lin Yu was shocked and curious. He never thought that there was a village here. You have to know that there are monsters roaming here. If you dare to set up camp here, you must have strong strength. This village doesn't look like it was built very long ago. And who are the people inside? They look sneaky and don't seem like good people. Lin Yu murmured. At this moment, the dark shadow shouted at the village gate, "Open the door." Soon, 2 people appeared on the 2-meter-high wall of the village. One of them looked at the black shadow and asked loudly, "Secret code, a plate of pig's head. How can you not eat enough?" The black shadow saw this and quickly replied. As the black shadow finished speaking, the 2 people on the village wall slowly opened the door and welcomed the black shadow in. Seeing this, Lin Yu directly called up the system in his mind. System, help me scan how many people are in that village. Ding. Host request detected. System is scanning. Ding. There are 58 people in the village, 12 pigs, 8 cows, 20 ducks, and 30 chickens. Good fellow, system. You have scanned everything inside. Lin Yu was speechless. He had clearly only asked it to check people, but damn, it even checked out the beasts. By the way, system, do you have any way to know the origins of those people inside? System. Seeing that the system didn't speak for a long time, Lin Yu knew that this damn system was useless, so he just didn't bother to ask anymore. Then, he used Phantom Step and disappeared on the spot. Next second, he came and stopped more than 10 meters away from the village. When he got closer, he could see the layout of the place clearly. The entire outer circle of the village is built entirely of trees, which is 3 or 4 meters high and looks extremely solid. However, it is still difficult to rely on this to stop the attack of monsters. For example, the violent giant rhinoceros before could easily raze this place to the ground. It seems that there should be quite a few awakened people in there, otherwise this wall alone would not be able to stop the monsters. Lin Yu muttered and expressed his guess. At this moment, the village gate opened again, and a figure walked out slowly. It was the Black Shadow, just now. Only then did Lin Yu see the Black Shadow clearly. It was a man with ordinary looks, but there was a thumb-sized scar on his face. It's just that his face is too ordinary, and the scar on his face doesn't have a deterrent effect. While Lin Yu was looking at the scarred man, he was also looking around. Seeing that everything was normal, the scarred man slowly closed the gate and then quickly ran in another direction. For a moment, Lin Yu hesitated, not knowing whether to continue chasing the scarred man or stay here and continue observing. After thinking about it, Lin Yu decided to continue chasing the scarred man. After all, he didn't know the situation in the village. If he continued to stay here, he would inevitably be discovered. Although his ability to escape is first-rate, there's no telling what powerful weapons the other side might have. So, first find the scarred man, and then try to find out the situation in the village. As soon as he said it, Lin Yu performed the Phantom Step again and disappeared on the spot. Li Han's Wang, for reference only. Chapter 95, Wang Ergu. At the same time, after leaving the village, the scarred man ran straight in one direction. If Lin Yu had noticed anything, he would have been shocked because the other party was heading towards the camp. Who are you? Get out here! Suddenly, the scarred man stopped, stared at the back, and roared. Seeing this, Lin Yu jumped down from the tree with a smile on his face. Don't be nervous. I'm just curious about what your village does. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the scarred man was stunned at first, and then his face became gloomy. He didn't expect that Lin Yu would follow him back to the village. I always thought I had gotten rid of the other person, but I didn't expect that he did it on purpose. Who are you? The scarred man stared at Lin Yu coldly. Haha, I'm just a student. School is too boring, so I came out to experience some new life. Lin Yu was calm. Of course, as to whether the scarred man would believe it or not, that was up to him. Student, do you think I will believe it? When the scarred man heard Lin Yu's words, he couldn't help but look him up and down. Looking at his somewhat childish face, he half believed it in his heart. As for the other half, the scarred man didn't quite believe it. If he really came here to gain experience, why didn't he go looking for the monster, but had to find him? And they followed me secretly for such a long time, no one would believe it. Seeing the scarred man's wary look, Lin Yu shrugged helplessly. Really, no one believes the truth these days. I have already answered your question. It is up to you whether you believe it or not. However, as a courtesy, you have to tell me, what is the purpose of your village? Why did you set up a village here? Lin Yu asked the scarred man fearlessly. However, the scarred man did not intend to answer his question, and his eyes were still fixed on Lin Yu. Well, since you don't want to tell me, I won't force you, but I want to know your name, right? Wang Ergu. What? Lin Yu? De? Oh. Lin Yu really didn't expect that the other party's name was actually Wang Ergu. Damn, how famous is the name Wang Ergu? There are probably tens of thousands of people named Wang Ergu in this country. Suddenly, Lin Yu seemed to have thought of something and asked, Are you from Mang Village? Hearing Lin Yu's words, Wang Ergu's face was immediately filled with shock. After all, very few people knew about their Mang Village. Every time an outsider came, the whole village would come to watch. After all, Wang Ergu had lived in the village for so long. Not to mention that every outsider has seen him, but he has definitely not seen the person in front of him. He thought that it must be someone who went out who told him. Wang Ergu's eyes became even colder. Boy, I don't care how you know about our village. You have to stay here today. As he spoke, a black energy burst out from Wang Ergu's body, and then a 2-meter-tall black monster appeared in front of Lin Yu. Looking at this black monster, Lin Yu felt his scalp tingling. This monster gave him a feeling of death. System, what is this? Ding! This is the product of the combination of the soul of an evil beast from the sinful world and a human being. The system's voice soon rang in Lin Yu's mind. But after listening to the introduction of the system, Lin Yu was even more confused. What the hell was this? Was it from the world of sin? What's the matter? Is this world connected to some evil world? As if sensing Lin Yu's doubts, the system's voice came again. Ding! In the words of this world, it is a secret realm. The Silver Snake's secret realm that the host visited before is a small world. Oh, I understand. Lin Yu finally understood. However, just as Lin Yu was stunned, Wang Ergu immediately controlled the black monster to attack Lin Yu. Seeing this, Lin Yu didn't think much and used Phantom Step to escape for a distance before stopping. He was not in a hurry to attack Wang Ergu. After all, he didn't know what strange abilities he had. Wang Ergu was stunned at first when he saw Lin Yu disappearing, but he quickly reacted and began to look around. He saw Lin Yu standing not far away, looking at him, with the corners of his mouth raised, as if he was mocking him. Kid, I don't care how you got there, but let's stop here. Go, nightmare! As Wang Ergu finished his words, the black monster turned into a ball of black light and flew towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu quickly took out the destruction gun from the system. Then he held the gun with both hands and rushed straight towards the attacking black monster. Next second, Lin Yu was about to collide with the evil nightmare, but at this moment, the gun tip pierced through the monster's body. However, before Lin Yu could react, the black monster punched him. Seeing that he was about to succeed, Lin Yu used Phantom Step again to avoid the move. What the hell is this thing? Why is it so difficult to deal with? I can't even hit it. Evil nightmare. Keep attacking and kill him for me. Wang Ergu was furious when he saw that Lin Yu dodged both of his attacks. He didn't expect that this student-looking guy in front of him would be so difficult to deal with. But no matter how difficult it was, he had to keep Lin Yu here. After all, if he escapes, it will definitely affect the next plan, so he must be kept here. Lin Yu looked at the time and found that it was getting late, so he stopped holding back. He immediately activated the fire bead in his body. The fire bead, which had been quietly staying in Lin Yu's dantian, began to spin with joy after sensing the call from its master. Then he disappeared into his dantian, and the next second appeared in front of Lin Yu. Leave the fire pearl go. Following Lin Yu's shout, the fire bead quickly attacked the black monster. Just like before, the fire bead went straight into the monster's body. Wang Ergu looked at this scene with disdain, and just when he was about to mock Lin Yu, the Lihua pearl began to release the Nanming Lihua, and in less than a moment, the flames quickly enveloped the entire monster. Before Wang Ergu could react, the black monster was burned to ashes. For a moment, Wang Ergu stood there in a daze, and after a while he finally opened his mouth and shouted, "Evil nightmare!" However, before he could finish, Lin Yu came straight up to him. Taking advantage of his distraction, he quickly subdued him to the ground and then threw a pill into his mouth. This is a truth-telling pill he just bought from the system. After taking it, he will only tell the truth and never lie. What's your real name? Lin Yu asked. Wang Ergu. What are you going to do? To kill someone. Who are you going to kill? I don't know. I just know I'm going to kill 3 men and 2 women. Hearing this, Lin Yu's face turned pale. It was obvious that he was going to kill all of his people. Not knowing why he wanted to kill him, Lin Yu immediately continued to ask, "Why did you want to kill them?" "They killed our people." "Was that man shot to death?" "Yes, he was shot in the lung and died, despite failed rescue efforts." After hearing this, Lin Yu had a general understanding. It turned out that the person he had hit before was also from this Mang village. This Wang Ergu must have received an order to kill, so he came out to capture himself and others in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, he was captured by himself before he reached the place. Chapter 96. Did you see this with your own eyes? After thinking for a while, Lin Yu continued to ask, "Why did you send people to monitor us?" "We're not specifically monitoring you, but we will monitor everyone who enters the Yinfeng Mountains. I remember that your Mang village was stationed outside the Yinfeng Mountains. Why did you move inside? Did something happen?" After hearing Lin Yu's words, Wang Ergu subconsciously wanted to shut up, but the truth pill didn't give him any chance at all. Wang Ergu held it in for a long time, but couldn't hold it in any longer, so he spoke. "A year ago, Li Ergu from our village went to Yinfeng Mountain Range to cut firewood and entered a cave by mistake. Then he found a black jar inside. He tried to open it, but couldn't, so he had no choice but to take the black jar back to the village." "Then what?" Lin Yu became interested when he heard him say that. Wang Ergu thought for a moment and continued. "Later, Li Ergu handed this thing over to the village chief. The village chief tried to open it after he got it, but to no avail. Did it open in the end? Lin Yu asked. Wang Ergen nodded and said, that night, the village chief was sitting in the yard with the black jar, admiring the moon. Suddenly, the black jar emitted a blue light. Then the jar opened by itself, and just as the village chief was curiously preparing to check what was inside, a wisp of black smoke suddenly penetrated into his body. Hearing this, Lin Yu felt a chill on his back. He was so damn familiar with this plot. He had watched so many TV shows, movies, and novels in his previous life, and many of them had this kind of plot. There is no need to guess. The village chief is most likely possessed by some kind of ghost. But how does Wang Ergen know this so clearly? Did you see this with your own eyes? No. How could I possibly see it with my own eyes? I will be courting death. Then how do you know it so clearly? Lin Yu looked at him puzzled. Hearing this, Wang Ergu blurted out, it was the village chief's grandson who told me about this. He was going out to play with me that night, but he witnessed everything in the corner and told me about it afterwards. So, you are very familiar with the village chief's grandson? Well, he and I have been good friends since childhood, so he had no choice but to tell me about this. For a moment, Lin Yu was overwhelmed with thoughts and didn't know what he was thinking. Wang Ergu secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he stopped asking questions. If he asked again, he would tell everyone about the incident. However, as he thought, Lin Yu continued to ask questions. You've said so much, but you haven't told me how your Mang village moved to the Yinfeng Mountains. After these words were spoken, Wang Ergu looked embarrassed and wanted to shut up, but it was as if this mouth was not his and he started talking directly. The next day, the village chief gathered all the villagers together and then performed some magical tricks, which immediately caused everyone to exclaim in amazement. Later, the village chief said that he could give everyone this ability, but the requirement was that they had to help him. So all the villagers, young and old, agreed to the village chief's request, and the village chief took the opportunity to let everyone move to the Yinfeng Mountains. There were some people who wanted to object, but somehow the village chief whispered something in their ears, and they became like zombies and stopped objecting. Lin Yu took a breath of cold air. It was unbelievable that the village chief could allow ordinary people to have the abilities of awakeners. For now, the only thing Lin Yu knows that can give people the ability of an awakener is the system. Could it be that the village chief was also bound to his system? That was impossible. Shouldn't this thing only be available to protagonists like me? How can he, an old man, own it? Apart from the system, what else can give people the ability to awaken? Unable to figure it out, Lin Yu turned his gaze back to the tied Wang Ergu. What did you just say that your village chief can give you extraordinary powers? Is that what you just did? So he asked you to move in. Does he want you to help him with something? In Lin Yu's opinion, the other party must have some purpose, otherwise they would never relocate the entire village with such fanfare. The village chief asked us to help him build. Wang Ergu was about to say something, but ended up losing his voice. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but frown. Speak up, what did he ask you to build? As he said this, he turned Wang Ergu over, only to find that he was dead with his eyes wide open. Seeing this, Lin Yu was so frightened that he stepped back repeatedly, staring at Wang Ergu. System, what's going on? Why did he die suddenly? Ding. Because he was involved in something, his consciousness was forcibly wiped out. He is dead and cannot die anymore. Damn it, this must have been done by the village chief, damn. Lin Yu cursed loudly. He knew without guessing that the other party just didn't want him to know what they had built. But they won't tell me, and I want to know. Anyway, there's so many people in the village, I don't believe I can't get anything out of them. Thinking of this, Lin Yu was about to go back to the village, but he saw the sky gradually darkening, and then he realized that it was getting late. Immediately a fireball hit Wang Ergu, and soon his body was burned to ashes, leaving no trace. After doing all this, Lin Yu rushed towards the camp. At the same time, deep in the Yinfeng Mountains, in front of an altar, an old man slowly opened his eyes. This man was the village chief mentioned by Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu is dead. Interesting. The old man let out a cold and evil laugh, then called a man over and whispered something in his ear. The man seemed to be energized by chicken blood, full of fighting spirit, and then turned around and left excitedly. Then the old man closed his eyes again, as if falling into a deep sleep. The other side, after much hassle, Lin Yu finally returned to the camp. When they saw Lin Yu coming back, they were relieved. They were worried that he hadn't come back for so long and might have encountered danger. We were just discussing whether we should go look for him together, And now, seeing him return safely, I felt relieved. Brother Lin, where have you been? Why did you take so long to come back? We all thought. You thought something happened to me? Don't worry. I'm an absolute top-notch runner. Nothing will happen to me. Before Murong Shui could finish, Lin Yu interrupted. A few people were about to say something to him, but seeing his confident look, they simply kept silent. At this time, Lin Yu took out a monster from 24 Bridges on a moonlit night. Let's try a different flavor tonight. Okay. When it comes to food, Murong Shui immediately became interested, and Murong Yinhai and Sikong Yanin immediately rolled their eyes at her. Murong Yinhai, _ Sikong Yanin, _ Okay, stop standing there and come over here to help. I can't handle it alone. Lin Yu shouted to the people who were standing there in a daze. Hearing this, Li Ming stood up first. Murong Yinhai followed closely behind. As for Sikong Yanin and Murong Shui, Lin Yu had no intention of letting them take action. Don't come, you two. Yinhai and Brother Li are enough. Just wait for the food. Murong Shui nodded, then pulled Sikong Yanin, who wanted to go over to help, and started playing with Xiaobai with her. Chapter 97 Night Attack. Night falls. Several people sat together, and at this time, Lin Yu suddenly spoke. Well, there is something I want to tell you. What's up? Li Ming looked at Lin Yu with some confusion, not knowing what he was going to say, but seeing his face become serious, it seemed to be something very important. I met people from Mang Village this afternoon. The entire village moved to the Yinfeng Mountains. After hearing this, Li Ming was stunned at first, and then stood up with a look of shock. Brother Lin, you must be kidding me. The villagers in Mang Village are ordinary people. If they move in here, wouldn't that be courting death? Brother Li, what is this Mang Village you're talking about? Murong Yinhai asked curiously. Seeing him asking, Li Ming had to suppress his shock and explain to the three people. 2 years ago, I came here by accident and unfortunately lost my way. Just when I was feeling a little desperate, I met a hunter. I explained the situation to him, and then he took me out of the Yinfeng Mountains. I was a little injured at the time, so the hunter took me back to the village. Then I lived there for a while, and I learned from the villagers that this place is called Yinfeng Mountain Range, and their village is called Mang Village. After listening to Li Ming's explanation, the three of them finally understood the whole story. Immediately, Murong Yinhai looked at Lin Yu. Brother Yu, what did you just say about those people from Mang Village moving in? After thinking about it, Lin Yu told Wang Ergu in detail how he had followed him to the village and how he had tortured Wang Ergu. As he finished speaking, everyone present was stunned where they were, unable to calm down for a long time. This is truly shocking. I never expected that there are people in this world who can give people the abilities of an awakened person. What kind of existence can do that? Not to mention anything else, in the entire Dragon Country, even a big shot in the Destiny realm probably can't do it. This made Li Ming frown. It seemed that the matter was beyond his ability to bear. He originally thought that he was just simply accompanying Lin Yu to gain some experience. But I didn't expect that I would fall into the vortex unknowingly. After listening to Lin Yu's analysis, it was possible that all the people in Mang Village were awakened. He had roughly estimated before that there were probably more than 100 or 200 people in Mang Village. If a fight really breaks out, there's no way that these people of theirs can win. If they were on the outskirts of the Yinfeng Mountains, perhaps they could rely on their realm advantage to deal with them. But now his realm has been suppressed to bronze 9 stars, although he can burst out with combat power comparable to silver 8 or 9 stars. But the other party could rely on their numbers to trap him and then attack Lin Yu and the others, even if he could run away. What about Lin Yu and the others? Lin Yu is Lu Hongbao's disciple. If anything happens to him, the whole world will be in turmoil. Lin Yu, who was standing by, watched Li Ming's changing expression and guessed that he was worried. Brother Li, don't worry. If we really encounter a crisis, the teacher will come to save us. What, Brother Lin, are you telling the truth? Okay. As long as Mr. Lu is here. When Li Ming heard that Lu Hongbao would help, he immediately felt relieved, and at this moment, he found that Murong Yinhai was looking at him with a strange look. Why are you looking at me like that? Li Ming asked guiltily. Murong Yinhai stared at him intently for a while before asking, Brother Li, the Mr. Lu you just mentioned, isn't he Mr. Lu Hongbao? What? Did I just mention Mr. Lu? Why don't I remember saying that? Hearing this, Li Ming wanted to fool him, but the more he tried to fool him, the more Murong Yinhai became more competitive. Brother Li, please stop fooling us. Look at the sweat on your face. Is it necessary? Hey, there's no such thing as sweat. You just saw it wrong. As he spoke, Li Ming quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and found that there was no sweat. Only then did he realize that he had fallen into Murong Yunhai's evil plan. He immediately looked at Lin Yu, who was watching the show on the side, wanting to see what he would say, but Lin Yu just shrugged helplessly. Seeing this, Li Ming sighed helplessly. He never thought that because of his momentary slip of the tongue, he actually mentioned Mr. Liu. Alas, Brother Lin is Master Liu's disciple. After hearing Li Ming's words, the three of them turned their eyes to Lin Yu standing aside, only to see that he was not dissatisfied with the revelation of his identity. Brother Yu, are you really Mr. Liu's disciple? The three were shocked to get Lin Yu's affirmation, but he was soon relieved. After all, Lin Yu was a person with two awakened superpowers, one of which was in the space system, and Lu Hongbo was also in the space system. It was natural for him to understand why Lu Hongbo accepted him as his apprentice. After all, the only person in the entire Dragon Kingdom who is capable of teaching Lin Yu is probably Grandpa Lu Hongbo. After the three of them sighed for a while, they suppressed the shock in their hearts. Seeing this, Lin Yu brought the topic back to the matter of Mang Village. Okay, stop sighing. Let's talk about Mang Village first. I had previously gotten something out of Wang Erga's mouth, saying that the villagers of Mang Village seemed to be building something, but unfortunately he died halfway through my questioning. But I always feel that if this thing succeeds, the entire Dragon Kingdom will no longer be at peace. As he said this, several people fell into deep thought for a moment, guessing what Wang Erga wanted to say before he died. As a result, half an hour passed, and no one had a clue. Suddenly, an arrow shot towards a group, and then several more. Careful, Li Ming was the first to react and immediately took action to shoot down those arrows. Everyone came to their senses at this point and hurriedly looked in the direction where the arrow was shot from, only to see 3 or 4 figures standing on several large trees in the distance. Everyone be careful. This should be from Mang Village, Lin Yu reminded. Hearing this, Murong Yunhai couldn't help but frown. From Lin Yu's previous story, he knew that most of the people in Mang Village were at the bronze 9-star level. Now that so many of them have appeared, it seems that they are here to avenge Wang Ergu. They have no good intentions. Just as Lin Yu and others were looking at the figures vigilantly, an arrow shot over again, and this time it was obviously much more powerful than the previous one. At this moment, Lin Yu remembered that he seemed to have drawn a set of bows and arrows before, and immediately took out the B-level weapon crossbow and 10 wind-breaking arrows from the system space. Looking at the arrow that was about to be shot, Lin Yu quickly put the arrow on the string. The next second, a wind-breaking arrow was quickly shot out and collided heavily with the arrow. However, the moment the wind-breaking arrow hit the arrow, it split it in half, and it continued to shoot at those people with undiminished power. Because the speed was too fast, one of the figures had no time to react and was shot through the thigh by the wind-breaking arrow, and blood gushed out. The figure screamed and then fell straight down. Seeing this, several other figures jumped down and quickly caught him. Chapter 98. The battle is about to begin. Everyone looked at the figures walking towards them and immediately fell into a state of combat readiness. Disgust, jealous, anorexia, bloodburst. For figures shouted in unison, and then balls of black mist slowly burst out from them. Then they began to gradually gather in the air and formed into hideous black monsters. Looking at this scene, Li Ming was shocked for a moment because he had never seen anything like this before. Is this a contract awakener? No, not really. Li Ming looked at the black monsters summoned by the 4 people and couldn't help but mutter something, but Lin Yu and others didn't hear him at all. There are 3 of us. Each of us will take one. Yanin and Xiaoxue, you two will take charge of one together. Lin Yu immediately expressed his thoughts, and seeing this, no one had any objections. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Lin Yu rushed out first, with the destruction gun quickly appearing in his hand. He went straight towards the man who shouted disgust. Facing Lin Yu's attack, the disgusted man immediately waved his finger. The black monster above his head attacked quickly. Roar! With a roar, the black monster shot towards Lin Yu at such a fast speed that his scalp felt tingling. He immediately performed the phantom step to avoid the attack of the black monster, and then Lin Yu appeared behind the hateful man. He was going to capture the leader first. Since it was difficult to deal with the black monster, he would kill him first. He didn't believe that the monster would not disappear. Just when the tip of Lin Yu's gun was about to touch the man, a strange scene appeared. Lin Yu's gun actually went straight through. It seemed as if the person in front of him was just a projection, But Lin Yu knew that this was definitely not a projection. Flame fireball. As Lin Yu roared, he condensed a fireball as big as 4 or 5 footballs, and then smashed it towards the man. Just when he thought that Lin Yu's fireball had no effect on him, he was surprised to find that the flames directly ignited him. This immediately made his face change drastically, and he hurriedly tried to put out the fire. However, how could this fire containing the Nanming Lihua be extinguished so easily? The flames continued to burn, and the other 3 people saw it and wanted to go over to help. But he was stopped by Li Ming and others. "Your opponents are us." As he spoke, Li Ming took the lead and shot an ice cone at the man who just shouted jealousy. Ice Dragon Drill. The moment the ice cone touched the opponent, it penetrated directly. Li Ming was not surprised by this. After all, Lin Yu had just demonstrated it to them. Soon, Li Ming attacked again. Ice Storm. As soon as he finished speaking, snow began to fall from the sky, followed by a strong wind. Before the jealous man could react, he was instantly covered by ice and snow, and the next second he and the black monster turned into an ice sculpture. The remaining 2 people were horrified when they saw this. They immediately stopped hesitating and ordered the 2 black monsters to attack Murong Yinhai and the other 2. Silver Light Slash. Murong Yinhai attacked one of the black monsters. After a while, he arrived in front of the black monster. Then a silver light flashed, and Murong Yinhai chopped straight at the black monster. But unfortunately, the attack went straight through the black monster and did not cause any damage to it. Seeing this, Murong Yinhai attacked again. Golden Chain. As he finished speaking, silver chains began to emerge from the ground and madly locked onto the black monster. Boy! Just when Murong Yinhai thought he had it all figured out this time, he heard the anorexic man shouting. Then the black monster instantly became transparent, and the chains had no effect on it at all. Strike with a heavy hammer. At this time, the anorexia man shouted again. The black monster punched Murong Yinhai directly. Unable to dodge, Murong Yinhai was knocked flying fiercely, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Elder brother, Murong Shui exclaimed. She didn't expect Murong Yinhai to be beaten so badly. He immediately wanted to go over to help, but was stopped by Murong Yinhai. Don't come over. You and Yanin should work together to hold the other person back. Hearing this, Murong Shui and Sikong Yanin looked towards the last bloodthirsty man. Although his thigh was seriously injured at this moment, the ruthlessness on his face remained unabated, and he looked at the 2 women with murderous eyes. Windblade. In response, Sikong Yanin directly threw out a wind blade. An invisible wind blade quickly shot towards the bloodthirsty man. Shadow Hood. A black light shield instantly enveloped it, and a wind blade chopped straight on it. Boom! After shaking for a while, the black light shield was intact. Seeing this, Sikong Yanin frowned. At this moment, Murong Shui also launched an attack on him. Water Stream Bullet. A water ball the size of a football was quickly shot towards the man. Bang! Boom! As the water ball hit the black light shield, a crack slowly appeared on it. Seeing this scene, Murong Shui was overjoyed and immediately wanted to fire water bombs continuously. Suddenly, an attack shot out from the light shield. Seeing this, Murong Shui was immediately shocked. The other party used the same water bullet that he had just used, but this water bullet was black. Without having time to think, Murong Shui shouted loudly. Water Shield. A water blue light shield quickly enveloped Murong Shui and Sikong Yanin. In response to this, Sikong Yanin reacted quickly and immediately launched an attack on the incoming black water bombs. Wind Sickle. A huge invisible sickle attacked the black water bullet directly. Bang! With a loud bang, the black water bullet was instantly split into 2 halves by the sickle. Seeing this scene, the 2 women were about to breathe a sigh of relief, and at this moment, a black wind blew up from the black light shield. When Sikong Yanin saw this, his face changed drastically. The other party was using his own wind blade. Just as the 2 women were stunned, the black wind blade came straight towards them and was in front of the 2 women in just a moment of contact. Immediately afterwards, he chopped heavily on the water blue light shield. With just one strike, the water blue light shield was shattered. Murong Shui staggered back a few steps before she managed to steady herself, but her face was covered in sweat. At the same time, her face began to turn pale, as if she was about to die. Xiaoxue, are you okay? Sikong Yanin hurriedly ran over to help her up and said with concern, It's okay. I just consumed too much spiritual energy. I'll be fine after a rest. Murong Shui said. Sikong Yanin nodded after hearing this. Then go to the side and have a rest. Leave this to me. No, neither of us can beat him. How can you beat him alone? Murong Shui refused sternly. But you? It's okay, just hold off for a while. Brother Lin Yu will come to help us after he takes care of that guy. As she said this, Murong Shui looked towards Lin Yu in the distance. As if he sensed something, Lin Yu immediately turned his head to look at the two women. Seeing this, Lin Yu suddenly became furious and stopped holding back. Chapter 99, Confessing to Everyone. Leaving Fire Pearl. As Lin Yu roared, a fiery red bead quickly flew out of his body. Then it shot straight at the hateful man. The hateful man, who was about to put out the flame, suddenly changed his expression when he saw the fire bead coming at him. Before he could react, the Nanming Lihua quickly burst out from the Lihua Pearl, instantly covering him, and then dissipated into the air visibly. After doing all this, Lin Yu took the Lehuzu back into his body, performed the phantom step, and disappeared on the spot. The next second, he appeared in front of Sikong Yanin and the other girl. Are you all right? It's okay, the two girls said in unison. Seeing that the two women were fine, Lin Yu turned his gaze to the blood-violating man, hesitated for a moment, and shot a fireball directly at him. Seeing this, the blood-violating man in the black light shield immediately shot out a black water ball, which collided with Lin Yu's fireball. However, this fireball containing the Nanming Lihua evaporated the water ball into steam the moment it touched the water ball. The violent blood man who saw this scene was immediately shocked. While he was still in shock, the fireball penetrated the black light shield and attacked him. Seeing this, the blood-violent man reacted quickly. He immediately wanted to block the fireball, but it was too late. Before he could make a move, the fireball hit his abdomen directly, and then a ball of flames instantly engulfed him. Ah, no! In less than a minute, the violent blooded man was burned to ashes. Finished dealing with the violent blood man, Lin Yu looked in the direction of Murong Yinhai. At this moment, he was being rubbed by the anorexic man, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Brother Lin Yu, please go and save my brother. Murong Shui also saw this scene and immediately begged Lin Yu. In response, Lin Yu did not say much. He directly performed phantom steps and flashed in front of Murong Yinhai. Yinhai, can you still hold on? Ahem, it's okay, I can still hold on. In that case, I'll be leaving, Lin Yu said, pretending to leave. Seeing this, Murong Yinhai hurriedly called him, Stop, brother Yu, I can't hold on any longer. Ah, I'm just kidding you. Hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. Murong Yinhai, mean. For a moment, Murong Yinhai was so angry that his teeth were itching. If he could beat him, he would definitely pin him to the ground and rub him. Lin Yu stopped teasing him and stared at the anorexic man in the distance. Seeing this, the anorexic man's expression suddenly froze. Then he looked around and found that he was the only one left on the battlefield. The hate man and the blood man had disappeared, and the jealous man was frozen by Li Ming. Seeing this, he turned around and wanted to escape, but Lin Yu was faster than him and arrived in front of him in just a moment. Then he strangled him with one hand. Lin Yu did not intend to kill him. After all, he still had some questions to ask. Although he didn't kill him, Lin Yu broke all his limbs, leaving him a disabled person. Let me go quickly, or the village chief will never let you go. The anorexic man kept shouting, but Lin Yu was too lazy to pay attention to him and dragged him straight towards the camp. On the other side, seeing this situation, Li Ming immediately thawed the jealous man. At the moment when he was completely thawed, an ice blade appeared in his hand. He snapped the jealous man twice, and the next second, all the meridians in his body were cut off. Then Li Ming dragged him back to the camp. Tell me, who are you? Several people surrounded the two men. At this time, Lin Yu spoke to the anorexic man. Snort. In response to Lin Yu's question, the anorexic man snorted coldly and did not answer his question. It seems to be saying, you're asking this question even though you already know the answer. In response to this, Lin Yu directly bought a truth-telling pill from the system, and then took advantage of his inattention to stuff the pill into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth and turned into a pool of liquid, which he swallowed into his stomach. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? As Lin Yu finished speaking, the anorexic man, who originally didn't want to speak, started talking directly. We are from Mang Village, and we have been ordered to kill you invaders. On the orders of the village chief? Lin Yu said. Yes. Everyone was not happy to get the affirmation from the anorexia man. Definitely, because Wang Ergu's death had aroused his attention. Thinking of this, Lin Yu tentatively asked Wang Ergu the same question again. What did your village chief ask you to build? Hearing Lin Yu's question, the anorexic man wanted to shut up, but under the effect of the truth-telling pill, he still spoke. It's the altar. As he finished speaking, his face suddenly twitched, and then his eyes widened. The next second, he died on the spot. Murong Shui was the first to react. She screamed, immediately pulled a few people back, and hurriedly checked the breathing of the anorexic man. But I found that there was no breathing at all, and even the heartbeat was gone. Except for Lin Yu, everyone else was shocked. They didn't expect that the other party would die completely after just saying a few words. It seems that the altar should be a taboo for them. Anyone who says these 2 words will end in death. Then, several people looked at the last jealous man. Seeing everyone's gaze, the jealous man couldn't help but shudder. To be honest, he didn't want to die. It's your turn now. Tell me about the altar. Tell the truth. Don't force me to use the method I just used. Lin Yu said with a hint of threat. Hearing this, the jealous man was shocked. He thought Lin Yu would also use the same strange method on him. However, seeing that Lin Yu was not going to use the same method he had just used, the jealous man heaved a sigh of relief. I'm not really sure what it is specifically about. I just know that the village chief is very concerned about it. A year ago, our entire village worked together to build it. After that, the village chief asked us to hunt some monsters and humans who broke into this place every day and put them in the altar. It seems to be to open something, but I don't know what it is. After saying that, the jealous man looked at the others quietly. He had told them everything he knew, so they should probably let him go. However, Lin Yu and others ignored him, threw him aside, and started discussing. Brotherly, what do you think about this? You are the most knowledgeable person here. Hearing this, Li Ming pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen such a situation today. As for what to do, my idea is that we should get out quickly and report the situation here to the higher-ups so that they can send someone to deal with this matter. After he finished speaking, Murong Yanhai and the other 2 nodded, agreeing with Li Ming's idea. But Lin Yu didn't think so. If it was before, he might be able to escape and get help. But now, the other party will definitely not let him and others go easily. Brotherly, I don't think they will let us go easily now. When these words were spoken, Li Ming and the others were shocked, but they soon figured it out. Suddenly, several of them showed expressions that were uglier than crying. Chapter 100. Lin Yu's proposal. Looking at the expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Yu pondered for a moment and expressed his thoughts. Brotherly, my idea is that you take Murong Yanhai and the others to escape and get help, and I will stay behind to hold them back. No, Li Ming directly rejected Lin Yu's proposal. He was originally ordered to protect him, so how could he escape without permission? Besides, Lin Yu is Lu Hongbao's disciple. If something happens, not only his brother will not let him go easily, but even Lu Hongbao will not let him go easily. Lin Yu seemed to have guessed his concerns and explained, Brotherly, don't worry. The teacher has left me with a lot of tricks. Nothing will happen. You can take Yanhai and the others back with confidence. I will stay behind to cover your retreat. But Li Ming wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Lin Yu. Don't worry, just listen to me. Take Yanhai and the others away, and then find a way to contact them. I will do my best to hold them back. Seeing Lin Yu so determined, Li Ming didn't know what to say for a moment and sighed helplessly. Hey, Brother Lin, you must be careful. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to Mr. Lu. Well, don't worry, Brotherly. I cherish my life very much. I will be fine. Okay. Li Ming said no more. Seeing this, Lin Yu turned his gaze to Murong Yanhai and the other 2. Yanhai, you should have a good rest tonight, and you should go out with Brotherly tomorrow morning. Brother Yu, Murong Yanhai wanted to speak, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know what to say. Lin Yu patted him on the shoulder and signaled him not to worry. Just like that, several people tacitly agreed to Lin Yu's plan and said nothing more. A long time. Lin Yu felt that it was getting late, so he spoke to a few people. Okay, go get some rest. We'll set off tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Murong Yanhai stood up and walked towards the tent. Seeing this, Murong Shui and Sikong Yanin also stood up and went back to the tent. Only Li Ming and Lin Yu were left at the scene. Li Ming originally wanted to persuade Lin Yu, but when he saw that Lin Yu had his eyes closed, he had no choice but to give up. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Lin Yu started to get busy while the others were still asleep. After all, there was a long journey ahead, and he needed to prepare a few days' worth of dry food for the men, lest they starve to death along the way. Seeing that it was almost done, Lin Yu started to prepare breakfast. Just then, Murong Yinhai walked out of the tent, looked at Lin Yu, who was busy, and greeted him immediately. "Brother Yu, good morning." "Well, Yinhai, quickly wake up Yanin and the others." "Good. No, we're awake." Just as Murong Yinhai was about to open his mouth, he saw Murong Shui and Sikong Yanin walk out of the tent. Seeing that everyone was there, Lin Yu shouted, "Okay, now that everyone is up, come over and eat something and get ready to go back with Brother Li." Hearing this, several people sat down and started eating. "I got you some dried meat. Remember to take it with you later. After all, this place is still some distance away from the outside world." "Brother Lin Yu, are you really not going with us?" Murong Shui looked at Lin Yu. "No, I'll stay behind to cover your retreat. Don't worry, I have many tricks up my sleeve." Lin Yu shook his head. The scene fell into silence, and several people ate the food in their bowls silently. After these few days of contact, Murong Yinhai and the other two have developed a strong dependence on Lin Yu. Especially Sikong Yanin. Her feelings towards Lin Yu gradually became a little strange, and she vaguely felt that she liked him. Of course, this has something to do with Lin Yu's desperate efforts to save her before. Soon, breakfast was spent in silence. A few of them simply packed their luggage and prepared to head back in the direction they came from. "Brother Yu, take care of yourself." Murong Yinhai patted Lin Yu's shoulder and said goodbye. "Okay, you grown man, stop dithering. Get out of here." Lin Yu slapped his hand away in annoyance. Murong Yinhai was a little amused by this, but he didn't say much and immediately turned around and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Lin Yu hugged Xiaobai and waved goodbye to the few people. They walked away reluctantly for a distance. At this time, Sikong Yanin suddenly turned around and ran straight towards Lin Yu. Then, in the surprised gazes of several people and Lin Yu, Sikong Yanin gently kissed him on the face, then turned and left as if running away quickly. Not only Murong Yinhai and the others didn't react to this scene, but even Lin Yu, the person involved, didn't react. "Damn it, someone is taking advantage of me." Lin Yu reacted and started cursing, but the men had already disappeared. "Forget it, just think of it as being bitten by a female mosquito." As he said that, Lin Yu put Xiaobai on his shoulder and walked straight to the jealous man. Looking at the powerless, jealous man, Lin Yu immediately asked, "Who is the strongest person in your village?" "Have no idea. Don't you know, or are you unwilling to say believe it or not? I will make you live a life worse than death." A cold light flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. "I really don't know." Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Lin Yu simply didn't bother to ask any more questions and immediately threw a fireball at him. Then he performed Phantom Step and headed towards the previous village. "Chirp. What? You said there's someone approaching ahead." After walking for an unknown amount of time, Lin Yu stopped to rest. Suddenly, Xiaobai started calling out. Since Lin Yu had signed a contract with it, he quickly understood what it meant and immediately frowned. "It seems that my guess is correct. Fortunately, I asked Li Ming to take Murong Yinhai and others away in time." Then, Lin Yu followed Xiaobai's instructions and soon saw the person who came. There were 2 more people coming this time than last night, a total of 6 people. Moreover, the aura they exude is much stronger than that of the previous 4 people. However, Lin Yu was not panicked at all. After all, he had the bug-level weapon, the Lehuzu, which was enough to deal with them. Seeing the 6 people getting closer, Lin Yu immediately took out the electromagnetic pulse cannon from the system space and aimed at one of them. "Taste your master Lin's cannonballs." As he spoke, Lin Yu pressed the button. After a while, a blue beam of light suddenly shot out from the muzzle and headed straight towards one of them. "Careful." The others were about to remind that person, but the next second, a blue beam of light went straight through that person's heart, leaving a hole as big as a basketball. "I got one." Lin Yu was suddenly ecstatic. At this moment, a terrifying attack came directly towards Lin Yu. Seeing this, he hurriedly performed phantom steps and escaped from the attack range. Boom! A hole was instantly blown out where Lin Yu was standing. "Who are you?" Seeing that Lin Yu dodged the attack, one of them immediately questioned loudly. "I am a mudfaller. Court death." Hearing Lin Yu's insults, the man couldn't help it and was about to teach Lin Yu a lesson, but was stopped by other accomplices. "Don't be impulsive." Seeing this, the man stopped, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Yu. Seeing this, Lin Yu raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a sly smile. Then he unceremoniously shot out a fireball, directly at the few people. "Go!" Several people took action quickly. A number of hideous and terrifying black monsters appeared behind them. Several monsters bared their fangs and faced Lin Yu's fireball. Bang! The fireball hit the leading black monster directly, making a loud noise. However, it did not cause any harm to it.